Ha ha ha, what great sage equal to heaven? How ridiculous. You're nothing but the most pathetic golden monkey, a mere D-rank battle spirit, and you dare to call yourself a peerless genius? Sun Tao, we've found better teammates. Just quit the team yourself. A D-rank battle spirit will only drag us down. Sun Tao, although your grades are the highest, your battle spirit rank is too low. The direct admission spot originally given to you has been reassigned to Wu Yong. I hope you understand. The 439th year of the battle spirit era, Jiangnan Province, Huaxia. In the northern district of Liuzhou City, on the rooftop of a residential complex, a figure was practicing staff techniques. The long staff moved like a dragon, sweeping and striking in harmony with its wielder's fluid motion. Sun Tao's mind was clouded with many thoughts, but his staff techniques were as smooth as flowing water. Point, sweep, smash, chop, flick, spin, block, and parry. Each movement carried immense power. On the rooftop, Sun Tao became one with his staff, his momentum surging like a dragon soaring to the heavens, seemingly piercing the clouds. Ah, break for me! Suddenly, Sun Tao roared. Leaping high into the air, his blood surged as power channeled into the tip of his staff. Behind him, a faint shadow of a monkey spirit appeared, grasping a staff in both hands. With a single strike, the wooden training dummy shattered into countless pieces. Ding! Novice mission, martial drills, completed. Practice the Great Sage Staff technique 100 times. Rewards acquired, Bronze Cloud Staff X1, Lotus Elixir Gourd X1. New novice mission unlocked, Testing the Waters. Mission details, eliminate 200 monsters below level 10 and defeat 5 level 10 bosses. Mission rewards, Fate Spell Draw X1, Chi Gathering Technique X1. Hearing the system notification, Sun Tao panted heavily, his heart brimming with excitement. As time passed, a faint red glow appeared on the horizon. Facing the rising sun, Sun Tao stood still with his staff, feeling the blood coursing through his veins. He exhaled deeply. Since I transmigrated, I'll make sure everyone knows I am not trash, and everything I've lost, I will take back with my own hands. 3 days ago, while playing Black Myth, Wukong and battling Tiger Vanguard for 36 hours straight, Sun Tao accidentally transmigrated into this world of universal battle spirits, becoming a high school senior with the same name. This world was plagued by rampant monsters and scattered with mysterious realms. Only by awakening a battle spirit and becoming a battle spirit master could one have a chance to survive. But battle spirits were divided into 8 tiers, SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, and E. The strongest, SSS tier battle spirits, were accompanied by celestial phenomena during their awakening, with beasts roaring in unison and power beyond mortal comprehension. The weakest, E tier battle spirits, were often represented by mundane objects or small, weak animals from everyday life. Post-awakening, they were often weaker than even ordinary humans. 3 days ago, Sun Tao happened to undergo his awakening ceremony during his transmigration. When he awakened, the heavens rumbled with thunder, golden light illuminated the sky, and spiritual energy surged. Everyone was shocked, anticipating the birth of an SSS tier battle spirit. But when the awakening concluded, what emerged was a D-rank battle spirit, a golden monkey. The school staff and government officials were in disbelief. A battle spirit that triggered celestial phenomena turned out to be just a D-rank golden monkey. They had seen battle spirit masters awakened with golden monkeys before, but Sun Tao's awakening was inexplicable. Perhaps this golden monkey had some unique traits. When news spread that Sun Tao's battle spirit was merely a D-rank golden monkey, he became the target of ridicule. The team leader who had promised to include him in their group outright stated they had found a better teammate and hoped Sun Tao would leave voluntarily. Recalling these humiliations, Sun Tao clenched his fists tightly, rage burning within him. Damn it! How dare they mistake the great sage equal to heaven for some ordinary golden monkey? This is intolerable. 1 week from now is the Battle Spirit College entrance exam. As long as I become the national top scorer, I can clear the great sage's name. Great sage, you must bless me. What no one knew was that during his awakening, Sun Tao had simultaneously bonded with a cheat system, the Black Myth system. The system currently had 3 primary features: Fate Draw, Missions, and Trials. Fate Draw allowed Sun Tao to draw once per month, obtaining various fate templates. These ranged from legendary figures like Erlangshin, Neza, and Wanglingwan, to lesser characters like Wolf Scouts and minor cultivators. Each fate template granted Sun Tao the abilities of the corresponding figure. Missions appeared periodically, rewarding him with various items upon completion. As for Trials, it was currently locked and likely required certain conditions to unlock. Upon binding this system, Sun Tao received 1 free fate draw. By sheer luck, he managed to draw the fate template of the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. This event sent shockwaves throughout the world. with celestial phenomena erupting as if the heavens themselves were cheering for him. Unfortunately, this powerful template required spiritual essence points to gradually unlock the great sage's divine abilities and strength. Thus, despite possessing the divine tier battle spirit of the great sage, the incomplete unlock level caused it to be misjudged as a D-rank golden monkey. Currently, Sun Tao's system stats were as follows. Fated Individual, Sun Tao, Level 1, Combat Power, 8, Battle Spirit, Divine Tier, Great Sage equal to Heaven, 1%, Skills, Great Sage Staff Technique, 1, Basic Meditation Technique, Equipment, none, Spiritual Essence Points, 0. Looking at his pitiful attribute panel, Sun Tao sighed, I'll need to kill more monsters and accumulate spiritual essence. With that thought, he immediately retrieved the 2 rewards he had just earned. Bronze Cloud Staff, Perfect Tier Weapon, Combat Power, 260. Description, a versatile, extendable iron staff. The only difference between it and the Rui Jingu Bang might be its weight, only 5 kilograms. Incredibly sturdy, it's an excellent weapon. Trait, indestructible, this weapon will never wear out or break. Lotus Elixir Gourd, Spirit Tier Artifact, Combat Power, 380. Description, a miraculous gourd capable of absorbing liquids, with a capacity of 5 liters. When herbs are placed inside, it automatically produces healing elixirs, usable 5 times per day. Trait, Battle Frenzy, drinking from it restores all states and grants a frenzy effect, plus 40% to all attributes, reduced pain perception, and doubled reaction speed. Holy crap! A perfect tier weapon and a spirit tier artifact. Sun Tao was utterly stunned. In this world, items were ranked from common, fine, perfect, transcendent, spirit, mythical, epic, legendary, to sacred. Anything above perfect tier was considered a priceless treasure in the eyes of ordinary people, tightly controlled by major adventurer teams, aristocratic families, and government entities. Any item above perfect tier could provide significant combat power boosts to battle spirit masters, with prices reaching millions. As for artifacts like the Lotus Elixir Gourd, if Sun Tao were willing to sell it, its value would be beyond estimation. With these 2 treasures, I can venture into secret realms on my own. Determined resolve gleamed in Sun Tao's eyes, and his heart surged with endless fighting spirit. The Crimson Forest, a nationally renowned low-level adventure zone, is located in the southern suburbs of Liuzhou City. Picturesque and resource-rich, it is home to low-level magical creatures such as the Blazing Firewolf, Greenwood Monkey, Shadow Leopard, and Frenzied Giant Bear. It also contains many unexplored secret realms, making it an ideal place for novice battle soul masters to hone their skills and grow stronger. At this moment, a team of battle soul masters was traversing the forest. Among them, Li Shuiao, clad in leather armor, had a face as graceful as a painting, a broad chest, and long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings that left a lasting impression on anyone who saw her. Miss, up ahead is the territory where the blazing firewolves appear. Please be extra cautious, reminded one of the 3 middle-aged men in black battle armor following closely behind her. One held a sword, another carried a shield, while the third wore exaggerated gauntlets. It was the latter who had just spoken. Don't worry, Uncle Wang. I know I'm just here to gain experience and won't act recklessly, Li Shuiao replied confidently. We're all level 23 battle soul masters. What kind of threat could this little crimson forest pose to us? One of the men said dismissively. Exactly. In 3 days, we'll help Miss reach level 30 and secure the top rank in the National Battle Soul entrance exams. The other 2 chimed in, filling the air with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Still, it's better to be cautious. This is an adventure zone, after all. There's always a chance a boss might appear. If the miss gets injured, we cannot bear the consequences. Uncle Wang reminded them with measured seriousness. The other 2 waved him off. A boss showing up would be even better. It would just become more experience for the miss and honor for the boss, really. Alright, enough joking around, Li Shuiao said with a smile, shaking her head and tying her hair back. Let's listen to Uncle Wang and stay vigilant. We don't want to stumble into trouble. Since the miss has spoken, we'll be on our guard. The team's spirits lifted instantly. Ha ha, let the boss come at us with all its might. They formed a battle formation, placing Li Shuiao in the center, and began advancing deeper into the Crimson Forest. However, as they ventured further, an odd look began to settle on everyone's faces. What's going on? The ground is littered with blazing fire wolf corpses, but there isn't a single live one in sight, one of them muttered. Could a large adventurer group have passed through here? But we didn't hear anything about it, another said in confusion. Look at this, every blazing fire wolf's head has been smashed in. Judging by the marks, this was caused by a heavy weapon, Uncle Wang said, frowning deeply. A heavy weapon? Could it be that brute Niu Zhongchue from the Starlight Adventurers? Someone speculated. Unlikely, He's a level 32 battle soul master. He wouldn't bother coming to the Crimson Forest, Uncle Wang replied, his expression growing more serious. With so many blazing firewolves dead, it's bound to attract a boss. Before he could finish, the group heard a series of wolf howls echoing from not far away. Awah! Awah! The continuous howls reverberated throughout the Crimson Forest. Uncle Wang's face turned pale. Not good. The blazing fire wolf king is summoning its pack. Wolves from all directions will converge here. At this point, retreating was no longer an option. If they encountered the incoming wolf pack, they wouldn't stand a chance. Their only choice was to press forward and find the mysterious adventurer group in hopes of survival. Li Shuao understood this as well. Gripping her staff tightly, she said firmly, Uncle Wang, let's move forward. The group pressed on and eventually arrived at a wide clearing. When they saw the scene before them, they were momentarily stunned. About 100 meters ahead, a young man dressed in black leather armor was battling an entire wolf pack alone. With a long staff in his hands, his movements were fluid and precise, dodging the blazing firewolves' attacks with ease while counterattacking skillfully. Though surrounded by over 30 blazing firewolves, it seemed as if he had encircled them instead. The wolves were being pushed back step by step. Ha ha ha, clever beasts, calling for backup, are you? Hearing the howls, Sun Tao laughed heartily. The divine martial skill, great sage staff technique, was displayed to perfection. With agile twists and turns, the blazing firewolves couldn't even touch him. Their numbers were meaningless against his overwhelming prowess. To him, this was merely an opportunity to farm experience and spiritual essence. Dodging a blazing firewolf's pounce, he suddenly leapt onto his bronze cloud staff. With a thought, the staff extended in an instant, descending with the force of a collapsing mountain. Boom! Where the staff struck, the unfortunate blazing fire wolf perished instantly. The surviving wolves let out low growls of fear at the sight. Ding! You have slain an 8th level blazing fire wolf. Gain 10 EXP and 2 spirit essence points. Ding! You have slain a 7th level blazing fire wolf. Gain 9 EXP and 2 spirit essence points. Ding! You have slain a 6th level blazing fire wolf. Gain 9 EXP and 2 spirit essence points. Ding! You have slain a 7th level blazing fire wolf. Gain 9 EXP and 2 spirit essence points. Congratulations, you have reached level 5. Ha! This is exhilarating. The rapid string of notifications in his ears was like the pounding rhythm of a war drum. Without hesitation, Sun Tao pulled out a gourd and took a deep swig. Instantly, his stamina was restored to its peak. Behind him, the golden silhouette of a great ape roared toward the heavens, exuding an unparalleled aura. The 4 onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe the sheer strength of the man before them. Sun Tao had been training here for 4 continuous hours, mastering the great sage staff technique through relentless combat. The bronze cloud staff now felt like an extension of his body, every move executed with perfect precision. The shadow of being crushed by Tiger Vanguard's 3 punches had long been dispelled. In these short 4 hours, he had slain over 80 blazing firewolves, including 2 blazing firewolf kings. His mission progress was nearly halfway complete, and his level had skyrocketed by 4 hours, 5 levels. If this speed were revealed to the world, it would undoubtedly cause a huge commotion. In this magical world, monsters weren't mindless programs. The higher their level, the more intelligent they became. They wouldn't just stand around waiting to be slaughtered. Even with high-level battle soul masters leading a team, experience distribution was based on contribution. At most, being carried by an expert could result in 2 levels gained in a day. But Sun Tao's feat of gaining 5 levels in 4 hours was unheard of. At this rate, reaching level 10 today isn't just a dream. A few more wolf packs, and the mission should be easily completed. Sun Tao thought gleefully as he continued his slaughter. However, in the Crimson Forest, the one drawback was that these magical creatures were exceptionally cunning, never staying in one place for too long. He had already spent considerable time navigating and searching for monsters, which was frustrating to no end. It seemed his fate was that of a perpetual wanderer. After this spree of killing, it was likely that within a month, the blazing fire wolf population in the Crimson Forest would see a significant decline. Hearing that the blazing fire wolf king was summoning reinforcements, Sun Tao's excitement surged. At last, he wouldn't have to waste time searching. With a single strike, he felled the last blazing fire wolf before him. Retracting his staff, he stood tall, his sharp gaze locking onto the blazing fire wolf king, which stood as if facing its greatest threat. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he swept his gaze toward the nearby woods. Who goes there? The sharp gaze from the man instantly sent shivers down Li Shuao and her companion's spines. W.E. At that moment, Uncle Wang felt the ground tremble beneath him. His face changed drastically as he urgently said to Li Shuao, "Not good." The the wolf pack is charging towards us. Uncle Wang's face grew increasingly tense. The number of wolves summoned by the blazing flame wolf king in front of them was utterly suffocating. The endless howls echoed through the mountains and forests, as the crimson wolves, their bodies emanating black smoke, surged forward like a tide. Their fangs bared and claws extended, eyes glowing with ferocity, they seemed ready to pounce at any moment. Blazing Flame Wolf. Level 9, Combat Power 80, Skill, Blazing Flames Envelop. Although the combat power of these blazing flame wolves wasn't particularly strong, even the Wolf King's power only exceeded 130 slightly, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Scattered around were at least 100 wolves, including 3 or 4 Wolf Kings. Faced with such an imposing wolf pack, Uncle Wang couldn't help but feel despair creep into his heart. Originally, he had intended to find that mysterious team and join forces with them to fend off the wolves, but to his dismay, only Sun Tao remained in sight. Uncle Wang's heart sank. This was truly an unfavorable situation. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, deep in thought. Encountering a human adventurer group in this danger zone was never a good omen. After all, human hearts could often be more treacherous than monsters. Who could guarantee they wouldn't stab him in the back at a critical moment? His gaze swept briefly across the faces of the group. Sun Tao paused, startled. Such a beautiful girl, but why does she look a bit familiar? Though it was just a glance, he felt a vague sense of familiarity with the young woman. As the wolf pack grew ever larger, Uncle Wang knew they would soon be in dire straits if they delayed any longer. He anxiously said, "Young man, we are from the Hua Rong Group's adventurer team. The wolf pack is vast. If we get surrounded, none of us will make it out alive. Why not join forces with us to resist the wolves?" Hua Rong Group? So it's her. Sun Tao's heart trembled as he suddenly recalled Li Shuiyao, the #1 beauty of their school and the young heiress of the Hua Rong Group. He hadn't expected her to also come to the Scarlet Forest for leveling up. Uncle Wang's face lit up with hope. Seeing the wolves closing in, Sun Tao also realized there was no time to waste. His eyes sharpened. Head to that large rock. Uncle Wang immediately grasped Sun Tao's intention. While the blazing flame wolves might not be too powerful individually, climbing onto the large rock would prevent them from being surrounded. Even if a few wolves managed to leap up, they could be easily dealt with. Without hesitation, the group hurriedly ran towards the rock. As they scrambled onto the rock, the blazing flame wolf king stared at them coldly, remaining motionless. Sun Tao shifted his gaze back to the wolf king, gripping his copper cloud staff tightly. Li Shuiya noticed that Sun Tao hadn't climbed up with them and immediately shouted, "What are you doing?" The 2 battle soul fighters behind her were furious. What does he think he's doing? Provoking the Wolf King? Is he trying to get himself killed? Who gave him the courage? Even Uncle Wang felt that Sun Tao might be overestimating himself. Unfazed, Sun Tao casually cleaned his ears and shouted loudly, "Take care of yourselves. I'll deal with the Wolf King and join you shortly." The 2 fighters behind Li Shuiya were even more enraged. This brat thinks he's some kind of hero? If he wants to die, fine, but don't drag us down with him. Madman. Bragging idiot. He doesn't know his own limits. Ignoring the commotion behind him, Sun Tao focused all his attention on the blazing flame Wolf King in front of him. The Wolf King, towering at 2 meters tall, was a hulking beast with bulging muscles. Its crimson fur flowed like burning flames in the wind. 3 savage claw marks across its face added a menacing touch. At this moment, it locked its fierce eyes on Sun Tao, its body low to the ground, emitting deep growls from its throat. Suddenly, a dozen wolves sprang from the pack, baring their fangs as they lunged at Sun Tao. It's over. Uncle Wang and the others felt their hearts sink into despair. A dozen blazing flame wolves, even a level 30 defensive specialist battle soul fighter would struggle to withstand that. Uncle Wang's words caught in his throat as he froze in disbelief. His eyes widened in shock, unable to process what he was witnessing. Sun Tao calmly turned to the left, showing no fear. With a sweeping motion of his staff, Sun Tao unleashed the skilled sweeping army. The staff's shadow carried a whirlwind of sand and dust, instantly sending the charging blazing flame wolves flying. They were knocked back into the pack, causing chaos as they tumbled into their comrades, unable to rise for some time. The blazing flame wolf king watched this unfold, its eyes flashing with fury, an inferno of rage burning within. Howl! It let out an enraged roar. The surrounding blazing flame wolves immediately halted, clustering together as if intimidated by Sun Tao's overwhelming power. Sun Tao held his staff in one hand and provocatively gestured toward the Wolf King. "Come on, let's duel." The blazing flame Wolf King's eyes burned blood red as it opened its mouth, spitting out a fist-sized fireball. Flames burst outward as the fireball shot directly at Sun Tao. Bang! Sun Tao struck the fireball with his staff, sending it flying. Sparks scattered, as if declaring his fearlessness. The Wolf King, consumed by wrath, launched itself forward, becoming a crimson blur as it charged at Sun Tao. But Sun Tao reacted swiftly, rolling on the ground to evade the attack. Seizing the moment, he swung his staff heavily at the Wolf King's ankle. A sharp, searing pain surged through the Wolf King, and it let out a howl of agony, a sound filled with rage and frustration. Oh whoa! Its eyes burned with even more madness, clearly enraged beyond reason. But Sun Tao moved like a nimble monkey, dodging the Wolf King's relentless strikes with ease. Sometimes he darted left or right, other times, he leaped into the air. The blazing flame Wolf King couldn't even graze his clothing. Take this, you beast! Sun Tao roared, leaping high into the air. Behind him, the phantom of a golden monkey appeared, amplifying his strength. His staff struck down with tremendous force, instantly depleting more than half of the Wolf King's health bar. The Wolf King staggered backward in pain. Standing atop the massive rock, Li Shuiao couldn't take her eyes off Sun Tao's heroic figure, her heart filled with awe. Oh my god, he's so strong, and his staff, so big, so powerful. Sun Tao's movements were as fluid as water, skillfully dodging the Wolf King's attacks while relentlessly hammering it with his copper cloud staff. In less than a minute, the Wolf King's body was covered with wounds, its health bar reduced to a thin sliver. Terror gradually replaced the ferocity in its eyes. Unable to endure any longer, the Wolf King spat out another fireball before letting out a piercing howl. The surrounding blazing flame wolves instantly began to stir and swarmed towards Sun Tao. Just as Sun Tao prepared to land the finishing blow and kill the Wolf King in one decisive strike, the smaller wolves surged forward, forcing him to fend them off first. Seizing the opportunity, the blazing flame Wolf King turned and bolted toward the depths of the scarlet forest. Damn it! Don't you dare run! Sun Tao roared, his eyes widening in fury. Rage boiled within him as he watched the nearly defeated boss flee. There was no way he was going to let the Wolf King get away. Li Shuiao and the others stared unblinkingly at the battle scene in front of them, so shocked they were nearly speechless. This. The two soul warriors behind her rubbed their eyes frantically, unable to believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? How does this guy deal so much damage? He killed the blazing fire wolf with a single strike. Holy crap, what kind of staff is that in his hand? It can even change size. He dodged that too? Is he cheating? Or, are these blazing fire wolves just really weak? The two exchanged a glance, their faces full of disbelief. What are you standing there for? Uncle Wang, go! Li Shuiao's voice snapped them out of their daze instantly. The Wolf King had already fled, and the wolf pack was no longer as fearsome. As long as they could scare the wolves off, this crisis would be resolved. Without hesitation, Uncle Wang and the others leapt down from the large rock and dashed toward Sun Tao. Sun Tao looked at them and immediately panicked. Damn it! Don't come over here! My experience, my spiritual essence. Seeing people rushing over to steal his kills, Sun Tao's staff-wielding hand sped up even more. By the time Uncle Wang and the others reached the blazing firewolves and started attacking with their weapons, shock once again spread across their faces. Holy crap! These blazing firewolves are so tough. Li Yang stared in disbelief at the fierce blazing firewolf in front of him. He had just used a full-power slash, but all it left was a deep wound. He was a ghost-head blade soul warrior, with a natural skill for heavy slashes. Ordinary monsters around level 10 couldn't withstand his attack, so how could these under level 10 blazing firewolves manage it? These blazing firewolves have been strengthened by the Wolf King. Be careful when you fight them. Uncle Wang broke into a cold sweat. A moment ago, he had seen Sun Tao cutting through the wolves like slicing tofu and thought these creatures were trash. Now it was clear Sun Tao's damage was just absurdly high, capable of instantly killing the wolves. The three quickly adjusted their strategy, opting to tackle the wolves one by one, working together to eliminate them individually. With the three joining in, Sun Tao found the fight much easier. In just 3 minutes, hundreds of wolves were either dead or had fled. 50-odd blazing fire wolf corpses were left behind. Ding! You have killed a level 8 blazing fire wolf. Gain 10 EXP and 2 spiritual essence. Ding! You have killed a level 9 blazing fire wolf. Gain 10 EXP and 2 spiritual essence. Ding! You have killed a level 10 blazing fire wolf. Gain 10 EXP and 3 spiritual essence. Ding! You have killed a level 12 blazing fire wolf. Gain 10 EXP and 3 spiritual essence. You have leveled up to level 6. Destined 1, Sun Tao. Level 6. Combat power 655. Battle spirit, God tier Great Sage equal to heaven, 1%. Skills, Great Sage Staff Technique, 1, Basic Meditation Technique. Equipment, Bronze Cloud Staff, Lotus Elixir Gourd. Spiritual Essence Points, 223. Awesome. The mission is halfway done. Opening his mission panel, Sun Tao's eyes squinted into crescent moons with delight. Beginner mission, testing the blade. Mission objective, eliminate 200 monsters below level 10, 116/200 completed, and kill 5 level 10 bosses, 5/10 completed, but. Mission reward, 1 destiny spell draw chance, 1 chi gathering technique. The wolf pack summoned by the blazing fire wolf king earlier had included a few minor wolf kings, which counted as boss monsters. At this rate, if I can find that wolf king and get it to summon more minions a few more times, I might be able to finish the mission, Sun Tao thought excitedly, itching to rush into the forest to track the wolf king. Meanwhile, Uncle Wang and the others still seemed to be in a daze. Are we alive? Am I dreaming? We actually survived the blazing firewolves. Even Li Shuia's delicate face was flushed with excitement. She had just leveled up 3 times in one go. At this pace, she might really reach level 30 before the Battle Soul entrance exam. Hey, young man, what's your name? Can we team up? Sun Tao hoisted his bronze cloud staff over his shoulder and took a swig from the gourd at his waist. Shaking the gourd, he found there were only 3 sips left. He'd need to find some herbs to make more elixirs soon. Hooking the gourd back onto his waist, Sun Tao turned to Li Shuia with a slight smile. I'm Sun Tao, a high school student from Shangnan City No. 1 High School. You're Sun Tao, the special effects master who awakened the D-rank golden silk monkey. Hearing Sun Tao's name, Li Shuia covered her mouth in shock. Special effects master? What nonsense is that? Sun Tao's face was full of confusion. Noticing his strange expression, Li Shuia immediately realized she had misspoken, her cheeks flushing a deep red. Thanks for today. Why don't we team up to level up together? Li Shuiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if envisioning a glorious future. I'm an A-rank battle spirit, Green Jade Lotus, with the healing skill Green Jade Light. Her voice was like thunder, instantly making the atmosphere tense with excitement. And we also have a level 32 Soul Warrior and 2 level 23 Soul Warriors. We definitely won't drag you down. Li Shuia's confidence made Uncle Wang break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, oh dear, my lady, you can't let your romantic feelings cloud your judgment. You've just met him, and you're already revealing all your cards? Sun Tao gripped his staff, his sharp gaze sweeping over the group, as if weighing Li Shuiao's proposal. After a moment's thought, he waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I still need to track down that Wolf King later. Teaming up with you wouldn't be convenient. I'm used to working alone, not in groups. Hearing his refusal, Uncle Wang breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, out in the wild, the best choice when encountering a powerful stranger is to stay away. Good thing he didn't agree, otherwise, I wouldn't even know how to persuade the lady. Sun Tao began processing the wolf corpses on the ground, his movements smooth and practiced. From a corner, he retrieved a large backpack and started stripping valuable materials from the blazing fire wolves' bodies. Wolf fangs and claws gleamed with magical light, while wolf blood had high medicinal value. He planned to store some in his gourd to refine into healing elixirs. Unfortunately, the backpack was small, so he could only pick some wolf meat and pelts, leaving the rest behind. Just then, Li Shuia's voice interrupted his thoughts. These materials can be sold to our Warong group. I can offer you a discounted price and even prepay you with a spatial pouch. As for tracking the Wolf King, we have a way. Li Shuia's tone was firm and full of confidence. But first, you have to team up with us. Sun Tao's heart stirred. Spatial pouches were special tools crafted by space-type soul warriors. They opened portable storage spaces, not useful in combat, but incredibly practical. Even the smallest market-priced spatial pouch went for over 5 million. It seemed like a good deal, so he readily agreed. Since you're offering a spatial pouch, just take all these wolf corpses. The blazing fire wolves are in pretty good condition. I'll give you a friendly price, 500,000. Li Shuia waved her hand decisively, 1 million. We'll take all these materials. Sun Tao's eyes lit up. This deal wasn't just profitable, it came with an unexpected surprise. He smiled faintly, no need to talk about money between classmates. I'll help you this time for old time's sake. Li Shuia nodded, her face breaking into a radiant smile, like a cunning little fox. But next, you'll have to join us in exploring a secret realm. Uncle Wang instantly panicked and was about to speak, but Li Shuia stopped him with a gesture. Her gaze was intense, locking onto Sun Tao as if transmitting an invisible force. Sun Tao's heart trembled. He took a deep look at this little princess of the Huarong group, a meaningful smile tugging at his lips. So that's your plan all along. He understood that this cooperation was about to open up a brand new adventure. Li Shuia's invitation sent a jolt through Sun Tao's heart. An opportunity he hadn't anticipated quietly presented itself. It seems they came here specifically for that secret realm. But if they know there's a secret realm here, why not bring more people? Why choose to recruit me at the last minute? Sun Tao fell into deep thought, filled with questions. In truth, he had misunderstood Li Shuiyao's intentions. Initially, she had planned only to level up and had no particular interest in the secret realm. After all, the difficulty of that realm was extremely high, and Uncle Wang's small group alone couldn't possibly clear it. But after witnessing Sun Tao's extraordinary combat prowess, Li Shuiyao's thoughts began to change. If someone as strong as Sun Tao joins, maybe we can really give it a shot. The secret realm contained a rare herb called Ghost Night Grass, which could significantly enhance the mental strength of plant-type soul spirits. For Li Shuiyao, this was an excellent opportunity to boost her power. Thus, she eagerly invited Sun Tao to form a team, her heart filled with anticipation. While Li Yang and the others busied themselves with processing the wolf corpses, Li Shuiyao retrieved a spatial pouch from her waist and handed it to Sun Tao. This is my personal spatial pouch. It only has 10 cubic meters of storage, but it should be enough for you to use for now. I'll get you a better one later when there's a chance. Sun Tao hesitated for a moment but eventually accepted the pouch, which was embroidered with a pink bunny. He consoled himself inwardly, it's fine, it's just a temporary solution. I'll definitely get a cooler one later. He handed his own pouch to Li Yang and the others, casually placing his gourd and copper cloud staff into the new pouch. Feeling the convenience of the spatial pouch, he couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. Tell me more about that secret realm. Taking advantage of the time when the others were dealing with the wolf materials, Sun Tao eagerly inquired about the secret realm from Li Shuiyao. The secret realm is called Ghost Night Forest. It's a bronze-tier secret realm that only allows soul warriors below level 40 to enter. Many families in Shangnan City are aware of it. The Ghost Night wolves inside range from level 12 to 20, and there are 3 bosses, the Jackal Predator, the Jackal Hunter, and the One-Eyed Wolf King. As Li Shuiyao spoke, she took out a tablet from her bag, swiped a few times, and handed it to Sun Tao. Displayed on it were detailed records of Ghost Night Forest. Based on our investigation, these 3 bosses are not the final boss of the realm. There should be a hidden boss deeper within, rumored to only appear at hell level difficulty. This is a special secret realm. Its difficulty adjusts based on the overall strength of the entering team, but due to the level restriction, higher level soul warriors can't enter. To this day, no one has seen the hidden boss. Sun Tao flipped through the information on Ghost Night Forest, his heart racing with excitement. He had studied such secret realms in textbooks but had never encountered one in real life. Secret realms, as entrances to subspace, could appear anywhere in this world. The difficulty of the monsters and the resources within these realms were categorized as bronze, silver, gold, emerald, diamond, and eternal. Among them, gold tier and above secret realms were strictly regulated by the government, making them inaccessible to ordinary people. In Ghost Night Forest, there's a herb called Ghost Night Grass. It significantly enhances the mental strength of plant-type soul spirits and provides some benefits to other types of soul spirits as well. My goal is the Ghost Night Grass. As for any other loot in the realm, you can prioritize it, Li Shuiyao explained. Sun Tao didn't hesitate. He nodded immediately, alright, but after we clear the realm, you all have to help me track down that Wolf King we saw earlier. Li Shuiyao smiled slightly and extended her fair hand. Deal. She pulled out a bracelet from her chest pocket and handed it to Sun Tao. It was a team bracelet. Once equipped, it would allow teammates to share experience points and make them immune to each other's skills. Sun Tao accepted the bracelet and put it on, thinking to himself, with over 200 spiritual essence points now, it would be safer to enhance my strength before venturing into the secret realm. Ding! Would you like to consume 100 spiritual essence points to upgrade the destiny template? Yes. As the thought crossed Sun Tao's mind, the points were instantly deducted, and a golden light flashed across his body. Ding! Destiny template proficiency upgraded. You have acquired a new skill, Furious Ape Force. Furious Ape Force, passive, guarantees a critical hit every 5th attack, provides additional physical attribute bonuses upon leveling up, increases attack speed by 10% when using staves. With the upgrade to his destiny template, Sun Tao felt a strange heat flow through his body, continuously filling him with strength. A mysterious mantra also surfaced in his mind. Could this be a body refinement technique? Elated, Sun Tao quickly opened his attribute panel. Destined 1, Sun Tao. Level, 6. Combat power, 773. Soul Spirit, Divine Monkey King, 2%. Skills, Great Saint's Staff Technique, 1. Basic Meditation Technique, Furious Ape Force, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Staff, Treasure Lotus Medicine Gourd. Spiritual Essence Points, 123. When Sun Tao saw that his combat power had surged by over 100 points, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wow, this skill is insanely strong. I just unlocked it, and my combat power increased so much. In this world, combat power wasn't just a simple attribute, it was the will of the world, reflecting the combined event evaluation of an individual's physical fitness, mental strength, soul spirit level, skills, and equipment. While the numbers were just values, combat power almost perfectly mirrored a person's average strength. Typically, a soul warrior around level 30 had a combat power of just over 300. Even Uncle Wang, with his high-quality equipment, only had a combat power slightly over 500. But Sun Tao's combat power had now surpassed 700, nearing 800, a truly shocking figure. The other team members, unaware of this, finished processing the wolf materials and set off once more, heading deeper into the Scarlet Forest. "We're here." Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of a mysterious cave. Li Shuiyao took out a black bloodstained stone from her bag and placed it into a groove at the cave's entrance. Instantly, the entire cave began to tremble violently. Countless blood-red threads erupted from within, forming a circular portal over 2 meters tall. "The gateway to the secret realm is open. Let's go in." Li Shuiyao's face lit up with anticipation. Sun Tao gently touched the door of the secret realm, his eyes brimming with curiosity. "So this is the entrance to the secret realm. Wait." Just as everyone was preparing to enter, Uncle Wang suddenly spoke, his gaze serious as he looked at Sun Tao. "Student Sun, exploring a secret realm is no joke. Since we've formed a team, we should be honest with each other. At the very least, let us know your battle soul and skills. That way, we can cooperate better within the secret realm." The other teammates chimed in. "That's right. We need to understand your skills and combat strength. Otherwise, how will we know you won't slack off at a critical moment?" "Exactly. If you're not willing, it's still not too late to leave the team." Their attitudes were unusually firm. Sun Tao shrugged helplessly, giving them a glance before speaking calmly. "Fine, I don't mind telling you. I have a D-rank battle soul, the Golden Silk Ape, and I'm a level 6 battle soul master with over 200 combat power. My main skill is staff techniques. Level 6. As soon as the words left his mouth, the group was instantly wide-eyed. Even Li Shuiyao froze in place. She remembered Sun Tao awakening his battle soul at the same time as her. Yet, within such a short period, he had already reached level 6. His speed of advancement was simply bewildering. The others, however, seemed skeptical, believing Sun Tao had to be at least level 20 or higher. Otherwise, there was no way he could have easily defeated those flame wolves. How could a level 6 battle soul master overcome such formidable foes so effortlessly? Uncle Wang was visibly annoyed. "Kid, if you don't want to tell the truth, just don't say anything. There's no need to lie." The other teammates also voiced their doubts. "Exactly. If you're only level 6, then what does that make us? Unawakened trash?" Sun Tao spread his hands helplessly. "What I said is the truth. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." In the end, Li Shuiyao couldn't help but interrupt. "Enough. The entrance to the secret realm can't remain open for long. Let's not waste time and get inside quickly." As soon as she spoke, the group nodded one after another. Although still harboring doubts, their curiosity and desire for adventure urged them forward. The secrets of the secret realm awaited their discovery. Finally, with Li Shuiyao's decisive words, the 5 of them stepped into the secret realm together, hearts brimming with anticipation for the unknown journey ahead. As a burst of light and shadows flickered, Sun Tao opened his eyes again and found himself in a forest of withered branches. The surroundings had suddenly turned eerie and frightening. It was Sun Tao's first time entering a secret realm, and he couldn't help but feel curious. He glanced around. The outside had been bright daylight, but now it was a pitch-black night. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, its cold light filtering through the forest, casting ghastly shadows from the withered branches, making them appear like ferocious demons. The howling wind was like wails from hell, intensifying the eerie atmosphere of the secret realm. "Ding! You have entered the secret realm, Ghostly Night Forest. Team combat power is being assessed. Combat power assessment complete. Matching difficulty level. Difficulty matched. Hell. Clearance conditions: kill 0 out of 100 jackal predators, 0/3 jackal leaders, 0 of 1 werewolf alchemist mons. Introduction: in a distant past, a mad alchemist sought to use alchemy to gain divine power, but ultimately failed. The terrifying force turned his small town into ruins, and the residents all became werewolves wandering nearby. Uncle Wan's face turned pale after reading the secret realm's description. Impossible. How could it be hell difficulty? He was in complete disbelief. The secret realm in Shuzhou City wasn't exactly a secret. Many had explored it. Some families had even organized teams of level 39 warriors, fully equipped, yet they could only unlock hard difficulty. Who would have thought their team would directly trigger hell difficulty? Could it be they met some hidden condition? What's the issue with hell difficulty? Sun Tao frowned as he asked. Li Shuiyao gave a bitter smile. Hell difficulty means not only are the monsters different, but all traps and mechanisms will also be unlike those in lower difficulties. In other words, all the strategies we had for this secret realm are now useless. It's like starting fresh in an entirely new realm. Uncle Wang's expression grew darker. On top of that, monsters in the secret realm are inherently stronger than those outside. In normal difficulty, minor monsters are almost equivalent to elite monsters outside. In hell difficulty, the minor monsters are practically outdoor bosses, and the bosses are on an even more terrifying level. Uncle Wang let out a heavy sigh. Miss, we can't clear this secret realm. To be honest, even if all 4 of you were level 39 battle soul masters, we still wouldn't stand a chance. Why? Li Shuao asked, her face full of confusion. Uncle Wang patiently explained, because secret realm bosses are different from outdoor bosses. Outdoor bosses have low intelligence, simple combat patterns, and no special abilities. But secret realm bosses often come with special mechanics, and you must figure out how to counter them within the realm to have a chance to defeat them. When entering a new secret realm, we usually test the boss mechanics carefully a few times before taking action. This secret realm has high difficulty and we're low level. Forget the boss, even the minor monsters would be overwhelming. Without a strategy, we don't know the boss's locations, forms, or patterns. Miss, I can't risk your life. Uncle Wang's words made Li Shuao begin to waver. Exploring secret realms was no joke, life only comes once. Without absolute certainty of victory, who would dare to act recklessly? But they had worked so hard to enter the hell difficulty ghostly night forest. Could they really leave empty-handed? The unwillingness churned in her heart. This, Li Shuao hesitated, biting her lip as she weighed the pros and cons. Hell difficulty minor monsters equal outdoor bosses. Sun Tao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What a stroke of luck. Outside, killing a minor monster only yielded a few spirit essences, while a boss could provide dozens. If what Uncle Wang said was true, the spirit essence from killing monsters here would be incredibly rewarding. Minor monsters alone could yield dozens, so wouldn't the bosses provide over 100? Thinking of this, Sun Tao grew excited. Previously, he had spent 100 spirit essences to enhance his destiny mastery once, but the next enhancement required 300. To fully unlock the destiny template of the great sage equal to heaven, who knew how many spirit essences he'd need? Now that there was a place to farm massive amounts of them, Sun Tao absolutely couldn't miss the opportunity. Besides, based on the principle of secret realm treasure chests, the higher the difficulty of the realm, the more generous the rewards upon clearing it. Not to mention the precious materials dropped by bosses, which were invaluable and worth a fortune. Hey, are you guys scared? Sun Tao's voice rang out provocatively, with a hint of disdain. Uncle Wang sneered, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. This is called careful planning, avoiding reckless fights. What would you know? TCH, if you're scared, just admit it. If every fight required a 99% chance of victory before acting, then what's the point of fighting? Sun Tao sneered, casually pulling out his bronze cloud staff from his bag and resting it on his shoulder, exuding an aura of dominance. The secret realm is all about hell-level difficulty. It's rare to enter a place like this. If you want to leave, go ahead, but I'm not wasting such a great opportunity. No one will be competing with me for monsters. His face lit up with glee, as if he could already see countless monsters bowing at his feet. Uncle Wang's expression darkened with fury at these words. Arrogant, you're courting death. Do you know what a hell difficulty secret realm means? And you think you can solo it? Do you think you're invincible? The other two were equally enraged, voicing their strong opposition to Sun Tao's behavior. Exactly, who do you think you are? A god-tier awakened battle soul? And you dare to solo a secret realm? One teammate shouted angrily. Ha! A fool courting death. Another sneered, as though already envisioning Sun Tao's inevitable failure. Even Li Shuaya felt that Sun Tao was being overly confident. She frowned slightly and said, Sun Tao, why don't we just leave for now? Let's come back after leveling up. Sun Tao shrugged indifferently and walked straight past her. Suit yourself. Watching his back, Uncle Wang shook his head helplessly, muttering under his breath, madman. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Li Shuao in a panic. Miss, that guy is insane. Please don't do anything foolish with him. Faced with Uncle Wang's plea, Li Shuao smiled faintly, her gaze resolute. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, I know what I'm doing. Only then did Uncle Wang breathe a sigh of relief, but Li Shuao's next words took a sharp turn as her eyes gleamed with adventurous spirit. But, he does have a point. It's rare to enter a hell difficulty secret realm. If we don't even try fighting the small monsters, wouldn't it be a waste? After all, we're already here. Her voice was as firm as steel. What? Uncle Wang nearly choked on his own spit, his eyes wide with disbelief. With that, Li Shuao stepped forward, her long legs striding confidently in the direction Sun Tao had taken, as though charging toward an unknown challenge. Miss, wait for us, Uncle Wang called out helplessly. Although reluctant, he had no choice but to follow her in frustration for her safety. Inwardly, he cursed, that boy is truly insane, daring to drag the miss into this reckless adventure. Under the serene moonlight, countless withered branches loomed like the arms of demons. Occasionally, the howls of wolves echoed from within the forest. The decaying woodland resembled a labyrinth, obscuring everyone's vision. As they delved deeper, a thin mist began to rise, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Sun Tao carried his copper cloud staff, his brows furrowed in irritation. He was lost. He hated this kind of forest map where the paths were invisible, leading to frequent disorientation. Behind him, Li Shuao and her teammates caught up. Seeing his frustration at the fork in the road, Li Shuao chuckled softly, lightening the mood instantly. Secret realm adventures require teamwork. Don't worry, Li Shuao said firmly, giving Zhang Min a meaningful glance. Zhang Min stepped forward, spreading his arms and closing his eyes. In an instant, two faintly glowing green birds flew out from his palms, fluttering into the air. It was his Battle Soul C-rank spirit wind birds. Though not strong in combat, they had excellent scouting abilities, capable of splitting up, flying invisibly, and tracking targets. His spirit wind birds detected that the left path leads to a graveyard, which feels dangerous and unapproachable. The right path leads to a ruined village filled with prowling gnoll creatures, Li Shuao explained from the side. Sun Tao felt a pang of envy. If only he had such scouting abilities, how could that boss have escaped him earlier today? Before long, Zhang Min opened his eyes, his expression serious. The graveyard on the left is best avoided, while the ruined village on the right is a gnoll gathering spot. The village is circular, with about 30 gnolls patrolling the perimeter. The center is divided into 3 sections, each led by a large gnoll surrounded by 20 or so smaller gnolls. Their weapons appear to be bows and wolf-tooth clubs. Also, deep within the village, there seems to be a field of red flowers. Though it's too far to see clearly, this flower field is definitely unusual and might hold the key to defeating the boss, Zhang Min added, drawing the group's attention. Uncle Wang analyzed carefully. We should clear the village on the right first, then explore the graveyard on the left. That way, we can tackle them one at a time and minimize the risk. Li Shuao nodded in agreement. Uncle Wang, with your experience, what should our next move be? Uncle Wang looked up at Sun Tao. We'll move forward and try to lure out one gnoll at a time to fight. If we attack them all at once, none of us will be able to withstand it. Sun Tao scratched his head. Alright, let's go to the left and pull one out. Uncle Wang nodded, and Sun Tao began heading down the left path. After only a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Li Shuao asked curiously, what's wrong? Why did you stop? Sun Tao's expression turned serious as he scanned his surroundings. Be careful. There's killing intent. Everyone immediately tensed, raising their weapons in readiness. Swish! A bone arrow suddenly shot out from the dense forest, aimed directly at Li Shuao's face. Ah! Li Shuao screamed, her mind blanking out. Damn it, is my journey in this secret realm going to end before it even begins? Just as panic filled her heart, Sun Tao swung his staff with one hand, knocking the bone arrow aside with a loud crack. The situation instantly stabilized. Awah! Along with the bone arrow, the howls of gnolls echoed through the forest. Dozens of gnolls wielding short bows emerged slowly. Their blood-red eyes and crazed expressions sent shivers down everyone's spine. Gnoll Ravager, level 13, combat power 280. Skill, Poison Shot. Level 13 minions with a combat power of 280. They were stronger than the bosses outside. Coupled with their ranged attack capabilities, it was impossible to use terrain to outmaneuver them, making the fight exceptionally challenging. This is bad. They have hate linking. Miss, we should retreat, Uncle Wang urgently reminded. Hate linking meant that attacking one would trigger a chain reaction, drawing in more enemies. It was impossible to pick them off one by one. Facing these ferocious archers, Uncle Wang felt a wave of anxiety. Only 10 gnolls. What's there to fear? Step back. Sun Tao scoffed, striding forward. This guy, he's completely reckless. Uncle Wang sighed inwardly. Miss, let's go. The teammates urged Li Shuao to retreat, but Sun Tao's mind was made up. Uncle Wang glanced at Sun Tao as if he were an idiot. In his mind, this guy was as good as dead. Without even a shield, charging head-on would surely result in him being riddled with arrows. All Uncle Wang wanted now was to get Li Shuao away safely. But in the next moment, he froze in shock, staring at the scene ahead in disbelief. Sun Tao's pace gradually quickened, shifting from a brisk walk to a jog. The gnolls began to fire arrows at him, yet the flying bone arrows were either dodged with his agile movements or deflected by his copper cloud staff. In the blink of an eye, Sun Tao surged forward, arriving before a dozen gnolls. With a thrust of his long staff, he skewered one gnoll straight through the chest, following up. Immediately, he swept horizontally, sending 3 or 4 gnolls flying. Before they could even get back on their feet, he struck each one on the head with his staff, finishing them off. How is this possible? How can his damage be so high? Holy crap, he just one-shot a level 13 monster. Are all these gnolls just that fragile? They die in one hit? Li Yang and Jiangmin exchanged disbelieving glances, their faces full of shock. The remaining gnolls, seeing their companions fall, howled in unison. They quickly regrouped and unleashed a barrage of arrows at Sun Tao, a rain of deadly projectiles. This is bad. It's an area attack. He's using a staff weapon, there's no way he can block or dodge this. Uncle Wang's heart sank, and he instinctively took a few steps back. If the situation turned dire, his plan was to grab Li Shuao and retreat immediately. But in the next moment, his worldview was completely turned upside down. Sun Tao stood his ground amidst the storm of arrows, showing not the slightest hint of panic. Gripping his copper staff with both hands, he began spinning it rapidly, creating a swirling shield of movement. Around him, the staff spun so fast that it formed an impenetrable barrier, not even a drop of water could get through. Dozens of bone arrows clattered against the spinning staff, deflected and scattered harmlessly to the ground. None of them even came close to hitting Sun Tao. Ding! Successfully used Great Sage Staff Technique to defend against a ranged attack. Great Sage Staff Technique leveled up. New skill acquired, Staff Technique, Piercing Insight. Stopping the spinning motion, Sun Tao fixed his gaze on the gnolls in the distance, a golden glint flashing in his eyes. Are you done attacking? My turn. Sun Tao's voice boomed like thunder, heralding an impending storm. His figure shot forward like lightning, plunging into the group of gnolls. The copper staff in his hands danced like a whirlwind, its movements so swift and fierce they were impossible to follow. Each swing carried overwhelming power, sending gnolls flying in all directions. Blood splattered everywhere as his unstoppable momentum struck fear into everyone who witnessed it. While Sun Tao and his companions dealt with the gnolls, the ground at a fork in the road suddenly began to tremble violently. In an instant, a small skeleton crawled out from beneath the earth. Ha! Did someone just pass by here? The little skeleton looked around in confusion but saw no one. Strange, I was sure I heard something. Muttering to itself, the skeleton sat down on a large rock nearby and pulled out a bone shard from behind its back. The boss said if I encounter anyone, I should give them this bone shard. They can use it to summon him at the graveyard, and he'll help them deal with the gnolls. Otherwise, without the help of the Night Soul, there's no way they can beat those big dogs. Thinking about the boss's predicament, the little skeleton couldn't help but feel downhearted. Sigh, I wonder when the boss will finally find peace. Adventurers, please come quickly, the little skeleton called out, its voice tinged with a glimmer of hope. Die! Bam! A powerful downward strike smashed into the head of a gnoll predator, splitting it open in an instant. Ding! You have killed a level 13 gnoll predator. Gained 130 experience points, 23 spirit essence. Ding! You have killed a level 14 gnoll predator. Gained 134 experience points, 24 spirit essence. Ding! You have killed a level 13 gnoll predator. Gained 130 experience points, 23 spirit essence. Awesome! Sun Tao exclaimed excitedly, the repeated notifications ringing in his mind filling him with exhilaration. These gnoll predators were worth as much as 10 blazing wolves from outside, and the best part was how easy they were to deal with. Sun Tao could finish off a group of a dozen gnolls in just a few minutes. On the other side, Li Shuao and the others were still reeling from their shock, their faces full of disbelief. You're kidding, he took down a 280 battle power gnoll predator that quickly? Did you see it earlier? Not a single arrow from that rain of arrows hit him. He deflected every single one. Even Li Shuao's eyes were filled with curiosity. Uncle Wang, how strong do you think this guy really is? Uncle Wang smacked his lips hesitantly before replying. Based on what we've seen so far, I'd say his battle power is at least 350, maybe even above 400. 400. Li Shuao's eyes lit up as she pressed further. Are you saying he's at least 400 battle power at level 6? Uncle Wang nodded. At the very least. And I suspect he has other secrets as well. With this level of strength, there's no way he has a trash tier D grade battle soul. He's probably at least an S grade or even SS grade. Miss, this man is an enigma. We absolutely cannot make him our enemy, Uncle Wang said, his tone growing more serious. Li Shuao's face lit up with excitement. Knowing how powerful Sun Tao was, she couldn't help but start entertaining other thoughts. Don't worry, Uncle Wang, I've got a plan. Hey, do you guys want these gnoll corpses? Sun Tao's voice snapped them out of their thoughts. He was holding a wine flask in one hand, casually prodding at the gnoll corpses with his staff in the other. Li Shuao jogged over. We haven't really seen this type of gnoll before, but based on experience, their claws and teeth are usually valuable. The rest would need to be tested in a lab to determine their worth. Sun Tao nodded, throwing his staff over his shoulder. Alright, take all the corpses then. Just make sure you pay me properly later. Don't shortchange me. Li Shuao flashed a bright smile, her teeth gleaming. You'll make a profit, I promise. The group continued forward. Guided by Zhang Min and the breeze bird, they soon found 2 more patrol squads of Knoll predators. This time, Li Shuao decided to join the fight on a whim. But after huffing and puffing with Li Yang and Zhang Min for over 10 minutes, they managed to kill just 1 Knoll predator, despite Uncle Wang tanking the damage for them. Without his help, the 3 of them might have been wiped out as soon as the fight started. It was at that moment they realized the Knolls weren't weak, it was Sun Tao who was overwhelmingly strong. After clearing out over 30 Knolls outside the village, Sun Tao and his group stood atop a small hill, overlooking the ruined village in the distance. According to the breeze bird's reconnaissance, there were 3 Knoll leaders inside the village, each commanding about 20 Knolls scattered around the area. Uncle Wang, how should we proceed? Li Shuao lay on the grassy hill, observing the Knolls in the distance. The Knolls were grouped in 2s and 3s, looking easy to pull apart. However, the large Knoll in the center, wielding a spiked club, was mounted on a dire wolf. If someone tried to pull the smaller groups, there was a high chance the whole pack would come out at once. Uncle Wang smiled wryly. In the past, we'd try pulling a few out to fight first. If that didn't work, the sheer number of enemies would overwhelm us, and we'd be wiped out. Let's make it quick and decisive. Sun Tao's eyes were firm, a faint smile playing on his lips as an indomitable fighting spirit burned within him. Another option is to lure away the smaller groups first, then focus all our strength on the boss. Once the boss is down, we can circle back to clean up the rest. But this strategy requires a strong team, and our current setup isn't good enough, Uncle Wang explained. Li Shuaya furrowed her brow in thought, then nodded after a moment. Taking our time isn't an issue. Let's start by pulling some out and see how it goes. Uncle Wang deeply agreed, a trace of determination flashing in his eyes. From the recent battle, he judged that only he and Sun Tao had combat capabilities worth counting on in this group. He decided to stay close to Li Shuaya to ensure her safety, leaving the heavy responsibility of luring the monsters to Sun Tao. He glanced around and quickly selected an excellent ambush spot, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. This might just work, he thought to himself. Sun Tao, in a moment, head into the village and draw out a few monsters. Sun Tao? Uncle Wang was about to share his plan with Sun Tao when he turned his head and found that Sun Tao had disappeared without a trace. Zhang Min hesitantly pointed toward a nearby path. He just walked over there. Uncle Wang froze, quickly craning his neck to look. Sure enough, he spotted Sun Tao, carrying a staff on his shoulder, striding confidently toward the village entrance. What is he doing? Going in alone? This is pure suicide. Uncle Wang's rage ignited instantly, his mind racing. Is Sun Tao overconfident? Even if he's strong, how can he possibly take on over 20 gnolls by himself? Does he think they're just low-level wilderness mobs? As Sun Tao reached the village entrance, he grinned at the gnolls in the distance, hoisting his staff and making a universal hand gesture of friendliness with his left hand. Hey there, you gnoll bastards. Uncle Wang's heart sank. This guy's absolutely insane. With Sun Tao's gesture, the wandering gnolls in the village froze for a moment, then, like a powder keg ignited, their eyes turned bloodshot as they let out excited howls. Armed with bows and spears, they charged at Sun Tao, creating a chaotic scene. The largest gnoll among them let out a deafening roar, a crimson aura exploding from its body. Mounted on its dire wolf, it surged towards Sun Tao with a gale-like force. Battle Chi! Uncle Wang couldn't help but exclaim from the hillside. A gnoll leader with battle chi. Li Shuao's heart skipped a beat at Uncle Wang's cry, nerves tightening as she thought to herself, Sun Tao is in real danger this time. Battle chi, strictly speaking, wasn't a standalone skill. It was more like a method of energy manipulation, theoretically something any creature could learn and master. In the 300 years since the invasion of magical creatures, humans had discovered that many monsters and bosses were capable of wielding battle chi. Without exception, they were all exceedingly troublesome. Battle chi not only enhanced the user's physical abilities, making their movements faster and stronger, but also, when paired with certain techniques, allowed them to unleash devastating battle chi skills. During wilderness adventures or dungeon explorations, the last thing anyone wanted to encounter was a boss capable of using battle chi. Such bosses were not just harder to defeat, they were exponentially more challenging. Uncle Wang hadn't expected that in this mere bronze tier dungeon, before even encountering the final boss, they would run into a Gnoll leader capable of using battle chi. This dungeon's difficulty is way too high. Gnoll leader, state, Knight Spirit, level, 19, combat power, 820, skills, Crimson Battle Chi, Death Smash. Seeing the Gnoll leader's terrifying combat power, Uncle Wang immediately turned to Li Shuiao. Miss, we should leave. This dungeon is beyond our capabilities. At least, we can't clear it on our own. Li Shuiao's face was full of reluctance, but she also understood that a boss with over 800 combat power was far beyond what they could handle. They had no choice but to retreat. However, Sun Tao was still out there fighting. If they left now, it might not sit well with their conscience. What about Sun Tao? But Uncle Wang's mind was entirely focused on getting Li Shuiao out of the dungeon safely. He had no intention of worrying about Sun Tao. My dear young lady, do you even realize the situation we're in? Sun Tao has provoked such a large group of gnolls, he's as good as dead. While he's strong, there's no way he can handle over 20 gnolls by himself. Not to mention there's a boss wielding battle chi. He can't even withstand the damage. We need to leave immediately. If they catch our scent, we won't get away. From Uncle Wang's experience, canine-like magical creatures often had exceptionally keen senses of smell. He was deeply worried that once Sun Tao fell, the gnolls would target them next. Li Shuiao bit her lip, unable to make a decision. Could abandoning a companion truly be their only option? She turned again towards Sun Tao's direction, only to be stunned by what she saw. And it wasn't just Li Shuiao. Uncle Wang was stunned as well. Li Yang and Zhang Min gaped in disbelief, never imagining that a fight could be conducted this way. They saw Sun Tao, noticing the massive horde of gnolls he had provoked, make no hesitation. He simply put away his staff, turned, and started running without looking back. He ran straight into the dense forest, with some of the faster gnolls hot on his heels. But in the next moment, their lifeless bodies were hurled back out of the forest with incredible speed, crashing heavily in front of the gnoll leader. Seeing the smashed and mangled heads of his underlings, the gnoll leader roared furiously and raised his spiked mace. The other gnolls, standing in formation, began knocking arrows to their bows. Swish, swish, swish. A rain of arrows shot toward the forest. This volley was far more intense than the patrol squad they had encountered earlier. Not only were the arrows faster, but they were also more powerful. Even when striking tree branches, the arrows snapped them clean off. Ha! Bring it on! Watch my staff technique. Sun Tao burst into laughter, spinning his bronze staff with both hands. The spinning staff created a shield-like barrier around him, deflecting or parrying every single arrow. After several rounds of volleys, the gnoll leader finally raised his spiked mace, letting out a thunderous roar. The gnolls ceased their shooting. By now, the forest ahead was densely packed with gnoll bone arrows. The gnoll leader seemed satisfied with this result, crossing his arms with a smug grunt. He gestured to a few gnolls nearby, signaling them to go retrieve Sun Tao's body. 5 gnolls, armed with bows, hunched low as they cautiously entered the forest. Bang, 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 bang. Moments later, 5 crisp thuds echoed from the forest, followed by silence. The gnoll leader, lacking intelligence, didn't understand what had happened. After waiting for a while with no sign of his underlings, he sent another 5 gnolls in. Bang, 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 bang. Another series of thuds rang out, driving the gnoll leader into a fit of rage. By now, it was clear even to him that the human was still alive. Howl! The gnoll leader let out an enraged roar, gripping his spiked mace tightly as he led the remaining 6 gnolls into the forest. This time, he thought, I'll see what trick that human is pulling. As soon as he entered the forest, the gnoll leader was stunned by the scene before him. His previously dispatched underlings lay neatly scattered across the clearing, lifeless. Alarm bells rang in his mind as the gnoll leader tightened his grip on his spiked mace. His battle chi surged across his body while his sharp nose sniffed the air, searching for the elusive enemy. Bang! Just as he was still searching for Sun Tao's whereabouts, another sharp and crisp explosion shattered the silence. The gnoll leader spun around abruptly, its gaze locking onto the source of the sound only to see a headless gnoll collapse limply to the ground, blood spraying everywhere in a horrifying scene. Bang! Another crisp sound followed, and yet another gnoll fell to the ground. The gnoll leader's fury surged as it realized it was being toyed with. Enraged, it let out a deafening roar, summoning 2 nearby gnolls to prepare for this sudden challenge. As the 2 smaller gnolls approached, the gnoll leader's eyes were suddenly drawn to a trembling tree branch nearby. Without the slightest hesitation, it swung its spiked club, unleashing a ferocious wave of battle energy that obliterated the tree into a shower of splinters. The mournful sound of the tree's destruction echoed like the thunderous beat of war drums. Bang! Bang! Simultaneously, 2 more crisp explosions rang out. The gnoll leader turned its head, and the sight before it made its heart tighten. Sun Tao stood there, holding his staff in one hand. The The last knoll had already fallen to the ground, blood gushing out as the pungent scent of iron filled the air. Meeting the knoll leader's gaze, Sun Tao's lips curled into a mocking smile. He took a bold swig from his gourd of wine and spoke casually, "I've taken care of your underlings. Now it's just the two of us." Roar! The knoll leader let out a furious howl, its entire body surging with battle energy like a tidal wave. With its spiked club embodying destructive force, it struck downward toward Sun Tao, as if determined to crush him completely. Deadly strike! Sun Tao remained smiling as he gripped his staff with both hands, executing a powerful move to block the attack head-on. The impact was immense, causing the ground beneath him to shatter into countless cracks as the earth quaked violently. After testing the knoll leader's strength, Sun Tao's smile widened slightly, taunting, "Is that all you've got? Not enough. Not even close." Activating his Fury Ape technique, Sun Tao channeled immense primordial strength into his hands. To the knoll leader's shock, a spectral image of a raging ape slowly emerged behind Sun Tao, its aura overwhelming and oppressive. With a fierce roar, Sun Tao sent the knoll leader and its mount stumbling backward in a pitiful retreat. Gripping his copper cloud staff tightly, Sun Tao's body radiated a golden aura, his eyes blazing like flames as he locked onto the knoll leader with an indomitable presence. "Are you ready? It's my turn now. Insight, activate." Insight, a prerequisite skill for Fire Eye's Golden Gaze, consumes mana to activate, allowing the user to pierce through illusions, mist, and enemy weaknesses. Successfully targeting weak points can inflict a stagger effect. Activating the Insight skill consumed Sun Tao's mana, but despite his low level in the Fury Ape technique, the effects of the Lotus Elixir Gourd greatly extended his combat duration. The Lotus Elixir Gourd can be used 5 times a day. I've only used it once today, but there are still 2 knoll leaders and a final boss ahead. I'd better use it sparingly, Sun Tao calculated in his mind, resolving to go all out and finish this fight within 3 minutes. With Insight activated, Sun Tao's eyes gleamed with golden light. The knoll leader and its mount's blood vessels and battle energy pathways were laid bare before him. 17 or 18 golden points of light dotted the knoll leader's body, its weak points. Striking these would render it defenseless. Time was of the essence. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Tao launched himself forward like a bolt of lightning. The knoll leader roared and swung its spiked club down at him. Dodging left, weaving right, delivering swift strikes and heavy blows, Sun Tao's movements were as fluid as flowing water. With a precise thrust of his staff, he struck the knoll leader squarely in the chest, causing a burst of golden light. The force sent the knoll leader and its mount staggering backward, its chest tightening as it momentarily lost the ability to move. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Tao advanced relentlessly, delivering a horizontal sweep with his staff, followed by a powerful downward strike, before retreating swiftly to a safe distance. "Awah!" The knoll mount snapped its jaws in the air, growling angrily. "Don't be in such a rush. Your turn will come soon enough." Sun Tao twirled his staff, carefully watching the knoll leader's movements. Its health bar was already more than halfway depleted. He just needed one more precise opportunity to finish it off. The knoll leader finally broke free from its stagger, glaring at Sun Tao with burning rage and letting out an enraged roar. In the next moment, to Sun Tao's surprise, it leapt off its mount, gripping its spiked club as both it and the mount locked their furious gazes on him. "What the? You have a second phase?" Sun Tao exclaimed in mild shock. He hadn't expected such a minor dungeon boss to have a second form. Even many elite-level bosses outside didn't have second phases. Still, it didn't really matter to Sun Tao. Whether first phase or second, this knoll leader was no match for him. The knoll leader pointed its spiked club at Sun Tao, and its mount immediately lunged forward, snarling, while the leader followed closely behind, swinging its massive weapon with unstoppable force. With the knoll leader no longer restraining it, the mount's speed was astonishing. It closed the distance to Sun Tao in an instant, jaws snapping toward his neck. But under Sun Tao's insight state, every movement of the mount was an open book. He anticipated its next move with ease. Before the mount could bite, Sun Tao sidestepped and struck its waist with his staff, sending it flying with a powerful upward swing. Immediately afterward, he raised his staff with both hands, blocking the knoll leader's heavy blow. Clang! The spiked club collided with the copper cloud staff, producing an ear-splitting clash that caused the surrounding trees to tremble violently. "Get lost!" Sun Tao roared, veins bulging as power coursed through him. With a sudden surge of strength, he kicked the knoll leader square in the chest. The knoll leader was sent flying, crashing through 3 large boulders before coming to a stop. Wasting no time, Sun Tao charged forward, the spectral image of the raging ape reappearing behind him. As he ran, the Fury Ape technique channeled continuous power into the copper cloud staff, enveloping it in a layer of golden light. Cleaving staff technique. Sun Tao leapt into the air, raising his iron staff high before bringing it down on the knoll leader's head. Boom! The sheer force, capable of splitting mountains and cracking stones, erupted instantly. The ground shattered, dust filled the air, and the Null Leader was reduced to a bloody pulp. Ding! You have slain level 19 Null Leader. Gained 530 EXP and 120 Spirit Essence points. The Null Mount, lying not far away, whimpered in fear as it tried to flee. But after only a few meters, a staff extended through the smoke, abruptly striking it down. Whoosh! Sun Tao spun his staff, steadily approaching the fallen mount. His voice was cold and firm. In such a hurry? Let me send you on your way. Bang! Ding! You have slain level 19 Null Leader, Mount. Gain 230 EXP and 54 Spirit Essence points. What the? Who's the real boss here? On a small hillside, Li Shuiyao and her companions stared in shock at the scene before them. A lone man took on a group of Null-like creatures, among which there was even a level 19 boss monster, and he actually won. This guy is practically a monster himself. Uncle Wang was utterly stunned. His own battle soul was a B-rank Earthshatter black bear, renowned for its strength. Yet he had to admit, an attack like the one Sun Tao just unleashed, he couldn't even imagine pulling it off, let alone actually doing it. Sun Tao's combat power is at least over 700, maybe even close to 800, and his mastery of the staff is incredible, fully maximizing his battle potential. Uncle Wang was utterly shaken, words failing to describe his astonishment. This kid moves like a phantom and has terrifyingly strong combat instincts. Is this what they call talent? Even as the glow of level-up lights flickered, Li Shuiyao and the others still found it hard to believe. It's over already? Why does this dungeon feel not that hard? Not that hard? You try it. That Null Leader could send you to the afterlife with one swing of its club. Brother Sun is insane. He even took down such a tough boss. Shock and admiration intertwined. At this moment, Li Shuiyao and the others were utterly convinced of Sun Tao's prowess. What was supposed to be a team wipe scenario was forcefully resolved by Sun Tao alone. His strength was simply overwhelming. Uncle Wang, let's go meet up with him, Li Shuiyao said, her eyes gleaming with fascination. Clearly, she was even more interested in this man now. The four of them descended from the hillside. By the time they arrived, Sun Tao had almost fully recovered, though his mana had yet to restore. Taking advantage of the downtime, he began sorting through the loot dropped by the Null Leader. As he rummaged through the body, 3 gleaming items appeared before his eyes. 3 pieces of gear. A small boss actually dropped 3 items, causing Sun Tao's heart to race with excitement. 1 green, 2 white, 1 superior item and 2 common grade items. No wonder this is a hell difficulty dungeon, even the mini-boss drops this much loot. Sun Tao marveled aloud. In this world, the drop rates for magical gear had always been notoriously low. Bosses outside dungeons usually didn't drop any gear, only materials. Even in dungeons, the drop rates were pitifully low, with the final boss typically dropping just a symbolic few items. And even then, most of the drops were superior grade at best, with perfect grade items being extremely rare. Yet here, in this dungeon, even a mini-boss had dropped 3 items, one of which was superior grade. And this Null Leader wasn't the only one of its kind, there were 2 more like it, plus the final boss. The potential haul after clearing this dungeon was beyond Sun Tao's wildest imagination. He checked the attributes of the 3 items. Broken Knight's Medal, superior grade. Battle power, 130. Description: a medal representing the honor of knights, seemingly inscribed with a name, Souls. Wearing this medal reduces incoming damage and allows the wielder to unleash a battle aura / 3 times per day. Special trait, Battle Aura / activate the stored battle aura within the medal to deal area damage to enemies in front. The first superior grade item turned out to be a medal, which greatly surprised Sun Tao. Among magical gear, accessories like rings, medals, and necklaces had the lowest drop rates. Yet here he was, obtaining one. And not just any medal, it reduced damage taken and granted a skill, which was like a dream come true for warriors. This is pretty decent, but it's not very useful to me. Better to sell it, he muttered. When Li Shuiyao and the others approached, Sun Tao handed the medal over to them. How much can your Huarong group offer for this? Li Shuiyao examined the medal and exclaimed in surprise, a superior grade medal with decent battle power and a skill. This is a rare find. After a moment of thought, she gave Sun Tao a price estimate. Probably somewhere between 2 and 3 million. 2 to 3 million. Sun Tao was ecstatic. This would significantly improve his standard of living. Adding in the materials from the other monsters he'd slain, he might even be able to buy some cultivation resources to aid his training. Deal. Help me handle the sale, and you can take care of these monster corpses too. just transfer the money to me later. Alright, Li Shuao nodded. She then directed Li Yang and Zhang Min to gather up the Knoll corpses and collect anything useful. The other two items were both common grade. Knoll Club, common grade weapon. Battle power, 89. Description: a spiked club crafted by the Knoll leader. Has a chance to ignore defense on attack and inflicts bleeding damage. Special trait, bleeding, inflicts a bleeding status on targets based on attack power. Greedy boots, common grade shoes. Battle power, 65. Description: short boots crafted by Knolls, ideal for running. Increases agility. The spiked club was of average quality, and since Sun Tao already had his copper cloud staff, it was of no use to him. He handed it over to Li Shuao for processing as well. As for the greedy boots, Sun Tao decided to wear them himself. After hopping around a bit, he had to admit magical gear was leagues better than ordinary shoes. He felt noticeably lighter on his feet. After a brief rest and a quick meal, the group set off again toward the village. The remaining two groups of Knolls were no match for Sun Tao, especially with the help of Li Shuao's team. While they couldn't kill the monsters directly, they could distract the smaller Knolls, allowing Sun Tao to focus on taking down the leaders. Ding! You have slain a level 19 Knoll leader. Gain EXP 530, Spirit Essence, 120. Ding! You have slain a level 19 Knoll leader. Gain EXP 530, Spirit Essence, 120. After wiping out the Knolls, the generous experience points caused the entire group to level up repeatedly. Li Shuao jumped from level 3 to level 6. Even Li Yang and Zhang Min each gained a level. As for Sun Tao, he soared up 3 levels, now just one step away from level 10. Destined 1, Sun Tao. Level 9. Battle power, 984. Battle soul, divine tier great sage equal to heaven, 2%. Skills, great sage staff technique, 2. Basic meditation technique, furious ape strength, 1. Equipment, copper cloud staff, lotus elixir flask. Spirit essence points, 2778. Novice quest, testing the waters. Quest description: eliminate 200 magical creatures below level 10, 116/200 completed, and slay 5 level 10 bosses, 5/10 completed. Quest rewards: 1 destiny spell pull, 1 chi condensation technique. Looking at his rapidly increasing spirit essence points, Sun Tao couldn't help but smile, grinning almost ear to ear. I've hit the jackpot. The dungeon really paid off. He silently rejoiced. This adventure had been immensely rewarding. If only the Knolls in this dungeon weren't all above level 10, he could have completed his novice quest at the same time. Over 2,000 spiritual essence points now. The final boss is up next. Should I power up a bit? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Tao steeled himself and decided it was time to enhance his strength. Strength is the ultimate truth. Resources will naturally follow. Ding! Would you like to spend 300 spiritual essence points to upgrade your destiny template? Yes. A flash of golden light enveloped Sun Tao as a warm energy coursed through his body. His physical constitution experienced an immediate leap in improvement. Ding! Destiny template proficiency increased. Gain skill, Copperhead Iron Arms. Copperhead Iron Arms, divine when facing imminent damage, you can transform into an immovable stone statue to block the attack. Successful blocks restore mana and inflict a staggering effect on the enemy. Copperhead Iron Arms, passively each level up further enhances physical attributes and grants a chance to negate lethal damage. Holy crap, a divine skill. Seeing this skill, Sun Tao's eyes widened like saucers. It could block damage, stagger foes, and even restore mana. This was the ultimate combat skill. Even more amazing, it had the chance to negate lethal damage, dramatically increasing his margin for error in battle. I want to raise my destiny template proficiency even further. Maybe I'll unlock an even stronger divine skill. Ding! Would you like to spend 900 spiritual essence points to enhance your destiny template? Ding! Destiny template proficiency increased. Gain skill, Hair Clone. Hair Clone, divine pull out strands of hair to create 3 clones that fight alongside you. Clones possess half of the original's strength and disappear after taking 3 hits. It's the Hair Clone skill. Seeing this new ability, Sun Tao was overjoyed. This was the signature skill of the Great Sage, and now it was his. With this skill, Sun Tao would no longer fear being outnumbered. He could casually pluck a few hairs, blow on them, and summon countless clones to take on his enemies. Heh, now it's all about the glory of righteous ganging up. Sun Tao's heart surged with boundless excitement. His passion for battle burned fiercely, as if he could already see the victory ahead. Sun Tao, don't you think something's odd? Li Shuao suddenly edged closer and whispered to him. Still immersed in the thrill of leveling up, Sun Tao didn't quite get what she meant. Odd? Odd how? Li Shuao stroked her chin thoughtfully. These 3 Knoll leaders could all release Do Chi, and their attributes were different. One had fire-based Crimson Lotus Do Chi, another had water-based Frost Do Chi, and the last had earth-based Blackrock Do Chi. That's unusual. Hearing this, Uncle Wang nodded in agreement. Indeed. Normally, monsters of the same race tend to cultivate do-chi of the same attribute, but these three Knoll leaders wielded three distinct types of do-chi, which is strange, and each of them dropped a knight's insignia. Logically, even if the drop rate of knight's insignias were high, it shouldn't be guaranteed for every boss. It feels more like these insignias are quest items. Li Shueyo then pulled out the three knight's insignias from her bag. Upon closer inspection, the combat bonuses and descriptive traits of the three insignias were identical. The only difference was the names engraved on them: Souls, Carlos, and Roll. Sun Tao studied one of the insignias for a moment and speculated, could it be that these Knoll leaders were knights before transforming, which is why they have these knights' insignias? Uncle Wang nodded thoughtfully. That's very possible, and it also explains why these three leaders have different do-chi attributes. Sun Tao scratched his head. But how does knowing this help us? Uncle Wang patiently explained. It allows us to analyze the final boss in advance. According to the dungeon description, the final boss should be the alchemist werewolf, Moans. It's possible he was originally human, just like these Knoll leaders. An alchemist sounds like a cloth-wearing ranged class. His skills are likely related to alchemical potions. Who knows whether they'll be status-altering or damage-dealing potions? Listening to Uncle Wang's analysis, Sun Tao was deeply impressed. As expected of a veteran soul warrior, he could deduce so much just from a name. Unlike himself, he didn't care what kind of foe he was up against, he'd just swing his staff at them. If one hit wasn't enough, then two. After a brief rest, the group continued forward. Beyond the village lay a sea of red flowers. Nethermoon hellflowers. Li Shueyo suddenly let out a cry of astonishment. Sun Tao turned his head, puzzled. Didn't I mention before that the shadowy night forest contains an herb called shadow grass? It enhances the spiritual strength of plant-based soul spirits and provides minor benefits for others too. Well, these Nethermoon hellflowers are like an upgraded version of shadow grass. Not only can they greatly boost the spiritual strength of plant-based soul spirits, but they might even awaken a second soul skill. For other types of soul spirits, they also raise spiritual strength and enhance resistance to wood-based attacks. Li Shueyo explained to Sun Tao, but soon her brows furrowed. Something's not right. Nethermoon hellflowers are usually only found in level 90 golden secret realms. Why are they here and in such a large patch? Sun Tao grinned. Whatever it is, it's good stuff, right? Li Shueyo nodded. Exactly. A single Nethermoon hellflower could sell for at least 2 million outside this entire patch. Sun Tao, we've struck gold. Stars sparkled in Li Shueyo's eyes as she gazed at the vast field of Nethermoon hellflowers, nearly drooling. Just as the group prepared to start harvesting, barking erupted from the wooden hut at the center of the flower field. Woof, woof, woof. Four wolves, each the size of a calf, suddenly leaped out of the hut, baring their fangs and growling menacingly. Alchemical Grey Wolf. Level 23. Combat Power 712. Skills: Frenzied Bite, Alchemical Bloodline. Wolves no weaker than the Knoll leaders, and there were 4 of them right off the bat. The group immediately tensed up. I was wondering why Zoro and the others were so lively. It seems we have guests. A voice suddenly came from within the wooden hut. Sun Tao and his companions looked up to see a figure slowly emerging from it. The man was thin, with golden short hair and perpetually squinting eyes that gave him an ever-smiling appearance. He carried a cane, wore a neatly tailored waistcoat, and exuded the demeanor of an English gentleman. Sun Tao focused his gaze. Alchemist Moans. Level 25. Combat Power 834. Skills: Alchemical Mist, Unstable Potion. FF5 bosses? This time, not only Uncle Wang but even Li Shueyo lost her composure. Why are there 5 bosses in the final encounter? Even if those wolves aren't technically bosses, their combat power is insane. We're doomed. Totally doomed. Seeing the 5 bosses, Sun Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement. He calculated silently in his heart, if I can kill these 5 bosses, there's bound to be a massive loot drop. Li Shueyo, on the other hand, was on the verge of breaking down. Big brother, at a time like this, you're still thinking about loot. Let's just hope we don't become the loot. Uncle Wang took a deep breath and said steadily, the battle mode hasn't started yet. We can still leave. Everyone, back away slowly and don't attract the boss's attention. Before his words were finished, Meng Yanxi suddenly threw a glass bottle. In an instant, a green mist spread rapidly in the air. Rare visitors, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stay and have some fun with my pets, he said with a sinister smile. The green mist spread around them, and Sun Tao, who had just taken a breath, immediately noticed a minor poisoned status indicator appear on his interface. His heart sank. This is bad. Jade Light. Li Shueyo raised her staff, summoning a faint green glow that shielded them from the poisonous mist. Despite this, anxiety filled her heart as she watched the 4 gray wolves gradually close in. despair surged within her. This is bad, we can't retreat now. We're finished. I'm sorry, Sun Tao. This is all my fault, Li Shuio said, gripping her staff tightly, her delicate face full of guilt. If I hadn't insisted on exploring this secret realm, you wouldn't be in this danger. But Sun Tao shook his head, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Wipe that sorrowful look off your face. It's too early to give up. Facing the 4 gray wolves, he stomped hard on the ground, propelling himself forward like an arrow. The 4 gray wolves seemed to sense Sun Tao's challenge and let out deafening roars, their ferocious aura making it seem as if they would tear him apart at any moment. The other 4 members of the group turned pale as death, muttering, "We're doomed, we're doomed." Yet, at that moment, Sun Tao smirked mysteriously. He wiped the back of his head with his hand and then blew lightly in front of him. Hair clone technique. In the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 clones of Sun Tao appeared, each wielding iron rods as they charged at the gray wolves. Li Shuio and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What the? He can create clones? Sun Tao's figure flickered in their eyes, his speed like lightning, his bravery unparalleled. Even when facing 4 ferocious gray wolves, he showed no fear, as if he had already glimpsed victory. The clones of Sun Tao immediately engaged the 4 wolves in battle. With their mastery of the great sage staff technique, they were even more formidable than the original Sun Tao himself. Their iron rods spun and struck with precision, leaving the gray wolves in disarray, their furious roars echoing, but they couldn't even graze the clones' robes. Meanwhile, the real Sun Tao held his breath, his golden eyes flashing as he activated his insight ability. In an instant, he appeared behind one of the gray wolves. Lifting his bronze cloud staff high, he brought it down heavily on the wolf's head, instantly stunning it. Behind him, the phantom of an angry ape materialized as he channeled the angry ape's strength. With a powerful move, the great sage Heaven Splitter, he smashed the wolf into minced flesh. Beep! You have slain a level 23 alchemical gray wolf. Gained EXP 490, Soul Essence 115. The entire sequence happened so fast that the others hadn't even processed what was going on before Sun Tao had already killed one of the wolves. Li Shuia blinked and looked at the still motionless Meng Ensi, then turned to Uncle Wang. It seems, this might not be impossible to win after all. Even while we're fighting the wolves, he hasn't moved an inch. Uncle Wang had noticed this oddity too. Meng Ensi simply watched the battle between Sun Tao and the gray wolves with a faint smile on his face, his half-closed eyes betraying no emotion. Could this guy just be a decoration? Just as this thought crossed their minds, Meng Ensi suddenly clapped his hands. Impressive skills. It seems my little darlings will need to get serious, he said with a grin. As he spoke, he pulled out a vial of red liquid from his chest and smashed it onto the ground. The moment the vial shattered, a red mist spread rapidly. The 3 remaining gray wolves inhaled the mist and immediately entered a berserk state. Their eyes turned blood red, crimson veins appeared on their bodies, and their attack speed doubled instantly. Sun Tao immediately felt a surge of pressure as his clones struggled to dodge the wolves' attacks. They were hit multiple times, their forms becoming faint and unstable. Realizing he couldn't continue like this, Sun Tao decided to gather the 3 wolves together using his clones. Then, balancing himself atop his staff, he and his 4 clones simultaneously executed the splitting staff technique. Boom! The immense force caused the wolves' skulls to explode, their massive bodies collapsing limply onto the field of flowers, staining the ghostly moonlit blossoms with vibrant red. Beep! You have slain a level 23 alchemical gray wolf. Gained EXP 490, Soul Essence 115. Beep! You have slain a level 23 alchemical gray wolf. Gained EXP 490, Soul Essence 115. Beep! You have slain a level 23 alchemical gray wolf. Gained EXP 490, Soul Essence 115. As the glow of leveling up enveloped her, Li Shuio was incredulous. That's it? It's over? That easily? Compared to Sun Tao, her A-rank battle soul seemed like child's play. Gulp! Uncle Wang swallowed hard, taking down level 20 bosses while being under level 10. This is unbelievable. Zhang Min and Li Yang were utterly stupefied, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Sun Tao stood upright, retracting his staff. He exhaled slowly, pulled out a gourd, and took a swig, instantly recovering and entering a battle-ready state. You managed to handle my darlings, but you. Meng Ensi's words were cut short as Sun Tao charged at him, slamming him to the ground with a single blow of the bronze cloud staff. Meng Ensi scrambled back to his feet, his once refined and cultured demeanor replaced by a wild, furious expression. Fragments of his glasses lay scattered at his feet, reflecting the unleashed rage in his eyes. Interrupting someone while they're speaking. How rude. Since you want to die so badly, I'll send you straight to hell. It's time for you to witness real power. Meng Ensi's voice dropped to a menacing growl, the killing intent in his words so palpable it seemed to freeze the air around him. He threw his head back and howled, the sound piercing through the thick layers of clouds as the surrounding trees trembled violently. The once serene night sky was torn apart by an unseen force. The peaceful moonlit landscape was swallowed by an oppressive darkness as storm clouds surged across the heavens. A radiant full moon shone unnaturally bright, its light descending directly onto Meng Ensi. He roared, veins bulging beneath his skin as his muscles swelled visibly. His clothes were torn apart by the sheer force of his transformation, the fragments scattering like leaves in the wind. His limbs extended, sharp claws emerging from his fingertips, gleaming with a menacing light. Watching this sudden transformation, Sun Tao blinked and muttered, "So, you have a second face too, huh?" Werewolf Alchemist Meng Ensi, Level 25. Combat Power 950. Skills: Berserk Claw Strike, Bloodlust, Fearsome Howl, Kiss of Death. He actually possesses such terrifying combat power. Even Sun Tao couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. After all, this was the final boss of a hell difficulty level, with extraordinary strength. 9. Over 900 combat power. From a distance, Li Shuya gazed upon the scene. Her delicate face instantly lost all color, her eyes filled with worry, and her heart clenched tightly. What? Over 900 combat power? Uncle Wang and his companions also witnessed the horrifying strength of the werewolf, Meng Ensi. Their faces turned deathly pale in an instant, and their fighting spirit vanished completely. "Miss, with Sun Tao holding him off, we should run quickly." Uncle Wang, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from Meng Ensi, involuntarily took 2 steps back and urgently pleaded with Li Shuya to leave. However, Li Shuya shook her head, resolutely declaring, "As long as Sun Tao is here, I will never retreat in the face of danger." Uncle Wang sighed helplessly. His combat power was only a little over 300. Faced with Meng Ensi's 900-plus combat power, he had no confidence he could protect Li Shuya. He cast a glance at Li Yang and Zhang Min, signaling them to prepare to act at any moment. If the situation turned dire, they were to knock the young lady unconscious and take her away. Meanwhile, he kept a wary eye on Meng Ensi's movements. "It's all your fault. You made me return to this ugly form. I'll cleanse my shame with your blood." Meng Ensi roared, brandishing his sharp claws as he charged straight at Lu Chen. Sun Tao lowered his stance slightly, his heart quietly musing, "All this fur, how annoying. If Guanji were here, he'd know how fearsome the blazing blade technique truly is." Meng Ensi's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he closed the distance between himself and Sun Tao. With a swipe of his claws, as swift as lightning, he aimed directly at Sun Tao's chest. In battle mode, Sun Tao's reactions were extraordinarily sharp. With the aid of his insight ability, he continually evaded Meng Ensi's attacks. With a sidestep, he successfully dodged the deadly strike and, at the same time, brought his long staff up in a dark blur, precisely intercepting the werewolf's claws. The clash of their strikes produced an earth-shaking boom, sending a shockwave rippling outward like an oncoming storm. From afar, Li Shuyo and her companions watched, utterly stunned, their hearts filled with awe. Good heavens, is this guy even human? Feeling the overwhelming power, Meng Ensi's eyes betrayed his shock. His werewolf bloodline, extracted from an S-class magical beast, was a high-tier lineage. Since gaining this bloodline, he had never encountered an opponent equal in strength. No matter the foe, none had ever escaped the fate of being torn apart by his claws. Yet, this human in front of him could not only withstand his attacks but even suppress him. It was unbelievable. Could it be that his battle soul was stronger than an S-class magical beast? Meng Ensi had no time to dwell on the thought. Sun Tao had deflected his claws with his staff and pressed the offensive. Suspended in midair, Meng Ensi had no leverage. Sun Tao swiftly retracted his staff, planted his legs firmly, and summoned the phantom of an enraged ape behind him. With immense power, he swung the staff viciously toward the werewolf's legs. "You want to break my legs? Keep dreaming." A terrifying roar resounded. Meng Ensi let out a deafening bellow. The roar seemed tangible, momentarily disrupting Sun Tao's movements. Meng Ensi's figure blurred slightly, causing Sun Tao's staff to strike empty air. Fortunately, Sun Tao was well versed in the Great Sage Staff technique. Missing his mark did little to unsettle him. He steadied his staff and fixed his gaze on Meng Ensi, who was now at a distance. His golden pupils sparkled, piercing through the darkness, exposing every weakness in Meng Ensi's stance. "You wretched creature, you have some skill. After I kill you, I'll turn you into a puppet and make you serve me obediently." Meng Ensi licked his claws, his eyes gleaming with savage cruelty. Sun Tao sneered dismissively. "You're neither human nor dog. You wish to be human, yet act like a dog, how laughable." Meng Ensi was enraged. His werewolf bloodline had always been his pride, and now Sun Tao's disdain cut deep. You know nothing. This is my first step toward godhood, he roared, his claws slashing wildly, sending dozens of crimson streaks hurtling toward Sun Tao. A frenzied claw assault. Sun Tao reacted swiftly, channeling his energy to fortify his body. His entire form became as solid as bronze, transforming him momentarily into an indomitable statue. Bronze head, iron arms. The claws struck him repeatedly, producing metallic clangs as if striking steel. Nearby, Li Shuya was dumbstruck. The werewolf's claw strikes, when landing on the ground, left fist-sized craters, a testament to their overwhelming power. Should Li Yang attempt to endure it, he'd likely fall after 2 strikes. Even Uncle Wang could only withstand 4 at most. Yet, Sun Tao had taken over a dozen head-on without a scratch, utterly terrifying. What kind of skill is this? Such powerful defense, it's practically invincible, Li Shuyo exclaimed. Uncle Wang nodded, though with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, Sun Tao can't move while using it. Otherwise, this ability would truly be unbeatable. After enduring Meng Ensi's furious claw barrage with bronze head, iron arms, Sun Tao's figure blurred. A golden radiance flickered, and his staff extended in an instant, thrusting forward with immense force. Meng Ensi, unable to react mid-air, was struck squarely in the chest by the iron staff and sent hurtling backward. Boom! Meng Ensi crashed violently into a small wooden cabin at the center of the flower field, obliterating it in an explosion of debris and smoke. This is just insane. Li Yang and Zhang Min couldn't help but marvel. Sun Tao's combat style was relentless, every strike lethal, every blow devastating. It was hard to believe he was only level 10. If he reached level 30, how strong would he become? And what if he advanced to level 50, or even 100? The mere thought sent chills down their spines. Never cross him. The two exchanged glances, identical thoughts forming in their minds. Damn humans! From the distant wreckage, movement stirred. Meng Ensi pushed aside the broken wooden beams, glaring furiously at Sun Tao. I've changed my mind. I'll crush you piece by piece. As he spoke, Meng Ensi leaped into the air, a dark aura radiating from his entire body. Sun Tao's golden pupils gleamed, locking onto Meng Ensi's trajectory. He swung his staff upward to meet the attack. The bronze cloud staff clashed repeatedly with Meng Ensi's claws, the air echoing with the clash of their strikes. The two figures engaged in a fierce mid-air duel, with Sun Tao's great sage staff technique improving with every exchange. Ding! Great sage staff technique upgraded. New ability unlocked, staff art, Phantom Strike. Phantom Strike, divine when dodging. Extreme evasion leaves a temporary clone at your original position to auto-attack the enemy. Each attack builds one layer of staff momentum. Hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Sun Tao's eyes flashed with determination, his entire being surging with fearless battle fervor. In the next instant, as Meng Ensi's claws swiped toward him, Sun Tao sidestepped with extreme precision, leaving behind an afterimage. Simultaneously, his staff descended like lightning, targeting Meng Ensi's head with pinpoint accuracy. To Sun Tao, Meng Ensi's entire form was riddled with vulnerabilities. After the intense skirmish, he'd thoroughly deciphered Meng Ensi's attack patterns. Extreme evasion? For him, it was child's play. Sun Tao's shadow attack caught Moons off guard. At first, Moons was stunned, but then he let out a deafening roar. The power of the werewolf within him surged to its peak, and his attack speed increased relentlessly. However, this also caused his strikes to become increasingly chaotic and uncoordinated. In contrast, Sun Tao handled the situation with increasing ease, as if he were toying with a frenzied beast that had lost its senses. He even sensed that the werewolf's strength appeared to have been diminished. At the exact moment Moons revealed a flaw, Sun Tao struck decisively. With a precise thrust of his staff, he landed a heavy blow on Moon's shoulder. Seizing the opportunity as Moon staggered, he closed the gap swiftly and rained down a flurry of strikes. The staff in his hands gleamed with golden light, the iron ring at its end faintly shrouded in mist, as though it were summoning divine power from the heavens. The ferocious assault landed on the werewolf Moons like a relentless storm, forcing the alchemist to let out miserable cries as he stumbled backward. His footing became unsteady until, with a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Moons was no longer the savage and brutal figure he had been at the start. Instead, his face was filled with shock and terror. "No, no, don't kill me. I can tell you the secret to immortality," he pleaded desperately, his earlier arrogance replaced by an expression of utter despair. Sun Tao sneered coldly, looking down on the werewolf's grotesque appearance with disdain. "Immortality? If gaining immortality means becoming like you, I'd rather abandon it entirely." Confidence surged through him, bolstered by the presence of the battle spirit of the Monkey King within him. To Sun Tao, eternal life was merely a trivial ability, holding no allure whatsoever. Bang! With a single powerful swing of his staff, the werewolf's headless body collapsed limply to the ground. As Moons fell, for glowing items of different colors spilled out from his body. At the same time, a cold, mechanical voice rang out in Sun Tao's mind. Ding! You have slain the level 25 alchemical werewolf moons, gaining 530 experience points and 160 spirit essence points. As the experience poured in, golden light surrounded Sun Tao, and he leveled up twice in an instant, reaching level 11. Ding! You have cleared the hell-level bronze dungeon, Shadowy Night Forest, earning an additional reward, trial quest ticket, Black Wind Mountain. But the news of Sun Tao defeating the werewolf moons spread quickly. Uncle Wang and the others were utterly stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Am I seeing things? A boss with 900 combat power was actually beaten to death by him? Li Yang exclaimed exaggeratedly. Let alone this being a hell-level dungeon, even on normal difficulty, the final boss at the end would be tough to handle. Typically, it would take a fully coordinated team to clear it without casualties. And now, Sun Tao had single-handedly cleared a hell-level dungeon. Li Yang couldn't help but admire him, secretly feeling he had played a crucial role. After all, without him, Sun Tao wouldn't have been able to enter the dungeon. Li Shuiao's eyes sparkled with both shock and excitement, her curiosity about Sun Tao reaching an all-time high. Who is this guy? She wondered internally. Even in the most elite circles of Liuzhou City, Li Shuiao had never seen anyone as talented as Sun Tao. A battle spirit master under level 10 capable of relentlessly crushing a level 25 boss with 900 combat power? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, no one would believe it, not even in a web novel. Maybe I should invite him to join me in that other dungeon. The more she thought about it, the more she felt this was an excellent idea, and she began planning in her mind. The group descended the small hill, moving towards Sun Tao. At that moment, Sun Tao was inspecting the items dropped by the werewolf moons. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. It was the rage pill recipe, excellent grade. Once learned, this recipe would allow him to craft a pill that could trigger a berserk state, increasing attributes by 30% and attack speed by 50% for 5 minutes, though it came with a 30-minute weakness afterward. Sun Tao felt a surge of excitement, thrilled that this dungeon had yielded such a valuable alchemical recipe. A recipe for alchemical pills. Sun Tao, you've hit the jackpot. Li Shuiao's voice suddenly rang out. She walked up with a bright smile, her eyes filled with desire for the rage pill recipe. Combat-grade pills like this, despite the 30-minute weakness, can boost combat strength by at least 40%, enough to turn the tide in life or death situations. Her tone brimmed with anticipation. If we sell this recipe, it could easily fetch 5 million. 5 million. Sun Tao gasped, his heart pounding. Had he heard that right? An excellent great recipe worth so much money? Seeing his doubt, Li Shuiao patiently explained, recipes and blueprints dropped in these dungeons are always incredibly valuable. Our corporation has specially trained alchemists. Once they learn this recipe, they can start producing rage pills. Forget 5 million, we could even make back 50 million. Sun Tao suddenly understood. Huarong Group was wealthy and primarily dealt in magical creature materials, so the production cost for rage pills would be even lower for them. The initial investment could be quickly recouped. So, what do you think? Will you sell it to us? I can offer 6 million, Li Shuiao said, her eyes gleaming, clearly valuing Sun Tao's potential even more than the recipe. Sun Tao was ecstatic. Including the materials and equipment he'd already obtained, his total earnings from this dungeon were nearing 10 million. Deal. Of course, I'll sell. Tossing the rage pill recipe to Li Shuiao, both of them felt as though they'd struck gold. Next, they discovered another excellent grade item, Fang Gauntlets, excellent grade weapon. With a combat power of 186, the gauntlet's unique traits left Uncle Wang and the others wide-eyed. As a fist-fighting martial artist, Uncle Wang couldn't help but drool at the sight, thinking to himself, this is a real windfall. What incredible traits. If the attack speed is fast enough, couldn't it cause constant bleeding effects? Uncle Wang's eyes burned with excitement, as though he could already see countless enemies falling before him. Compared to these gauntlets, my mundane grade ones are nothing but trash, and I paid over 800,000 for them back then. He sighed deeply, regretting his past choices. Hearing Uncle Wang's words, Sun Tao's lips curled into a slight smirk. He thought to himself, this is my hard-earned loot, how could I let you down? Without hesitation, he tossed the gauntlets to Uncle Wang. Take them. Sun Tao's voice boomed like thunder, stunning everyone present. Uncle Wang froze, bewildered. I can't take this. We didn't help you at all, so I have no right to accept such equipment, he stammered, trying to return the gauntlets, a hint of unease in his gaze. It's all right. Without you all, I wouldn't have been able to enter this secret realm in the first place, Sun Tao said with a smile, shaking his head, a determined light shining in his eyes. This gauntlet is for you. As he spoke, Uncle Wang seemed to be moved by something deep within. A surge of emotion overwhelmed him, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. All right, I'll accept this gauntlet, but I'll still pay you for it. Let's call it 1.5 million. He choked out, his face firm with resolve. Sun Tao shrugged, a mischievous glint flashing in his eyes. Suit yourself. The other two materials were ordinary grade and not worth mentioning. Spiked claw, ordinary grade material. Special material obtained from werewolves, capable of granting weapons a bleeding effect. Unstable compound, ordinary grade. When consumed, it randomly triggers one of the following effects: healing, strength boost, haste, sluggishness, dizziness, or nausea. These two materials were of no use to him, so Sun Tao tossed them all to Li Shuya without a second thought. After all, the young lady was always pondering how to enhance her combat abilities. Aside from these, there was an incredibly important material they needed to gather. Ghost Moon Spider Lily, extraordinary grade material, greatly enhances the mental strength of soul spirits. Upon first consumption, there's a chance to unlock a second soul skill. Plant-based, soul spirits gain additional bonuses, as tolerance limits, rendering multiple doses ineffective, can be used to enhance potions. Holding the Ghost Moon Spider Lily in his hand, Sun Tao was overjoyed. Who would have thought this thing not only strengthens soul spirits but can also be used to upgrade potions? Imagining his future power, his heart brimmed with anticipation. In the flower field surrounding the small wooden cabin, though some Ghost Moon Spider Lilies were lost in the aftermath of the battle, they still managed to gather over 20 stalks. Sun Tao handed 10 stalks to Uncle Wang and gave the rest to Li Shuya. We agreed earlier that Li Shuya wouldn't take anything from the secret realm except for the Ghost Moon grass, Sun Tao said with a slight smile, a surge of pride welling in his chest. Watching Li Shuya's sheer delight, Sun Tao suddenly remembered something. By the way, don't we still have a boss we haven't defeated? At his words, everyone froze before realizing they indeed had one graveyard left unexplored. Could it be a hidden boss? A flicker of excitement crossed Uncle Wang's face as if he could already see the rumored powerful existence, filling him with eager anticipation. After resting for a short while, the group set out toward the other graveyard. Before long, they arrived back at the fork in the path they had encountered earlier. Ha! Sun Tao, carrying his staff, suddenly let out a puzzled sound. Li Shuya looked at him curiously. What's wrong? Sun Tao poked at some scattered small skeletons on the ground with his staff. I remember these weren't here when we first came through. Could this be a new hidden area? Before the group could figure it out, the small skeletons on the ground suddenly began to stir. Sun Tao immediately gripped his staff tightly, narrowing his eyes at them. Annoying. Stop poking at my bones, otherwise, I won't be able to piece myself back together later. With a gust of wind, the small skeletons on the ground reassembled themselves under a mysterious force, standing upright. Seeing Li Shuya and the others treating it as an enemy, the little skeleton quickly waved its hands. Don't be nervous, I'm not your enemy. From somewhere behind it, the small skeleton produced a bone fragment. You're all adventurers, right? This was entrusted to me by our boss. Go to the graveyard ahead and shatter this bone fragment. It will summon our boss. He'll answer all your questions. A hidden quest. Sun Tao and Li Shuya exchanged glances, seeing the surprise and delight in each other's eyes. They hadn't expected there to be a hidden quest in this secret realm. Sun Tao took the bone fragment from the little skeleton, and the group continued forward. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a graveyard filled with rows of tombstones. Wails of spirits echoed in the air. Sun Tao toyed with the bone fragment in his hand before suddenly smashing it to the ground with a snap. In the next moment, the air seemed to freeze, and an oppressive aura suddenly descended. The ground in front of them cracked open, and a hazy figure slowly emerged from the fog. Strange adventurers, I require your assistance. Sure enough, it was a hidden quest. Hearing this opening line, Sun Tao was certain this was definitely the hidden quest of this secret realm. Otherwise, this guy would have already displayed a health bar. Accompanied by the heavy sound of hooves, a ghostly knight clad in crimson armor emerged from the mist. Ghostly Knight Haska, level 25, combat strength 870, skills, charge, judgment spear, knight's shield, skycleave. It turned out to be a ghostly knight who was no weaker than the werewolf moans. Unfortunately, he didn't display a health bar, making him unattackable. Sun Tao felt slightly disappointed but continued listening to what the ghostly knight had to say. I am Haska, commander of the Crimson Lotus Knights of the Empire. I was sent by the Empire to defeat the alchemist Mons, but he was too powerful. Even my brothers were mercilessly slain by him and turned into werewolf minions. Adventurers, I hope you can grant my brothers peace and help me continue the fight against Mons. As a token of my assistance, you may take my emblem. It can temporarily activate the knight's insignia and awaken the residual souls within. When you face Mons in battle, throw my emblem, and I will come to your aid. Hearing Haska's words, Uncle Wang's expression immediately turned strange. This wasn't a hidden quest at all. It was a secret realm mechanic. No wonder he had found it odd earlier. How could a bronze-level secret realm under level 20 have such overpowered werewolf leaders and a final boss? He had assumed it was due to the hell mode difficulty and hadn't thought much of it. But as it turned out, they simply hadn't discovered the proper secret realm mechanics. The most absurd part was that Sun Tao had managed to brute force his way through it. This was ridiculous. The others evidently realized this as well, their expressions all turning peculiar. Sun Tao, oblivious, continued scratching his ear, completely unaware of his own incredible feat. If you can find my brother's knight insignias, I can help you merge them into a true knight's insignia. After Haska finished speaking, Li Shuiao immediately pulled out 3 knight medals from her pouch. Is this what you're talking about? Seeing the fragments of the knight medals in Li Shuiao's hand, Haska was stunned, unable to suppress his shock. You all actually defeated the Knoll chieftain? Everyone nodded, their faces brimming with pride. Haska still couldn't believe it. What I mean is, you all defeated the Knoll chieftain who was guarded by 20 Knoll raiders and possessed battle aura, without my help? The group nodded again, this time with more determination. Haska fell silent, his mouth twitching, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of admiration. It seems you all are truly impressive. He took the 3 knight medal fragments from Li Shuiao's hand, his eyes showing a hint of nostalgia. Then, a faint glow of battle aura shimmered in his hand. Under his control, the 3 fragments quickly fused together, forming a brand new knight medal. Crimson Lotus Knight Medal, Superior Grade, Power, 432, a medal representing the honor of the Crimson Lotus Knights. It bears no name. Once worn, it automatically inscribes the user's name. Wearing this medal reduces incoming damage and allows the use of Spirit Summon. Trait, Spirit Summon, summon a Knight Spirit equipped with Charge, Aura Slash, and Knight Shield to assist in battle. The spirit possesses 60% of the wearer's combat power, exists for 1 minute, and has a cooldown of 10 minutes. What the hell? This medal could summon a Knight Spirit. It was practically a god-tier artifact. Not only could it reduce damage taken, but it could also summon a powerful frontline Knight Spirit to fight. It was the perfect companion for a support-type battle soul master. Li Shuiao was stunned, her mouth agape, nearly drooling at the sight of the medal. Satisfied with the newly forged medal, Haska nodded and solemnly handed it to Li Shuiao. The medal is ready. Now, let's go deal with Mons. To be honest, he's indeed quite strong. Without my help, it might be very challenging for you all. Just as Haska was about to set off, Sun Tao, carrying his copper cloud staff, awkwardly scratched the back of his head. No need to go. We already dealt with Mons. At Sun Tao's words, Haska froze, his expression stiffening as his jaw dropped. You all defeated him too? The group nodded in unison, their expressions full of confidence. Let me confirm, the Mons you're talking about, he's the one who can summon 4 alchemical grey wolves and has a werewolf transformation, right? Sun Tao nodded and rummaged through his pouch, pulling out a blood-stained spiked claw. Seeing the claw in Sun Tao's hand, Haska fell silent, his heart trembling. This is indeed Mons' claw. He let out a long sigh, his expression becoming almost ethereal. I didn't expect your strength to be this formidable. Since Mons is already dead, my task is complete as well. Thank you, adventurers. As a token of gratitude, I'll leave you my armor. I hope it continues to fight for freedom. With those words, Haska's face revealed a smile of relief, and his figure began to dissipate. Left behind was a set of armor glowing with a red light, slowly descending from mid-air. Crimson Lotus Armor, Perfect Grade, Power, 462. The battle armor of the Crimson Lotus Knights, tested through countless battles. It increases the user's defense and health regeneration speed while unleashing Crimson Lotus Flames to burn enemies. Trait, Crimson Lotus Flames. When activated, the entire body is enveloped in crimson flames, increasing magical defense and burning nearby enemies. It reflects magical damage back to enemies who harm the user. perfect grade armor? Staring at the armor's incredible power and terrifying traits, Uncle Wang couldn't help but scream. This is practically a warrior's divine artifact. Not only does it increase defense, but it also burns surrounding enemies and reflects damage. Uncle Wang's voice echoed through the air, seemingly igniting everyone's battle spirit. With the Crimson Lotus Flames trait, Uncle Wang boldly predicted that this armor wouldn't need upgrading even at level 50. Sun Tao, are you selling this armor? If we handle the transaction, we could sell it for at least 30 million. Li Shuiao's eyes sparkled with amazement. To her, a perfect grade piece of armor was almost an unimaginable existence. She knew very well how rare perfect grade magical equipment was on the market, even money couldn't buy it. Her family's Huazhong group only owned 13 perfect grade magical tools in total. 30 million? Upon hearing the suggestion, Sun Tao shook his head firmly. Forget it, I'm not selling this armor. I happen to need one right now, so I'll keep it for myself. The Crimson Lotus armor's appearance was incredibly luxurious. The chest was adorned with a blooming Crimson Lotus design surrounded by fine, scale-like protective plates that safeguarded vital areas while exuding an aura of majesty. Subtle golden patterns shimmered under the sunlight, flowing like the breath of fire. Anyone who looked at it could feel its intense heat. The belt featured a dragon head design, its eyes inlaid with dazzling gemstones that radiated a fiery red glow, as if ready to spew flames at any moment. The lower body skirt armor also carried a Crimson Lotus motif, with streamlined plates layered like flower petals, forming a flawless protective network. In a word, badass. This armor, so stylish and cool, seemed tailor-made for Sun Tao. How could he possibly part with it? Whether it was powerful or not didn't matter, owning it was a lifetime achievement. Sun Tao donned the Crimson Lotus armor, holding his staff as he spun around, a satisfied smile on his face. This trip to the secret realm has already made me a fortune. I don't need a few extra million. Seeing Sun Tao's refusal to sell, Li Shuiao felt a hint of disappointment. However, she couldn't say much, as they had agreed before entering the secret realm that they wouldn't take anything except the netherite grass. Alright, this expedition to the secret realm ends here. Li Shuiao glanced at Sun Tao, seeming to want to say something more. What's wrong? Is there something else you want to say? Sun Tao's eyes flickered, as if sensing her hesitation. Li Shuiao lowered her head slightly, her cheeks instantly turning bright red. Uncle Wang and the others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with glee. They understood that Sun Tao's strength had completely won their respect. If Li Shuiao could build a good relationship with him, the future would undoubtedly hold great prospects. With that in mind, the trio tactfully stepped away, giving the two some space to talk. Can I add you on Feishin? Next time there's a secret realm, we could explore it together. Li Shuiao took the initiative to speak. Uncle Wang and the two others showed expressions of surprise on their faces, but deep down, they were delighted. Excellent. The young lady is taking the initiative, it's truly a pleasant surprise. My phone's dead, Sun Tao said, his cheeks slightly flushed with embarrassment. Over the past few days, he had been so focused on practicing the Great Sage Staff technique that he forgot to charge his phone and didn't even carry it with him. Hearing Sun Tao's words, Li Shuiao's heart nearly shattered. She had finally mustered the courage to ask a guy for his contact information, only to be rejected with such an awkward excuse. Could it be that he really didn't care for her? Seeing Li Shuiao on the verge of tears, Sun Tao started to panic and hastily explained, "Hey, don't cry. I'm telling the truth, I really don't have my phone with me, and it's out of power." Suddenly, Li Shuiao couldn't help but laugh. Her eyes welled up with tears, but they carried a hint of delight. She pulled a pen from her waist pouch, grabbed Sun Tao's hand, and wrote down a string of numbers on his palm. "Alright, I believe you. Anyway, I still need to transfer money to you later. This is my number. Send me a message when you get back, and I'll transfer the money to your account. Don't worry, when it comes to money, I won't forget." Sun Tao patted his chest confidently, brimming with assurance. "A few days from now, our group is planning to go explore the Skeleton Cavern. Do you want to join us? I can cover the entrance fee for you." Skeleton Cavern. Sun Tao's heart stirred. Now that was a great place. It was the most renowned secret realm in Liuzhou City, with a difficulty level roughly at the silver rank. Definitely not to be missed. It had 9 levels in total, filled with monsters ranging from level 10 to level 50. The monster density was high, and the drop rates were incredible, a veritable paradise for battle souls. Despite the dangers, it was a sacred site that countless adventurers longed for. Due to its high level of danger, the government of Liuzhou City strictly regulated access, allowing only 1,000 people to enter daily. Each person had to pay a 2 million yuan entrance fee. Previously, Sun Tao had wanted to break in to level up but was deterred by the steep ticket price. It was an insurmountable barrier for him. I remember the skeleton cavern requires a minimum team of 10 people, right? Sun Tao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Li Shuao nodded in confirmation. That's right. This adventure is initiated by Su Wei, the young master of the Lingyao group. Most of the participants are from our circle. Including me, there are 5 of us. We agreed that each person could bring only one companion. The idea is to test our real combat strength and showcase our potential. A hint of unease flickered in Li Shuao's eyes. Hearing this, Sun Tao raised an eyebrow, as though he had sensed something. Don't you still have Uncle Wan? Can't you have him accompany you? Li Shuao sighed, her tone filled with helplessness. To tell you the truth, there's someone I really dislike in this group who's been chasing after me. I want to take you along to make him give up on me. Sun Tao seemed to understand. Oh, so that's how it is. There's an additional fee for that. Li Shuao's eyes glinted with a trace of wariness. What? Sun Tao scoffed. You want me to pretend to be your boyfriend, and you're still gonna charge me? Li Shuao was speechless for a moment, almost wanting to retort. Do you even hear yourself? I, Li Shuao, am a person of noble standing. How could I possibly stoop so low? Relax, I'm very professional. As long as you're paying, I'll do whatever you ask, whether it's acting the part or smacking someone's face. Sun Tao beamed brightly, as if he could already see success within his grasp. Li Shuao almost burst out laughing from anger. She shook her head helplessly. Fine, fine. Name your price. Sun Tao thought for a moment, then flashed a sly grin. For someone of my caliber, an appearance fee has to be at least 3 to 5 million, right? But since we're classmates, I'll give you a discount, 4.8 million. Our so-called classmate friendship is worth only 200,000? Li Shuao retorted, dissatisfied. Fine, 4.9 million? Sun Tao didn't back down and even raised the price. Li Shuaya felt a headache coming on and quickly waved her hand. Alright, 4.8 million it is. Do you have any other demands? Of course. First, you'll cover the entrance fee, and the loot from the secret realm will be split evenly between us. Second, no touching me. If acting is required, you have to notify me in advance, and additional fees might apply depending on the situation. Sun Tao began counting his demands on his fingers. Holding hands is 30,000. A kiss is 50,000. And if you want me to play the part of the completely obedient boyfriend, I won't do it for anything less than 100,000. His words left people speechless. That's it. Li Shuao's fists clenched tightly, her heart burning with anger. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her rage. Anything else? Of course. This arrangement is limited to the secret realm adventure. If there are any negative repercussions for me afterward, like rumors, you'll have to take responsibility, Sun Tao added bluntly, piling on the conditions. After half an hour of bargaining, the two finally reached an agreement. Watching the mix of shyness, anger, resignation, and delight on Li Shuao's face, Uncle Wang sighed from the side, thinking to himself, the young lady is completely under his thumb. This adventure is bound to be extraordinary. After leaving the secret realm, with the help of Li Shuao and the others, Sun Tao quickly tracked down the flaming wolf boss that had previously fled. Confronting this level 10 flaming wolf king, Sun Tao showed no mercy. With just a few strikes, he sent it to the afterlife. Ding! You have slain a level 10 flaming wolf king. Experience gained, 32. Spirit essence gained, 5. How boring, how boring. It died after just a few hits, no challenge at all, Sun Tao muttered, feeling let down. He had expected the Wolf King to summon its minions, so he had been holding back during the fight. But to his surprise, the Wolf King didn't even let out a whimper before dying. In its final moments, the Wolf King thought to itself, you wiped out all my underlings. Who the hell am I supposed to summon? Ding! You've completed the novice quest. Testing the waters, eliminate 200 level 10 monsters and 5 level 10 bosses. Reward, 1 destiny spell draw, 1 chi gathering technique. New novice quest obtained, fresh start. Quest description, complete a trial challenge. Quest reward, Universe Scroll X1. Destiny spell draw, allows you to draw a spell from a designated destiny template character. Chi gathering technique, divine passive effect, increases mana regeneration rate. While attacking, staff momentum can be accumulated up to 3 layers. When actively unleashed, all momentum is released instantly, enhancing attack damage and critical strike damage. Another divine skill. Truly worthy of the great sage, Sun Tao exclaimed, overjoyed. With 1 more destiny spell draw remaining, he thought he might just pull another even stronger ability. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of Li Shuao standing nearby. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind. Hey, lend me a hand, Sun Tao said, extending his hand toward her. Li Shuao looked at him in confusion, thinking to herself, I just agreed to help him deal with the Wolf King's corpse, what could he possibly need now? Is he holding out his hand because he wants to hold mine? What's the deal with this guy? There are so many people here. Looking at Sun Tao extending his palm towards her, Li Shuiao's face instantly flushed red, and her mind began to wander. What are you trying to do? So many people are watching. Sun Tao, slightly impatient, shook his hand. Stop babbling nonsense, hurry up. Li Shuiao sneakily glanced at Uncle Wang and the others, noticing they were seriously handling the corpse of the blazing Firewolf King, completely oblivious to this side. Their mouths were stretched in wide grins, their faces full of excitement. Wow! They're holding hands! They're holding hands! So sweet! So sweet! As expected of the young lady, her charm is absolutely flawless. Li Shuiao's face grew even redder as she silently thought to herself, I'm only letting you hold my hand because you helped me clear the secret realm, don't get the wrong idea. With great reluctance, she placed her small hand onto Sun Tao's palm. Sun Tao slapped the back of her hand and said irritably, what are you doing? I just wanted you to blow on my palm. Li Shuiao was utterly embarrassed, her hand hovering mid-air, unable to decide whether to retreat or proceed. In frustration, she blew a breath onto Sun Tao's palm, intentionally adding a bit of spit. How old are you, still spitting like a child? Sun Tao wiped his palm on his clothes with disdain, thinking to himself, this girl is really. Directly in his mind, he activated the Destiny spell extraction. Ding! Selected Destiny template, Great Sage equal to Heaven. Successfully extracted skill, Binding spell. Binding spell, Divine tier, channel your mana and shout the word bind, rendering the target immobile. The higher their intelligence, the shorter the duration of immobilization. Indeed, another divine tier spell. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Sun Tao was ecstatic, thinking, this is amazing. With the Great Sage's signature binding spell, I can directly control my opponents. Looking at Li Shuiao, who was still sulking beside him, Sun Tao felt a mischievous impulse well up inside him. Why are you looking at me like that? Li Shuiao pouted, clearly upset about what had just happened. Forget it. She doesn't look too bright anyway. Binding her for a day should be enough. Sun Tao smirked to himself, thinking he was too kind-hearted, as he had only considered using the binding spell during battles. Alright, it's getting late. I should head back. Remember to transfer today's payment to my account, Sun Tao said to Li Shuiao as he noticed Uncle Wang and the others finishing up with the blazing Firewolf King's corpse. Li Shuiao nodded, don't worry, we'll handle these things quickly. The money will be in your account by tomorrow. Alright then, I'm off. Contact me if anything comes up. Sun Tao waved his hand nonchalantly and walked alone towards the edge of the forest. This area's blazing firewolves had all been dealt with, leaving no danger behind. Therefore, Sun Tao wasn't worried about Li Shuiao's safety. Li Shuiao stretched out a hand, wanting to call him back, but ultimately, no words came out. Her heart was filled with a mix of emotions. Seriously, he just left me here, as if I'd eat him or something. It wasn't until Sun Tao's figure completely disappeared that she stomped her foot in frustration, pouting. Exiting the blood-red forest, Sun Tao didn't linger. A burning passion for battle ignited within him. He hurried to the bus station, at the fastest speed, catching the last bus back to the city. His mood was soaring like a hawk in flight, filled with excitement. However, the atmosphere in the return bus was vastly different from before. Weariness had diluted the joy of victory. Some members of the team had lost their companions, their faces heavy with grief. The sorrowful mood hung over them like dark clouds, and everyone wore expressions of silent mourning. Sun Tao, on the other hand, seemed to inhabit a different world. Sitting in the last row, he excitedly opened his attribute panel, his heart brimming with pride. Destined 1, Sun Tao. Level, 11. Combat Power, 1340. War Soul, Divine Tier Great Sage equal to Heaven, 4%. Skills, Great Sage Staff Technique, 3. Basic Meditation, Furious Ape Strength, 1. Copper Head and Iron Arms, 1. Hair Clone, 1. Binding Spell, 1. Chi Gathering Technique, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Staff, Treasure Lotus Elixir Flask. Spiritual Essence Points, 1267. To defeat the boss, he had upgraded his Destiny template by 2 levels, using up all his Spiritual Essence Points. After the boss fight, he hunted some wild monsters, bringing his Spiritual Essence points back to over 1200. Unfortunately, it took 4000 points just to increase 1 level of skill proficiency, making an upgrade impossible for now. The points could only be used to level up skills. Casually, he upgraded Furious Ape Strength and Chi Gathering Technique to level 2. The 1200 plus Spiritual Essence points were instantly spent. Looking at his dazzling attribute panel, Sun Tao felt an immense sense of pride. Having 4 divine tier skills at level 11, with combat power soaring to 1300, was simply unbelievable. My classmates, even those at the same level, probably don't even have half my combat power. Sun Tao couldn't help but feel smug. However, reality soon made him realize he had overestimated his peers. Even Li Shuao, the school beauty with an A-tier war soul, only had a combat power of just over 300. Others hadn't even broken 100. I must not be arrogant or complacent. At this moment, Sun Tao's mindset was entirely different from when he was in battle. He had shed some of his sharp edges, gaining a bit more wisdom and hiding his capabilities. While I might be strong among those at my level, compared to true geniuses, I'm still far behind. Below level 50, most War Soul Masters are no match for me. But if I encounter someone above level 50, I'll only have the option of running away. After level 49, War Soul Masters needed to undergo War Soul Ascension. Only after succeeding would they become Tier 2 War Soul Masters. Their attributes and combat power would skyrocket, and they would gain the ability to summon their War Soul's true form, a skill Sun Tao couldn't even compare to at this stage. Sun Tao deeply understood the principle of the tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled. Before he truly grew stronger, he would never reveal the true rank of his War Soul. His goal was never just to be invincible among his peers but to become the strongest War Soul Master in the world. I possess the destiny of the great sage equal to heaven. Sun Tao's eyes glimmered with confidence as he silently vowed, I must not disgrace the great sage. He firmly believed that as long as he was given enough time, he would undoubtedly become the strongest War Soul Master in existence. Grumble. A sound from his stomach broke his train of thought. Sun Tao rubbed his belly, his expression turning a bit wry. He had been out for nearly the entire day, skipping both lunch and dinner. His stomach was already growling in hunger. Even the great sage needs to eat, he sighed helplessly, but in his heart, he swore that when he became truly powerful, he would never let himself go hungry again. By the time Sun Tao returned to the resettlement community, it was already past 8 p.m. After 8 p.m., Liuzhou City was brightly lit, its bustling streets seeming to beckon him. However, all of this had little to do with the northern resettlement community. Though the streets within the community were old, they were clean and orderly. The streetlights on both sides emitted a warm, yellow glow. Elderly residents were cooling off outside, while children played gleefully in the square. Their joyful laughter echoed in the night sky, like a beautiful melody. Sun Tao walked along the pathway of the residential area, his gaze sweeping over the apartment buildings, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. Brother Sun, you're back. A young figure dashed out from the hallway, like a little bird flying into Sun Tao's arms. Sun Tao bent down slightly and hugged Little Glutinous Rice tightly. Little Glutinous Rice, did you listen to your mom today? Sun Tao looked at Little Glutinous Rice, his face radiating a warm smile. Little Glutinous Rice raised her head, her face full of pride, and planted a kiss on Sun Tao's cheek. Of course, I ate by myself today. I even ate 3 pieces of green vegetables. And today the teacher also taught us to sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Mom said I sang really well. Seeing Little Glutinous Rice's overflowing pride, Sun Tao pretended to be surprised and said, Wow, really? Our Little Glutinous Rice is amazing, truly growing up. At that moment, a graceful figure hurried over. Seeing Sun Tao holding little Nuomi, she breathed a sigh of relief. Sunu Onuo, you're clinging to brother Sun Tao again. Hurry and get down. Zhou Yang deliberately put on a stern face and scolded little Nuomi. However, little Nuomi made a funny face at her and then leaned on Sun Tao, giggling mischievously. Zhou Yang looked at her helplessly and apologized to Sun Tao, saying, Sorry for bothering you again. Sun Tao laughed heartily and patted little Nuomi's head. It's no bother. I like little Nuomi too. Zhou Yang was a single mother who had been living next door to Sun Tao with little Nuomi. It was said that little Nuomi's father was a soul warrior who had heroically sacrificed himself 3 years ago during a magical beast invasion. Later, Zhou Yang's parents fell ill, and all their savings were spent trying to save them, but to no avail. She had no choice but to move to a resettlement community to barely make ends meet. By the way, brother Sun, I heard you awakened your battle soul. Is it a really powerful battle soul? Little Nuomi asked Sun Tao with her big, blinking eyes. Her father was a battle soul master, so she admired battle soul masters the most and aspired to become an excellent one in the future. Sun Tao smiled and playfully tapped little Nuomi's nose. Of course, your brother Sun has an especially powerful battle soul. He carried little Nuomi into the hallway, while Zhou Yang watched from the side, a faint smile appearing on his face. After taking little Nuomi home and playing with her for a while, Sun Tao finally returned to his own house. After casually eating something, Sun Tao sat on his bed and began reviewing the day's gains. First and foremost, the biggest gains were the improvements in his level and combat power. After entering the secret realm, his level had risen to level 11, and he had completed the novice mission, earning 2 divine level skills. The spoils obtained in the secret realm were handed over to Li Shuiyo for processing, with a conservative estimate of over 10 million. When the money arrives, it should be enough to buy a house in the city. However, Sun Tao decided to stay here for now because after the Battle Soul College entrance exam, he would definitely head to Kyoto. At that time, taking the money to buy a house in Kyoto would be more cost-effective. For now, this sum of money could be used to purchase some cultivation resources, such as mental potions, to accelerate the cultivation process. In this world, apart from leveling up by fighting magical beasts, Battle Soul Masters could also cultivate through various mental techniques and meditation methods, absorbing the free-floating energy from the outside world to enhance their energy, intensity and achieve upgrades. However, this method of cultivation was much slower than leveling up by fighting beasts. Therefore, people often treated it as a supplementary method, with the primary way of leveling up being going out to fight beasts. By the way, I think I also got a trial mission ticket today. Sun Tao searched in the system space and indeed found a golden card floating in his mind. With a flip of his palm, he retrieved it from the system. The front of the golden card was printed with 3 small seal script characters in Yangwon, Black Myth. The back depicted a towering mountain and a dilapidated Zen temple, with 3 large characters written on it, Black Wind Mountain. Is this the ticket for the trial mission? Doesn't seem all that special. Sun Tao looked at the ticket back and forth a few times and opened the entry description. Trial mission ticket, Black Wind Mountain after use, grants access to the special trial map Black Wind Mountain. Defeat the final boss to unlock the Destiny mural and freely enter and exit the trial world. Usable times, 0 out of 10. After failing the trial 3 times, martial simulation mode can be activated, allowing a wisp of the soul to enter and simulate the trial without consuming ticket usage. A trace of excitement flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. The Black Wind Mountain trial mission might be another opportunity for him to enhance his strength. Looking at the description on the entry, Sun Tao frowned slightly and thought to himself, this trial mission ticket can only be used 10 times. If I fail every time, that would be such a waste. But then he realized that as long as he could clear the trial within these 10 attempts, he would be able to enter the Black Wind Mountain trial world infinitely in the future. This was practically an unbeatable secret realm. Sun Tao's fighting spirit ignited instantly. He was extremely familiar with Black Wind Mountain and its bosses, Guangji, Guangmo, Ling Shuzi, the White-Clothed Scholar, the Spectre, and Elder Jinchi were all old acquaintances of his. He recalled how, back when he first played Black Myth, he had been stuck in Black Wind Mountain for 3 whole days before finally clearing it. He could now dodge every boss's skills with his eyes closed. Seeing the trial mission ticket for Black Wind Mountain now, Sun Tao's confidence surged like a flood. With a disdainful expression, he said, "Humph, little Black Wind Mountain, watch me take you down in 2 hours." With that, he flicked the card in his hand, which instantly transformed into a golden portal. Gripping his copper cloud staff, Sun Tao's gaze was resolute as he strode boldly into the teleportation gate of Black Wind Mountain. The moment he stepped into Black Wind Mountain, the skies over Liuzhou City suddenly changed dramatically. Countless dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder roared, as if cheering for Sun Tao's challenge. Walk, 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 roam, 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 willingly becoming a horse or ox for copper coins. Being human is better than being a demon, not fearing the endless orders of the King of Hell. On the mountain path of Black Wind Mountain, demonic energy filled the air as 2 wolf demons wandered around. One wolf demon shook its head, reciting a playful poem, and suddenly spotted a hairy peach on the ground. Its face lit up with a smile. "Hey, look, fortune comes with destiny." The wolf demon picked up the peach and laughed heartily, while the other wolf demon also grinned. "Big brother, you really have good fortune." It must have rolled down from some mountain peak. The wolf demon who picked up the peach wiped it clean. "Just in time, I'm hungry. This peach sure knows its place." Taking a bite, the wolf demon suddenly let out a miserable scream, and the peach was instantly flung away. At that moment, Sun Tao felt a wave of dizziness, and his entire body materialized from the thick smoke, exclaiming, "How did I turn into a monkey?" Looking at his hands covered in monkey fur, Sun Tao was utterly shocked. "You little monkey, how dare you play tricks on your grandpa? Today, I'll make sure you learn your lesson." The familiar shouting in his ears brought him back to his senses. So this was the trial mission. He had actually become the destined monkey. This sudden transformation ignited an even stronger fighting spirit within him. He absolutely couldn't give up now. Seeing the 2 wolf demons charging at him, Sun Tao was secretly startled, but his face remained calm and composed. He pulled out the copper cloud staff from his ear and casually swung it. Bang! The staff collided with the blade, and Sun Tao's expression instantly changed. This strength, something's off. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the other wolf demon raising its blade to strike. Without time to think, Sun Tao quickly dodged, leaving a fleeting shadow in the air, perfectly evading the attacks of the two wolf demons. After rolling several times to create distance, he was inwardly shocked. The combat power of these two wolf demons is unexpectedly formidable. Wolf Scout, Wolf Warrior, both are level 3, with over 600 combat power? These are definitely small boss-level entities. Sun Tao was shaken to his core. The wolf demons before him were merely at the entrance of Black Wind Mountain, making it hard to imagine how strong the elite monsters and bosses deeper inside would be. 2,000? 3,000? He dared not think further, focusing instead on dealing with the wolf demons in front of him. Ah, give me your life! The Wolf Scout roared furiously, brandishing its long blade as it charged at Sun Tao. It seemed to have mastered some techniques, with a layer of gray light enveloping the blade, slashing forward with unstoppable momentum. Sun Tao silently recited the chi-gathering technique in his heart, channeling a continuous flow of energy into the long staff in his hands. When the Wolf Scout's moves became predictable, he decisively swung a powerful backhand strike. With the staff, smashing it hard onto its head. The immense force caused the Wolf Scout's skull to burst open, and its body instantly disintegrated into countless ashes, which were blown by a gentle breeze and scattered all over Sun Tao. What is this? Experience points? Sun Tao wondered, but there was no time to dwell on it as the wolf warrior had already charged in front of him. Wielding a sword and shield, it attacked. At the moment of impact, Sun Tao dodged to the left, triggering his rapid movement technique, leaving an afterimage in place. Then, together with the afterimage, the two figures of Sun Tao wielded their staffs and launched a fierce assault on the wolf warrior. A series of swift staff strikes left the wolf warrior unable to counterattack. The final heavy blow sent it flying into the air, and sure enough, the wolf warrior also disintegrated into a cloud of ash. Beep! You have killed a level 3 Wolf Scout, gaining experience *32 and spirit value *18. Beep! You have killed a level 3 Wolf Warrior, gaining experience *32 and spirit value *18. Hearing the system prompt, Sun Tao instantly showed a disappointed expression. This experience is way too little. At the moment the two wolf demons died, an aged voice echoed from midair. No matter how many times you come, you just can't change this mischievous nature. Upon hearing this, Sun Tao immediately understood it was the land deity of Black Wind Mountain speaking. He took a few steps forward and indeed saw a small land temple, less than the height of a person, not far away. Aya, what are you daydreaming about? Quickly pluck a hair and pay your respects. Sun Tao pulled a monkey hair from his head, and as if by instinct, he flicked it casually. It transformed into a stick of incense, which he placed in front of the earth god shrine. The originally withered branches instantly came back to life, blooming with peach blossoms. A wisp of white smoke drifted out from the shrine, landing beside Sun Tao and transforming into an elderly figure. This person was only as tall as a 7 or 8-year-old child, leaning on a cane in one hand and holding a back scratcher in the other. His face was covered with a beard, and his head was disproportionately large. Sun Tao recognized him at a glance. It was the earth god of Black Wind Mountain. He had seen him in the game before, and now seeing him in person, he looked exactly the same as in the game. This humble deity is the earth god of Black Wind Mountain and has been waiting here for a long time. The earth god spoke while keeping his eyes fixed on Sun Tao, carefully examining his face and involuntarily stepping closer. Like, it's just too similar. Sun Tao was startled by his sudden approach. Just as he was about to ask, he realized he couldn't move at all. Well, just like the fated character in the game, he's a mute. Sun Tao fought helplessly and could only quietly listen as the earth god began explaining the background. Keep going forward, and you'll reach Guanyin Zen Monastery. Back in the day, it was bustling with worshippers, but alas, that great fire. The earth god rambled on, and Sun Tao listened quietly. Looks like this trial mission is the same as the first one in the game, defeating the black bear demon. Suddenly, a wolf's howl echoed from the distant mountains, startling the earth god. You don't remember this place, but there are quite a few people here who haven't forgotten you, the earth god said solemnly. Little monkey, may you have good fortune. With that, the earth god transformed into a wisp of white smoke and quickly vanished from the earth temple. Sun Tao felt he could move again, his heart trembling slightly. This battle had only just begun. Alright, next up is killing Guangji, battling Big Head, and grabbing the fire shield to defeat the black bear. Sun Tao was full of confidence. After all, he had cleared this level countless times. The road to the spirits is more familiar than the way home. Ding! Obtain Shrinking Earth Green Talisman *1. Shrinking Earth Green Talisman, special item can be used during trial tasks to instantly return to the nearest Earth Temple. Whoa! It's exactly the same as in the game. Sun Tao weighed the shrinking earth green talisman in his hand, his heart filled with emotion. He had thought that crossing over was already the limit, but he hadn't expected to experience a real-life version of Black Myth, Wukong. Shaking his head, he put the shrinking earth green talisman into his backpack and continued on his way. Brother Guangji, I'm here. 5 minutes later, a strand of monkey hair slowly floated down from midair, revealing Sun Tao's figure. He stared at his hands in a daze, disbelief written all over his face. I can't believe I was actually killed by Gu Huiyuan. Just moments ago, he had been moving forward, collecting all the materials, and successfully reaching Gu Huiyuan. I originally thought the Gu Huiyuan was just a target for teaching players the immobilization technique, but the sense of oppression from him was astonishing. Wielding a 10-foot-long axe, he killed Sun Tao in just a few strikes. Sun Tao didn't even have time to react before being sent off by Gu Huiyuan's heavy axe. Damn, if even Gu Huiyuan can't be defeated, what's the point of fighting Guangji? Sun Tao was helpless. After his death, he realized that each trial only allowed 3 lives. Once all 3 lives were used up, the trial would fail. If all 10 trials failed, the trial mission ticket would disappear, and the chance to clear Black Wind Mountain would be lost forever. I don't believe it. A mere Gu guard can stop me. Sun Tao once again rushed to the front of Gu Huiyuan, holding a stick. Gu Huiyuan wielded a heavy axe, looking valiant and sharp-eyed. You monkey, here to court death again, he said coldly. Sun Tao said nothing, fully embodying the nature of a mute-destined person. Directly gathering energy, without waiting for Gu Huiyuan to make a move, he struck down with a powerful charged blow from his heavy staff. Bang! With a heavy strike, Gu Huiyuan was forced to take a few steps back, instantly flying into a rage. How dare you! You dare to cause trouble on Black Wind Mountain! He swung his massive axe, bringing it down with tremendous force, causing the ground to tremble and leaving a fist-sized pit. The splashed stones hit Sun Tao's face, causing intense pain. What a fine Gu protector! I want to see how much skill you truly have. Anger ignited in Sun Tao's heart, as if he could hear the call to battle. He would never back down and fought with all his might. Gu Protector, Elite, Level 8, Combat Power, 1730. Skills, Innate Strength, Wild Bull Charge. Now this is what a mountain gatekeeper should look like. Sun Tao held the bronze cloud staff, locked in an intense standoff with the Gu Protector. Unlike the clumsiness in the game, the Gu Protector here was highly skilled in martial arts. The large axe in his hand moved like a meteor dancing in the wind, swift yet agile, leaving Sun Tao no opportunity to strike. But Sun Tao was no ordinary chosen one. He was a super chosen one, equipped with skills like immobilization, copperhead iron arms, and hair clone. How could he possibly lose to a mere Gu Protector? Recalling his previous defeat, Sun Tao secretly warned himself to stay vigilant. This time, he would not be careless. His eyes gleamed with golden light as he activated the insight skill, capturing every move of the Gu Protector. His footwork was nimble and swift, dodging the Gu Protector's attacks as much as possible. Curse you, little monkey! Take this axe from your grandpa Nyo. The guard was clearly enraged by Sun Tao's agile dodging. With a furious roar, he raised his large axe and leapt high, aiming straight for Sun Tao's head. Freeze! At the critical moment, Sun Tao decisively acted, pointing at the guard. Golden light shimmered, and a mysterious character for Freeze appeared. The guard was instantly immobilized in mid-air, unable to move. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sun Tao immediately plucked a tuft of monkey fur, gently blew on it, and 4 or 5 monkey clones instantly materialized, charging fiercely at the guard with sticks in hand. Bang! 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 The clones' attacks fell like raindrops, causing the Guardian's health bar to plummet rapidly. Sun Tao stood to the side, using the chi-gathering technique, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the Guardian. At the very last moment before the immobilization spell ended, he gathered all his strength and unleashed a heavy strike infused with 3 layers of staff momentum. Bang! The iron staff struck fiercely on the Guardian's head, forcing him back several steps. His angry roar echoed in the air, and his health bar was already halfway down, leaving him in an extremely disadvantageous position. One more time. Before the Guardian could counterattack, Sun Tao shouted again, "Freeze!" Ding! The Guardian was once again immobilized by the golden light, and the Earth God of Black Wind Mountain crawled out from its body, seemingly pleased with Sun Tao's performance. It's been a long time since I've used it, but this immobilization technique still works well, the Earth God said with a smile. Since you're an old acquaintance from Flower Fruit Mountain, teaching you a trick is no problem. Come, quickly extend your hand. Sun Tao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Sure enough, the Earth God would appear when his health was halved. But I've already learned the immobilization technique. What else could he give me? Could it be an upgrade to the immobilization technique? With doubts in his mind, Sun Tao raised his hand. The Earth God gently waved his hand, and amidst the shimmering golden light, a golden character for immobilize appeared in Sun Tao's palm. Beep, immobilization spell experience infused, immobilization spell level +1. It really leveled up. Sun Tao was overjoyed and quickly opened the system. The upgraded immobilization spell not only enhanced the damage dealt to the target during immobilization but also deepened his understanding of the spell. He vaguely felt that if he could level up the immobilization spell a few more times, he might be able to achieve group immobilization. Unfortunately, my magical power isn't very profound. It's fine for dealing with dim-witted foes, but if I encounter a stronger monster, I can only immobilize it for a moment. The Earth God was still rambling on the side, but before he finished speaking, Guo Yuan suddenly jolted and instantly broke free from the immobilization spell. These fools have no sense of respecting the old and cherishing the young. Kid, quickly use the divine power you just learned to subdue him. After saying this, the Earth God turned into a puff of white smoke and instantly disappeared in front of Sun Tao. Quite the quick escape. Sun Tao shook his head and chuckled lightly. Seeing the guard charge forward again with his axe raised, he swiftly dodged and took advantage of the opening in his attack to launch a quick sneak attack with his light staff. When the immobilization spell was ready again, Sun Tao pointed a finger, and the guard was immobilized once more. This time, he showed no mercy, immediately unleashing a smooth combo attack that completely drained the guard's last sliver of health. Beep! You have slain level 8 guard, elite, gaining experience *84, spirit value *32. After taking down the guard, Sun Tao continued forward, arriving at the second Earth Temple. Skillfully, he plucked a strand of hair, transformed it into incense, and placed it in the incense burner. Suddenly, the Earth Temple activated, and the Earth God appeared once more, his face bearing a serious expression. If you recklessly charge forward without knowing the depths, you might suffer greatly. I shall turn you into a golden cicada, so you can follow the firelight ahead and explore the truth of this mountain. The Earth God tapped his staff, and his magic instantly enveloped Sun Tao, transforming him into a special golden cicada. The art of transformation, truly marvelous. Sun Tao felt delighted. This was his first time experiencing the 72 transformations, and it was indeed incredibly magical. He sensed the power outside his body and gradually gained some insight into the art of transformation. Controlling the golden cicada, he flew forward, skillfully avoiding various monsters along the way and even glancing at the wandering ghost Big Head on the road. First, I'll deal with Guangji, then I'll handle Big Head later. Looking at Big Head's back, Sun Tao couldn't help but recall the fear it had instilled in him in his previous life. Back when he played Black Myth, he stubbornly avoided looking up strategies to ensure his gaming experience, only to get stuck at Big Head for over 3 hours. In the end, he had no choice but to search online for a solution, only to discover that the trick was to bypass Big Head and kill Guangji first. The realization had infuriated Sun Tao. This time, he wouldn't repeat the same mistake and went straight to find Guangji. After obtaining the Crimson Tide, he would then battle Big Head for 300 rounds. Once I get my Guang Daddy, let's see if I don't finish you off completely. Avoiding the patrolling wolf demon, he smoothly arrived outside Guangji's courtyard. With a flicker of his figure, he instantly transformed back into his destiny monkey form. Another monkey. A voice came from inside the courtyard. Sun Tao focused his gaze and saw a wolf demon with a human body dressed in monk robes. Holding a double-headed blade, the wolf demon slashed the ground, igniting roaring flames. Guangji, leader, level 12. Combat power, 2356. Skills, Swallow Return, Fire Dance, Fire Whirlwind, Crimson Tide Combo Slash. Damn, such high combat power. This might be tough to beat. Seeing Guangji's terrifying combat strength, Sun Tao's face turned pale, and he secretly lamented in his heart. Noticing Sun Tao's silence, a trace of brutality flashed in Guangji's eyes. Twirling the Crimson Tide in his hand, he slowly said, "Why not put down your staff and learn some Buddhist teachings with me?" Sun Tao couldn't respond and could only deliver a fully charged heavy strike with his staff. Listen to the Buddhist teachings. Struck by the blow, Guangji immediately raised the Crimson Tide, his body transforming into a streak of light as he charged at Sun Tao in an instant. Before Sun Tao could react, he saw a flash of fire before his eyes, and the next moment, he was struck down to the ground. Flames engulfed his body, continuously inflicting burning damage. Damn! So fast. Sun Tao was startled, noticing Guangxi preparing the opening move for Swallow Return again. He quickly raised his hand and pointed, shouting, "Freeze!" In an instant, infinite golden light immobilized Guangxi in place. Hair clone technique. Sun Tao and his clone seized the opportunity to rush forward and unleash a flurry of attacks. As the immobilization spell reached its final second, he delivered a heavy strike with his staff and then rolled backward to create distance. "You damn monkey! Take this blade!" Guangxi roared furiously as he recovered from the immobilization spell, pulling his body back and hurling the Crimson Tide in his hand with force. The Crimson Tide transformed into a fiery spinning spear, instantly striking at Sun Tao. Unable to dodge in time, Sun Tao was hit by the fiery spinning spear. Then, a flash of fire appeared before his eyes as Guangxi wielded the Crimson Tide, soaring into the air and diving down in an instant. "I overthought it. You merely resemble him." Amid the raging flames, Sun Tao gradually transformed into a single strand of hair, slowly drifting back to the Earth Temple. "Holy crap! Brother Guangxi, are you this fierce?" Sun Tao, resurrected from the Earth Temple, was in utter disbelief. When did Guangxi become so fierce? Not only are his combos flawless, but his damage is also high. He took me out in just a few moves. How am I supposed to fight like this? Sun Tao wore a look of agony on his face. After using this challenge opportunity, there are still 9 chances left. I'll first try to figure out Guangxi's moves. If it doesn't work, I'll have to level up before challenging again. Sun Tao thought to himself, then picked up his stick and set off once more. Along the way, he cleared out the small monsters, gaining 300 points of spiritual essence. He arrived once again at the entrance of Guangxi's courtyard. Through the doorframe, Sun Tao was mentally preparing himself. "It's nothing, just Guangxi. Focus and you'll easily take him down. Why not put down the stick, my friend, and learn some Buddhist teachings with me?" Flames erupted within the temple, and in an instant, the flame blade was right in front of Sun Tao. After several strikes, the unprepared Sun Tao was already engulfed in flames. The health bar dropped rapidly. At this moment, Sun Tao was as anxious as a startled horse, wishing he could speak. Engulfed in flames, he rolled around frantically. Until the stamina bar was completely depleted, Guangxi came charging with a fiery blade, Swallow Return. With one slash, flames filled the sky. The Destiny Monkey collapsed powerlessly to the ground, transforming into a golden shimmering monkey hair. What the hell? This time, Sun Tao was directly ejected from the trial mission and returned to the real world. He grabbed his hair and screamed in frustration. Just a little more and I could have beaten Guangxi. Guangxi had just a sliver of health left, but at the critical moment, Sun Tao ran out of stamina while rolling and failed to dodge Guangxi's fire dance whirlwind, getting taken out in one move. Judging by the current situation, I can barely handle Guangxi, let alone Dadu, Guangmo, Ling Shuzi, the white-clothed scholar, and the black bear spirit. To be on the safe side, it's better to level up to 20 before attempting the trial. Sun Tao lay on the bed feeling a bit frustrated. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He just couldn't accept losing to Guangxi. The next second, he sat up straight from the bed. No way! I must pass Guangxi today. Sun Tao upstairs directly took out the trial ticket and entered the trial mission again. Half an hour later, Sun Tao appeared on the bed once more. His gaze was somewhat dazed, and Guangxi's words still echoed in his mind. "It's just me overthinking. They just look a bit similar." Ding! Failed the trial 3 times in a row. Achievement unlocked. Is there only one monster in this trial? Damn it! This Guangxi is way too hard to beat. Sun Tao felt like crying but had no tears. The difficulty of this trial task felt to him like a first playthrough protagonist trying to fight a third playthrough boss. Not only are the stats high, but the moves are incredibly fast. If you fail to dodge in time, you'll be instantly killed. I'll have to try the training mode first, get familiar with the boss's attack patterns, and then think about clearing it. If I keep going like this, I'll just waste the trial opportunities for nothing. Sun Tao sighed. After dying 6 times in a row, he felt as if his body was falling apart. This trial mission may have turned him into a destiny monkey, but the pain and damage perceptions still reflect on him. In such a short time, he died 6 times in a row, and even he felt it was a bit unbearable. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he began to practice the Fury Ape Force technique in his heart. Soon, a mysterious power started to gradually flow within his body. Endless spiritual energy from heaven and earth converged from all directions, forming a vortex of energy above Sun Tao's head, frantically pouring into his body through the Baihui acupoint. This technique At the same time, a mysterious and profound inherited memory suddenly surged into Sun Tao's mind. It was the complete technique of the Furious Ape Force, capable of allowing Sun Tao to cultivate directly from an ordinary mortal to the celestial immortal realm. Converted to this world's power level, it would be a god-level battle soul master above level 300. Being able to directly cultivate to level 600, that already counts as a top-grade god-level battle soul technique. Sun Tao was utterly shocked. In this world, battle soul techniques are classified into 6 levels based on their power, ranked from top to bottom as God level, Saint level, Heaven level, Earth level, Profound level, and Yellow level. Each level is further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Generally speaking, the battle soul techniques of the Profound and Yellow levels can only be cultivated up to the 3rd stage at most, which is the limit. To continue improving one's strength, it is necessary to obtain higher level battle soul techniques. However, the battle soul techniques recorded in ordinary battle soul academies are mostly of the Profound and Yellow levels. To obtain more advanced battle soul techniques, one must join a national organization or some multinational groups. However, Sun Tao now possesses a divine level technique, which is enough to make him fearless in future battles. The battle soul techniques are no longer something he needs to worry about. He pondered deeply in his mind and began to focus on comprehending the mysteries of the Furious Ape Force. As his understanding of the Furious Ape Force deepened, Sun Tao's astonishment grew. This technique was simply extraordinary. Looking across the entire world, the Furious Ape Force is undoubtedly one of the top-tier battle soul techniques. Moreover, the recently acquired memory inheritance mentioned that this Furious Ape Force was a unique technique created by the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, based on his mastery of the great celestial, immortal art, specifically for the monkeys and apes of Flower Fruit Mountain. When cultivated to its highest level, the Furious Ape Force can seamlessly integrate with the great celestial immortal art. Unexpectedly, the Furious Ape technique has such a legendary origin, Sun Tao remarked with emotion. It turned out that the Furious Ape technique was merely a simplified version of the great celestial immortal art. No wonder its power was so astonishing. He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful in his heart. If the simplified Furious Ape technique was already this terrifying, how unimaginably powerful would the full version of the great celestial immortal art be? However, it was just a fleeting thought. Why didn't Sun Wukong pass down the great celestial immortal art to his monkey descendants back then? Because only he was the Ling Ming stone monkey, while his descendants were all ordinary monkeys. Even if it were passed down, no one would be able to cultivate it. If it weren't for the system on Sun Tao, he probably wouldn't even be able to cultivate the Furious Ape technique. After all, this was a mental technique created by the great sage for monkeys, and Sun Tao, as a human, fundamentally couldn't master it. He sat cross-legged and began to operate the Furious Ape technique. Instantly, a profound and mysterious insight enveloped Sun Tao, causing his strength to increase at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and a wave of clarity surged in his mind. Ding! During cultivation, an epiphany occurred. Furious Ape Technique Level +1, new trait unlocked, strengthened internal organs. 5 organs strengthened, each level slightly increases maximum health. When taking damage, internal injuries are less likely to occur, and all delayed damage effects are reduced by 50%. After just a brief period of cultivation, Sun Tao was surprised to discover that his physical body had become significantly stronger. Even though he had leveled up 11 times today, he had never felt such a noticeable change before. Additionally, the hidden injuries in his body were continuously healing as he practiced the Wrathful Ape technique, as if everything was progressing toward greater strength. After cultivating all night, Sun Tao felt he was ready again. He took out the trial ticket and entered Black Wind Mountain once more. Guangji, I'm here. 15 minutes later, Sun Tao lay on the bed again, utterly dejected. 3 lives, a total of 15 minutes, with 6 of those spent on the road. On average, he only played with Guangji for 3 minutes each time. Guangji, just you wait. Thinking about the torment from the fireblade just now, Sun Tao gritted his teeth in anger. He got up directly and dressed, preparing to go to the Scarlet Forest again today to level up. He was determined to reach level 30 before the Battle Soul entrance exam. After all, there were too many geniuses in this world. Without sufficient strength, he definitely wouldn't be able to achieve the top score in the exam. If he couldn't even get the top score, how could he talk about vindicating the great sage? Had a simple breakfast and ran into Little Glutinous Rice on the way out to kindergarten. Little Glutinous Rice clung to him, insisting on going on an adventure together. It wasn't until Zhou Yang smacked him twice on the butt that he finally calmed down. Brother Sun, remember to bring me a gift, okay? At the kindergarten entrance, little glutinous rice waved tearfully to bid farewell to Sun Tao. Don't worry, be good and listen today, okay? Sun Tao waved with a smile, only turning to leave after seeing little glutinous rice being led into the classroom by the teacher. Sorry for troubling you this morning. On the way to the station, Zhou Yang kept apologizing to Sun Tao. Sun Tao waved his hand and replied with a smile, Sister Zhou, you're being too polite. I actually quite like little glutinous rice, it's no trouble at all. Zhou Yang tucked her hair behind her ear, covered her mouth, and smiled softly, saying, Do you have time tonight? To celebrate your awakening of the battle soul, how about I buy some groceries and you come over to my place for dinner? Looking at Zhou Yang's stunningly beautiful face, Sun Tao couldn't help but feel his heart stir slightly. Although Zhou Yang has given birth to a child, she is actually not very old. She got married at 24 and is still under 30 now. After having a child, her figure appears fuller, exuding charm and allure. She is wearing a khaki jacket on top, with a white camisole underneath. Her lower body is dressed in light blue jeans, showcasing a pair of straight and slender legs. Especially that ample figure, perhaps due to having had children, it was somewhat exaggerated. The slender waist was so delicate it could be held with one hand, even better than the figure of most young girls. Married women are truly amazing. Not knowing what image came to mind, Sun Tao's old face flushed red. Clutching his cheek, he stammered, Today, well, we'll see. I have to go to the Scarlet Forest later, not sure when I'll be back. Zhou Yang seemed unaware of Sun Tao's furtive glances, her face adorned with a faint smile. Alright, then I'll go buy groceries later. I'll wait for you at home at 6 o'clock. Sun Tao was about to come up with another excuse to refuse, but just then the bus he was waiting for arrived, so he quickly said something to Zhou Yang. Alright, I'll call you when I get back. With that, he hurriedly ran to the car as if escaping. Watching Sun Tao's retreating figure, Zhou Yang seemed to think of something, her pretty face slightly flushed. Arriving at the Blood Forest, Sun Tao skillfully made his way to the blazing firewolves' territory. After yesterday's sweep, there are very few blazing firewolves left in this area. Sun Tao walked for half an hour without finding a single one. He continued advancing deeper into the jungle, and as he moved forward, the forest ahead grew increasingly dense. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Blood Forest, a tattered figure was desperately fleeing for their life. Black and red blood occasionally dripped from his body onto the ground, sizzling like sulfuric acid, corroding the surface and emitting a pungent, acrid smell. Zhao Tianming stumbled through a dense forest, cursing as he ran, Damn it, that bastard Suyu. So what if I ate a few people? Why won't he stop chasing me? He even sent the Dragon Fong squad to catch me. If it weren't for the number 8 compound in my hands, I wouldn't have been able to escape at all. Even so, he was now seriously injured and probably couldn't even defeat an average Tier 2 Soul Warrior. It should be noted that he was a level 163 Tier 4 Soul Warrior, someone who could normally defeat hundreds of Tier 2 Soul Warriors with just one hand. If I remember correctly, up ahead is the territory of the Blazing Firewolf, and I think there's a hidden secret realm inside that no one has ever discovered. Although the secret realm is quite dangerous, this is my only chance. Zhao Tianming pondered in his heart. Listening to the commotion coming from behind, he quickly made up his mind. Although running into the Scarlet Forest might lead to being surrounded by the Dragon Fong squad, he had no other choice. Given his current condition, he couldn't run far at all. If the Dragon Fong squad catches up, he will undoubtedly die. Only by entering the Blood Forest and using the hidden secret realm to recover from his injuries can he find a chance to escape. Within him is the Wind Wolf Battle Soul, which inherently has self-healing abilities. As long as he has time, he can restore most of his combat strength. This is his only chance of survival. With this thought, he forced himself to endure his injuries and sped toward the blood-red forest. Not long after he left, 5 or 6 figures emerged from the jungle. Leading them was a stunning policewoman with a fiery red mane, and a curvaceous figure. She crouched down, staring intently at the bloodstains on the ground, her eyes gleaming with determination. The blood is still warm. Zhao Tianming is just ahead, he can't have gone far. Her voice was like a battle drum, inspiring her teammates around her. Just as she was about to rise and give chase, a young man beside her grabbed her arm. Suyu, Zhao Tianming is, after all, a 4th-tier soul warrior. We should be cautious and wait for the main force to arrive before pursuing him. However, Suyu forcefully shook off his hand and angrily rebuked, by the time the main force arrives, the person will have long disappeared. We've finally got a chance, how can we let him escape so easily? After saying this, Suyu didn't hesitate and dashed straight into the forest, as if thousands of troops were following in her wake. The man sighed at the sight and resolutely said, Quickly notify the local security bureau to issue a red notice, seal off the entire Scarlet Forest, and deploy aerial support. Inform all the soul warriors inside to come out. Have the security bureau send personnel, 4 people per team, to conduct a grid search. We must catch Zhao Tianming today. His words were like a rallying cry, igniting the fighting spirit of his teammates. The Blood Forest is not small, and relying solely on the strength of the Dragon Fang squad, it would be difficult to find Zhao Tianming's whereabouts. The key issue is that, as a high-ranking member of the Beast God cult, who knows if Zhao Tianming still has some desperate trump cards up his sleeve? He certainly doesn't want any of his team members to encounter even the slightest mishap. Soon, the air support from the Security Bureau arrived over the Blood Forest, and the roaring helicopters brought a shocking gust of wind pressure. To all soul warriors in the forest, this is the Shuzhou City Security Bureau. We are currently pursuing a red-level wanted fugitive. Please proceed orderly to the forest entrance for identity verification and leave promptly. The broadcast sounded again, like a heavy cloud pressing down, causing the soul warriors present to feel a jolt in their hearts. The Security Bureau is chasing a fugitive? Does it really need to cause such a commotion? One soul warrior asked in confusion. Red notice, this fugitive must not be simple. I estimate they're at least a third-tier battle soul master, another person said in a low voice, his expression turning serious. Damn, third tier. I'm not even at level 30 yet. If I run into them, wouldn't I be done for instantly? A young battle soul master showed fear in his eyes, secretly feeling uneasy. Most of the adventurers in the Blood Forest are first-tier battle soul masters, not even reaching level 40. Faced with the brutal red notice, who would dare stay behind to await death? One by one, the battle soul masters quickly returned to the forest entrance, afraid of becoming the next target. Only Sun Tao, having ventured too deep, failed to hear the broadcast from the sky. At this moment, the copper cloud staff in Sun Tao's hand shimmered with golden light. He roared, staff technique. With one strike, the werewolf holding a shield in front of him was sent flying backward, instantly exploding into a mist of blood. Beep! You have killed a level 14 blazing werewolf, gaining experience *83, spirit value *42. His eyes sparkled with excitement, yet he felt a faint unease in his heart. Deep within the Blood Forest, it seemed that an even greater danger was lurking. Not worth a fight. Standing with his staff, Sun Tao looked at the werewolf's corpse not far away, a smile appearing on his face. At this moment, the flame of hope ignited in his heart. Sure enough, it's not that I've gotten weaker, but that the small monsters in Black Wind Mountain are too strong. Sun Tao regained his confidence, a surge of passion welling up inside him. After numerous trials, he had not only defeated bosses like Guanji but also no longer feared the Wolf Scouts and Wolf Guards. Now it seemed clear it was entirely because the small monsters in Black Wind Mountain were too strong. No wonder he had doubted himself for a time. Is this the true value of monsters? Sun Tao pondered, his hands moving swiftly as he stored the scorching fire werewolf's corpse into his pouch. His goal was clear, a blend of strength and courage driving him forward. Unfortunately, the monsters here are too scattered. It takes forever just to find one, and the spiritual essence and experience they provide are minimal. If only I could enter another secret realm, Sun Tao sighed, hoisting his staff as he prepared to search for his next battle target. Just as he was about to take a few steps forward, a sudden broadcast sounded in his ears, causing his brows to furrow slightly. A Security Bureau manhunt for a wanted criminal? And it's a red notice. This commotion is certainly significant. It seems this fugitive is no ordinary person. Although he didn't know the strength of this wanted criminal being issued a red notice by the Security Bureau must mean they are no average individual. To be on the safe side, it would be better to withdraw from the Blood Forest first. With this thought in mind, Sun Tao no longer lingered. He quickly tidied up his gear and turned to head toward the outskirts of the Blood Forest. His figure moved like the wind, darting through the woods at an incredible speed, covering hundreds of meters in just a few breaths. Unexpectedly, the Great Sage Staff technique also includes footwork. This speed is incredible. It's almost on par with ordinary wind-type battle souls. After half a day of leveling up, Sun Tao accumulated over 500 spiritual essence points, which allowed him to upgrade the Great Sage Staff technique by 1 level. To his surprise, he received a skill reward, Lightness. Lightness, divine level, passive skill, greatly increases movement speed in non-combat states and reduces stamina consumption during evasion. After acquiring Lightness, Sun Tao's speed became astonishingly fast, and his coordination improved significantly. He darted swiftly across the branches in the forest, nearing the outskirts of the Blood Forest. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he came to a halt on a tree trunk. He pulled out the copper cloud staff from his waist pouch and cautiously observed his surroundings. This smell of blood. He frowned, his heart alert. So foul. Sun Tao's gaze was sharp as a blade, instantly spotting the black and red aura not far away. Even hiding so well, you were still discovered. Kid, you're not simple. Seeing Sun Tao's eyes fixed firmly on him, Zhao Tianming realized he had been exposed. Shaking his body as he climbed up from the ground, Zhao Tianming's eyes were filled with venomous hatred. Twisting his recently recovered arm, he let out a sinister smile. Too bad your luck isn't great. Be more careful in your next life. With that, 6 blood-red blades shot out from his fingertips, and he charged at Sun Tao with scarlet claws gleaming. Feeling the opponent's violent aura, Sun Tao's heart tightened. At least a second-tier battle soul master. This guy is the wanted criminal. Sun Tao's thoughts raced, and he instantly understood. The enemy before him had an unstable aura, clearly injured. Precisely because of this, he hadn't turned and fled. After all, this guy was at least a third-tier battle soul master. If he ran, death would be his only outcome. But facing him head-on, leveraging the opponent's injuries, there might still be a sliver of hope. Kid, go to hell! Zhao Tianming roared fiercely, his face twisted in rage, as the scarlet claw light surged forward with boundless killing intent. Sun Tao knew that if he let him go, there was a high chance he would report to the Dragon Fang squad behind him. He absolutely could not afford to overlook even the slightest possibility of exposure. In Zhao Tianming's mind, Sun Tao had to die. Besides, in his view, this guy was merely a rookie battle soul master who hadn't even reached the second tier yet. Even though injured, he could still easily kill him. The moment the two met, Zhao Tianming's heart was already filled with murderous intent. Blade light filled his vision, and Sun Tao's expression shifted slightly. It was too late to dodge. Instinctively, his body stiffened, and he instantly transformed into a solid iron statue on the spot, blocking Zhao Tianming's claw light. Iron head, steel arms. Without the slightest hesitation, Sun Tao decisively used this life-saving divine skill. As the claw light descended, Zhao Tianming's face was still ferocious 1 second, but the next second it changed dramatically. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The claw light struck Sun Tao, unleashing a powerful aura. The immense force even pushed Zhao Tianming back 3 steps. What kind of skill is this? Zhao Tianming's face showed astonishment. It can even withstand my blood-colored claws. Could it be a divine-level skill? Zhao Tianming was utterly shocked. The blood-colored claws before him were no ordinary skill but a genuine high-level ability. Even a second-tier Earth Element Battle Soul Master, known for their defense, would struggle to withstand his attack. Although he was not in peak condition, that strike just now should have been more than enough to easily kill a first-tier Battle Soul Master. However, the result was beyond his expectations. His attack was actually blocked. Not only that, the counterforce nearly caused him to fall. He thought to himself, are first-tier soul warriors really this powerful now? The next second, the refined iron stone on Sun Tao's body shattered into fragments, and his face still bore an expression of shock. Truly terrifying. Is this the strength of a second-tier soul warrior? Even while severely injured, it's still this frightening. Seeing Sun Tao's skill come to an end, Zhao Tianming finally snapped out of it. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he leapt up again, the blade in his hand, gleaming while the shadow of a giant wolf appeared behind him. His voice thundered, so what if it's a divine-level skill? You're nothing but a first-tier ant, die for me. Zhao Tianming roared, his right hand forming a claw as he lunged straight at Sun Tao, determined to split him in two with one strike. The power of this claw was even more ferocious and domineering than before, and the intense killing intent locked onto Sun Tao, making his chest feel tight. Terrible. What should I do? Sun Tao's heart tightened as his left hand rose, ready to cast a binding spell to block the attack and seize the chance to escape. But just as he was about to complete the spell, a sharp, angry shout echoed in midair. Stop! Red Lotus Slash! An unstoppable blade aura instantly swept in from afar, heading straight for Zhao Tianming. Not good. Suyu is here. Zhao Tianming's pupils contracted sharply as he realized the dire situation. He decisively abandoned his attack on Sun Tao, clasped his head with both hands, and forcibly used his arms to block the incoming blade light. Bang! The airwaves surged as Zhao Tianming was struck directly by the blade light, his entire body flying backward like a severed kite before crashing heavily to the ground. Put! He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Having just taken Suyu's blow head-on, his internal energy churned violently, and his injuries worsened further. Sun Tao looked toward the direction from which the blade light had come, secretly feeling relieved. He saw a red-haired beauty dressed in special combat gear, wielding a long blade. Behind her, airwaves surged like fiercely burning flames, faintly revealing a blooming lotus flower. At the center of the flower's core, a long blade danced up and down, radiating dazzling blade light, as sharp as a crescent moon saber, incomparably lethal. Zhao Tianming, there's no escape for you. Suyu's face was as cold as frost, gripping a large blade, advancing step by step with an imposing aura. Zhao Tianming lay on the ground, his face filled with venomous hatred and despair. Suyu, I only ate a few ordinary people, why do you keep chasing me relentlessly? Suyu let out a cold laugh, raised his long blade, and angrily rebuked, a few ordinary people? You've committed crimes across the country, causing the deaths of 86 people and injuring hundreds. How dare you call them ordinary people? Besides, every one of you lunatics from the cult of the evil god deserves to die. Speak honestly, what is your conspiracy for coming to Shangnan? Zhao Tianming looked at Suyu's furious expression and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha, want to know? Catch me if you can. In an instant, his figure flickered, letting out an earth-shaking wolf howl. That roar sent a shiver through Sun Tao, who was standing nearby, as if a lurking terror in the darkness was quietly closing in. But in the very next second, a golden light flashed in his eyes, instantly restoring his clarity. Faced with Zhao Tianming's mental control skill, Sun Tao felt a wave of fear in his heart, thankful that he had remained vigilant. Suyu, however, was completely unharmed, remaining calm and composed in the face of Zhao Tianming's terrifying roar. The long blade stood upright, and a dazzling flash of light instantly slashed out. Not good. Zhao Tianming was startled, not expecting Suyu to be completely unaffected by his skill. He wanted to turn around to defend, but he was already a step too late. Bang! With one slash, Zhao Tianming spat out blood again, his face deathly pale. Kill! Red Lotus triple strike. Suyu charged forward like a windmill, wielding a large blade, slashing straight down. Zhao Tianming's face was filled with fear as he desperately tried to escape, but Suyu's blade moved like a rainbow, making it impossible to break free. He could only barely raise his hand to block, but in his haste, he was completely unable to withstand Suyu's fierce attacks. 3 consecutive strikes came down, swift as lightning. The first strike shattered his claws, the second broke his defense, and the final strike landed solidly on Zhao Tianming's chest. His entire body was struck as if by a heavy blow, his face instantly turning as pale as paper, as though all life had drained from him. Zhao Tianming was sent flying heavily and crashed hard onto the ground. This was because Suyu had deliberately held back her strength. She didn't want to kill him, only to capture him alive. Zhao Tianming knelt on the ground, blood gushing from his chest, his breath weak. The steel claws in his hands had been completely severed, leaving him trembling in pain. This is what you forced me to do. He raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, filled with despair and madness. With a swift motion of his left hand at his waist, he pulled out a sky-blue syringe and fiercely plunged it into his neck, injecting it into his body. Aha! Zhao Tianming screamed wildly, veins bulging all over his body, his physique swelling to more than double its size, exuding an overwhelming aura. The violent airwaves swept in all directions, stirring up a cloud of dust. Suyu stood solemnly, sheathing his blade, and thought to himself, compound number 8. It was precisely this blue potion that had allowed Zhao Tianming to evade the Dragon Fang Squad's capture multiple times. Not only could it comprehensively enhance Zhao Tianming's attributes, but it also temporarily blocked his pain, putting him directly into a berserk state. We must hold him off, as long as we can last until Li Xian and the others arrive. Suyu cautiously moved her steps. Her previous encounter with Zhao Tianming had made her realize that the power of this guy after consuming compound number 8 was absolutely not to be underestimated. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, Zhao Tianming's figure disappeared, replaced by a green-furred werewolf over 2 meters tall. Its eyes were crimson, muscles knotted, and the surrounding air trembled in fear of its immense power. Sun Tao was dumbfounded, his heart shaken. Damn, this is the true form of the battle soul. The true form of the battle soul is a unique skill of a 4th-tier battle soul master, allowing them to transform into their battle soul for combat, with immense power. This guy is actually a 4th-tier battle soul master. Sun Tao's heart trembled, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back, while Suyu's expression turned serious as he gripped his broadsword tightly, ready for battle. Li Xian is way too slow. Why isn't he here yet? She was anxious. With her current strength alone, there was no way she could defeat Zhao Tianming, who was at the 4th tier. After all, she was only a level 124 3rd-tier battle soul master. Facing Zhao Tianming at full power, it would be a blessing just to survive. I can only try my best to buy time. The duration of compound number 8 is only 3 minutes. As long as I endure this period, he will be severely injured. By then, it will be my chance. Suyu's heart surged with waves of emotion, his gaze locked onto Zhao Tianming not far away. He involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gripping the large blade, power surged continuously in his hands, and a tide of tension washed over him. Zhao Tianming's maniacal laughter echoed in his ears. I've eaten so many people, but I've never tasted a tier 3 battle soul master. Today, I'll try something new. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he suddenly stomped his foot, his figure moving like lightning, vanishing instantly and leaving behind a cyan ripple. Suyu was shocked and immediately raised his knife to defend himself, secretly thinking that things were not looking good. Just as he was momentarily stunned, Zhao Tianming had already emerged from the air nearby, swiftly grabbing Sun Tao by the neck and sprinting madly toward the depths of the blood forest. Suyu stood there dumbfounded, a trace of unease flashing through his mind. This guy is trying to escape. Suyu burned with anger, fully aware that Zhao Tianming had already injected compound number 8 multiple times. If he continued, his body would inevitably collapse, possibly even self-destruct. But the substance he just injected was definitely not compound number 8. He had been deceived. Realizing this, Suyu hesitated no longer. With a powerful push off the ground, his figure shot forward like lightning, chasing in the direction where Zhao Tianming had disappeared. In the blood forest, the light was mottled, and mist swirled around. Sun Tao, who was being held captive by Zhao Tianming, darted through the trees, his heart filled with helplessness and despair. What did I do to deserve this? Why was I suddenly captured? He wailed inwardly. Zhao Tianming's lips curled into a sinister smile, his gaze filled with madness. Heh, kid, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. But you're somewhat fortunate, you get to enter a hidden secret realm before you die. Sun Tao was being choked by the neck, completely unable to resist, only able to struggle desperately. However, the gap in strength between him and Zhao Tianming was too vast, making escape impossible. Zhao Tianming's familiarity with the forest allowed him to navigate the intricate woods with ease, effortlessly avoiding numerous ferocious magical beasts. As the two ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie, with an ancient and chilling aura permeating the air. Finally, just as Sun Tao was on the verge of suffocating and losing consciousness, Zhao Tianming stopped in his tracks, arriving at a hidden cave entrance concealed by vines. This secret realm is indeed still here. Zhao Tianming released Sun Tao, his eyes gleaming with fervent excitement. Sun Tao clutched his neck, struggling to lift his head, when a system prompt suddenly appeared before him. Would you like to enter the level 40 Hidden Realm, Silver Moon Empire? The entrance to the realm can only be opened when both human and werewolf bloodlines are present. Sun Tao's heart trembled in fear. It's actually a level 40 hidden realm, and it requires both human and werewolf bloodlines to be present to open. No wonder this guy dragged me here. He thought to himself, that means once I open the realm, I'll be useless to him, and he'll kill me. Despair surged like a tide, but a glimmer of inspiration flashed through Sun Tao's mind. He began to think desperately, determined to find a way to escape and break the situation, preventing Zhao Tianming from succeeding. After setting Sun Tao down, Zhao Tianming slowly stepped forward and forcefully pulled apart the vines covering the entrance, revealing the deeply buried bronze iron door within. Ha ha ha, as expected, still here. Seeing the iron door still intact, Zhao Tianming burst into laughter, his fervent laughter echoing through the cave. When I discovered this secret realm years ago, I didn't have the werewolf bloodline and couldn't open it. But now, my wind wolf bloodline has fully matured, it's time to enter. Zhao Tianming gently stroked the iron door, his eyes gleaming with a crazed, greedy light. Sun Tao shifted his body behind him, his mind racing urgently. He struggled to pull out a gourd and took a sip, a solution to break the deadlock flashing quickly through his mind. At this moment, there was only one word: stall. Although he didn't know what kind of drug this guy had injected himself with to suddenly become so powerful, it was certain that the effects of the drug wouldn't last long and might have severe side effects. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to abduct him and flee but would have dealt with that red-haired beauty first before taking him away. Therefore, Sun Tao secretly calculated in his heart that delaying time was undoubtedly the best strategy. As long as the opponent's drug effect wears off, there might still be a glimmer of hope. I still have the immobilization spell and hair clone technique, and the cooldown for the copper head and iron arms is already halfway through. If I can stall until his drug effect disappears, the outcome is still uncertain. Sun Tao thought to himself, his eyes fixed on Zhao Tianming's movements, afraid of missing any detail. Zhao Tianming lowered his palm and turned around, revealing a sinister smile to Sun Tao. Don't worry, I wouldn't want to kill you now. This hidden secret realm requires the bloodlines of both humans and werewolves to open, neither can be missing. As for whether you live or die after entering the realm, that will depend on your luck. As he spoke, he extended his claws and made 3 cuts on his palm, smearing the blood on the right side of the iron door. The blood slowly seeped into the door, gradually emitting a red glow. Seeing the iron gate react, Zhao Tianming turned around, licking his sharp claws, and grinned menacingly at Sun Tao. Kid, being able to enter a hidden secret realm before you die is quite an honor. You should know that many battle soul masters spend their entire lives without ever venturing into a hidden secret realm. In your next life, remember to thank me properly. Sun Tao shrank back, pretending to look utterly terrified. wait a minute, since I'm going to die anyway, can you at least let me die understanding why? Zhao Tianming's hand paused midair, a strange smile on his face. Trying to buy time? Heh, do you think you still have a way out? Even if the potion loses its effect, a mere first-tier battle soul master like you can't escape from the palm of my hand. However, what you said does make some sense. Zhao Tianming spoke as he walked over to a large rock nearby and sat down, looking at Sun Tao with a faint smile. You have 3 chances to ask questions. Once you're done, I'll send you on your way. Sun Tao swallowed nervously, his heart tense, carefully observing the cooldown time of Copperhead Ironarm. Who exactly are you? Why are you interested in a level 40 hidden dungeon? Zhao Tianming laughed heartily, revealing a smug expression. That's actually 2 questions, but considering you'll help me open the dungeon later, I can tell you. My name is Zhao Tianming, a red-robed protector of the cult of the evil god, nicknamed Mad Wolf, and I am a level 163 tier 4 battle soul master. As for this secret realm, humph. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's just a level 40 hidden realm. It holds the secret to further upgrading the werewolf bloodline. Hearing Zhao Tianming's self-introduction, Sun Tao couldn't help but gasp. The cult of the evil god, red-robed protector, level 163 tier 4 battle soul master. No wonder he's so fierce. Sun Tao initially thought Zhao Tianming was at most a 3rd tier battle soul master, but he still underestimated him. Seeing Zhao Tianming's fierce expression, Sun Tao suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pretended to have a moment of realization. Zhao Tianming, so you are Zhao Tianming. Sun Tao's reaction left Zhao Tianming momentarily stunned, secretly wondering, am I really that famous? What? You've heard my story? Looking at Zhao Tianming's expression, Sun Tao felt a surge of joy in his heart and thought to himself, great, this guy isn't too smart, I can really pull the wool over his eyes. I've long heard that the Mad Wolf Zhao Tianming is a renowned tier 4 battle soul master, known for his chivalrous heart. Seeing you today, your reputation truly precedes you, imposing and extraordinary. In order to save his life, Sun Tao gave it his all, desperately rummaging through his mind for idioms and blurting them out one after another. Damn it, kid, don't let me catch you, or I'll make you pay. Sun Tao thought viciously to himself, but his face wore a smile as he said, if I had known it was Brother Zhao entering this secret realm, I would have done everything to help. Not for anything else, but just for the name Zhao Tianming, I would go through fire and water without hesitation. Hearing Sun Tao's flattering words, Zhao Tianming couldn't help but show a slight smile on his face. Wow, am I really that famous? Zhao Tianming scratched his head, secretly puzzled in his heart. Where did this good reputation come from? You sure know how to talk, kid. I'll try to make it quick for you later, Sun Tao said with an awkward smile, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. As long as I can be of help, my insignificant life is yours to take, Brother Zhao. However, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. At this point, Sun Tao deliberately paused, pretending to be utterly heartbroken. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted, as if he were brewing some sinister plan. Zhao Tianming saw this and felt a tightness in his chest. He immediately leaned closer and said, what is it? Speak quickly. Sun Tao looked up at Zhao Tianming. Seeing him lean in, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he slowly said, the words are, to hell with your grandmother. Sun Tao shouted loudly, suddenly sprang up, and kicked straight at Zhao Tianming's face. Following through with a backflip, he stood up. Caught off guard, Zhao Tianming had no time to react. Sun Tao's kick landed squarely on his nose, and a painful cry escaped his lips as his body instinctively staggered back 2 steps. Covering his nose, his eyes instantly turned crimson, and his aura erupted like a volcano, becoming violently frenzied. You little beast, you're courting death. Zhao Tianming roared, his voice trembling slightly with rage, resembling an enraged beast as he lunged at Sun Tao, murderous intent surging. Facing Zhao Tianming's ferocious attack, Sun Tao remained calm and composed. His entire body surged with magical power, his eyes gleaming with golden light. Pointing at Zhao Tianming, he suddenly shouted, freeze! In an instant, golden runes enveloped Zhao Tianming like a tidal wave, binding him firmly in mid-air, unable to move. Seeing Zhao Tianming immobilized, Sun Tao quickly pulled out the copper cloud staff from his bag, activating the chi gathering technique. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously converged toward him, infusing into the iron staff in his hand. Sun Tao knew well that although Zhao Tianming's intelligence was not high, he was, after all, a 4th-tier battle soul master. The immobilization spell's effect wouldn't last long. He had to unleash his strongest strike quickly. If the strike failed, he would have to retreat immediately. As his thoughts reached this point, Sun Tao began to activate the chi gathering technique while pulling out 4 strands of hair from the back of his head. With a gentle blow, he instantly summoned 4 clones in front of him. Without waiting for Sun Tao's command, the 4 clones grabbed their sticks and charged forward, surrounding Zhao Tianming and delivering a fierce beating. At the same time, Sun Tao had accumulated 3 layers of staff staff momentum, with golden light shimmering on the copper cloud staff. He rose with the staff, leaping high into the air, and smashed down toward Zhao Tianming's head. Staff/technique. Sun Tao roared furiously, the iron staff tearing through the air like a collapsing mountain. Its violet aura locked onto Zhao Tianming, determined to strike with a single, fatal blow. At that very moment, Zhao Tianming broke free from the binding spell's constraints. Seeing Sun Tao's staff attack coming, his face changed drastically. Not good. Is this guy really just a first-tier battle soul master? Looking at the golden, gleaming iron rod in Sun Tao's hand, Zhao Tianming was filled with shock. Immobilized by Sun Tao's binding technique, he felt as though one moment he was roaring in anger, and, the next, 3 or 4 Sun Taos holding rods appeared around him, striking him fiercely. The Sun Tao directly in front of him wielded a rod that made him feel an unprecedented sense of threat. Zhao Tianming tried to raise his hand to block, but his movements were incredibly slow. Before he could react, the copper cloud rod, charged with immense gravity, suddenly came crashing down, violently smashing him away. Die! Sun Tao's eyes lit up as he gripped the iron rod tightly, delivering a fatal strike. The copper cloud rod instantly extended, piercing through Zhao Tianming's chest like a bolt of lightning, directly penetrating his heart. Zhao Tianming's eyes were filled with terror. He wanted to speak but couldn't make a sound. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, the green glow dissipated, and all the hair on his body started to fall off. His fierce claws vanished, and his towering 2-meter werewolf form instantly reverted to his human appearance. The time for the revival potion had ended. Zhao Tianming's entire being seemed to have been drained of its soul, his face pale to a terrifying degree, his muscles atrophied, and his vitality ebbing away like a receding tide. How is this possible? Zhao Tianming's heart was filled with unwillingness. After enduring countless hardships to escape from the dragon Fang squad, he ended up dying at the hands of a first-tier battle soul master, someone he regarded as an ant. It was truly unbelievable. If he had known this would happen, he might as well have been captured by Su Suyu, at least that would have preserved some dignity. But now, it was all too late. Sun Tao's iron rod had pierced through his chest, and coupled with the side effects of the revival potion, the vitality within his body continued to drain away. Even the regenerative abilities of his werewolf bloodline were utterly useless. You brat! With a venomous glare fixed on Sun Tao, Zhao Tianming pointed at him and roared angrily. The cult of the evil god won't let you go. Forcing out his last breath, Zhao Tianming finally closed his eyes completely, his body suddenly falling backward, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Beep, you have killed level 163 tier 4 battle soul master Zhao Tianming, gaining experience *117421, spirit value *13242. Phew! Hearing the system prompt in his ear, Sun Tao finally breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves finally relaxing. This was his first time killing someone, and the feeling was completely different from killing magical beasts. Magical beasts were monsters, killing them carried no psychological burden, but killing a person was somewhat different. Even though Zhao Tianming had intended to kill him, Sun Tao still couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Thinking about how, as an 11th level battle soul master, he had managed to kill a level 163 tier 4 battle soul master, Sun Tao's heart pounded wildly. Over 150 levels higher. Who would believe it if I told them? He shook his head with a bitter smile. This kill was entirely due to luck. Zhao Tianming was already seriously injured, having fought a battle with Su Yu, who possessed the strength of a tier 3 battle soul master, leaving him gravely wounded. On top of that, he was lulled into carelessness by Sun Tao's deception, giving Sun Tao the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. A single strike with the staff turned out to be fatal. The revival potion Zhao Tianming had consumed earlier also reached its time limit, and its powerful side effects caused a backlash, leading to a rapid loss of his vitality. Various factors intertwined, enabling Sun Tao to achieve the remarkable feat of defeating a tier 4 battle soul master across levels. Thinking of the system notification just now, Sun Tao eagerly opened the system panel to check his attributes. Destined 1, Sun Tao. Level, 21. Combat power, 3216. Battle soul, God level Great Sage equal to Heaven, 4%. Skills, Great Sage Staff Technique, 3. Basic Meditation Technique, Furious Ape Strength, 3. Copperhead Iron Arms, 1. Hair Clone, 1. Immobilization Technique, 1. Chi Gathering Technique, 2. Equipment, Copper Cloud Staff, Treasure Lotus Medicine Pot, Spiritual Essence Points, 14489. Wow! Leveled up by 10 directly. Combat power broke through 3000. Looking at his attribute panel, Sun Tao's eyes lit up. With so much spiritual essence, he could now upgrade freely. That's right, this guy is a tier 4 battle soul master, he probably has spatial equipment. Thinking of this, Sun Tao immediately ran to Zhao Tianming's side and began searching his corpse. Soon, he found a silver wolf head ring on Zhao Tianming's right hand. Sure enough, he has one. Sun Tao was overjoyed and immediately yanked the spatial ring off Zhao Tianming's hand. Focusing his mind, he delved into the spatial ring. Since it had lost its owner, the spatial ring offered no resistance to Sun Tao, and he broke in within half a second. This spatial ring was about 200 cubic meters in size. Although it was just an ordinary spatial ring, it was far larger than Sun Tao's current spatial pouch, practically a treasure trove. Inside were various miscellaneous magical materials, along with a pile of equipment of various qualities. All of them were premium-grade magical equipment, gleaming with dazzling brilliance. Unfortunately, their levels were too high, starting at over level 140, which Sun Tao couldn't use at the moment. He could only anxiously think about whether he could sell these pieces of equipment to Li Shuiyao later to exchange for some spirit stones. In addition, there were piles of bottles and jars, and gold bars stacked into small mountains, glittering under the sunlight, almost dazzling to the eyes. This time, I've really struck it rich, Sun Tao shouted excitedly. He took out a glass bottle, and as soon as he opened the lid, a surge of dense spiritual energy flooded out like a tide, as if the entire space had been illuminated. This is supreme-grade spiritual liquid. Sun Tao was overjoyed. Supreme-grade spiritual liquid, a treasure coveted by cultivators, contained abundant spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Even if not used for cultivation, drinking a sip when injured could instantly restore vitality. The market price for ordinary spiritual liquid ranged from 3 million to 8 million, while this supreme-grade spiritual liquid was a rare strategic resource tightly controlled by the authorities, as rare as dragon saliva. In Zhao Tianming's spatial ring, there were actually hundreds of small bottles of this top-grade spiritual liquid, which was simply unbelievable. While Sun Tao was immersed in joy, he discovered a safe placed separately, sitting alone at the edge of the spatial ring. What is this thing? Sun Tao was filled with curiosity. He carefully took out the safe, on top of which lay an ancient token emitting a mysterious aura that made him feel uneasy. The back of the token was engraved with a pattern resembling a giant octopus. Considering Zhao Tianming's identity, Sun Tao speculated that this token might have a significant connection to the cult of the evil god. The contents of this safe must also be important materials related to the cult of the evil god. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to open it and could only plan to hand it over to the authorities later. Sun Tao put away the token in the safe, stroking the ring on his hand, feeling as if his mood was soaring. With the spatial ring, this pink spatial pouch can finally retire. He couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Tianming is truly a great guy. Not only did he provide experience and spiritual essence, but he also gave so many good things. But at that moment, Sun Tao suddenly faced another dilemma, whether or not to turn in the spatial ring. This guy was a target pursued by the security bureau. If I hand over his corpse, this spatial ring will likely be confiscated as well. Sun Tao pondered silently. If he turned everything in, he might not get a single penny. Although the Security Bureau's commendation flag for good citizens and the 500 yuan reward were tempting, they were nothing compared to the lifetime wealth of this Tier 4 battle soul master. As he was deliberating, a flash of spiritual light flickered across the bronze iron door before him. Perhaps I can take this corpse into the hidden realm and destroy the evidence. Sun Tao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he already had a plan in mind. The hidden realm is completely different from ordinary realms. Once the hidden realm is activated, regardless of whether the soul warriors can pass through, the entrance will disappear and cannot be entered again. For Sun Tao, using the hidden realm to destroy the evidence is undoubtedly the best choice. A typical level 40 battle soul master has a combat power of just over 800 points. Even for a difficult level secret realm, 1500 combat power is usually enough to clear it. But I currently have over 3000 combat power, along with so much spiritual essence to upgrade. Soloing this hidden secret realm is absolutely no problem. Unfortunately, Zhao Tianming is already dead. I still need to capture a live werewolf to unlock the secret realm. Thinking of this, Sun Tao did not hesitate. He waved his hand to store Zhao Tianming's corpse into the space ring, preparing to capture a werewolf in the Scarlet Forest. 10 minutes later, Sun Tao returned to the bronze iron gate, carrying a knocked-out werewolf. He smeared the blood on the iron gate, and information about the hidden secret realm immediately appeared before his eyes. Ding! Entering the hidden secret realm, Silver Moon Empire. Difficulty, Hell. Level requirement, 0, 200. Number of participants, 0 to 10. Activation conditions, Human Bloodline 1/1, Werewolf Bloodline 1/1. Introduction. In the distant past, Gudra sacrificed his kingdom to an evil god in pursuit of the power of immortality, transforming into a vampire and enslaving his subjects. To expand the empire's territory, he created the werewolves, a deformed life form. As the number of werewolves grew, they became dissatisfied with the oppression of the vampires and sounded the horn of rebellion. Bloodline detection complete. Your faction has been automatically matched, Demon Hunter. As the bronze gate slowly opened, a blinding white light instantly shone through, causing Sun Tao to be unable to open his eyes. After a bout of dizziness, he opened his eyes and found himself in a desolate wilderness, with the werewolf in his hand long gone. It's actually a faction secret realm. Sun Tao had never expected that this would turn out to be a faction secret realm. Compared to other secret realms, faction secret realms are more complex. Not only do you need to defeat the designated boss, but you also have to watch out for battle soul masters from other factions. However, for Sun Tao, this was hardly a problem at all. Because the werewolves he captured have almost zero intelligence, they won't affect him at all. Haha, it's like I'm soloing the faction secret realm. This is truly awesome. Sun Tao pulled out the copper cloud staff and began exploring the wilderness ahead. After walking a short distance, he saw several corpses lying quietly. As he approached, the corpse suddenly twitched and twisted as it stood up. Interesting, a zombie? Sun Tao was not in a hurry to attack. A golden light flashed in his eyes, revealing their attributes. Longdu walking corpse, level 35, combat power 930, skills, Wolfbane, Corrosion Bite, level 35, over 900 combat power. Truly worthy of being a hell-level hidden dungeon. Sun Tao sighed and casually swung his stick. With immense force, he directly smashed the head of the Wolfbane zombie, instantly depleting its health bar. 7 or 8 Wolfbane zombies crawled out from the ground, and Sun Tao swung his stick a few more times, sending them on another journey to death. Ding! You have killed a level 35 Wolfbane zombie, gaining experience *320 and spirit value *130. Beep! You have killed a level 35 Wolfbane zombie, gaining experience *320 and spirit value *130. Beep! You have killed a level 35 Wolfbane zombie, gaining experience *320 and spirit value *130. Continuing along the wilderness path, Sun Tao effortlessly killed over a dozen Wolfbane zombies, the abundant spirit value making him exclaim with excitement. After crossing a small hill, Sun Tao discovered a village not far away, under siege by Wolfbane zombies. Village? It seems there should be quest clues over there. Unlike ordinary secret realms like the Dark Night Forest, many quests in faction secret realms require soul warriors to explore on their own. If quest clues are not found, even the location of the boss cannot be determined. Sun Tao jogged over, holding the bronze cloud staff, and rushed in. He swung the iron rod, instantly slicing dozens of Wolfbane zombies in half. More Wolfbane zombies howled as they charged forward, and Sun Tao sent them on their way with 2 swift strikes. In just a few moves, he cleaned up all the Wolfbane zombies. A guard dressed in simple leather armor stepped forward and gratefully said, "Thank you, Demon Hunter. These Wolfbane zombies have blocked the northern passage, and a few red flame werewolves have somehow made their way near the northern church. Could you help us eliminate them?" Beep, task acquired. Eliminate the purging church. Kill Wolfbane zombies 0 of 200, Crimson Flame werewolves 0/3. Task reward, Crimson Wolf Bracers. It really is a task clue. Sun Tao nodded without hesitation and accepted the task. He quickly took the map handed over by the guard, bypassed the village entrance, and headed straight for the church to the north. Beep! You have slain a level 34 Wolfbane zombie, gaining EXP *311, Spirit Essence *127. Beep! You have slain a level 35 Wolfbane zombie, gaining EXP *320, Spirit Essence *130. Beep! You have slain a level 37 Wolfbane zombie, gaining EXP *328, Spirit Essence *133. Along the way, Sun Tao moved as if in an uninhabited land, effortlessly slaying the approaching Wolfbane zombies. Even though he got lost midway and took a few detours, he eventually found the northern church marked on the map. After all this wandering, I finally found it. Sun Tao looked at the church before him and happily put away the map. The process of killing poisonous wolves and walking corpses along the way was truly exhilarating for him. Stepping through the church's gate, he saw 3 wolf-bodied humanoid monsters wandering in the dilapidated courtyard ahead. Seeing the 3 scarlet flame werewolves, Sun Tao couldn't help but think of Guangji, who had tormented him last night. Damn it, I'll collect some interest from you first. He spun the bronze cloud staff in his hand and charged forward without hesitation. Roar! The 3 werewolves heard the commotion, immediately turned around, and let out furious roars at Sun Tao, their bodies instantly igniting with blazing flames. Crimson Flame Werewolf, Elite, level 40, combat power, 1328, skill, sacrifice, Wolfbane. Faced with this situation, any other soul warrior would have been flustered, but in Sun Tao's eyes, this 1,300 plus combat power was nothing to worry about. He He raised his staff, activated the chi gathering technique, and brought down the fully charged heavy club directly. Smash it for me! The iron rod, carrying boundless might, suddenly smashed down between the three werewolves. Boom! A deafening roar echoed across the entire wasteland in an instant. The terrifying force created a massive crater in the ground, with soil and rocks scattering everywhere, sand and stones flying. The powerful shockwave spread out like a tidal wave, instantly blasting the three werewolves away. Beep! You have killed a level 40 Crimson Flame Werewolf, gaining EXP *642, Spirit Essence *321. Beep! You have killed a level 40 Crimson Flame Werewolf, gaining EXP *642, Spirit Essence *321. Beep! You have killed a level 40 Crimson Flame Werewolf, gaining EXP *642, Spirit Essence *321. A golden light shone on Sun Tao. He leveled up. The dust settled, and Sun Tao landed steadily on the ground. Hiss! Looking at the area in front of him that had been cleared with a single strike, Sun Tao couldn't help but gasp. Since defeating Zhao Tianming, this was the first time he had used the fully charged heavy staff. He had anticipated that the staff's power would be immense, but he hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. The might of one strike far exceeded Sun Tao's imagination. Damn, is this the power of the Monkey King? Sun Tao's eyes gleamed with excitement. This strike carries 30 years of strength, wonder if the final boss can withstand it. Earlier, Sun Tao had been worried about getting stuck in this hidden secret realm. Now it seemed like he had been worrying for nothing. He hadn't expected the fully charged heavy staff with 3000 combat power to be this terrifying. My spiritual essence hasn't been used yet. If I were to use it all to enhance the destiny template and skill levels, the power would probably be even stronger. Sun Tao's heart surged with excitement, and he couldn't wait to use all his spiritual essence for upgrades. However, as my strength increases, the copper cloud staff is starting to fall short. I remember that after clearing Black Wind Mountain, I can obtain the forging blueprints for the scale staff Twin Snakes and the beast staff Bear Grizzly. I wonder how powerful those two staffs are in use, Sun Tao thought to himself as he casually collected the corpses of three werewolves. He initially assumed they were just elite monsters and wouldn't drop anything valuable. But when he collected the third corpse, a bone flute unexpectedly fell from it. Shadow Demon Wolf's Bone Flute, premium grade artifact, a bone flute made from the leg bone of a Shadow Demon Wolf. When played, it summons a level 5 Shadow Demon Wolf for riding, increasing non-combat movement speed by 30%. Amount dropped. Sun Tao was ecstatic. This was a treasure. Compared to industrial products like cars and motorcycles, artifacts that summon mounts have always been highly sought after in the market. In fact, many times they are priceless. Although this item doesn't directly enhance combat power, it looks stylish. Some mounts can even fly and burrow, unaffected by the terrain within secret realms. The key is that they can be summoned and stored at will, making them incredibly convenient. As a result, many soul warriors, once they have money, want to equip themselves with a mount as soon as possible. In the market, even the most basic Sweatblood horse reins can sell for 7 to 8 million. If the design is slightly more flashy, the price can go even higher. The one in Sun Tao's hand, if auctioned, could easily fetch tens of millions. However, he had no intention of selling it. Such a cool mount, he definitely had to enjoy it himself first. Holding the bone flute, he gently blew into it, and a large amount of black mist drifted out from the flute. A whoa! A melodious wolf howl echoed from the void. Moments later, a pale blue ghost wolf appeared in front of Sun Tao. It stood about a meter tall, its body a translucent pale blue, with a saddle strapped around its waist. Cool! Is this the Shadow Phantom Wolf? It's so awesome! Sun Tao couldn't help but exclaim as he looked at the ghost wolf before him. Mounting the wolf, he immediately felt his aura transform. Young man, wait! Just as Sun Tao was about to ride the wolf and leave, he suddenly heard an old voice coming from the church, not far away. Riding the ghost wolf over, he saw an old man dressed as a priest hiding at the entrance of the cellar, waving at him. Who are you? Sun Tao asked. My name is Rick, and I am the priest of this church. Young man, where are those three werewolves? Rick poked his head out of the cellar, trying to look for the traces of the three Crimson Flame werewolves. Sun Tao shrugged. I've already taken care of them all. Hearing Sun Tao say this, Rick looked completely unconvinced. You? Stop joking. That's a level 40 Crimson Flame werewolf. You'd better come inside quickly. If the werewolf comes back and finds you, it won't end well. Faced with Rick's skepticism, Sun Tao curled his lips and directly threw a werewolf corpse out of his spatial ring. The werewolf corpse that suddenly fell from the sky startled Rick below. Oh, my god. It really is the Crimson Flame werewolf. Rick carefully examined it and confirmed that it was indeed the Crimson Flame werewolf that had been lingering here all along. His face instantly lit up with joy. Wonderful! These 3 werewolves are finally dead. I don't have to hide in the cellar anymore. Climbing out of the cellar, the old man chuckled as he patted the dust off his clothes. Thank you so much, honorable demon hunter. If it weren't for you, I don't know how much longer I would have been trapped by these 3 werewolves. I've finally found a way to eliminate all the werewolves. I must deliver it to the village chief as soon as possible. Saying this, old Rick turned back into the cellar and brought out a hefty book. Sun Tao keenly caught the key information in his words and secretly marveled. What kind of secret is hidden behind all this? What on earth is going on here? He asked impatiently. Old Rick sighed softly, his gaze profound as he stared at the book's cover, as if reminiscing about the past. He gently blew away the dust on the surface, revealing the shimmering title on the cover, The Chronicles of the Silver Moon Empire. 300 years ago, this was a prosperous and beautiful kingdom known as the Silver Moon Empire. King Dracula was diligent and loved his people, the citizens lived in peace and contentment, and the entire kingdom was filled with an atmosphere of harmony. However, everything changed drastically on the night when the blood moon hung high in the sky. His Majesty Dracula was suddenly struck by a strange illness, falling into a coma. Tumors grew all over his body, and he often coughed up fresh blood, which was heartbreaking to witness. In order to cure His Majesty's illness, the court physicians exhausted all possible methods, yet none proved effective, until the arrival of a witch, who proposed a horrifying suggestion to His Majesty, sacrificing half of the nation's population to cure his illness and grant him the power of immortality. Seated on the shadow demon wolf, old Rick continued his narrative, while Sun Tao listened quietly, understanding that the history behind this tale might hold the key to clearing the challenge. To survive, Emperor Dracula chose to bear the burden of sin and sacrificed his own citizens. Ultimately, he transformed into the legendary terrifying creature, the vampire. Although vampires possess the power of immortality, they cannot eat, drink, or endure sunlight, relying solely on human blood to survive. To consolidate his rule, Dracula turned all the nobles into vampires, continuing to enslave the vast population. As vampires, they could only operate at night, while the daytime belonged to the werewolves. Dracula used his own blood and the lineage of the demon wolf to create the first werewolf, Hog. And under Dracula's command, Hog transformed a group of werewolves to become the daytime guardians of the Blood Clan. From then on, the day belonged to the werewolves, while the night was controlled by the Blood Clan. Humanity, however, was doomed to extinction in this game of power. Rick lifted his head from the book, took a deep breath, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. This state persisted until 100 years ago. A noble Blood Clan princess fell in love with a humble werewolf guard. Their love was like a shocking bomb that struck Dracula's bottom line, prompting him to vow to annihilate all werewolves. However, centuries of oppression had sown discontent among the werewolves. Led by Hog, they rose in rebellion and overthrew the rule of the Blood Clan. In this thrilling battle, Gudra developed a potion capable of reversing the magical power of werewolf bloodlines. If it could be injected into Hog, the potion would, through the bond of bloodline power, instantly annihilate all werewolves. Unfortunately, before Gudra His Majesty could use the potion, he was betrayed by the vampire princess and killed in an ambush by the werewolves. The truth of it all seemed like a giant web, tightly entangling Sun Tao's heart. He understood that he was about to embark on a journey full of challenges and dangers, and behind it all lay deeper conspiracies and powers. His destiny seemed closely intertwined with the history of this land. Ding! You have obtained the Silver Moon Empire Chronicle and unlocked the main quest, Perfect Blood. Mission objective: submit the Perfect Blood Potion recipe. Mission reward: Perfect Blood Potion. After listening to old Rick's story, the two of them happened to return to the village. So, you mean I just need to bring back the recipe for that potion to you? Sun Tao looked at old Rick with a determined gaze. Old Rick pounded his aged, time-worn back. The perfect blood elixir has long vanished into the annals of history, but the formula still exists. As long as you can retrieve the formula, I am confident I can concoct a weakened version of the perfect blood elixir. Then, we can finally defeat those damned werewolves in one fell swoop. The formula is in the hands of the former vampire princess Selena. She now resides with the werewolf leader Marcus in the Eternal Night Castle to the east, old Rick reminded. There are quite a few blood slaves in the castle, so be cautious when you go. It's best to bring some silver weapons. Sun Tao nodded and, upon opening the map given by the guards earlier, indeed spotted the mark of the Eternal Night Castle. Riding the shadow demon wolf, Sun Tao sped toward the Eternal Night Castle at full speed. Unexpectedly, this shadow demon wolf could actually read the map. Simply place the map in front of it and point out the desired location, and it would automatically navigate and set off. For Sun Tao, who was terrible with directions, this was simply a blessing. On the way, Sun Tao remembered the task he had just just completed and seemed to have obtained a piece of equipment. He casually took it out to inspect. Red Wolf bracers, premium grade gauntlets, combat power, 332. Gloves made from materials of the Crimson Flame Werewolf can enhance the user's fire resistance. Premium gloves, ordinary yet extraordinary. Once handled by Li Shuiyao, they should fetch a few million. After storing the Crimson Wolf bracers in the spatial ring, Sun Tao pulled out the copper cloud staff and swiftly eliminated the pursuing wolf venom zombies. A dozen minutes later, Sun Tao rode the shadow demon wolf to the outskirts of a castle. The entire ancient castle exuded a gothic eerie atmosphere, with deep black giant stones forming the outer walls, their surfaces covered in moss and vines. The dilapidated bricks and stones emanated a strange aura. The heavy iron gate was flanked by sculptures of a bat poised to take flight and a roaring wolf's head. The night wind whistled through the gaps, producing a low, mournful sound. So this is the Eternal Night Castle? Sun Tao thought to himself. Meanwhile, as Sun Tao was soloing the dungeon, the headquarters of the evil god cult's China branch, an elderly man dressed in a red robe hurriedly walked to the door of a secret chamber, his expression filled with fear and unease. He knelt at the entrance and said in a trembling voice, "Great Elder, Mad Wolf's life token has shattered." There was a moment of silence from inside the room, followed by a hoarse voice. "Where did he die?" The elderly man quickly replied, "The 10,000 souls lamp indicates it was in Liuzhou City, Jiangnan Province." Liuzhou City. The voice inside sounded slightly puzzled. "I haven't heard of any old-timers from the Dragon Group being in Liuzhou City. Is there any situation in District 13? The old man shook his head. "Not at the moment." The voice from inside the door hesitated for a moment before commanding, to be safe, have all personnel in District 13 relocate and destroy all records of Compound Number 8 in the base. Under no circumstances can the Dragon Group discover any clues. The Divine Descent plan must not fail. The old man nodded respectfully, bowed, and prepared to withdraw. "Wait, send Blood Shadow and Moonsoul to Liuzhou City. The Red Robe Elder of our cult of the evil god must not die in vain. If the culprit cannot be found, activate the evil spirit array and let half of Liuzhou City perish alongside Mad Wolf." "Yes, Grand Elder." Beep. You have slain a level 37 blood slave, gaining EXP *412 and Spirit Essence *211. Beep. You have slain a level 35 blood slave, gaining EXP *412 and Spirit Essence *211. Carrying the copper cloud staff, Sun Tao fought his way from the castle entrance to the rooftop. Along the way, he killed countless blood thralls hidden in the darkness. To be honest, these blood thralls weren't particularly strong. They were mainly annoying. They liked to hide in the castle's corners, rooftops, floors, and other dark places, waiting to ambush Sun Tao as he passed by. If it weren't for Sun Tao's enhanced perception after leveling up, he might have actually fallen victim to their sneak attacks. What a lousy thing to learn, sneak attacks. Serves you right to be caught and turned into blood thralls. Sun Tao grumbled as he pushed open the rooftop door. As soon as the door opened, a nauseating stench rushed out, causing Sun Tao to wrinkle his brow and cover his mouth and nose. The room was empty, with only a luxurious Western-style coffin placed in the vast space. A well-built young man stroked the coffin with his palm and said softly, "You shouldn't have come. Selena always hated being disturbed during her sleep. We've clearly hidden here already, so why are you still chasing us relentlessly?" Sun Tao's eyes glimmered with golden light as he eagerly checked his attributes. Second generation werewolf Marcus, leader, level 50. Combat power, 1936. Skills, Wolfbane, Scarlet Flame, Death Embrace, Shadow Assault, Blood Shadow Frenzy, Deathwalker. With combat power nearing 2000, it truly lives up to being the boss of the hidden secret realm. Sun Tao secretly felt fortunate. If it weren't for sniping Zhao Tianming, he probably wouldn't have been a match for this guy either. "Damn demon hunter, I'll tear you apart," Marcus roared, instantly transforming into a 3-meter-tall werewolf. With a powerful push of his strong legs, he leaped forward, his sharp claws slashing down at Sun Tao like a giant blade. Facing Marcus's attack, Sun Tao's gaze remained calm, even carrying a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, he stepped back, leaving behind an afterimage in his original spot, and then struck Marcus fiercely with his staff. Extend! Bang! The stick struck Marcus on the head. Although it caused no real harm, it made him feel deeply humiliated. Marcus's eyes immediately turned bloodshot, his berserk state activated in an instant, and dark red energy surged through his body as his figure expanded once again. Blood Shadow Frenzy. Marcus's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he crouched on all fours, transforming into a streak of blood-red light and ferociously lunging at Sun Tao. His speed was incredibly fast, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Sun Tao's words. "Freeze!" Sun Tao pointed with one hand, his voice like thunder. Golden runes appeared, instantly immobilizing Marcus's figure in midair. Humph, just a mere werewolf, nothing more. Sun Tao sneered inwardly, activating the chi-gathering technique as a steady stream of power surged into the copper cloud staff in his hand. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by 3 crisp staff strikes, the golden light on the copper cloud staff surged explosively, shining as if it could pierce the heavens. Chopping staff technique. Boom! A powerful and heavy strike smashed fiercely onto Marcus's forehead, unleashing an instant burst of immense force. With the third-layer staff momentum of the chi-gathering technique enhancing it, Sun Tao's strength was terrifyingly overwhelming. With one strike, Marcus's head was instantly crushed into pieces, and his body flew backward like a tattered sack, his health bar above his head instantly emptied. Not dead? Sun Tao was startled, as the system notification he had been expecting did not appear. He raised an eyebrow and took a closer look, discovering that Marcus's health bar still had a thin sliver left, and the blood and flesh on his neck were slowly writhing, seemingly attempting to regenerate. Hey, quite a tenacious life force, huh? Sun Tao couldn't help but chuckle as he twirled the stick in his hand, ready to step forward and finish off the creature. Just as he was about to make his move, a cold female voice suddenly came from the side. "Honorable Demon Hunter, please show mercy." Boom! The coffin lid was abruptly flung open, and several streaks of blood-red light shot like arrows straight at Sun Tao's face. Prepared for the sudden ambush, Sun Tao executed a swift somersault, perfectly evading the attack of the blood-red light. Turning around, he saw a stunning beauty with golden hair and blue eyes emerging from the coffin. Her skin was pale as snow, her eyes burned like flames of blood, and her golden wavy hair swayed gently in the breeze, exuding a faint scent of blood. Despite wearing a pure white nightgown, it could not conceal her proud curves. Her expression was cold, her gaze frosty, and she stared at Sun Tao with disdain. Sun Tao, in turn, carefully observed Selena, secretly marveling in his heart. This was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Every gesture exuded unparalleled charm. Her figure was voluptuous, her curves striking, with a slender waist, full hips, and graceful shoulders, resembling a perfect hourglass shape that was so alluring it made one's heart tremble. The nightgown swayed with the breeze, faintly revealing her long legs wrapped in black silk. So beautiful. Even as an enemy, Sun Tao couldn't help but feel moved. Vampire Princess Selena, Leader, Level 52, Combat Power 2134. Skills: Death Decay, Blood Spirit Drain, Silver Moonlight, Ghost Wolf, Blood Sea Surge, Perfect Bloodline. So strong. A combat power of level 52 and 6 skills. If it were any other team of battle soul masters, they might really have been defeated. You are the Vampire Princess Selena? Sun Tao gripped his bronze cloud staff, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Selena looked down from above, parting her blood-red lips as a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. Lowly humans, how dare you trespass into the Eternal Night Castle? Her eyes glowed crimson, and her pale hands emitted a blood-red light. As she moved, her pristine nightgown gradually transformed into a red evening gown, as if drenched in blood. The gown was embroidered with intricate golden patterns, complementing her crimson eyes. She resembled a goddess of blood, breathtakingly beautiful to the point of suffocation. The deep V-dress accentuated the proud fullness, making it even more alluring, occasionally swaying in front of Sun Tao's eyes. The dazzling whiteness made it almost impossible for him to look away. Prepare to die. Death Decay. Selena pointed a finger, and a blood-red rose bloomed beneath Sun Tao's feet, unleashing a terrifying wave of death energy. Sun Tao stepped firmly with both feet, propelling himself into the air with his staff, effortlessly evading the explosive damage of the blood-red rose. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he landed, a sonic boom echoed in midair. Sun Tao frowned and looked up, only to see a sea of blood surging on the ground. Waves rolled, and countless blood-red light arrows shot forth rapidly. Sun Tao flipped and landed, the copper cloud staff in his hand spinning like the wind, deflecting the blood arrows one by one. Selena frowned, her hands emitting a faint blue glow. Phantom wolves, fight for me. Bang! Black mist churned within the sea of blood, and 5 phantom wolves instantly charged out from the mist. Summoning? That's no big deal. Sun Tao stopped twirling his staff, gently plucked a tuft of hair, and blew it away. 4 or 5 staff-wielding clones instantly charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the ghost wolf. Then, Sun Tao suddenly bent his knees, stomped forcefully, and shot out like a cannonball, crossing over 10 meters in an instant to appear in front of Selena, raising his bronze cloud staff for a strike. Ha! Take this from old Sun. What? Selena's heart trembled. She hadn't expected Sun Tao to be so fast, leaving her no time to react. The gem on her chest flickered, instantly transforming into a pool of blood that merged into the blood sea beneath her feet. Bang! The golden shimmering staff smashed down with a thunderous force, causing waves 5 or 6 meters high to erupt from the sea of blood. Retracting, the staff and standing firm, Sun Tao stood atop the blood sea, exuding a murderous aura, like a god of slaughter descending upon the world. Waves surged as Selena reformed her figure not far away, clutching her chest, her face full of shock. Impossible! How could you possibly hurt me? Transforming into a sea of blood, I should be immune to all physical attacks. Sun Tao sneered disdainfully, stroking the bronze cloud staff in his hand. You can indeed be immune to physical attacks, but my magic is not something you can withstand. Swish! Speaking, he raised the copper cloud staff, pointed at Selena, and said sternly, hand over the formula for perfect blood, and I can give you a quick death. Selena bit her lip tightly, her eyes crimson like blood. If you want perfect blood, come and take it yourself. A piercing shriek suddenly erupted, terrifying sound waves swept across the scene, the surrounding sea of blood surged wildly, pouring into Selena's body and instantly transforming into a blood cocoon. The ghost wolves battling the clones abandoned their opponents one after another, howling as they leapt into the blood cocoon, seemingly sensing the impending storm. Ha! Transformed? Sun Tao sneered, activating his insight ability. His eyes glimmered with golden light, capturing everything within the blood. Cocoon! He quickly approached the cocoon, channeling his chi-gathering technique, as a continuous stream of energy surged into the copper cloud staff. Bang! 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 The moment the staff's momentum reached its peak, Selena broke out of the cocoon. Massive bat wings unfolded behind her, her body surrounded by a torrential blood aura. A silver rune appeared on her forehead, while wolf ears and a tail became distinctly visible atop her head and behind her. Wielding a great sword and clad in silver red rose armor, her presence was overwhelming. To force me to reveal my true blood demon form, you should be proud. Selena shouted, the great sword in her hand radiating dazzling red light as she prepared to cleave Sun Tao in two. Enough chatter, take this! Sun Tao roared, leaping into the air and smashing down towards Selena with full force. The fully charged heavy staff descended like a thunderbolt. The staff's wind howled, and Selena instantly felt an incomparably sharp killing intent. This is bad. What a terrifying attack! She was horrified, unable to dodge in time, and could only hastily raise her greatsword to block. Bang! In the next moment, Selena's massive sword blade shattered with a resounding crack, scattering into countless fragments. The momentum of the bronze cloud staff did not diminish in the slightest. After breaking the greatsword, it descended upon Selena with unparalleled force. The immense power instantly shattered her armor, blood spurting wildly as her entire body was flung to the ground like a kite with a broken string. How is this possible? Selena was filled with fear and disbelief. A level 52 leader couldn't even withstand a single strike from the opponent's staff. She thought to herself, just how powerful is Sun Tao? Seeing Sun Tao about to swing his staff again, Selena's face turned pale, her heart trembling wildly. She hurriedly raised her hand and pleaded in a trembling voice, please, don't kill me. I am willing to serve you as my master. I beg you to spare me. Swish! The bronze cloud staff stopped at the tip of Selena's nose. Sun Tao looked at her coldly, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, revealing a hint of amusement. Honorable demon hunter, please spare me. Selena prostrated herself on the ground, trembling all over. I am willing to offer my soul and become your most loyal servant, never to betray you for eternity. As she spoke, she pulled out a golden magic scroll from her bosom. Soul Master Servant Scroll, perfect grade artifact, upon use, allows the user to obtain the other party's soul and establish a Soul Master Servant contract, ensuring lifelong loyalty. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Selena. Although he wasn't sure how credible her claim of allegiance was, the master-servant contract was undoubtedly genuine. If he chose to trust her, he might miss out on the rewards from two bosses, but the thrill of having a vampire maid stirred his emotions. I'm definitely not taking her in just because she's a vampire maid. She possesses the perfect bloodline of a fusion between vampires and werewolves, and with a bit of training, she could become a great asset. Sun Tao silently reminded himself. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the werewolf passed out in the corner and suddenly recalled old Rick's introduction. What exactly is your relationship with him? He couldn't help but ask. Selena looked puzzled, but facing the iron rod before her, she trembled as she answered, Marcus is my personal guard. He grew up with me, and I've always regarded him as an older brother. Goodness, the classic good brother trope. Sun Tao curled his lips and thought to himself, this is such an outdated cliché. I read in a book that you two are lovers. Sun Tao deliberately brought up the topic. Selena frowned. What nonsense book? How can it spout such rubbish? She immediately became anxious, completely ignoring the bronze cloud staff in front of her, and tried to stand up to question Sun Tao for clarification. Stop. Sun Tao quickly pressed her down and then repeated what old Rick had told him. Selena listened and immediately gnashed her teeth in anger. Damn humans. They know nothing and just write nonsense. Once I get out, I will destroy all those damn Silver Moon Chronicles. And that old Rick, I don't think he's a good person either, she said through gritted teeth. What kind of decent person treats wild tales as official history? Sun Tao felt a wave of satisfaction in his heart. The Silver Moon Chronicle is actually unofficial history? Sun Tao was slightly stunned, then quickly understood. The humans in this secret realm have always been ruled by vampires and werewolves, and they have no means to record history. What has been documented is merely the surface they observed, and much of it might just be the recorder's imagination. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Are you sure you want to acknowledge me as your master? Sun Tao put away the stick and took the master-servant contract from Selena's hand. Selena lowered her head. Although she felt unwilling, she had no other choice to preserve her life. Following Sun Tao might give her a chance to escape this closed world. Hog's werewolves were getting closer to the Evernight Castle, and if she stayed here, she would eventually be discovered by those filthy creatures. Compared to freedom, she valued her life more. Leaving this world would allow her to see a broader horizon, which was what she longed for. Therefore, upon realizing Sun Tao's formidable strength, she immediately chose to surrender. Ding, you have successfully subdued the vampire princess Selena. The soul master-servant contract transformed into a golden light, shooting into the foreheads of Sun Tao and Selena respectively. An inexplicable connection formed between the two. Sun Tao felt as though an additional soul had appeared in his mind, and with a slight touch, he could perceive Selena's thoughts. Moreover, with just a single thought, he could directly extinguish her soul. Sensing Sun Tao's thoughts, Selena's face instantly turned pale, and she adopted a pitiful expression. After signing the master-servant contract, Sun Tao finally had time to delve into the truth about the perfect blood. He first instructed Selena to bring out the formula for the perfect blood. Opening the scroll in his hand, it was filled with unfamiliar tadpole-like characters, none of which he could understand. So, the legend that perfect blood can restrain werewolves is also fake? Selena sighed. Perfect blood is real, but it's not what humans imagine it to be, a poison to kill werewolves. Instead, it's a bloodline potion that helps vampires break free from the curse of sunlight. As she spoke, she slowly began to reveal the truth from a century ago to Sun Tao. 100 years ago, Silver Moon Emperor Gudra was dissatisfied with the fact that vampires could only survive in the night. He wanted to gain the ability to walk under the sun, so he used the bloodlines of second-generation werewolves and vampires as a blueprint to attempt to create a perfect being that combined the advantages of both races. At that time, the subjects he chose for the experiment were his own daughter Selena and Marcus, the biological son of her personal guard, Hog. The success of the experiment made the father very excited, and he immediately wanted to use his own blood to concoct an even more perfect potion. The potion had just been injected into Marcus's body when he instantly went mad, broke free from his father's soul magic, attacked the guards, and turned into a completely irrational monster. Wait, why did you inject the potion into Marcus's body? Sun Tao asked curiously. Selena smiled bitterly. The so-called perfect blood is actually created by injecting hundreds of alchemical potions into a werewolf's body. Then, through the werewolf's powerful self-healing ability, these potions are absorbed and fused. Finally, his heart is extracted, and the essence of the blood within is refined. That's the legendary perfect blood. A werewolf can survive without a heart? Sun Tao was slightly surprised. If Bygone had that ability, he wouldn't have been killed by Dodgy. Selena shook her head. As long as the heart is put back within half an hour, they won't die. Sun Tao rubbed his chin. So, the legend that perfect blood can suppress werewolves is fake, At this moment, Sun Tao thought to himself, the truth has surfaced, but it's unexpectedly complex, and his adventure has only just begun. No, Selena explained urgently. Perfect blood can indeed suppress a werewolf's regenerative ability for a short time. In a way, it can be said to restrain werewolves. But if we don't kill the werewolf now, once it absorbs the perfect blood, its power will greatly increase, and it will enter a berserk state. Sun Tao nodded, finally understanding. The strength of werewolves lay not only in their agile skills but also in their astonishing regenerative abilities. Thinking about how Marcus's smashed head was still slowly recovering was truly horrifying. He took out the bone flute, summoned the shadow demon wolf, and secretly calculated his next move. You're going to wear that and come with me? Sun Tao pointed at the armor on Selena, thinking to himself that the armor was really not flexible enough. Selena quickly stood up, gracefully spun around, and her armor instantly dissolved into petals and disappeared. A crimson glow gathered around her, transforming into a black and white maid outfit, elegant yet alluring. Sun Tao's heart skipped a beat. He reached out to lift her onto the wolf's back, feeling her warmth. His heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, as if struck by lightning. For the first time in a century, Selena was this close to a man. Her cheeks instantly flushed red. She squirmed, wanting to scold him, but recalling Sun Tao's terrifying strength, she ultimately lowered her head slightly and shyly said, "Your sword touched me." Sun Tao froze for a moment, awkwardly shifting back a little. "Ha!" The two exchanged glances, and the air was filled with a subtle tension. Selena reacted instantly, her face turning even redder as she panicked inwardly. What should I do about this guy? She looked at Marcus on the ground, her brows slightly furrowed. Sun Tao smiled faintly and gestured slowly. "What about him?" Selena sighed, cupping her hands over her chest as she manipulated the blood within her body to condense into a crystal-clear ruby that sparkled brightly. With a wave of her hand, the ruby shot into Marcus's forehead like a meteor streaking across the night sky. "This blood diamond will ensure he doesn't lose his sanity after I leave," she said calmly. "Let him stay here. Even if Hog's people find this place, they won't harm him." Everything was arranged properly. Sun Tao patted the wolf's head, and the demon wolf carried the two of them toward the village. Although they didn't receive the rewards for slaying the two bosses, picking up a vampire maid for free was definitely not a loss. After the two left, it was a long time before Marcus slowly regained consciousness. Looking at the wrecked hall around him, his heart was filled with fear, and no matter what, he couldn't find any trace of Selena. "Selena! Selena!" he frantically shouted throughout the Evernight castle, despair overwhelming his heart. Suddenly, he saw the blood diamond on his forehead in a mirror. His right hand trembled as he gently touched the gem, as if he could feel Selena's presence. As that familiar sensation surged through him, Marcus vaguely realized that this time, he might have truly lost Selena. "No! Selena!" he roared in his heart, his voice hoarse and desperate. "Formula of perfect blood, fake. A meticulously crafted potion formula, flawless to the eye, can be submitted as a quest item. Is this really okay?" Sun Tao tightly gripped the fake formula in his hand, feeling uneasy, and couldn't help but ask Selena beside him. Selena patted her chest, her face full of confidence. "Don't worry, I'm a grand alchemist. This formula is a piece of cake. Besides, no one has ever seen the formula for perfect blood, so there definitely won't be any issues. This is the legendary formula for the perfect blood." Old Rick took the scroll from Sun Tao's hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he eagerly unrolled it. "This is it! This is it! This is the legendary perfect blood." Old Rick excitedly rummaged through the room, starting to search for the alchemical materials recorded on the scroll. Sun Tao turned to look at Selena, thinking to himself, "Are you sure there's no problem with this formula?" Selena blinked and responded casually, "Don't worry, this weakness elixir is an alchemical potion we developed specifically for werewolves. The materials used are all cheap, and as long as a werewolf catches a whiff of it, they'll be weakened for half an hour." While waiting for Old Rick to prepare the potion, Selena curiously flipped through the Silver Moon Chronicles on the table. As soon as she opened it, she saw a name on the title page, Wade Winston Sriffle. As soon as she saw the name, Selena couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth slightly. So it turns out this book is by Wade. No wonder Old Rick believes that perfect blood is a poison targeting werewolves. Seeing Selena's strange expression, Sun Tao asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you know this author?" Selena laughed and said, "I'm not familiar with him at all." Sun Tao's tone carried a hint of gritted teeth. Wade is a fourth-generation bloodline, not very strong, but extremely annoying. He likes to write all sorts of nonsense for others to read in his free time, dreaming of becoming the most famous novelist. Not just us bloodlines, even those lowly blood slaves know that writing novels is a dead end. But this guy just refuses to believe it. When others are sleeping, he's writing novels. During gatherings, he's writing. Even when creating offspring, he's still writing. The key point is, it would be fine if he wrote well, but every time it's just a pile of garbage, and he always includes all sorts of explicit stuff. It's simply a disgrace to our bloodline. Later, when his novels were completely ignored by the Blood Clan, this guy turned his attention to the human race. I guess this book was written by him at some unknown time. After saying this, Selena couldn't help but recall that Bastard Wade had actually written a few brainless erotic novels where he was the male lead and she was the female lead. She felt an overwhelming urge to tear the Silver Moon Chronicles in her hands into pieces. After hearing Selena's introduction, Sun Tao scratched his head awkwardly, unsure of how to face Old Rick. The Silver Moon Chronicles turned out to be a novel. I did it! A few minutes later, Old Rick excitedly rushed out of the room holding a bottle of potion, his face brimming with pride. "This is the perfect blood potion I concocted based on the formula. Who would have thought that the nemesis of werewolves could be made with just some ordinary materials, all of which I have here? Why does this perfect blood look different from what's written in the book? Shouldn't it be deep crimson like blood, translucent like ice?" Old Rick was utterly perplexed. Perfect blood, imitation, premium grade item. Upon use, it can weaken the recovery ability of werewolf bloodline and cause them to fall into a weakened state. Duration, 30 minutes. Looking at the potion's attributes, Sun Tao's mouth twitched, and he quickly explained, "Maybe there were some steps in our alchemy process that weren't done properly. How about testing the effects of this potion first?" Old Rick shook his head and handed the potion to Sun Tao. "You go ahead and try this. The number of werewolves around is increasing, so I need to prepare more potions." Beep, you have completed the first stage of the Secret Realm mission. Task reward obtained, perfect blood, pseudo. Would you like to start the next stage of the Secret Realm task? Required level 90. Sun Tao, ? A level 40 hidden dungeon actually tells me that the second phase task can only be unlocked at level 90? Are you kidding me? Sun Tao complained inwardly, suddenly recalling a knowledge point about dungeons that his teacher had mentioned before. World-class dungeon. This is actually a world-class dungeon. A so-called world-class dungeon is a large-scale dungeon composed of several or even a dozen smaller dungeons, akin to a cinematic universe made up of multiple movies, stirring excitement and anticipation. World-class dungeons often have multiple entrances, with each entrance leading to a different dungeon area. The type, difficulty, and objectives of the dungeon vary greatly. Legend has it that completing tasks within the dungeon may very likely unlock the second phase dungeon, granting access to deeper mysterious areas and obtaining endless wealth and resources. A world-class secret realm often contains abundant resources, countless wealth, and can even transform a nearly bankrupt third-rate adventure group into a world-class multinational corporation. The Yellow Turban Group in the imperial capital rose to prominence in such a secret realm. When Sun Tao learned that this was a world-class secret realm, he immediately understood why the level requirement for the secret realm was from 0 to 200. Level does not meet the task activation condition, automatically generating a secret realm teleportation stone. Task completed, about to exit the secret realm. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, a gray, unadorned stone the size of a fist materialized in Sun Tao's hand. Secret Realm Teleportation Stone, special item, allows a 5-person team to teleport to a designated secret realm and initiate a secret realm quest. Secret Realm, Silver Moon Empire. Secret Realm Teleportation Stone. Looking at the teleportation stone in his hand, Sun Tao was overjoyed, almost shouting in excitement. Being captured by Zhao Tianming this time turned out to be a huge gain. Not only did he level up, but he also acquired a vampire maid, and in the end, he even obtained a secret realm teleportation stone. It seems Zhao Tianming is truly a great guy. Everything was handled perfectly. Sun Tao was overwhelmed with excitement, wishing he could immediately drag Zhao Tianming's corpse out of the wilderness and celebrate fiercely. Back home, Sun Tao first settled Selena in, then went to Zhou Yang's house for a meal. After playing with little glutinous rice for a while, he returned home contentedly. Beep. Bank card credited with 45 million yuan. Just as he arrived home, the notification sound from his phone startled Sun Tao. Upon checking, he found that Li Shuio had transferred the money. She also sent a text message along with it. The items from last time sold for a total of 44,972,100 yuan. I rounded it up and transferred 45 million to you. Make sure to check your account. I've been calling you all day, and you didn't pick up. Hurry up and accept my Feixin friend request. Flipping through the call log, he saw there were indeed over 30 missed calls. Sun Tao sighed helplessly. There was no signal in the secret realm, and he had left his phone in the spatial ring without taking it out. He tapped on Li Shuiao's number and called her back. After a few beeps, Li Shuiao's excited voice came through the phone. "Big brother, you finally answered. Something big has happened in Shuzhou City." At this moment, Sun Tao's heartbeat quickened. Could it be that a new adventure was awaiting him? Do you know? This morning, a red-wanted criminal ran into the Scarlet Forest. The security bureau sealed off the mountain to hunt him down. I heard that person is even a tier 4 soul warrior. Listening to Li Shuiao's exclamation, Sun Tao secretly chuckled to himself. How could he not know? Zhao Tianming was killed by him. The corpse was thrown into a hidden secret realm by him. Even if the security bureau had extraordinary abilities, they would never find it. Even his spatial ring is still in Sun Tao's possession. Although he was secretly pleased, Sun Tao pretended to be surprised and said, "What the hell, really? Such a badass fugitive, can we still enter the Blood Forest? Anyway, there's no way to get in today. The security bureau's main force is inside conducting a manhunt. If you don't want to be mistaken as an accomplice regardless of the fugitive, don't go. By the way, do you know who's leading the team to catch the fugitive this time? Li Shuiyao's voice carried a hint of excitement. Sun Tao couldn't help but think of the red-haired beauty he encountered in the forest. Who is it? Su Yu, the Red Lotus goddess Su Yu. Li Shuiyao's voice rose a few notches in excitement as she said the name. She's my idol. She awakened the S-Class Battle Soul, Furious Red Lotus, back in high school and entered Kyoto Academy with overwhelming dominance. Later, she led her team to victory in the National Battle Soul Academy tournament, directly winning the national championship. After graduation, she joined the Dragon Group of Huaxia and became a member of the Dragon Feng Squad. She participated in major events like the Longshan Defense Battle, the Thunder Cliff Beast Tide Battle, and the Black Cloud City Siege, earning the title of the Red Lotus Goddess. Li Shuiyao's voice grew increasingly excited, resembling a die-hard fan passionately promoting a celebrity to others. She's just so cool. If I could meet her once, I'd be willing to live 20 years less. Sun Tao took the water cup from Selena's hand and smiled. That's not necessary. She's just an ordinary person. On the other end of the phone, Li Shuiyao, lying on the bed, rolled her eyes. What do you know? A genius like her, just a few casual pointers from her could benefit us for a lifetime. Yunlong Command Center, Liuzhou City. Suyu slammed open the command center's door with a bang. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. Just a little more, and that bastard Zhao Tianming still managed to escape. An old Taoist priest brewing tea in the office was startled by Suyu's sudden entrance, nearly dropping the teapot in his hand. Xiaoyu, when are you going to learn to control your temper? This door isn't cheap, what if you break it? Suyu angrily sat down opposite the old Taoist priest, picked up a teacup, and drank it all in one go. Ugh, what is this? It has no taste at all. Do you have any wine? Bring me some wine. The old Taoist priest rolled his eyes and picked up the teacup with concern, checking if Suyu had broken it. I don't have that kind of thing here. Tea is the real treasure. You'll understand when you reach my age. Suyu took a few sips of tea but felt unsatisfied. He pulled out a bottle of Wolianye from his spatial belt, opened the cap, and started drinking. Refreshing. Suyu took a hearty drink and shouted boldly, now this is something worth drinking. Too lazy to argue with you. Just say it. What do you want from me? Suyu scratched his head awkwardly. Well, we haven't caught Zhao Tianming yet, so I was hoping Taoist Zhang could do a divination to figure out where that guy is hiding. The old Taoist rolled his eyes, pulled out a phone from his robe, opened the recorder, and played a recording. Divination? Does Suyu need divination to get things done? Let me make it clear today, I, Suyu, would rather die in battle or jump from here than ever ask old Zhang for a divination. Quiet. The entire office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Before setting out to capture Zhao Tianming this time, Zhang Tianchen had a feeling and suggested helping Suyu with a divination. But Suyu didn't believe him at all, bluntly stating that divination was nothing but a scam. Their Dragon Feng team relied on strength to get things done, not divination. Zhang Tianchen was helpless. Although his fortune-telling was accurate, it required the consent of the person involved to work. After persuading for a long time and seeing Suyu still unwilling, he had no choice but to give up. As a result, Suyu left in high spirits but returned disappointed. This time, coming to Zhang Tianchen for help was truly a last resort, treating a dead horse as if it were alive. According to the intelligence they received, Zhao Tianming possesses compound number 8 in the complete set of materials for the Divine Descent project. Suyu must find these items. Hearing her own previous recording, Suyu felt so embarrassed that her toes curled, wishing she could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment on the spot. To cover up her embarrassment, she could only drink desperately, taking several gulps and almost choking herself. Suyu's face turned as red as a monkey's bottom, feeling both embarrassed and flushed from the alcohol, almost blushing to the point of overheating. She put away her phone, while Zhang Tianchen burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with a peculiar light. How about it, Suleiman? Are you willing to let me perform a divination now? Zhang Tianchen asked playfully. Willing. Suyu nodded eagerly, as if he had received enlightenment. Zhang Tianchen shook his head slightly, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He waved his hand to put away the teacup, then pulled out an ancient tortoise shell from his sleeve. With a flick of his left hand, 5 ancient coins traced an arc in the air and landed precisely inside the tortoise shell. As he softly chanted incantations, the tortoise shell in his hand emitted a strange glow, and behind him appeared a massive shadow of a compass. The heavenly stems and earthly branches on the compass seemed to come alive, continuously rotating and deducing all the changes in the world. Zhang Tianchen leaned over to gaze at the divination on the table, his brows slightly furrowed. Stroking his beard gently, he seemed to sense something unusual. Strange, strange, he exclaimed, a hint of shock appearing on his face. This divination is truly a rare sight. What happened? Where is that guy Zhao Tianming? Su Yu's heartbeat quickened, a faint sense of unease creeping in. Zhang Tianchen stroked his beard, his gaze profound. The divination says Zhao Tianming is already dead, but you will soon obtain what you desire. Fire over earth, heaven, and earth in harmony, the azure dragon in the north. The divination points to your northern direction. North? Su Yu's eyes widened, her heart surging with waves of doubt. I knew fortune-telling couldn't be trusted. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before them, like a warrior from ancient myths. Could you be the fated one the king spoke of? Suddenly, a loud noise erupted, and the corpse of the wolf-headed monk collapsed, transforming into countless points of light that were instantly absorbed by the twin-headed fireblade on the ground. Done! Sun Tao laughed heartily, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. After returning today, he kept pondering. With his level upgraded, he should be able to clear Black Wind Mountain. So he took out the trial mission ticket to try, and sure enough, he easily passed Guangxi's challenge. He picked up the twin-headed fireblade left behind by Guangxi, feeling incredibly excited. Beep, you have slain the level 12 boss, Blazing Wolf Demon Guangxi, gaining EXP *531 and Spirit Value *311. Weapon acquired, Crimson Tide, Red Tide, Spirit Artifact Level Soul Weapon. Combat Power, 1692. Red Wave split into 3, blazing and oppressive. Equipping it grants the ability to transform into a wolf demon instructor, with attacks carrying fire damage. Finally got it. Guangxi. Sun Tao stared at the description of Red Tide, his heart trembling as he repeated in disbelief, a soul weapon. This is actually a soul weapon. Soul artifacts, a special type of equipment in this world, possess unparalleled power. Battle soul masters can refine them and directly equip them onto their battle souls, making them indispensable combat partners. Unlike ordinary magical equipment, once a soul artifact is refined, it becomes firmly embedded within the battle soul master, making it impossible for anyone to take away. Moreover, within a certain range, they can automatically return to the battle soul master's hand, serving as a divine aid in battle. In addition to significantly enhancing combat power, soul artifacts can also grant battle soul masters various mysterious skills, equivalent to gaining an extra ultimate ability. Take this Crimson Tide, for example. It actually granted Sun Tao the ability to transform into Guangxi. Sun Tao was no stranger to Guangxi. In his previous life, he had relied on this Guangxi ability countless times to defeat bosses and barely pass levels. Without Guangxi, Sun Tao would have struggled to clear even the first chapter. Who would have thought that Crimson Tide would turn into a soul artifact here? Sun Tao joyfully grasped Crimson Tide and began communicating with the battle soul within him. Soul power surged into Crimson Tide like a tide, gradually enveloping it as its size continuously shrank, eventually transforming into a ray of light and disappearing into his palm. Meanwhile, the giant ape battle soul behind him gained a double-headed flaming blade, instantly boosting its combat power. As his level increased, Sun Tao's battle soul evolved from the initial golden silk monkey to gradually exude the aura of the great sage equal to heaven. He thought to himself, once the destiny template is unlocked, could he truly become the great sage? He pulled out the copper cloud staff from his ear, his resolve firm. Guangxi is done, next up is Big Head. Stepping onto the familiar path, Sun Tao slashed through minor monsters along the way, heading straight to the clearing where the ghostly Big Head roamed. Ghostly Spirit, Boss, Level 15. Combat Power, 2745. Skills, Earth Split, Trample, Thousand Buddhas Worship, Reincarnation. Pausing briefly at the intersection to recover his strength, Sun Tao silently recited the chi-gathering technique, charged up a 3-bean heavy staff strike, and fiercely smashed it onto Big Head's back. The immense force caused the wandering Big Head to stagger and fall. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Tao quickly advanced and unleashed a series of light staff attacks. Big Head painfully stood up, gathering golden light in his hands, and turned around with a palm strike. The sharp palm wind directly snapped a nearby tree in half. However, Sun Tao easily dodged to the left, executing a perfect evasion. Leaving behind a shadow at his original position, he took the chance to strike Big Head with his staff while attacking from the side. Failing to land a hit, Big Head raised his foot, attempting to stomp Sun Tao to death. Seeing this, Sun Tao didn't hesitate, performing 2 consecutive backward rolls to successfully evade Big Head's trample. Immediately afterward, he executed a nimble forward roll, smoothly dodging the Thousand Buddhas Worship attack. Freeze! Sun Tao pointed a finger, shouting angrily in his heart. Golden runes instantly immobilized Big Head in place. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a series of light and heavy staff attacks, directly targeting Big Head's health bar, which plummeted like a flood. Finally, he ended with a charged heavy strike using the third layer staff technique, clearing Big Head effortlessly and without taking any damage. Ding! You have slain the level 15 boss Spectre, gaining 574 experience points and 343 spirit essence points. Ha! Too easy. I didn't even need Guangji, cleared it flawlessly. Sun Tao felt secretly delighted, recalling the times he was brutally defeated by Big Head in the past. Back then, like other chosen ones, he had stubbornly fought Big Head without defeating Guangji first, only to be instantly obliterated by the 10,000 Buddhas bowing move. He remembered his first attempt, where he was stuck at Big Head for a full hour until his roommate, unable to bear watching, told him he could bypass and defeat Guangji first. Today's smooth victory felt like sweet revenge for the frustration of being stuck back then. Next, Sun Tao effortlessly defeated Ling Shuzi, Guangmo, and the white-clad scholar. Beep, you have killed level 17 Demon King Ling Shuzi, gaining experience * 621, spirit value * 456. Beep, you have killed level 20 boss Guang Mao, gaining experience * 632, spirit value * 463. Beep, you have killed level 24 boss White-Clothed Scholar, gaining experience * 782, spirit value * 532. The White-Clothed Scholar was even more troublesome than in the game, not only possessing lightning-fast ghostly spear techniques but also being able to manipulate water and perform divine abilities. If Sun Tao hadn't ultimately spared Guangji to save his life, he might not have been able to defeat him. Striking the 3 large bronze bells standing in various places, Sun Tao felt as if he had arrived at the gates of a temple in a daze. Above the entrance were 4 large characters that read Guanyin Zen Courtyard. This must be the old Guanyin Zen Courtyard where Elder Jinshi resides. His heart tightened as he gripped the bronze cloud staff and pushed open the gates of the Guanyin Zen Courtyard. Raising his eyes, he immediately saw a golden, large-headed creature in the courtyard, shining like a mountain of gold, majestic and imposing, bearing a striking resemblance to the previous specter. Amitba, the 3 bronze bells have finally been struck. The golden creature, with its eyes closed, first performed a Buddhist salutation, then excitedly called out to the surrounding walking corpses, "Disciples, the master from outside has arrived, and they brought treasures for me." Sun Tao quickly raised his eyes to check Elder Jinshi's attributes. Elder Jinshi, Demon King, level 28, combat power 5261. Skills: Greedy Golden Body, Buddha's Light Cracking Earth, Chanting Sutras and Worshipping Buddha, Buddha's Light Universal Salvation. With a combat power of over 5,000, Sun Tao slightly narrowed his eyes. His own combat power was only over 3,000, a difference of more than 2,000 compared to Elder Jinshi. However, he secretly calculated. In his heart, he still had a large amount of spiritual essence in hand. If he couldn't win this time, he planned to use the spiritual essence to increase his stats and boost his combat power. As Sun Tao gradually approached, Elder Jinshi suddenly paused, golden light shining brightly. "This scent, is it you who has returned?" He roared angrily. "It must be you who hid that cassock. Return it to me immediately." As the angry roar echoed, countless dried corpses surged out like a tide from all directions, clearly the vengeful spirits of those burned to death earlier. In the Guanyin Zen Courtyard, Sun Tao swung his staff to counterattack. These vengeful spirits posed no challenge, each falling with a single strike. Elder Jinshi jumped heavily in place, stomping down hard. Sun Tao nimbly rolled backward, dodging the attack. Seizing the opportunity, he pointed at Elder Jinshi and shouted, "Freeze!" Golden magic transformed into runes, immobilizing Elder Jinshi. A brilliant golden light flowed through Sun Tao's eyes as he gripped the bronze cloud staff and charged forward. Magic power surged out, causing the staff to suddenly extend. With immense force, he delivered a fully charged thrust, piercing straight through Elder Jinshi's body. Golden magic exploded on Elder Jinshi, sending him crashing to the ground with a pained howl. Sun Tao stepped forward and unleashed a flurry of light staff strikes. Just as Elder Jinshi was about to rise, Sun Tao transformed into Big Head Headbutt mode. Boom! The successive attacks knocked Elder Jinshi down again, with most of the health bar above his head vanishing. "Take the Kasaya. Even in death, I'll have no regrets. Come on!" Elder Jinshi roared furiously, suddenly leaping into the air and sitting cross-legged. The surrounding corpses began to move uncontrollably toward him. Sun Tao realized this was the boss's healing phase and decisively grabbed his staff, starting to pummel the approaching minions. A few minutes later, Elder Jinshi landed back on the ground, burning with rage. His palms surged with Buddhist light, ready to end Sun Tao's life with a single strike. However, everything was under Sun Tao's control. He remained calm, dodging left and right, quickly moving to Elder Jinshi's side, and relentlessly attacking with his light staff. After building up the momentum of his staff, Sun Tao unleashed a powerful downward strike, landing it squarely on Elder Jinchi's head. Unable to withstand the immense damage, Elder Jinchi's golden body shattered instantly. The surrounding smoke gradually dispersed, leaving only a dazzling golden light. No, Guangji, Guanmo, I don't want this Kasaya anymore. Stop the fire. Elder Jinchi's voice gradually faded into the air, and Sun Tao, in a moment of daze, found himself back beside the great bronze bell. The corpse of the wolf demon in the tree disintegrated with the wind, transforming into a red cloak that slowly fell into Sun Tao's hands. Fire Shield, Epic Artifact. Combat Power, 7384. Legend has it that this is the weapon of the Heavenly King of Broad Vision. When activated, it grants immunity to fire attribute damage, restores health in flames, and comes with the trait, Rebirth in Fire. Rebirth in Fire, Divine, Passive. Upon receiving fatal damage, the user will be reborn in flames. The health after rebirth depends on the power of the flames. Looking at the fireproof shield in front of him, Sun Tao opened his mouth wide, his heart filled with joy. Epic, magic treasure. After leaving Zhang Tianqin's office, Suyu returned to her own office, secretly planning her next steps. Sitting in her office chair, she looked at the whiteboard across from her, covered with case clues, let out a long sigh, and her eyes sparkled with determination. Buzz buzz. The phone on the desk vibrated. Suyu picked it up and saw the name displayed, Principal Yu of Liuzhou No. 1 High School. Her heart tightened as she answered the call. Hello, Principal Yu, what's the matter for you to call me so late? Haha, Xiaosu, I heard from your family that you've recently come to Liuzhou on a business trip? Principal Yu's cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone, carrying a sense of warmth. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Suyu, he finally got to the point. The National Battle Soul College entrance exam is just a few days away. I was wondering if you could spare some time to attend the school's oath-taking ceremony and cheer on your junior students? Tisk, sigh, Principal Yu, I really want to attend the oath-taking ceremony, but Suyu was about to decline when Zhang Tianqin's words suddenly flashed through her mind. Fire and Earth advance, heaven and earth are harmonious, the azure dragon is in the north, and the divination points to the north of you. Her heart trembled. You will soon get what you want. Opening the map and taking a closer look, Suyu noticed that Liuzhou No. 1 High School was directly north of the Yunlong Command Center. Looking at the positions of the two, Suyu muttered softly, no way, could it really be such a coincidence? Ah, what a coincidence. Principal Yu asked in confusion, not having heard clearly. Oh, it's nothing, nothing, I was just talking to a colleague. Suyu quickly reacted and immediately changed the subject, saying, I mean, this is such a coincidence. I was just thinking of going to the school to see if I could spot a few promising students. That's wonderful. Let's settle it then. Hearing Suyu agree, Principal Yu was overjoyed. Suyu was the most outstanding graduate of Liuzhou No. 1 High School in the past 20 years. Having her come to give a speech to the students preparing for the Seoul Battle College entrance exam would undoubtedly boost morale significantly. It might even help him move up from his position as vice principal. After chatting with Principal Yu for a few more minutes and finalizing the details of the oath-taking ceremony, Suyu finally hung up the phone, a surge of determination igniting in her heart. She put down her phone, raised her head again to look at the whiteboard full of case clues, and rhythmically tapped her fingers on the desk, murmuring, the Divine Descent Plan. Compound number 8. Old Zhang, I'll trust you one more time. On the other side, Sun Tao, who had obtained the fireproof shield, had followed the guidance of the Black Wind Mountain's land spirit and arrived at the entrance of the New Guanyin Zen Temple. At this moment, he was about to face the final demon king of the Black Wind Mountain trial mission, the Black Wind King, the Black Bear Spirit. Stepping into the courtyard of the New Guanyin Zen Temple, the first thing that caught his eye was a martial monk seated on a meditation cushion at the entrance. He was draped in a red monk's robe, with a towering and robust physique, resembling a black iron tower that exuded an invisible sense of oppression. A string of fist-sized prayer beads hung across his chest, and his bulging muscles made it evident that he was an accomplished monk who had attained enlightenment through martial arts. Black Wind King, Boss. Level, 32. Combat Power, 9428. Skills, Bear Dominance, Divine Power, Chi Gathering and Dispersion, South Sea Buddha Light, Thick Skin and Tough Flesh, Mountain Guardian Great Sage, Spear Mastery. Looking at Black Wind King's exaggerated combat power, Sun Tao gasped in shock, thinking to himself, damn, level 32 with 9,000 combat power, this is not something a human can defeat. As Sun Tao approached, Black Wind King chuckled lightly and said, 500 years. I have rebuilt the Guanyin Zen Temple, and it's even larger than before. His voice was like a booming bell. He stood up, picked up the long halberd. Beside him, exuding an overwhelming aura, those monks who perished in the sea of fire have turned into wandering spirits in the mountains. He patted his chest and said coldly, it was me. I personally delivered them to salvation. I even restored those fragmented scriptures one by one. As he spoke, the Black Wind King raised his long halberd, pointing it at Sun Tao from afar. But I know, one day, you monkey will still come knocking. Before the words had finished, Sun Tao's heart instantly sounded the alarm. Without time to think, he instinctively activated his copper head and iron arms technique. In the next moment, the Black Wind King leapt into the air, spinning mid-flight, his massive body wielding the several hundred-pound halberd, which struck fiercely against Sun Tao's copper head and iron arms. Clang! The deafening sound echoed throughout the entire Zen courtyard. Sun Tao felt an immense force surging toward him, unexpectedly knocking him out of his copper head and iron arms state. The Black Wind King withdrew his long spear and immediately swept it horizontally at the fallen Sun Tao. Sun Tao instantly dodged, leaving behind a shadow in his original position, revealing his insight technique. His eyes gleamed with golden light, discerning the vital points around the Black Wind King's body. With a thunderous force, he swung his staff fiercely at the top of the Black Wind King's head. The Black Wind King's spear missed its mark, and he quickly shifted to defense, using his long halberd to block Sun Tao's iron staff directly. Boom! The copper cloud staff heavily struck the Black Wind King's long halberd, sparks flying everywhere, the air thick with a tense and thrilling atmosphere. The curtain of battle was thus drawn. A terrifying force erupted instantly, causing the Black Wind King's tiger mouth to tremble violently. The ground beneath his feet cracked with a thunderous roar, and his body was forcibly pressed down by an inch. Faced with this immense power, the Black Wind King was shocked, thinking to himself, he prided himself on his unparalleled strength, and after becoming a demon, he had mastered the Bear Overlord's divine power. Even that monkey Sun Wukong didn't seem to surpass him much in terms of strength, yet this monkey before him could actually overpower him in sheer force. Could he really be the fabled chosen one? The Black Wind King wondered to himself. But before he could react, Sun Tao swiftly withdrew his staff, stepped back, gathered all his strength, and fiercely jabbed at the Black Wind King's chest. The Black Wind King had no time to respond and could only let out a muffled grunt, enduring Sun Tao's jab with the staff, which instantly produced a thunderous, resounding boom. Bang! The rebound force caused Sun Tao to stagger back several steps. He stared at the Black Wind King in shock, thinking to himself, even hitting the weak spot didn't cause a stagger. This guy's body is ridiculously tough. The Black Wind King patted his chest, swayed slightly, and sneered, "You don't even know escape techniques, yet you dare to act wild here?" With that, his massive figure instantly transformed into a cloud of black smoke, surging toward Sun Tao. Sun Tao swung his staff, but it passed straight through the black mist. He was sent flying by the Black Wind King, and half of his health bar instantly vanished. Damn! How do I fight this? He exclaimed inwardly, recalling his battle experience with the Black Wind King in his previous life. Suddenly, he remembered that the immobilization spell could force it out of its black wind state. Without hesitation, he pointed a finger and shouted in his heart, "Freeze!" A flash of golden light streaked by, and the Black Wind King was instantly thrown out of the black mist, with strands of golden light clinging to its body as it shook its head in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Tao closed in and swung his staff fiercely. After a few light strikes on the Black Wind King, he unleashed the breakstaff technique during its counterattack. With one powerful strike, he deflected the Black Wind King's spear attack. Holding the staff with both hands, he leapt high into the air. Amidst the swirling golden light, the copper cloud staff radiated brilliantly and came crashing down on the Black Wind King, unleashing a three-layered staff force in a thunderous explosion. The intense pain forced the black bear to retreat repeatedly, nearly dropping its weapon. With a crisp sound, the long halberd crashed to the ground. The Black Wind King staggered backward, unwillingly muttering, "What a formidable monkey! If you have the guts, come meet me at the mountain peak." With that, it turned into a gust of black wind and sped off into the distance. Sun Tao was about to give chase when he noticed a cloud of smoke rising not far away. It was the earth god of Black Wind Mountain. He paused in his tracks, his heart trembling as he recalled that in the game, the earth god of Black Wind Mountain taught the chosen ones the technique of form gathering and chi dispersion at this very spot. Could it be the same here? His technique of condensing form and dispersing energy looks flashy, but it's actually not difficult, said the Black Wind Mountain earth god as he picked up his back scratcher and mysteriously gathered a cloud of smoke from the air. This Black Wind monster is unskilled in his craft. Even after a trip to the South Sea, he hasn't improved. However, he did leave behind some residual energy during his recent attempts, which we can make use of. As soon as he finished speaking, he flung the collected smoke towards Sun Tao. The white smoke instantly enveloped Sun Tao, and in the blink of an eye, it surged into his body. Ding! The Black Wind Mountain Earth God has taught you the technique of condensing form and dispersing energy. You have acquired the skill, condensing form and dispersing energy. The system notification sounded, and a sudden clarity emerged in Sun Tao's mind, instantly comprehending the technique technique of form gathering in chi dispersion. Form gathering in chi dispersion, divine level, when gathered, it forms a shape, when dispersed, it becomes chi. It conceals the body, leaving behind a clone at the original location. The clone disappears upon attack or death, revealing the user. While invisible, it cannot be detected by any means. Indeed, another divine level skill. Sun Tao's heart was filled with joy. Form gathering in chi dispersion truly lived up to being the great sage's skill, immensely powerful. The fact that invisibility cannot be detected makes it an absolute weapon in combat. Moreover, he remembered that this skill could be upgraded in the game, even allowing for charged heavy strikes while in an invisible state. Thinking of this, a strategy surfaced in Sun Tao's mind, named the invisible heavy strike flow. Simply put, it starts with a heavy strike, followed by dealing damage. When the boss retaliates, the user goes invisible, charges up, and then deals damage again, repeating the cycle until the boss is worn down completely. The bear monster is at the mountain peak, but there are some good things around here. You can scavenge a bit before heading up. After teaching the technique of form consolidation and chi dispersion, the Black Wind Mountain Earth deity turned into a puff of white smoke and disappeared. Sun Tao immediately began searching the temple. In a side hall, he discovered a Jade Lotus Immortal Pill, which excitingly boosted his health significantly. My current strength is still too weak. Maybe I should level up before moving on, he pondered. After defeating Zhao Tianming and soloing the hidden dungeon, Sun Tao had accumulated a large number of spirit essence points. Coupled with the generous rewards from defeating bosses like Guangji and the Spectre, his spirit essence points had grown substantially. Considering that the first phase of the Black Bear Demon already had over 9,000 combat power, and the second phase would likely be even stronger, Sun Tao decided to use a wave of spirit essence points to enhance his combat power before challenging the Black Bear Demon. Beep, your destiny proficiency has increased. Current progress, 5%. Beep, your destiny proficiency has increased. Current progress, 6%. Beep, your destiny proficiency has increased. Current progress, 7%. Beep, your destiny proficiency has increased. Current progress, 10%. Beep, skill level insufficient, unable to increase destiny proficiency. After consuming over 10,000 spirit essence points, Sun Tao's destiny template proficiency increased to 10%. To continue improving, he would need to raise Great Sage Staff Technique and Furious 8 Force to level 10. As the proficiency of the destiny template increased, Sun Tao felt a subtle change in the battle soul within his body. Although its appearance remained unchanged, the sensation increasingly aligned with the Great Sage. Previously, it felt more like a monkey, but now, it seemed more like a person. He vaguely sensed that a terrifying power was hidden within his battle soul, but no matter how he searched, he could not find any trace of it, leading him to suspect at one point that it was merely an illusion caused by consuming spirit essence. Beep, your skill Great Sage Staff Technique has been upgraded to level 3. Beep, your skill Great Sage Staff Technique has been upgraded to level 4. A large number of spirit essence points were spent, upgrading Sun Tao's skills Great Sage Staff Technique and Furious 8 Force to level 5, while also enhancing several other spells. Waves of enlightenment surged into his mind, making him feel as though he had mastered these techniques for years, becoming increasingly adept. The spirit essence points were quickly depleted, but his combat power rose sharply. Destined 1, Sun Tao. Level, 23. Combat power, 14,452. Battle Soul, Divine Grade Great Sage equal to Heaven, 10%. Skills, Great Sage Staff Technique, 5. Basic Meditation Technique, Furious 8 Strength, 5. Copperhead Iron Arms, 3. Hair Clone Technique, 2. Immobilization Technique, 2. Chi Gathering Technique, 5. Form Gathering and Chi Dispersion, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Staff, Treasure Lotus Medicine Pot, Red Tide, Fire Shield. Spirit points, 9. Looking at his skyrocketing combat power, Sun Tao was filled with confidence. 14,000 combat power, I should be invincible below tier 3. This time, I'll definitely claim the national top scorer in the Battle Soul College entrance exam. It's no wonder Sun Tao is so confident. Even an SSS level Battle Soul might not necessarily have over 5,000 combat power at this level, let alone 10,000. And Sun Tao has a combat power of a full 14,000. Although more than 7,000 of it comes from the Fire Shield, that is still a testament to Sun Tao's ability. He charged all the way to the top of Black Wind Mountain, his heart ignited with fearless determination. Surrounded by blazing fire-lit pagodas, the center featured a tall tower housing a glittering golden gem. For some reason, the moment Sun Tao laid eyes on the gem, he felt an inexplicable attraction, as if it were calling out to him. Not seeing any sign of the Black Wind King at the mountaintop, Sun Tao fearlessly stepped forward. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and the surrounding flames surged instantly, as if they were about to devour everything. The old monk once told me, out of sight, out of mind. With ordinary cultivation, one must enter all forms and break all forms to attain true freedom. The voice of the Black Wind King echoed in midair, seemingly mocking Sun Tao's courage. Countless black dots rose from the top of the pagoda, converging in midair into the form of a giant black bear, awe-inspiring and breathtaking. But didn't he also go mad when he saw this scene? A black bear, approximately 3 zhang tall, let out an angry roar, its powerful aura sweeping in all directions. The flames grew even more violent, as if intent on completely incinerating everything here. Damn, it's so hot. A wave of heat surged forward, startling Sun Tao. He quickly waved his hand and summoned a fireproof shield. A transparent membrane instantly enveloped Sun Tao, isolating the surrounding flames. However, at the moment he summoned the fire shield, Sun Tao felt the mana within his body pouring out like a floodgate had been opened. What the heck? This artifact consumes so much mana. Startled, Sun Tao realized that the fire shield was draining a massive amount of mana, and he hurriedly shut it off in a panic. In just that brief moment, more than half of Sun Tao's mana had been consumed, leaving a look of terror on his face. Damn, no wonder it's the treasure of the Heavenly King. The mana consumption is insane. This is with the Furious Ape technique upgraded, otherwise, with my limited mana, I wouldn't last long at all. Looks like this treasure can only be used at critical moments. Feeling frustrated, Sun Tao had calculated everything but never expected the mana consumption of the fire shield to be so terrifying, leaving him barely able to use it a few times. If only I hadn't upgraded other skills just now and had poured all the spirit essence points into Furious Ape Force to increase my mana. A mere warrior, tears of regret flowed in his heart, as if fate was playing a huge joke on him at this moment. But he would never back down, the fighting spirit in his heart had been ignited. Facing the Black Wind King, he would give it his all and never let himself regret it. Boom! The earth trembles, and the flames burn. The giant bear leaped into the air, like Mount Tai pressing down, launching a fierce attack on Sun Tao. In its black bear form, the black bear spirit summoned all its divine strength, its terrifying bear paw descending with a sharp gust of wind. If not for the recent surge in his combat power, Sun Tao might have already chosen to flee in panic. Sun Tao suddenly opened his eyes, activating his discernment state. Golden pupils fixed on the black bear demon's every move, calculating a way to counter. Just as the bear paw was about to strike, he swiftly performed the shape-gathering and chi dispersion technique, transforming into a wisp of smoke and instantly retreating beyond the black bear demon's attack range. The bear paw slammed down heavily, tearing a massive fissure into the ground. The terrifying force erupted like a flood, with powerful shockwaves spreading in all directions. Sun Tao's clone lasted only a single breath under this force before being dispersed by the bear paw. At this moment, Sun Tao had gathered the force of 3 layers of staff strikes, and the long staff in his hand suddenly smashed down. The staff struck heavily on the black bear demon's head, causing it to roll on the ground in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Tao swung the long staff, delivering several heavy blows to the black bear demon's body. Even with its tough hide and thick flesh, it couldn't help but howl in agony. Roar! The black bear demon, enraged, stood upright, raising both palms high as blazing flames ignited in its hands. The furious strike smashed into the ground, instantly tearing it apart as flames erupted. The surrounding terrain, like a volcanic explosion, suddenly spewed dozens of fire pillars, turning the entire summit of Black Wind Mountain into a sea of fire. Fire shield. Sun Tao quickly cast the fire shield, which enveloped him like a thin veil, isolating the surrounding flames. The raging fire could only bring him a slight warmth. Seeing this, the black bear roared and charged at Sun Tao with even more ferocious attacks. Although extremely fast, it lost its rhythm, making Sun Tao handle it with ease. He displayed his agility, deftly dodging under the giant paws of the black bear spirit, effortlessly evading each of its attacks. The black bear spirit pressed on like a mad beast, with more and more flames striking the ground. If not for the fire shield on Sun Tao, there would have been no place to stand. As the battle intensified, Sun Tao fought with increasing ease. Although the black bear spirit was massive in size, its moves were limited to just a few. After a bout of exchanges, Sun Tao had already figured out its attack patterns. Nimbly dodging the black bear spirit's heavy punch, Sun Tao's figure flickered like a phantom, retreating repeatedly. The long staff in his hand extended smoothly and suddenly jabbed at the black bear spirit's chest. Piercing staff, Phoenix threw flowers. The immense force struck the black bear spirit's vital point, leaving it breathless and stunned in place. Sun Tao seized the opportunity, quickly stepped forward, and with his staff fully charged with momentum, struck the black bear spirit hard, knocking it to the ground. After such repeated blows, the black bear spirit could no longer endure, retreating step by step until it transformed into a gust of black wind and fled straight toward the golden glowing tower top. You little monkey, you've got some skill. Today, I, the great king, won't tangle with you. This time is different from before. With no one to aid you, once I take this treasure, where can't I rebuild the temple? After speaking, the black wind swept up the golden light, attempting to fly away. But at that moment, streaks of golden light suddenly burst forth from within the black wind. Ah! The black bear demon let out a piercing scream, and the power of the black wind began to falter. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, smoke and dust rose from the ground as the black bear demon was counterattacked by the golden light, falling directly from the air. At this moment, it had reverted to its bear form, clasping its hands together and repeatedly kowtowing to beg for mercy. Great sage! Oh no, little sage, spare me, little sage, spare me. The black bear spirit completely changed its previously aggressive demeanor, its voice full of fear, terrified that Sun Tao might kill it with a single strike. I was also coerced by the heavenly court. If it weren't beyond my control, who would dare to act against the plague god who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace? At this moment, it was utterly terrified, its voice trembling slightly. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, he hadn't completed the Black Myth game. To ensure an authentic gaming experience, he resisted the urge to look up any guides. Plus, his mindset was slightly shaken while playing the first level, so he didn't watch the storyline carefully. As a result, his understanding of the background of Black Myth is shallow. He only knows that it is a story set 500 years after Journey to the West. But at this moment, it seems that this matter is somehow connected to the Buddhist sect and the heavenly court. In his memory, the black bear demon was taken in by Guanyin Bodhisattva as the great mountain guardian, cultivating in the purple bamboo forest of the South Sea. How could he suddenly return to Black Wind Mountain to become the Mountain King? Moreover, judging by his strength, he couldn't possibly be a match for the great sage. This matter clearly involves the gods and Buddhas of the heavens. The earth god of Black Wind Mountain suddenly emerged from the ground and said, "What this bear says is quite true. Even if he borrowed all the courage in the world, he would never dare to harm the great sage. The mastermind behind this must be someone else." The black bear spirit, seeing someone join the conversation, quickly said, "Besides, this thing is incredibly strange. When I came across it, I had no idea how to refine it, so I could only place it high up and occasionally deceive some little demons into worshipping it to collect offerings. If the little sage spares me this time, I will return to the South Sea to admit my guilt with humility. I will wear the golden circlet again and never leave Mount Putua by even half a step." Sun Tao, hearing the words of the black bear spirit, looked thoughtfully at the golden light in midair. So this is the great sage's root of joy at first sight? I wonder what level of item it might be. The golden orb of light seemed to sense Sun Tao's gaze and trembled slightly. The earth deity of Black Wind Mountain quickly said, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Little monkey, hurry and retrieve the great sage's relic to take a look." Sun Tao slowly stepped forward, the golden light transforming into a small bird with a reddish-black hue, gently landing on his arm. A golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. Eyes of joy, divine artifact, combat power, immeasurable. One of the 6 instruments of the Lingming stone monkey, possessing supreme utility and a trace of the great sage's might. It can resurrect the dead, dispel illusions to reveal truth, but may incite greed in those with weak minds. Feature, Fiery Eyes, Divine Level. After merging with the Battle Soul, gain the innate skill Fiery Eyes, which can see through all illusions, mazes, falsehoods, invisibility, and clones. It grants immunity to all mental control skills, and using the skill no longer consumes mana. During enemy attacks, it can expose enemy weaknesses to gain temporary invincibility and increase attack power. Divine Artifact. Seeing the description of I Delight, Sun Tao was ecstatic. With the groundwork laid by the fire shield, he had already mentally prepared himself. Even if I Delight wasn't a legendary piece of equipment, it would at least be close. But when I Delight was truly in his hands, he realized he had underestimated the power of the great sage's essence. It turned out to be a divine artifact. Even the nation places immense importance on these divine artifacts. Across the entire world, only a few countries, Bald Eagle, Russian Bear, Gaul, the British Empire, and Huaxia, possess these artifacts. Moreover, each country has only a limited number, yet their power grows increasingly formidable, akin to the nuclear weapons of another world. Even in Huaxia, there are currently only 8 divine artifacts, each held by one of the 8 war gods of the Dragon Group. And today, Sun Tao actually obtained one. The root device is actually a divine artifact. And this is just the first chapter. There are a total of 6 root devices, which means I can acquire at least 6 divine artifacts. Thinking of the game information he had read before, Sun Tao's heart couldn't help but race. 6 divine artifacts. Forget Huaxia, even the entire United Nations would have to act according to my whims. With the acquisition of the Eye of Joy, a surge of fragmented memories instantly flooded Sun Tao's mind. These were the memories of the great sage, vague and indistinct, yet revealing many secrets to him. Back then, the great sage discovered an earth-shattering secret on Mount Ling, which led him to decide to leave and return to Flower Fruit Mountain in search of peace. However, the Heavenly Court and Buddhism seemed absolutely intolerant of this, joining forces to slay the great sage and seize his 6 root artifacts. They even took the root artifacts of the other great demon kings as well. What puzzled Sun Tao was that the Buddhist sect and the Heavenly Court turned a blind eye to the actions of the demon kings, allowing them to act recklessly. Perhaps they were also plotting to use these root artifacts to achieve some sinister scheme. It was even possible that his own transmigration into this world and acquisition of the Black Myth system were part of their calculations. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Sun Tao couldn't help but sigh deeply. It really comes down to my lack of strength. If I had enough power, who cares about gods or Buddhas? I'd knock them all down with one strike. As long as I possess immense strength, I can overturn the entire game. In the end, who is truly the pawn? That remains to be seen. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding! You have defeated the level 32 boss Black Wind King, gaining experience *1423 and spirit value *854. Ding! You have completed the trial mission, Black Wind Mountain. The Destiny mural, Fire Illuminates Black Clouds, has been unlocked. You can access the Destiny Pagoda Tower through the Universe Scroll and enter the Trial Secret Realm. Ding! You have completed the Novice Mission, First Steps, receiving the mission reward, Universe Scroll *1. Sun Tao's heart was filled with joy. With a flip of his hand, a simple and ancient scroll appeared in his palm. Upon opening it, he found an ink painting depicting 6 mountain peaks. Scroll of Heaven and Earth, perfect grade rare item. Combat power, 0. In non-combat situations, the Scroll of Heaven and Earth can be opened to travel to Destiny Village and can store living beings within the scroll. Consuming spiritual essence allows the Scroll of Heaven and Earth to be upgraded to the Wishful Scroll, unlocking the 6 Ding 6 Jia side quests. Spiritual essence required for upgrade, 100,000. 100,000 points of spiritual essence. Sun Tao was startled by this requirement. After his previous enhancement, he only had a few points of spiritual essence left. Even after defeating the Black Bear Spirit and the minor monsters along the way, he had barely accumulated over 1,000 points. To gather 100,000 points of spiritual essence, how long would that take? No wonder I couldn't find Shin Monkey at Black Wind Mountain. It seems I need to upgrade the Rui Scroll first before encountering him, Sun Tao thought to himself. In the game, the 6 Ding and 6 Jia are crucial helpers for the Chosen One. In the videos he had watched, Shin Monkey, Su Dog, Chen Dragon, and Yin Tiger each assisted the Chosen One with tasks like gourd upgrades, alchemy, herb cultivation, and forging. As for whether other 6 Ding and 6 Jia deities would appear later and what roles they might play, Sun Tao couldn't figure it out for now. He decided not to dwell on it and reached out to store Yin Jianqi into his ring. Suddenly, Yin Jianqi flapped its wings and lunged at his chest, transforming into a golden light that merged into his body, instantly flooding into his eyes. Behind Sun Tao, a golden ape battle spirit emerged, and his eyes emitted beams of golden light that shot straight into the sky, stirring the dark clouds above. Fortunately, this was within the trial mission, otherwise, who knows how many people would have been alarmed. The golden light gradually dimmed. Sun Tao crouched on the ground, covering his eyes, and gasping for breath. His eyes felt as if they were on fire, unbearably scorching, as though 2 fireballs were burning in his eye sockets, causing him such pain that he wanted to scream. But an invisible force deep within urged him to endure. As long as he could persevere, he would gain immense benefits. Ding! Great Sage Root fused, Eyes of Joy. Skill acquired, Fiery Golden Eyes, Divine Level. Main quest acquired, Gather the 6 relics, the Great Sage returns. Quest description, collect the 6 relics of the Great Sage and defeat his fragmented form to resurrect Sun Wukong, the Monkey King. Quest reward, Battle Soul Avatar, Monkey King. Looking at the task panel in his mind, Sun Tao couldn't help but smile bitterly. The system actually wanted him to gather the 6 relics and resurrect the Great Sage. Just the first chapter at Black Wind Mountain was already so challenging, wouldn't the later levels be even harder? Yellow, Wind Ridge, Little Western Heaven, Spider Cave, Flame Mountain, Flower Fruit Mountain. Each map's monsters were more twisted than the last. He hadn't even studied the strategies beforehand, only had a rough idea, and was basically just a rookie who hadn't even made it past Tiger Vanguard. Now he has to collect 6 sensory organs, and just thinking about it gives Sun Tao a headache. A long and arduous journey ahead. Sun Tao sighed and suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a flashing exclamation mark at the bottom of the task panel. His heart stirred, and when he clicked on it, it turned out to be a side quest. Side quest 1, Loyal and Righteous, Unmatched Hero Mabadian. Find Mabadian, the second brother, in Black Wind Mountain to activate the Loyal and Righteous side quest. Quest reward, Spell Dark Thunder. Side Quest 2, 4 River Dragon Kings. Find the flying dragon scales at Yellow Wind Ridge and locate the positions of the 4 River Dragon Kings across various regions. Defeat them to obtain Dragon Pearls. Quest Reward, East Sea Dragon Palace Token. Side Quest 3, Endless Trials. Continuously clear the Trial's secret realm. After each clearance, the difficulty of the realm increases, and the rewards improve. Clearing the realm 100 times consecutively will grant additional rewards. Quest Reward, rewards are settled individually after each clearance of the secret realm, including forging materials, alchemy herbs, and exquisite inner cores. Side Quest 4, The Great Tao of 3000. On the path of destiny, you need more skills to support yourself. Try learning a secondary skill. Quest Reward, Secondary Skill Scroll *1. The 4 side quests had no time limit, and Sun Tao accepted them all without hesitation, secretly deciding to complete them one by one when the opportunity arose. The moment he accepted the quests, a 60-hour countdown appeared on the quest panel. Sun Tao was slightly startled but understood that this was the cooldown period. Once the countdown ended, the quest panel would refresh the side quests, giving him the chance to accept them again. As the joyful energy merged into Sun Tao's body, the trial mission was successfully completed. The system's trial panel shimmered with light, displaying a mural that depicted the fire illuminating black clouds, which Sun Tao had just cleared. The system informed him that only by clearing hell-level secret realms could he have a chance to obtain a trial mission ticket. The higher the difficulty of the secret realm, the greater the chance of obtaining a ticket. Sun Tao's heart ignited with boundless determination. At that moment, everything blurred before his eyes, and Sun Tao returned to his room. His body quickly transformed from the form of the Destiny Monkey back into his human form. Master! In the room, Selena, dressed in a maid outfit and cleaning, brightened upon seeing Sun Tao appear. Her face lit up with a smile as she prepared to warmly welcome him. Welcome back. However, as she sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Sun Tao, the smile on her face abruptly froze. She stood motionless, stunned, her heart filled with shock. No way! This guy has gotten even stronger. Selena's past battles with Sun Tao had given her a deep understanding of his strength. Although Sun Tao was formidable, she was never afraid. Yet at this moment, just standing there, Sun Tao made her whole body tremble, unable to resist the urge to kneel, as if she were facing a true deity. The thought of resistance couldn't even arise in her heart. If Sun Tao had displayed such power earlier, she figured she would have knelt long ago and never dared to fight him. He's gotten stronger again. Does this guy have no limits? Selena's feelings were complicated. On one hand, she was delighted by Sun Tao's strength, thinking she could finally cling to this powerful figure. On the other hand, she worried that Sun Tao's overwhelming power might render her completely useless, or even lead to her being abandoned. Maybe I can only try that method. Selena bit her lip, secretly making a decision in her heart as she recalled the way Sun Tao had stolen glances at her chest several times before. Selena! Selena! Sun Tao waved his hand in front of her, interrupting her thoughts. Only then did Selena realize her face was as red as a monkey's bottom. Shocked, she discovered that even vampires could blush, and Sun Tao had certainly witnessed it firsthand. "Ah, master, are you going to eat me now?" Selena asked instinctively, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. Sun Tao was both amused and exasperated. "What delicious food do you have? I was asking if the meal is ready. I'm starving." Only then did Selena realize, covering her face as she hurried to the kitchen. 3 minutes later, Sun Tao sat at the dining table, staring silently at a charred object in front of him. "What is this?" "Pan-fried steak," Selena answered matter-of-factly. "Your human stoves are so hard to use. I tried several times, and everything got burnt." Selena shrugged innocently. "Didn't you use a pan?" Sun Tao asked helplessly. "A pan? What pan? I didn't see any pan." Selena looked completely innocent. Sun Tao rubbed his forehead and let out a long sigh. "Forget it, don't worry about that." Pointing at the charcoal-like substance on the plate, he said helplessly, "Isn't this burnt?" "This is already the last piece," Selena said indifferently. "Come on, I haven't cooked in over 300 years. Being able to make it like this is already pretty good." Sun Tao covered his face, thinking to himself that agreeing to let a vampire who hadn't cooked in over 300 years make him a meal was a mistake in itself. "Forget it, I'll just have some instant noodles," Sun Tao finally conceded. "Instant noodles? What's that?" Selena asked curiously. "Human Gourmet's Midnight Soul Redemption," Sun Tao said mysteriously. While Sun Tao and Selena were having dinner together, across the ocean in the Vatican's Grand Cathedral, the Pope knelt devoutly before the statue, praying. Holy light refracted through the glass dome, spreading like angelic wings across the entire church. Behind the Pope, an angel curled within 8 pairs of wings was quietly sleeping, and faintly, sacred hymns echoed in the void. Suddenly, the holy light on the massive statue of the God of Light flickered slightly. The Pope opened his eyes, and a divine pentagram, flashed within them, the aura of the old gods. This direction is the east. His heart trembled as he realized the gravity of the situation. Impossible. That place has already been sealed by the gods. No deity could possibly be born there. The Pope pondered for a moment before speaking firmly. Could it be Asgard breaking the rules, preparing to harvest faith? Sheba, come see me at once, the Pope commanded, his voice echoing through the church. Before long, the church doors opened, and a young girl dressed in a pale white nun's habit slowly walked in. She had beautiful caramel-colored eyes, and her flaxen hair shimmered under the holy light. "Good day, Your Holiness," the girl greeted respectfully. The Pope nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Sheba, I recall that you have Huaxia ancestry. My father is from Huaxia, and my mother is from Sakura. I have half Huaxia blood." Sheba knelt respectfully on the ground, her tone slightly tense. The Pope nodded and continued, "The Temple of Light has just received a divine oracle. The aura of the old gods is reviving in the east. I plan to send you to Huaxia to investigate clues about the old gods. You must prevent their awakening. All the temples of light and the holy knights within the Far East are at your disposal." The Pope's command, like a sacred decree, left Sheba shaken. Sheba raised her head in astonishment, her mouth agape in shock, completely losing her earlier composure. She had only just awakened and reached level 50 as a second-tier battle soul master. Even though her battle soul was an S-Class 2-winged seraph, this mission was far too daunting, almost akin to asking a newly consecrated priest of holy light to capture the fallen angel Lucifer. "Ah, is it all up to me?" Sheba pointed to himself, asking with unease in his heart. The Pope smiled faintly and said firmly, "Rest assured, you are definitely not alone. I will have Santiago contact Huaxia to organize an exchange program. When the time comes, you will travel to Huaxia with other exchange students to embark on a brand new journey. The oracle indicates that only you can accomplish this. The clues to the old gods are at Kyoto Academy." The Pope's words thundered into Sheba's ears. Seeing the Pope's solemn demeanor, Sheba understood that refusal was no longer an option. "As you command, Your Holiness." A quiet surge of battle desire rose within him. After finishing the instant noodles, Sun Tao helplessly looked at Selena, who had a satisfied expression on her face, and felt a surge of emotions in his heart. "Wow, that was so delicious. This thing called instant noodles is simply a delicacy of the mortal world." Selena patted her small belly, wishing she could engrave the taste in her memory. "When it comes to food, it's truly the forte of you humans." Her words were full of admiration, as if her centuries-long life had found its meaning in this moment. Sun Tao tidied up the table slightly, clapped his hands, and said to Selena excitedly, "Let's go, I'll take you to a great place." Selena instantly became as excited as a little bird, jumping up with her eyes sparkling. "What good place? Is there something delicious?" Over the past 100 years, she had almost been driven mad. Apart from dreaming in the Eternal Night Castle or watching skeletons fight in the wilderness, there was no one around to talk to except for the silly werewolves and lowly blood slaves. Now that she could finally go out, she simply wanted to have as much fun as possible. Sun Tao wiped his hands and took out an ancient scroll from his ring, which was none other than the newly acquired Universe Scroll. He unfolded the scroll, focused his spiritual sense on himself and Selena, and in an instant, the two transformed into a swirl of ink and flew into the Universe Scroll. Selena's screams echoed in the air, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves on a dreamy beach, with a small and exquisite earth temple standing nearby. Sun Tao moved slightly closer and quickly grasped the use of the earth temple. With a wave of his hand, a light screen unfolded before him, displaying the breathtaking scenery within the scroll of heaven and earth. It was a vast expanse of several thousand square meters, with 6 islands of varying sizes scattered around, named Piaomiao, Xianling, Yaoqi, and Qingyuan. Cloud-hidden in Red Cliff, each island has its own unique charm, leaving one dazzled. The islands are connected by earth temples, surrounded by either ethereal mist or secluded valleys. Intertwined with forests, lakes, and streams, the towering peaks seem to pierce the heavens. The summits are often encircled by violet lightning, appearing to be a place where heavenly thunder refines the body. Waterfalls cascade down the mountains, their thunderous roar and majestic presence inspiring awe. The scorching sun hangs high overhead, while mist swirls all around, mysterious and beautiful. Selena stared intently, her mouth agape in shock, her face full of amazement. So beautiful. At this moment, all her anticipation and excitement erupted in her heart, as if her new life was beginning right here. Selena was full of confidence, believing she had seen much of the world. As a vampire with infinite lifespan, she had traveled to islands and forests, climbed mountains, and crossed rivers. However, this time, she was utterly stunned by the breathtaking scenery before her. It was a magnificent scene unlike anything she had ever witnessed, as if it embodied the ultimate beauty of the universe's principles. Every frame exuded an endless charm. Sun Tao noticed her expression and smiled faintly, thinking to himself, let this masterpiece of heaven and earth bring a visual shock of Eastern aesthetics to this vampire from the secret realm. This masterpiece of heaven and earth truly exceeds my expectations, he marveled. It's already so vast at the start, and if spiritual essence is used, the island's area can be expanded. Could it even evolve into a small world later on? Sun Tao couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. These ideas were still too far-fetched for him. Just upgrading the painting into a wishful scroll required 100,000 points of spiritual essence. How much spiritual essence would it take to upgrade it into a small world? He waved at the still-shocked Selena and said with a smile, "Welcome to my world. Come on, let's take a stroll around our new home." Sun Tao's words made Selena's eyes widen as she pointed at the island beneath their feet and exclaimed, "You mean this is your world?" Selena was almost losing her mind. Did Sun Tao even realize what he was saying? This was a subspace, and not just any subspace, it was a stable, independent one, with fragments of laws attached. It was practically the perfect foundation for a divine kingdom. Such a flawless subspace, she had only ever seen in alchemy books. Sun Tao smiled faintly, reached out his hand, and summoned a white cloud that descended from the sky, landing in front of the two of them. After mastering the scroll of heaven and earth, he automatically acquired a skill called cloud riding. Although it could only be used within the scroll and its speed was not high, it was still a convenient means of transportation. Beside the still-shocked Selena, Sun Tao rode the white cloud and slowly flew toward the island. The island beneath us is called Ethereal Island, shrouded year-round in mist as light as gauze. It is the largest of the 6 islands. Besides Ethereal Island, there are Xianling, Yaoqi, Qinghuan, Yunin, and Danya Islands, each with its own unique features. I'll gradually introduce them to you in the future. Riding the cloud, Sun Tao took Selena to overlook the island, where ancient trees towered, strange rocks stood ruggedly, streams meandered through the forest, and the scenery was picturesque and breathtaking. A few minutes later, they flew over a mountain range and saw a clearing halfway up the mountain in the distance. On it stood a simple brick and stone temple, with the words Temple of 5 Organs inscribed in large characters. Sun Tao couldn't help but clap his hands and laugh heartily after seeing it. Interesting, interesting. Descending from the clouds, there stood a large green stone in front of the clearing, with the 3 characters Immortal Mansion engraved on it. Sun Tao placed his hand on the stone, and as a faint glow flickered in his palm, his magical power poured forth. A flash of white light appeared on the stone, and a palace-dressed beauty emerged from the white mist, bowing respectfully to Sun Tao and saying, "The spirit of the scroll greets the keeper of the scroll." Sun Tao nodded and pointed to the nearby 5 Organs temple, signaling, "Introduce this place." The spirit of the scroll respectfully said, "This place is the 5 Organs temple, the core of the universe scroll and the source of spiritual energy. The keeper of the scroll can invest spiritual essence here to upgrade the scroll's spiritual veins, increasing the concentration of spiritual energy on various islands. Additionally, the keeper of the scroll can consume spiritual essence through me to summon yellow turban warriors to construct immortal abodes. Cultivating in the immortal abodes provides a spirit-gathering effect." As Wanling introduced, Sun Tao gradually grasped the characteristics of each island. Misty Island focuses on cultivation, enhancing spiritual energy acquisition. Xianling Island specializes in body refinement, with Thunder Tribulation Peak aiding in physical training. Yaoqi Island excels in herb cultivation, accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs. Qinghuan Island masters beast taming, refining bloodlines. Yunin Island specializes in artifact crafting, improving success rates, and Danya Island focuses on pill refining, enhancing the quality of elixirs. After listening to Zhuanling's introduction, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. This Qiankuan scroll was practically a portable farming artifact. However, at present, only Misty Island was accessible to him. Unlocking the other islands would require investing spiritual essence. Looking at the jade slip handed over with a smile by Wanling, Sun Tao's emotions became complicated. Xianling Island required 30,000 spiritual essence, Yaoqi Island 60,000, Qinghuan Island 50,000, Yunin Island 70,000, and Danya Island 50,000, a total of 260,000 spiritual essence points to unlock them all. So it's all about the spiritual essence value. Wanling nodded with a gentle smile. Everything in the painting is formed by spiritual energy, so it naturally requires spiritual essence for nourishment. And every month, the scroll needs 1,000 points of spiritual essence, otherwise, the spiritual energy in the painting will decline, greatly reducing its power. Sun Tao sighed, not expecting to carry a mortgage after arriving in this world. He thought to himself, this time, heaven has truly given me a massive challenge. Placing his hand on the large green stone, it showed that building even the lowest level grade 1 immortal residence required 5,000 points of spiritual essence. This made the cash-strapped Sun Tao frown deeply, sighing inwardly, I thought I had some assets, but it turns out I'm still a pauper. Gritting his teeth, he silently vowed, I absolutely cannot sink into despair like this. Sun Tao sighed, waved his hand to let Wan Ling leave first, then turned to Selena and said, for now, stay here and find a place to rebuild the Evernight Castle. Let me know what you need, and I'll prepare it for you. His tone carried a hint of determination. I will make sure you live better. By the way, do you have any specific requirements for blood slaves? Sun Tao asked, pondering how he could establish himself in this complex world. The Qin Kuan scroll was simply too vast for Sun Tao to manage alone. He simply didn't have the time. After much thought, Sun Tao decided to leave Selena inside to manage it for him. After all, they had already signed a sole master-servant contract, and Selena's life and death were entirely under his control, so there was no fear of betrayal. Sensing Sun Tao's intentions, Selena panicked. The reason she was willing to acknowledge Sun Tao as her master was precisely because she didn't want to stay in that small secret realm. Now that Sun Tao planned to confine her in this subspace, wouldn't she be at a huge loss for accepting him as her master? She absolutely refused to agree. Moreover, inside the Qin Kuan scroll, due to its recent activation, there were no living creatures. If she stayed inside, Selena would die of boredom. In the end, Sun Tao agreed to let her go out and have fun for 10 days each month, and only then was she willing to take on the role of Sun Tao's housekeeper. Selena curled her lips into a smile, secretly feeling pleased. This guy does have a bit of humanity in him. Technically, blood slaves don't have many requirements, as long as their level is lower than mine. Sun Tao continued to ask, so, what kind of blood slave do you think would be better? But I see that there will be tasks like growing herbs, raising pets, and mining in the future. It's best to have humanoid blood slaves for those. Selena analyzed seriously. Personally, I recommend humanoid monsters like orcs, ogres, winged beings, and elves. After being turned into blood slaves, they can retain a certain level of consciousness, which makes it easier for me to command them. If it's an ordinary human, they might turn into an idiot after becoming a blood slave. Her analysis made Sun Tao nod in agreement, as he calculated in his mind. Orcs, ogres, and the like are definitely out of the question. This scroll of heaven and earth is so beautiful, letting those things in would just be an eyesore. Elves and winged beings are the best, but I haven't heard of any such creatures around here yet. I'll have to keep an eye out in the future and seize the opportunity to capture them. He secretly made up his mind to turn this world into his own paradise. Actually, if you don't mind, skeleton monsters make excellent laborers. They don't eat or drink, work tirelessly, and are practically perfect workers. Selena's words made Sun Tao's eyes light up, and his heart suddenly jolted. Skeleton monsters. What a coincidence. Li Shuiyao seemed to have arranged for him to go to the Silver Secret Realm Skeleton Cave today. There are tons of skeletons there. Sun Tao felt a surge of excitement, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. What a great opportunity. I must subdue all those skeletons. Li Shuiyao leaned lazily against a sports car, wearing an exaggerated pair of toad-shaped sunglasses. She chewed gum, completely indifferent to the curious gazes around her, which only made her appear even more confident. Whose young lady is this, daring to park her car in our neighborhood? I don't know either. Is she waiting for someone? Damn, if I could date her, I'd be willing to drive luxury cars and live in a villa. You really have no idea what hardship is. A dozen minutes later, Sun Tao slowly walked down from upstairs. Sun Tao, I'm here. Li Shuiyao stood on tiptoe, shouting at him excitedly and waving. The surrounding residents were all shocked. Whoa, it's actually Sun Tao. This guy really has no backbone, living off a woman. Damn it, he's really living the good life. I'm so jealous. It's not true. Quickly tell me it's not true. Ignoring the neighbor's whispers, Sun Tao walked straight to the passenger seat of the sports car, opened the door, and got in. As soon as Li Shuiyao got in the car, she took off her sunglasses and gave him a slight smile. This place is really hard to find. It doesn't even have a proper entrance. Sun Tao shrugged. Resettlement communities, they're all like this. Do you want to move out? You have money anyway, and I happen to have a few vacant houses. You can move in with just your bags. Sun Tao thought for a moment but still shook his head. Forget it, the Battle Soul entrance exam is coming up soon. Who knows where I'll be studying afterward. If I go to Kyoto Academy, I'm planning to directly buy a house in Kyoto. Li Shuiyao thought of Sun Tao's abilities and felt that what he said made sense. With his abilities, even if he doesn't become the national top scorer, getting into Kyoto Academy would be a piece of cake. That works too. Anyway, I already have a house in Kyoto. If you want it, let me know in advance, and I'll give you a discount. Letting Sun Tao live in her house would be akin to cohabitation, wouldn't it? Li Shuiao's heart skipped a beat, and her face flushed slightly. Sun Tao was completely unaware of this, but he was already calculating the money in his hands. After clearing the hidden dungeon last time, he had accumulated quite a bit of equipment. Adding Zhao Tianming's share and handing it over to Li Shuiao to handle, it was estimated to sell for 30 to 40 million. However, Sun Tao was worried about the authorities investigating Zhao Tianming and feared that selling now might attract the attention of the security bureau. So, he hadn't contacted Li Shuiao yet, planning to wait until he reached Kyoto to discuss it. As for the money on hand now, just keep a few million as living expenses, and use the remaining 10 million to buy some ordinary animals, saplings, and plants to enrich the ecosystem of the Qiankuan scroll. If there are no animals inside, it would be far too monotonous. The remaining 30 million, Sun Tao plans to use to purchase soul power potions. Soul power potions are specially designed to enhance the soul power of soul warriors, and are known alongside gene potions and cultivation elixirs as the three fundamental potions. Sun Tao now possesses the Great Sage Staff technique and Furious Ape Force, so there's no need to worry about his physical body. Recently, he also acquired a batch of top-grade spiritual liquid from Zhao Tianming, so he isn't lacking in cultivation resources. However, his biggest weakness is his mana limit. Furious Ape Force focuses on close combat, and the mana limit increase with each upgrade is far too minimal. Currently, Sun Tao can barely perform a few instances of form condensation and chi dispersion, and even hair clone has become a luxury. Using it once completely drains his mana. Therefore, to enhance his combat power, the most critical factor is to increase his mana limit. Soul Power Potion is precisely the key to boosting the soul power limit. However, because the raw materials for this potion are rare, it has always been in short supply on the market. With Sun Tao's current means, he wouldn't be able to buy it even if he had money. Soul Power Potion? Li Shuiao held the steering wheel and thought for a moment. That stuff isn't easy to get, but our family has some connections. How many do you need? I can sell them to you for 3 million each. 3 million isn't expensive. Sun Tao knew the market price of soul power potions. Even the lowest grade inferior ones could sell for over 4.2 million. 3 million was probably just the cost price for Li Shuiao's family. Thank you, I currently have about 30 million on hand. Please help me buy 10 soul power potions. Li Shuiao thought for a moment and said to him, the effects of low-level soul power potions are relatively weak, and drinking too many can lead to drug resistance. Instead of that, why not try to get a top-grade soul power potion? At the end of next month, there will be an auction in Kyoto, and there will happen to be 5 top-grade soul power potions available. You can try to compete for them. Top-grade soul power potions. These are excellent remedies for increasing the upper limit of soul power. Combined with the Nether Moon Resurrection Flower obtained earlier, it's practically a perfect match tailored for acquiring a second soul skill. Would Li Shuiao be so kind as to give the top-grade soul power potion to him? No, she also has the Nether Moon Other Shore Flower. It definitely couldn't be that simple. Seeing the doubt and anticipation on Sun Tao's face, Li Shuiao smiled faintly, but she understood what he was thinking. Don't worry, I've already taken 3 top-grade soul power potions after my awakening, and my body has developed resistance to them. At most, I can only take 1 more, so I won't compete with you. On the contrary, I'll even help you. As long as you win the potion, just give me 1 dose. Sun Tao frowned and asked in confusion, why not ask your family for help? Li Shuiao gave a bitter smile. Every family's resources are limited, even the Li family is no exception. Although we, the children of these families, may seem glamorous, we actually have to fight for everything ourselves. If this batch of potions were bought by the family, there wouldn't be any left for me. Her words carried a hint of helplessness. Sun Tao listened but still couldn't understand. That's impossible. You're an A-level battle soul. Wouldn't your family prioritize resources for you? Li Shuiao shook her head helplessly. An A-level battle soul? Haha, among us family children, who isn't fed all kinds of potions from birth? Even the worst can awaken a B-level battle soul. Grade A battle soul doesn't even qualify to be included in the family genealogy, let alone the fact that our family is just a branch of the Li family in Kyoto. The real authority still lies in the hands of the family head. This was the first time Sun Tao heard Li Shuiao mention her family's situation, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. However, she only said a few words before shaking her head and saying no more. Anyway, keep some money on hand during this period. The last auction price for a top-grade soul power potion was about 80 million per vial, and this time it will probably be even more expensive. When the time comes, I'll bring some money too. The 2 of us can cooperate, and afterward, I only need 1 vial of top-grade soul power potion. There will be plenty of good items at the auction. Even if you can't get the soul power potion, you can bid on other things. 80 million for 1, 400 million for 5. Sun Tao silently calculated in his mind. Adding Zhao Tianming's equipment, it still seemed insufficient. Fortunately, the auction is at the end of next month. He still has time and should be able to grind it out. The sports car sped along, quickly exiting the west gate of the city and arriving at a vast open area in the suburbs. The place was packed with vehicles, with buses and RVs occasionally coming and going. Li Shuiao parked the car and unfastened her seatbelt. Let's go. This is the public parking area closest to the skeleton cave. We'll meet up with the others first, then take a unified ride to the cave entrance. Sun Tao nodded, opened the car door, got out, and walked to the front of the car to meet Li Shuiao. Suddenly, Li Shuiao reached out and held onto Sun Tao's arm. Even through the thick red lotus armor, Sun Tao could still feel the astonishing softness, his heart fluttering as he couldn't help but twist his arm slightly. Li Shuiao's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. She fiercely pinched a soft spot on Sun Tao's arm through the gap in the armor. Behave yourself. Remember what I just told you in the car. Sun Tao muttered under his breath, starting already? I thought we'd wait until everyone was here first. Not long after, the two arrived at the entrance of a large square. This was a marketplace spontaneously organized by the Soul Warriors, bustling and lively, with all kinds of equipment and items available to prepare for adventures in the Skeleton Cavern. Those Soul Warriors who had just returned from the cavern were busy dealing with surplus magical materials here, making for a booming business. At the entrance, a group of 6 student-like Soul Warriors was looking around, seemingly waiting for something. Their equipment and the high-end clothing beneath it revealed their extraordinary status, clearly not ordinary people. As Li Shuiao and Sun Tao approached, one of the girls excitedly waved and shouted, "Shuiao, over here! We're here!" This girl is named Su Tiantian, a childhood best friend of Li Shuiao, and also a top second-generation rich in Liuzhou City. When Li Shuiao saw her, she immediately let go of Sun Tao's arm, ran up excitedly, and held her hand. "Tiantian, what level have you reached?" "Oh, don't even mention it. A few days ago, I went to the Blood Forest to level up, but before I could kill a few monsters, the security bureau showed up and drove us all away. I'm still half a bar of experience away from level 3. You have to protect me later." After Su Tiantian finished speaking, her gaze shifted to Sun Tao, her face full of curiosity. "Who is this?" This adventure to the Skull Cave was organized by her cousin Su Wei, with the purpose of pursuing Li Shuiao. Therefore, everyone was quite tactful, and the people they brought along were mostly bodyguards, giving young Master Su plenty of space to showcase himself. However, Su Tiantian, Li Shuiao's bodyguard, was familiar with most of the other bodyguards but had never seen Sun Tao before. Looking at Sun Tao's handsome face, Su Tiantian couldn't help but blush and feel her heart race, secretly thinking, should I try to win him over? After all, Li Shuiao is about to be with my cousin, and leaving such a great resource with her would be a waste. At that moment, Li Shuiao's introduction left everyone stunned. "He's my boyfriend, Sun Tao." "Ah," Su Tiantian exclaimed, her eyes wide open as she pointed at Sun Tao and stammered, "He's your boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend? How come I didn't know?" Li Shuiao smiled gently, ran to Sun Tao's side, and held his arm. Just a few days ago, I didn't get a chance to tell you all." Don't be fooled by his seemingly ordinary appearance, his strength is actually quite impressive. Ordinary appearance? Everyone looked at Sun Tao's handsome face and secretly thought to themselves, with such a handsome face, you actually call him ordinary? Sun Tao remembered Li Shuiao's advice in the car, smiled, and said to everyone, "Hello, everyone, I'm Sun Tao, a level 10 battle soul master." Level 10. Everyone was shocked once again. This guy looked about their age and should have just awakened not long ago, yet he was already level 10. Could it be that he was really cheating? Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Sun Tao couldn't help but secretly chuckle to himself. If he told them he was already level 23, wouldn't they be scared to death? Who's level 10? Is there really such a talented genius in Liuzhou City? Suddenly, a flippant voice rang out, and everyone's expressions instantly changed. Li Shuiao and Sun Tao turned to look, seeing a handsome young man in silver armor walking slowly out of the market, his face full of joy as he gazed at Li Shuiao. However, Sun Tao noticed that when the young man's gaze swept over him, a faint trace of disdain flickered deep within his pupils. Behind him followed a middle-aged mage wearing glasses, dressed in a white robe, exuding waves of radiant magical energy. Sun Tao glanced at Li Shuiao beside him, using his eyes to ask, "Is it this guy?" Li Shuiao nodded slightly, smiling as she greeted him, "Long time no see, Brother Su." Li Shuiao had mentioned in the car to Sun Tao that Su Wei was the son of the mayor of Liuzhou City and had been pursuing her recently. Due to her family's business ties, she couldn't afford to fall out with him and could only rely on Sun Tao to make Su Wei back off. Sun Tao understood immediately. Without waiting for Su Wei to approach, he stepped forward 2 paces, extended his hand, and said with a smile, "Ah, you must be Su Wei, young Master Su, right? My Shueyo has told me that you usually take good care of her. I am truly grateful. My little one is usually a bit headstrong, doesn't listen to anyone, only listens to me. If she said anything inappropriate, please don't take it to heart. How about this? Since Snow Yao and I confirmed our relationship, I haven't treated everyone to a meal yet. Tonight, I'll treat everyone to a feast. How does that sound?" Sun Tao's greeting was extremely polite, but when these words reached Su Wei's ears, they made him feel increasingly uncomfortable. However, Sun Tao didn't care about Su Wei's feelings at all. He had taken the money, and he would do as much as he was paid for. Su Wei feeling uncomfortable? Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Listening to Sun Tao calling out Shui Yao and baby, Su Wei's anger was almost about to erupt. He had never seen someone so shameless. Have you registered your marriage? Calling her like that, do you really not care about other people's feelings? With Li Shuiyao present, Su Wei suppressed the anger in his heart and lowered his voice, saying, "Forget about eating together. Not everyone is qualified to dine with us. Since everyone is here, let's set off quickly." After saying this, Su Wei walked straight past the group and headed toward the entrance of the skull cave. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes, unnoticed by anyone except Sun Tao. "Interesting, planning to kill me? Let's see if your methods are strong enough." Sun Tao's lips curled into a smile, filled with anticipation for what was about to happen. Instead of scheming against Su Wei, he thought it would be better to strike him down directly and decisively. After all, the dead wouldn't bother him anymore. Paying the entrance fee, everyone stepped into the entrance of the skull cave. In a daze, they were swallowed by the darkness. Deep, entering hidden realm, skull cave, first level. Detecting team combat power. Combat power detection complete, matching realm difficulty. Difficulty, hell. Level requirement, 0-100. Player requirement, 10 players. Clear conditions, kill skeleton warriors 0/300, kill skeleton mages 0/3, kill death knight 0-1. Introduction. In ancient times, the Grim Reaper Monger granted mages the power to control death in order to gain followers, causing the empire to collapse overnight. The once prosperous capital turned into a bottomless and terrifying cavern. Hearing the system prompt, everyone's expressions instantly turned tense. Except for Sun Tao, the others seemed at a loss. Damn it! How could it be the hell-level skeleton cavern? It's over, we can't beat this now. Damn, hell difficulty. We probably can't even beat the small monsters. Brother Su, how about we back out? Before Su Wei could speak, the other boys had already started to waver. They were all second-generation rich kids, just beginning to enjoy life, and there was no reason to risk themselves just to help Su Wei chase a girl. Even Li Shuiyao's eyes flashed with shock as she looked at Sun Tao in confusion. Hell difficulty again? It was clearly normal difficulty during the scouting. How did it turn into hell difficulty this time? Could it be because of Sun Tao? Young Master Su, what do you say? Should we continue? In the team, a man dressed in leather armor had a gleam of anticipation in his eyes as he asked Su Wei. Su Wei was filled with inner conflict. Although he wanted to appear carefree and confident in front of Li Shuiyao, the horrors of the hell-level dungeon made him uneasy. He had invited a level 39 Holy Light Soul warrior in advance, but still couldn't guarantee a safe retreat. The moment he saw Li Shuiyao leaning against Sun Tao's chest, a surge of anger ignited within him. Damn it, isn't it just the hell difficulty skeleton cave? What's there to be afraid of? Su Wei shouted loudly, his voice carrying an unyielding determination. I've already done my research before. The content of the skeleton cave's secret realm is always the same. As long as we follow the strategy, even if the monsters are a bit stronger, we still have a chance. Please trust me, as long as we proceed steadily and cooperate with each other, we will definitely clear the level successfully. As soon as the words were spoken, the team members responded one after another. Well said, young Master Su. Whatever you say, we'll do. That's right, if we back down from a hell difficulty secret realm, how can we survive in the future? Exactly, the secret realm has already calculated that our combat power can clear the hell difficulty. We absolutely have no problem. Seeing everyone's support, Su Wei felt smug and secretly delighted. He turned to look at Li Shuiyao, only to find her whispering with Sun Tao, not even glancing at him. Damn it, do you guys even take me seriously anymore? Anger spread in Su Wei's heart. He suppressed his fury, trying hard to stay calm, and said, let's first report our levels and battle souls to facilitate tactical arrangements. I'll go first. I'm a level 5 battle soul master, with an A-level battle soul, Thundercloud Spear, level 39 Battle Soul Master, with a C-level Battle Soul, Holy Light Staff. A bespectacled white-robed mage responded succinctly. The others reported their levels and battle spirits one after another. Most of the second-generation individuals had level 5 or 6 B-grade battle spirits, while their bodyguards were mostly level 29 or 30 C-grade battle spirit masters. The weakest, Li Tian, was not even level 3, with almost no combat ability. After listening to everyone's introductions, Su Wei turned his gaze to Sun Tao and asked gravely, I know Shui Yao is a level 6 battle spirit master, with an A-grade Jade Lotus battle spirit that can heal. I wonder what battle spirit this brother has. What abilities does it possess? Everyone curiously looked at Sun Tao. Although most of them were from first high school, they usually disdained talking to ordinary students like Sun Tao. Sun Tao silently touched his cheek. Oh, Brother Wei, I'm a level 10 battle soul master, with a D-rank battle soul, the Golden Silk Monkey. D-rank Golden Silk Monkey? Are you that Sun Tao from class 3? Whoa, you're the special effects master Sun Tao, the one whose awakening caused a heaven-shaking phenomenon, only to turn out to have a D-rank battle soul? As soon as Sun Tao revealed his battle soul, the scene fell silent. Everyone widened their eyes, a hint of mockery appearing on their faces, as if saying, this is the boyfriend you found? Really? Li Shuya wanted to defend Sun Tao, but he held her hand tightly. I am indeed a D-level battle soul, so what? Sun Tao's face showed no trace of emotion. What's wrong? You still have the nerve to ask what's wrong. You're a useless nobody, and you dare to leech off our experience. Exactly, a D-level battle soul is completely useless. It's over, now we really can't win. Before Su Wei could speak, the others started blaming him one after another, their disdainful gazes all focused on Sun Tao. In their eyes, a grade D battle soul is nothing but trash. Even if Sun Tao is at level 10, so what? What kind of combat power could a grade D battle soul possibly have? Moreover, it's a golden monkey battle soul, which sounds completely useless in battle. Are you planning to feed bananas to skeletons? Brother, that's where you're wrong. We came to the skeleton cave to enhance our combat power, not to mess around or flirt. A grade D battle soul like yours is better suited for fighting slimes on the Green Plains. Don't cause trouble here, Su Wei said coldly. Li Shuya could no longer hold back, burning with anger. No matter what, Sun Tao was the teammate she had brought along. At this moment, these words were practically a slap in her face. She grabbed Sun Tao and angrily questioned, Su Wei, what do you mean by this? Su Wei sneered disdainfully and shrugged. Just the literal meaning. I'm telling you, Su Wei, don't think you're so amazing. Sun Tao's strength is beyond what you can imagine. Without him, we wouldn't be able to get through this secret realm at all. Hearing Li Shuya's words, Su Wei sneered disdainfully, pointing at Sun Tao and saying, him? A war spirit master with a D-level war spirit? Shuya, did he trick you or something? So what if he's level 10? How much combat power can a D-level war spirit have? 30 points or 50 points? I think exceeding 80 would already be the limit. It's unimaginable. Or should I say unimaginably trash? Su Wei looked at Sun Tao with disdain, his face full of contempt, as if he were watching a clown. However, considering your face, we can take him along. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and a hint of sinister calculation flickered in his eyes. But after clearing the secret realm, all rewards must be distributed according to team contributions. More work, more gain, less work, less gain. No work, no gain. Su Wei stared at Sun Tao, the last sentence carrying a hint of provocation, as if warning him not to think about taking advantage. Sun Tao, however, was completely indifferent, giving a faint smile. I don't care. Li Shuya, standing nearby, sneered and whispered to Sun Tao, let him see what real strength is later. Sun Tao made an okay gesture, feeling secretly pleased with himself. Don't worry, I've got this. He was full of confidence, as if he could already see the moment of victory. Su Wei's voice made everyone restrain their laughter. The dark, eerie skeleton cave exuded a sinister aura. Everyone began pulling out their gear from their spatial pockets, gearing up and preparing for the adventure. Seeing that Sun Tao hadn't made a move, Su Wei sneered disdainfully, secretly delighted. Brother, you don't happen to be without equipment, do you? I have a spare set of armor here, why don't you use it for now? Anyway, you don't deal much damage later, so you might as well draw more firepower. His words were full of sarcasm, as if he was anticipating Sun Tao's failure. Su Wei's seemingly well-intentioned advice actually concealed his hope that Sun Tao would perish in the secret realm. Whoa, buddy, you're pretty cocky. Someone nearby couldn't help but speak up, their gaze filled with mockery. Do you even know that in Hell difficulty secret realms, the small monsters are equivalent to mini-bosses outside? With your scrawny frame, the small monsters inside could send you packing with a single strike. The crowd burst into laughter, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. Su Wei raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, a smug smile on his face. It seems, brother, that you're quite confident in your abilities. Perfect, there are a few lone skeletons inside. Why don't you go lure them over? That way, you can make some contribution too. Hearing Su Wei's words, Sun Tao's eyes immediately lit up, secretly pondering. Great, he was just worrying about not having an excuse to act alone. With so many little skeletons in the skeleton cave, they were all precious laborers. If he could collect them all into the Qinkuan scroll, he'd never have to worry about lacking workers again. Sun Tao's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he thought to himself, this time in the secret realm adventure, I will make them witness true strength. He advanced along the dark cave until there were no traces of torches ahead. Only then did Sun Tao summon the copper cloud staff, his eyes emitting golden light, instantly illuminating the dark cave as bright as day. Crack, crack, crack. After just a few steps, the sound of bones colliding suddenly came from ahead. 5 or 6 skeleton warriors crawled out of the ground, holding broken knives and shattered swords in their hands. They opened their mouths as if trying to speak to Sun Tao, seemingly roaring something. Skeleton Warrior. Level, 13. Combat Power, 275. Skill, Crippling Strike. Looking at the skeleton warrior's attributes, Sun Tao curled his lips. Trash. The copper cloud staff in his hand swung up, and with a sudden strike, 6 skeleton warriors instantly shattered into pieces on the ground. Ding! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior, gaining EXP *10 and spirit value *2. Ding! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior, gaining EXP *10 and spirit value *2. Ding! You have killed a level 13 skeleton warrior, gaining EXP *10 and spirit value *2. The continuous system notifications ringing in his ears made Sun Tao frown involuntarily. This experience and spiritual essence are way too low. Could it be that leveling up caused the drops from these low-level monsters to shrink? Sun Tao felt annoyed, thinking it was a waste of time dealing with this trash. After pondering for a moment, he turned around and saw that Su Wei and the others hadn't caught up yet. He flipped his palm, took out the Qiankuan scroll, and gently waved his hand to summon Selena. Master! Selena held her skirt hem and respectfully bowed to Sun Tao. Sun Tao waved his hand and said, there are many skeletons in this cave. See which ones can be useful, and we'll collect them into the Qiankuan scroll. If not, just destroy them all. Selena nodded, her gaze directed toward the depths of the cave, a blood-red pentagram magic array flashing in her pupils. They're just the lowest-level skeleton warriors, completely worthless. But it seems there are 3 skeleton mages deeper in the passage. They might be somewhat useful. We could consider bringing them in. Sun Tao raised his eyebrows slightly, resting the bronze cloud staff on his shoulder. What are we waiting for? Let's go. I'll take care of those skeleton minions, you deal with those 3 skeleton mages. With that, Sun Tao stomped his foot, transforming into a streak of light and rushing toward the depths of the skeleton cave. Countless skeleton warriors sleeping in the passage were instantly awakened. They howled as they crawled out from all directions, but before they could launch an attack, a streak of blood-red light pierced through their chests, instantly annihilating numerous skeletons. Selena withdrew her palm, looked at Sun Tao's disappearing figure, and smiled faintly as her entire being slowly faded into the darkness. Actually, the first layer of the skeleton cave isn't very large, it's just that the monsters are quite dense. Often, those skeleton warriors hide in the soil beneath your feet or in the cracks of the walls, and you never know when you'll be suddenly ambushed. At the entrance of the cave, Su Wei was giving everyone the final explanation of the secret realm. He held a notebook full of strategies and precautions in his hand, waving to the white-robed mage behind him to cast a layer of light shield on everyone. This light shield can protect you from one sneak attack by the skeleton monsters. Everyone, try to act cautiously and avoid wasting the shield unnecessarily. After Su Wei finished speaking, the others burst into laughter. Don't worry, young Master Su, we're not trash who awaken D-level battle souls. These garbage skeletons can't possibly hurt us. Exactly, let that kid lure the monsters. He hasn't made a move for so long, probably hiding somewhere. Haha, maybe he hasn't gone far at all. When we go in later, we'll probably see him lying on the ground trembling in fear. Listening to the crowd's mockery, Li Shuiao felt displeased, but she remembered Sun Tao's words, don't argue with these people, he has a way to shut them up. Su Wei, upon hearing this, laughed and scolded, better to be cautious. The small monsters in the skeleton cave aren't very threatening. The main issue is the high monster density. You often encounter a dozen skeletons at once. When the fight starts, remember to use area attacks to clear them quickly and avoid getting entangled with them. Additionally, as you go deeper, there will be 3 forks in the path. Only the leftmost path leads to the final boss, the Death Knight. The other 2 paths are dead ends. One leads to 100 skeleton warriors, and the other to 3 skeleton mages, both of which are quite troublesome. Everyone, be careful. Su-wei finished speaking, and another boy nodded in agreement. Brother Su is right, we only have one life, so it's better to be cautious. Even a fully equipped level 15 adventure team would struggle with this skeleton cave. Our strength isn't great, and this is hell level difficulty. It's better to proceed steadily. Just as the boy finished speaking, Su Tian suddenly screamed, "Look! Everyone, quickly look at the mission panel." Everyone was startled, thinking something had changed with the Secret Realm mission. They quickly opened the mission panel to check. Clearance conditions: kill skeleton warriors 13/300, kill skeleton mages 0/3, kill death knight 0-1. On the mission panel, the number of skeleton warriors killed was rapidly increasing. In the blink of an eye, it jumped from 13 to 18, then to 25, all in less than a second. Watching the numbers jump, everyone was momentarily stunned. What just happened? Is the system malfunctioning? Damn it, the system malfunctioned? This is the embodiment of rules, can it even malfunction? We're all here, right? Who's killing the monsters? Could it be? Everyone was stunned, almost unable to believe their own guess. All 9 of them were still preparing at the cave entrance, except for one person who had entered the cave. Meanwhile, the number of skeleton monsters killed on the mission panel was skyrocketing. In an instant, everyone was stunned, and a bold guess arose in their minds: had they entered the wrong secret realm? Or had they misheard the difficulty of the secret realm? Could this really be the easy difficulty skeleton cave? Holy crap, seriously? A level 10 D-rank soul warrior has this kind of strength? Could this be a fake hell difficulty secret realm? Killed 7 more, could it be that all the skeleton monsters he encounters are instantly defeated? Why not follow him and see for yourself? The group immediately rushed forward, the path littered with the remains of skeleton warriors. The shattered bones made everyone gasp in shock. Is this guy really a D-level soul warrior? His attacks are so terrifying that the bones are crushed into powder? Before everyone could figure it out, they saw the number of skeleton warriors killed on the mission panel suddenly jump by 100, and the number of skeleton mages also skyrocketed from 0 to 3. Everyone was instantly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su-wei even screamed directly, "This is impossible." Just now, Sun Tao instantly wiped out 100 skeleton warriors and 3 skeleton mages. Those monsters weren't even in the same place. This is absolutely impossible. Even if he's so powerful, does traveling and killing monsters not take time? How could he possibly instantly kill so many monsters at once? Su-wei's mind was in turmoil. Thinking for a long time, he could only come up with one possibility. Did he cheat? The group jogged all the way to the end of the central fork. All they saw were skeleton remains scattered across the ground, but there was no sign of Sun Tao. "Boss! He must be at the boss!" Su-wei shouted loudly, his heart as anxious as ants on a hot pan. He knew that if they didn't catch up with Sun Tao quickly, all the monsters in the secret realm would be killed by him. This was no time for jokes. Su-wei had just used a fairness scroll to change the team's distribution mode to output-based. If they didn't step up their efforts, even the final experience points and equipment would be monopolized by Sun Tao. Damn it, why didn't he say he had this kind of strength earlier? Su-wei cursed inwardly, not daring to pause for even a moment, leading the group swiftly toward the other side of the boss area. Just as they reached the cave entrance, they saw Sun Tao calmly swinging the bronze cloud staff, sweeping it horizontally. Bang! In an instant, he sent over a dozen skeleton warriors summoned by the Death Knight flying in half, unable to even let out a scream before shattering into countless bone fragments in midair. After instantly killing over a dozen skeleton warriors with one strike, Sun Tao did not stop at all. Instead, he took a heavy step forward, his entire body transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the nearby Death Knight. Roar! The Death Knight let out a thunderous roar, gripping its massive sword and slashing down fiercely. Under its terrifying strength, the ground beneath it instantly caved in, with countless cracks spreading wildly outward from its center. The razor-sharp sword energy slashed toward Sun Tao like a streak of light. Facing the incoming sword energy, Sun Tao's figure nimbly flickered, leaving behind an afterimage at his original position, effortlessly dodging the Death Knight's attack and charging toward it at an even faster speed. Approaching the Death Knight, Sun Tao lightly tapped his toes on a large rock in the cave for leverage, leaping into the air as the iron rod in his hand emitted a dazzling golden light. "Die for me!" With a swing of the rod, a golden ape's phantom appeared behind Sun Tao, its wide-open mouth emitting a silent roar. Powerful magic surged into the copper cloud rod, carrying the whistling force of the rod's wind as it smashed fiercely onto the Death Knight's head. The violent force of the rod descended, instantly extinguishing the soul fire within the Death Knight's skull. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp cracking sound, cracks spread continuously from the top of the Death Knight's head, gradually covering its entire body. Even the skeletal warhorse beneath it turned into scattered fragments on the ground. Beep! You have slain the level 15 boss Death Knight, gaining EXP *82 and spirit value *21. No! Seeing the Death Knight instantly killed, Su Wei let out a sorrowful cry, feeling deeply regretful. He hadn't expected that despite their desperate rush, they still missed out on the boss's experience points. It was a complete waste of effort, even costing them the entrance fee to the skeleton cavern. As for the others, they were all stunned by the scene, staring in disbelief and frantically rubbing their eyes, unable to accept what they had just witnessed. Sun Tao put away his staff and stood up, turning his head to look at the crowd at the cave entrance, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Well, you guys ran pretty fast, arrived earlier than I expected." The crowd looked at each other, their faces filled with intense shock. What terrifying power! What terrifying combat power! He took out a level 15 Death Knight with just one strike. Is he really a D-rank battle soul? They would believe it if someone said he was a god-level battle soul. Looking at Sun Tao in front of them, everyone's expressions froze, each staring at him as if they had seen a monster. Especially Su Wei, who had been looking for an opportunity to kill Sun Tao. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was deeply worried that Sun Tao might suddenly lash out and take him down. Behind him, the white-robed mage holding the scepter slightly lowered his head, a glint flashing in his eyes as he muttered softly, "An interesting fellow. How are you so powerful? Just how much combat strength do you have?" After a long silence, a chubby man in the team finally couldn't hold back and asked in a trembling voice. The others also stared intently at Sun Tao, their hearts filled with confusion. Isn't he a D-level battle soul? Even a level 10 D-level battle soul shouldn't have much combat power. How could he be this strong? The key point is, this guy didn't seem to use any special skills the whole time. He just swung a stick around and instantly wiped out a bunch of skeleton warriors and death knights. You have to know that these monsters, even with over level 30 battle soul masters protecting them, would take half an hour to defeat. But Sun Tao finished the fight in just 3 seconds. If this were told to others, no one would believe it. Facing the chubby man's inquiry, Sun Tao shrugged, "Don't worry about that. Anyway, I won't hold you back." This sentence dragged everyone down, like a resounding slap harshly landing on their faces. Except for Li Shuya, everyone's faces turned red, and their gazes involuntarily shifted toward Su Wei. "Why did you provoke him?" Su Wei thought to himself, his expression instantly turning grim, a wave of irritation surging in his heart. Yet he dared not retort. Sun Tao's strength was so formidable, and his reliance on Uncle Qin made him hesitant to act rashly. Li Shuya, however, was brimming with excitement, her eyes sparkling like stars as she secretly felt proud. Damn Sun Tao, so strong and yet he didn't tell me. Now Su Wei can completely give up. She coughed lightly twice and said with a bright smile, "Now everyone has seen Brother Sun's strength, right? I think with our combat power, we can totally try the second level." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a surge of anticipation, but her next words made Su Wei's heart tighten. However, the prerequisite is that everyone must follow Brother Sun's commands. Su Wei felt helpless and was about to argue, but he realized he had no grounds to refute. Generally speaking, during adventures in secret realms, the strongest person naturally becomes the leader of the team. The strength Sun Tao had displayed completely overshadowed everyone, even surpassing their bodyguards. "No problem, it doesn't matter to me anyway," Sun Tao thought to himself. Whether it was the first level or the second, he could solve everything with a single strike, so it made no difference to him. By the way, if I were to be the commander, the allocation principle would remain unchanged. More work, more rewards. Less work, fewer rewards. No work, no rewards. Sun Tao's words made everyone instinctively lower their heads to check the output panel. 1. Sun Tao, output 100%. 2. Li Shun, output 0%. 3. Su Wei, output 0%. 4. Li Shuya, output 0%. After a moment of silence, everyone couldn't help but look at Su Wei, secretly thinking, "Why did you have to provoke him?" At this moment, the white-robed priest behind Su Wei calmly spoke, "Forget it. The second level is still too dangerous for you. Even for us, we have to proceed cautiously. A single mistake could lead to total annihilation. I suggest ending this secret realm trial here. Since there's still plenty of time, we can head to the nearby rocky wasteland to strengthen our abilities." The atmosphere grew heavy for a moment, and everyone realized that the challenges ahead would remain daunting. Yet, they were ready to face whatever came their way. Whether it was Sun Tao's strength or Li Shuya's support, a fighting spirit ignited in their hearts as they prepared to confront the next, even stronger enemy. Hearing Uncle Qin's words, Su Wei's eyes lit up. "Exactly. We have no chance here anymore. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well go out to the adventure zone outside to train." Everyone nodded one after another, secretly feeling fortunate in their hearts. At least this experience could give them them some face. Although the 2 million ticket fee seemed expensive, in their eyes, the honor and experience gained were still worth it. Then we should leave. The members of the team began walking toward the portal. It wasn't until Su Wei's figure completely disappeared that Li Shuiyao turned her head to look at Sun Tao. "You're not leaving?" Sun Tao shook his head, his gaze fixed on the entrance that appeared on the wall after the Death Knight turned to ashes. "I'm planning to check out the second level." He understood in his heart that the true purpose of this trip was to collect some skeletons, as the 3 skeleton mages were far from meeting the needs of the Eternal Night Castle. "With my strength, I can absolutely sweep through the monsters on the second floor without any worries. Even if the difficulty doubles, I have nothing to fear." Hearing this, Li Shuiyao's eyes immediately lit up. She had just stepped halfway into the portal but quickly withdrew. "You're going to the second floor? Take me with you." Sun Tao frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. Li Shuiyao's abilities were too weak, and taking her along would only be a distraction. "Forget it. I haven't been to the second level, so I'm not familiar with the strength of the monsters. Taking you along would be inconvenient." Li Shuiyao immediately retorted, "I can pay more." Sun Tao sighed helplessly, "Money doesn't matter. The main thing is that classmates should help each other. If you want to go, I'll risk my life to keep you safe. How much will you add?" Li Shuiyao was speechless, not expecting Sun Tao to be so greedy. 100,000. How about that? Sun Tao thought for a moment, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "All right, but 100,000 will only get you into the second level. If you want me to guarantee you pass, you'll have to pay more. At least add another 100,000. Li Shuiyao smiled faintly. "It's fine, just 100,000. Just take me inside. If there's danger, I'll run myself." Sun Tao smiled helplessly. It seemed the conversation had reached this point, and it wouldn't be good to refuse. "All right, I'll take you, but remember to be careful." After speaking, the two of them walked together into the portal to the second level. "By the way, did you get a lot of stuff after clearing the first level? Do you need me to help you deal with it? Guaranteed profit on the price." Swish! At the entrance of the skeleton cave, as a flash of light appeared, Su Wei and the others were teleported out from the first level of the skeleton cave. "Shui Yao!" Shui Yao didn't come out. Su Tian screamed in shock. Everyone was startled and began looking around. Sure enough, there was no sign of Li Shuiyao and Sun Tao. "It's true, and Sun Tao, neither of them came out." "Whoa, they couldn't have gone into the second level, could they?" someone exclaimed. "Impossible. The difficulty of entering the second level doesn't reset. That's the hell level skeleton cavern. Even if Sun Tao is strong, there's no way he can defeat the second level boss. That's a level 40 Death Archer, a nightmare for battle soul masters. Who knows, maybe the two of them were just kissing in the secret realm. Newly in love couples, you know how it is." Listening to the surrounding chatter, Su Wei's face grew darker and darker, burning with rage. "Enough!" Bang! Su Wei roared, thrusting his spear into the ground. Lightning crackled everywhere, startling all the battle soul masters around him. Seeing Su Wei furious, the crowd dared not say much, but the look of amusement on their faces was impossible to hide. Su Wei was filled with resentment, wishing he could immediately charge into the secret realm, capture Sun Tao, and kill him. Unfortunately, his strength simply couldn't achieve that. Staring intently at the blue teleportation portal, he waited for a long time but saw no sign of Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao. Su Wei understood in his heart that they must have gone to the second level. At the thought of the two being intimate, only one thought remained in his mind. "Damn Sun Tao, I won't let you off." Beep, entering hidden secret realm, skeleton cave, second layer. Completion conditions: kill death vines 0/50, kill obsidian statues 0/3, kill death archer 0-1. Description: in ancient times, the god of death, Munger, granted mages the power to control death in order to expand his followers, causing the empire to collapse overnight. The once prosperous capital turned into a bottomless, terrifying cavern. A dazzling light flashed, and Sun Tao and Li Shuiyao instantly appeared at the entrance of the second level. Compared to the narrow passageway of the first level, the second level appeared incredibly spacious, resembling a mysterious underground world. Countless crystal-clear minerals hung high above, emitting a dim glow, while the surroundings were a vast jungle. Wildly growing vines twisted and coiled like giant dragons, forming natural obstacles one after another. Sun Tao's eyes sparkled with golden light as his gaze locked onto the jungle not far away. Excitedly, he said, "This is the second level of the skeleton cave, the Death Jungle." The two continued forward, with Li Shuiyao holding a staff behind them, barely illuminating the path ahead. The staff was mainly for her own use, as Sun Tao had dark vision and didn't need any light source. As they stepped into the jungle, dense humidity surged like a tide, and the air was filled with the scent of soil, decaying vegetation, and some unknown creature, blending into a strange and unsettling odor. "Not good. There's something wrong with this smell." Sun Tao caught the scent, his face suddenly changed drastically. He activated the Furious Ape Force to expel the strange odor from his body, quickly sealed his mouth and nose, and controlled his inner breath. He turned around to warn Li Shuya to be careful, but realized it was already too late. Li Shuya had been bewitched by the strange smell, her face flushed red, and she wore a silly smile. "Brother Sun, love me!" The staff fell to the ground, and the radiance at its tip gradually dimmed. Li Shuya's face was flushed red as she leaned against Sun Tao's chest, her small hands constantly fumbling over the red lotus armor, trying to find its buttons to undo. At that moment, a sudden, urgent rustling sound came from nearby. Sun Tao immediately turned around alertly, only to see a dark shadow rushing toward them at an astonishing speed. It was a thick vine, twisting its body like a living creature, hurtling toward them with a howling wind. "Freeze!" Without time to think, Sun Tao decisively pointed a finger and shouted loudly. Golden light flickered, instantly freezing the vine in mid-air. The air was filled with a tense atmosphere, and Sun Tao's heartbeat quickened accordingly. This is just the beginning of the challenge. Taking advantage of the vines being immobilized by the binding spell, Sun Tao quickly retreated while holding Li Shuya, feeling tense yet remaining composed. Golden light flickered in Sun Tao's eyes, instantly revealing the attributes of these vines. Death Vines. Level, 22. Combat Power, 643. Skills, Hallucinogenic Gas, Death Coil. His gaze sharpened as he realized that the vines could emit hallucinogenic demonic energy. No wonder Li Shuya had fallen for it without even noticing. Holding Li Shuya, Sun Tao flicked his right hand, and the copper cloud staff instantly appeared in his palm, channeling the power. Gathering technique, his mana surged into the copper cloud staff like a tide, causing the staff to radiate a dazzling golden light. At that moment, the immobilization spell on the vine was lifted. The massive vine twisted its body in midair, as if it had eyes, firmly locking onto Sun Tao's figure. Swish! The death vine swung its body, aiming at Sun Tao's chest, and shot forward at high speed like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Facing the death vine's attack, Sun Tao remained unfazed. With a thrust of the copper cloud staff in his hand, it instantly extended, delivering a fully charged piercing strike that struck the death vine fiercely. Bang! The long staff approached, and the death vine seemed to sense a powerful force. Its supple body coiled around the copper cloud staff, attempting to bind it. Seeing this, Sun Tao let out a cold smile and thought to himself, "Let's see whose strength is greater. Die for me." With a low shout, Sun Tao swung his long arm, and the copper cloud staff swept out like a raging storm. Boom! The sturdy staff smashed fiercely against the nearby stone wall, and the terrifying force shattered the death vine coiled around the copper cloud staff into several pieces. "Ha! Not dead?" Without the expected system prompt, Sun Tao immediately activated his magical vision. In the state of discernment, the energy circuits inside the death vine were instantly revealed. A green magical energy pathway on the vine was gradually dissipating as the vine shattered. Following the energy pathway, Sun Tao discovered a massive green light sphere buried dozens of meters underground. At the same time, 4 or 5 emerald green vines burst out from the ground, whipping towards Sun Tao like long whips to launch an attack. This is probably the true form of the death vine. Sun Tao continuously dodged the lashes of the vines, found an opening, and knocked Li Shuya unconscious with a palm strike before setting her down. "Did you think hiding underground would leave me helpless?" Sun Tao gripped the copper cloud staff tightly with both hands, his gaze fixed intently on the main body of the deadly vine below. His muscles tensed as he thrust the long staff forward. The copper cloud staff instantly extended, carrying immense magical power as it pierced through the fragile ground, shooting straight toward the green light cluster underground. The death vine seemed to sense Sun Tao's threat, manipulating the vines on the ground in an attempt to block his path and resist his attack. But Sun Tao's strength was overwhelming, and those vines only lasted a moment before being instantly pierced through by the copper cloud staff. With a terrifying momentum, the copper cloud staff shattered soil and stone as it drove straight into the center of the green light cluster. In an instant, a horrifying surge of magical power erupted, exploding directly from within the light cluster. Sun Tao felt a muffled sound emanating from underground, and the vines that had been wildly flailing on the surface suddenly ceased their movements, collapsing heavily to the ground. They gradually withered and curled up, turning into a pile of gray, lifeless branches. Beep! You have slain a level 22 death vine, gaining EXP *132 and spirit value *86. Obtain death vine seeds *3, magic fibers *10. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Sun Tao felt a surge of joy. This little monster actually drops seeds? He had been worrying about where to find some magic magical plant seeds, and unexpectedly encountered them here. After all, the Qiankuan scroll is rich in spiritual energy. Even placing ordinary plants inside could cultivate them into spiritual herbs. If magical plants were placed inside, they might bring Sun Tao an unexpected surprise. Deathvine seed, premium grade item, a deathvine from the purgatory world, capable of absorbing the blood of living beings to condense blood spirit flowers. The vine, refined by magical energy, serves as excellent equipment material. Magical fiber, premium grade material, fiber material from the death vine, highly capable of carrying magical energy, especially suitable for weaving magical robes. It's actually premium grade material. Looking at the descriptions of these two items, Sun Tao was startled. It truly lives up to the reputation of being a hell-level dungeon. Even the small monsters drop high-quality seeds and equipment materials. This left Sun Tao astonished, as the quality of crafted equipment is closely tied to the grade of the materials. With high-quality magic fibers like these, a master tailor could potentially create a perfect grade robe. Not to mention the high-quality vine seeds. If cultivated properly, they could even provide a continuous supply of high-quality materials in the future. As the death vines withered, Li Shuiao slowly woke up from her coma. Holding her head, she sat up, and the first thing she saw was Sun Tao's faintly smiling expression. Instantly, the vivid scenes from the illusion came rushing back to her, and her face flushed red as if scorched by the blazing sun. "What are you laughing at?" She put her hands on her hips, pretending to be fierce, trying to hide her inner embarrassment. "No one is allowed to talk about what just happened. Or else. Li Shuiao was so angry that she didn't know what to do, unable to say anything coherent for a long time. Sun Tao smiled faintly, reached out to ruffle her hair, and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I have many virtues, and being tight-lipped happens to be one of them. As long as you pay enough hush money, I promise to keep my mouth shut." Now this is infuriating. Li Shuiao clenched her fists tightly, thinking to herself, if I could beat him, I would definitely let Sun Tao experience the iron fist of justice. "Speak, how much?" She gritted her teeth, clearly unwilling to back down. Sun Tao tilted his head and, seeing her angry expression, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "I haven't decided yet. I'll tell you when I do." Spinning the bronze cloud staff in his hand, Sun Tao prepared to move forward. "Wait, Sun Tao." Just as he turned around, Li Shuiao suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes, a trace of unease flashing in her eyes. "Are we really going to continue?" Her face was full of lingering fear. The recent encounter had left her shaken, and she was worried that something even more embarrassing might happen next. Although her life wasn't in great danger with Sun Tao's protection, she absolutely couldn't tolerate the humiliation. Hearing her question, Sun Tao nodded matter-of-factly. "Of course we have to continue. We've come all this way, we can't leave empty-handed." He saw through Li Shuiao's worries, his heart stirred, and he suddenly said, "Hold out your hand." Li Shuiao was completely puzzled, but she obediently extended her hand. Sun Tao slapped her palm, and instantly a golden light flashed and entered, transmitting a warm energy throughout her body, isolating the external air and establishing an internal energy circulation within her. This spell can help you enter a state of inner breath. As long as you don't suffer fatal injuries, it can last for at least 3 hours, Sun Tao said calmly, preparing to move forward. "I'm going ahead anyway. If you're scared, you can leave first." Li Shuiao looked at the golden light in her palm, her gaze gradually firming up, as if a fire had been ignited in her heart. "No, I'm going with you. I can run away once, but I can't run away for a lifetime. If I choose to avoid difficulties, I'll never grow." Her voice carried fearless determination. Seeing her so resolute, Sun Tao was full of doubt. This secret realm isn't even that hard, why all the passion? But he knew that if Li Shuiao's potential could be unleashed, this adventure would become even more thrilling. Although he didn't understand why Li Shuiao suddenly became so passionate, Sun Tao didn't say much. It was all about not understanding but respecting. The two moved forward along the way, encountering quite a few death vines. Sun Tao dealt with them effortlessly. As long as one was cautious, these vines were relatively easy to handle. After all, they mainly relied on hallucinogenic toxins for ambushes, and once the toxins were blocked, their threat was halved. The remaining task was to deal with their underground bodies. Sun Tao's bronze cloud staff could extend, whereas other adventure teams would probably take ages to force the death vines' bodies out. Passing through a patch of forest, Sun Tao and Li Shuiao arrived at the entrance of the temple ruins. The entire temple was constructed from piled stones, with dense green vines entwined around the crumbling walls, as if time had left endless marks here. The faint blue light overhead spilled onto the vines, adding an extra layer of eeriness and mystery. The moment Li Shuiao saw this terrifying scene, her delicate face turned pale. She hid tightly behind Sun Tao, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands, her body trembling uncontrollably. The bold words she had spoken earlier seemed to vanish without a trace. Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. "Sun Tao, are you sure we didn't take the wrong path? This place is so scary. Sun Tao appeared unusually calm, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he looked up at the sky. He could clearly see a strange, magical element in the air continuously emanating from a triangular area of the temple, spreading outward like invisible threads. Don't worry, it's definitely correct, Sun Tao said firmly, then stepped into the ruins of the temple. Following the guidance of the magical elements in the sky, the two cautiously navigated through the broken stone pillars and collapsed walls, eventually arriving at the westernmost part of the temple. Before them stood an ancient altar, marked by the traces of time yet still exuding a sense of former sanctity and solemnity. At the center of the altar stood a black statue over 3 meters tall. It had a robust figure, wings on its back, and resembled an ancient war god, holding a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, radiating an aura of antiquity and mystery. In Sun Tao's eyes, it was this statue that was continuously spreading mysterious magical waves to the surroundings. Obsidian statue, elite, level 28. Combat power, 936. Skills, Death Aura, Obsidian Orb, Magic Immunity, Demon Bane. One of the magical nodes of the Death Formation, its entire body is sculpted from hard obsidian, capable of resisting most magical attacks. It possesses unparalleled strength and serves as the guardian of the Infernal Temple. Gulp! Li Shuiao looked at the terrifying combat power of the obsidian statue and secretly swallowed hard. She had never seen a monster immune to magical damage, and this wasn't even the final boss of the second level, just an elite monster before the boss. Yet even so, it had an astonishing combat power of 900 points and a magic immunity skill. It could practically be called the nemesis of mages. Sun Tao, what should we do now? Li Shuiao asked nervously, her heart filled with unease as she stared at the towering statue over 3 meters tall. All the way, she had come to completely trust Sun Tao. Whatever Sun Tao said about how to fight, she would follow it exactly. I'll go up and fight later, you stay far away. As for skills, use whatever you have, though they won't be of much use anyway. Sun Tao glanced at the obsidian statue not far away, then took out the copper cloud staff and said calmly, "Ha!" Li Shuiao was a bit stunned upon hearing this. Watching again? Isn't this just like the situation in the dark forest? Could it be that in Sun Tao's eyes, she was this useless? Li Shuiao felt a bit indignant. Don't underestimate me. I'm useful too. Sun Tao glanced at her helplessly. Suit yourself, just be careful. Sun Tao carried the copper cloud staff and walked forward, carefully observing the obsidian statue before him. Generally speaking, monsters like these statue types often possess immense strength and high health, making direct confrontation absolutely inadvisable. The best approach is to blast it to death with ranged magic or find some terrain to trap it and slowly wear it down with ranged attacks. But Sun Tao looked at the wings behind the obsidian statue and shook his head slightly. Judging by the wings on its back, it was clear that trapping it with terrain wouldn't work this time. Moreover, it had a magic immunity skill, so using magic to blast it was likely unrealistic. Looks like I'll have to rely on agility to fight it, Sun Tao thought to himself, as he began channeling the chi gathering technique within his body. The copper cloud staff in his hand continuously gathered momentum. As Sun Tao approached, the obsidian statue in the distance suddenly opened its eyes. Its sapphire-embedded eye sockets locked onto Sun Tao with a piercing gaze. Sun Tao strode forward, the copper cloud staff in his hand already charged with 3 layers of staff momentum, ready to face the imminent battle. He planned to test the waters by giving the obsidian statue a heavy blow to the head first. Before he could approach, the obsidian statue's eyes suddenly flashed with a ghostly light, and 2 black beams instantly shot out, aiming straight for Sun Tao's vital points. What the heck? Zero frame startup? Ignoring the momentum of his stick, Sun Tao quickly shifted his figure, leaving behind a shadow at his original position, skillfully dodging the statue's attack. Boom! A streak of black light grazed Sun Tao's body and landed on the ground not far away, instantly blasting a fist-sized crater into the surface. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Sun Tao advanced swiftly, his long stick darting forward like a nimble snake, striking fiercely at the statue's chest. Bang! A loud noise echoed as the statue was forced back several steps, but it quickly regained its balance. Its eyes glimmered with even greater fury, clearly enraged by Sun Tao's attack. Raising the giant's sword in its hand, it roared and charged at Sun Tao. The statue, over 3 meters tall, resembled a heavily armored tank, thundering forward with an unstoppable momentum toward Sun Tao. In just half a second, the obsidian statue charged straight at Sun Tao. Watch out! Li Shuiao exclaimed from behind, clutching her staff, ready at any moment to cast her jade light to heal Sun Tao. But facing the rampaging obsidian statue, Sun Tao neither dodged nor retreated. Instead, his figure flickered, evading the charge while swiftly striking a full combo on it with his light staff. After building up momentum, he leapt into the air, channeling power into a heavy strike that slammed fiercely into the statue's knee. Boom! The immense force directly caused the obsidian statue to lose control of its balance, forcing it to crash to the ground with a loud bang, landing on its back. Seeing the obsidian statue fall, Sun Tao pressed his advantage relentlessly. After finishing the cleaving staff move, he used the staff to propel himself into the air, delivering another powerful and heavy slash staff strike. Bang! The slash staff strike, carrying the momentum of 2 consecutive moves, slammed fiercely onto the head of the obsidian statue. Even though it was carved from incredibly hard obsidian, it could not withstand such a terrifying blow. A heavy strike with a combat power of 3,000 points landed squarely on its forehead. Even with its damage reduction attribute, the obsidian statue's health bar was instantly emptied. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, cracks appeared on the obsidian statue lying on the ground, shattering into a pile of black rubble scattered across the floor. Ding! You have slain a level 28 elite obsidian statue, gaining EXP *219, Spirit Essence *103. Obtained Magic Core *3, Obsidian Shard *10. As the obsidian statue perished, Li Shuao, who had been watching the entire scene from the side, opened her mouth wide in utter disbelief. Obsidian shards? Li Shuao looked at the fragments in Sun Tao's hand with surprise, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Obsidian, this special forging material, is produced in silver-level secret realms around level 80. It is hard and sharp, making it an ideal choice for weapon crafting. More importantly, it has the property of absorbing magical energy. Adding just a little can grant equipment the ability to break magic, making it a treasure that warriors and assassins dream of. Its market price is outrageously high. As the young lady of the Huarong group, Li Shuya was naturally familiar with obsidian. After all, the Huarong group's star product last year, the demon-breaking chain, was made of obsidian. Is this stuff really valuable? Sun Tao asked indifferently. He didn't understand much about these things and just felt that if one monster could drop 10 pieces, it didn't seem like anything rare. The corner of Li Shuya's mouth twitched slightly as she thought to herself, this guy is just too naive. It's usually only at the final boss of an 80-level silver secret realm that you might get 2 or 3 pieces. Do you think it's valuable? She responded disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Sun Tao's eyes lit up instantly, and he thought to himself, this is a real treasure. He weighed the obsidian in his hand for a moment, then turned to look at Li Shuao, a sly glint appearing in his eyes. I'll give you these pieces of obsidian. How about you do me a favor? Li Shuao was stunned. 10 pieces of obsidian might just be materials, but they could sell for 20 to 30 million on the market. Sun Tao was actually giving them to her just like that? This didn't match his usual miserly personality. What kind of help? Li Shuao looked at Sun Tao suspiciously, unsure of what he was up to. Could it be? Thinking of this, Li Shuyao's pretty face instantly turned red. She thought to herself, could this guy want to be with me? Suddenly giving such an expensive gift, her heart was in turmoil, wondering how she should respond if Sun Tao confessed. It's a very simple matter. Can you help me find a forging master to teach me how to craft equipment? Sun Tao said honestly, his eyes shining with determination. The reason he said this was partly to complete the system's side quest and learn a secondary skill. On the other hand, the copper cloud staff in his hand was already becoming insufficient, and he wanted to unlock more powerful equipment. Do you want to be a blacksmith? Li Shuao asked expressionlessly, her tone carrying a hint of indifference. Sun Tao nodded confidently, raising his arm to show off his muscular biceps. Of course. Look at these muscles, they're practically made for forging. Not using them for smithing would be such a waste. Li Shuao helplessly pushed Sun Tao's arm away. Just as she was about to get angry, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her mind, and a figure appeared in her thoughts. With an idea forming in her heart, she turned around and gave Sun Tao a smile. Alright, I happen to know a master blacksmith. I can introduce you to him when the time comes. Just keep in mind, her personality is a bit eccentric, so you'd better be prepared. Sun Tao nodded expectantly. Don't worry, I've seen all kinds of people. Just introduce them to me, and you don't need to worry about the rest. Li Shuao smiled and nodded, then turned to continue heading deeper into the temple, muttering softly under her breath, wait until you're in Sister Wu's hands, let's see if I don't make your life miserable. Sun Tao looked up at the magical elements in the sky, thinking to himself, after destroying one obsidian statue, the strange magical energy in the sky has indeed dissipated quite a bit. I wonder what will happen after all 3 obsidian statues are destroyed. With this thought, he followed the guidance of the magical elements in the sky and continued deeper into the temple. As Sun Tao and Li Shuao continued searching for the other obsidian statues, the blood-red forest welcomed 2 unexpected visitors. 2 mysterious figures dressed in black robes moved swiftly through the blood-red forest. The security bureau personnel searching nearby failed to notice their presence, as if the 2 were invisible. Before long, the the two arrived at the grassy field where Zhao Tianming had met his end. The entrance to the Silver Moon Empire, having been cleared by Sun Tao, had long since turned into a dilapidated bronze gate, devoid of any mystical aura. This is the place. Mad Wolf's presence was last detected here. The two black-robed figures came to a halt. Their broad robes obscured their forms, and through the dark hoods, only faint glimpses of half-masks covering their faces could be seen. One of them, whose mask bore a crescent moon emblem, crouched down, gently pinched a bit of soil from the ground, and revealed a sinister smile. In addition to Mad Wolf's presence, there's another unfamiliar trace. Another person stood to the side, his voice hoarse and deep. It seems that the thing in Mad Wolf's hands hasn't reached the Dragon Squad yet. A trace of tension flashed in his eyes, as if he had anticipated something ominous. It's been almost a day, and they still haven't made any moves. Moon Soul stood up, turned her head to look at the bronze iron door not far away, her expression grave. It's hard to say for sure now. The people in the Dragon Squad are very cunning. They might just be putting on an act for us. It's best to remain cautious. Her voice carried a tone of determination. Moon Soul pointed at the abandoned bronze iron door and said, Mad Wolf is probably dead. That place is likely the entrance to a hidden secret realm. His aura disappeared right after passing through that door. She twitched her nose, her brows slightly furrowed. However, there seems to be a faint trace of his aura lingering in the air. It should be his spatial ring, taken by someone else. As long as we find them, we should be able to uncover clues. Alright, then there's no time to lose, let's act quickly. Blood Shadow nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The two figures flickered and vanished into the air once more, as if they had never been there. Just less than half a minute after they left, 3 Security Bureau soldiers dressed in special combat uniforms emerged from the woods, holding sophisticated scanning devices. Their expressions were tense as they continuously scanned the ground, seemingly searching for some crucial clues. Beep beep beep. As they passed the bronze iron gate, the device suddenly emitted a violent alarm, deafeningly loud. One of the soldiers perked up, excitedly looking at the device in his hand. Captain, the breath detector is responding. Zhao Tianming was here before. His voice was filled with excitement. The captain quickly ran over, staring intently at the data on the device. His face lit up with joy. Quickly notify the Dragon Fong Squad, we might have found a clue. He secretly felt relieved, finally seeing a chance for a breakthrough. Boom! As the final obsidian statue shattered into fragments scattered across the ground, Sun Tao and Li Shuiao suddenly felt a series of deep rumbles emanating from the depths of the temple, as if some powerful entity was gradually awakening. The air was thick with an oppressive aura. Beep! You have slain a level 28 elite obsidian statue, gaining EXP *219, Spirit Essence *103. Obtained Magic Core *3, Obsidian Shards *10. Unlocked Death Formation, obtained Obsidian Statue Blueprint *1. Obsidian Statue Blueprint, Premium Grade Item, a blueprint for crafting obsidian statues. 3 obsidian statues can form a death formation. Requirements, Magic Core *5, Master Level Mechanism Crafting. Mechanism Crafting. Sun Tao gasped as he stared at the blueprint in his hand, his heart surging with excitement. It's actually the blueprint for the hidden subclass Mechanist. He knew this could be the opportunity to change their fate. In this world full of adventure and opportunity, subclass scrolls allow people to learn various general subclass skills, including alchemy, pharmacy, farming, tailoring, cooking, fishing, and forging. Beyond these 7, there are hidden subclasses such as Mechanist, Formation Master, and Sculptor, which not only possess production capabilities but can also significantly enhance the combat power of soul warriors. However, the difficulty of changing to this type of secondary profession is extremely high. Not only does it require a specialized transfer scroll, but it also demands a wealth of knowledge. For example, becoming a mechanist requires at least advanced levels in both alchemy and forging, which deters many people. It seems this can only be handed over to Li Shuiao to handle. Sun Tao couldn't help but sigh. Although there are no restrictions on learning secondary professions, as long as one has the energy to study, human resources are ultimately limited and cannot cover everything. Master, wait. Just as he was about to hand over the obsidian statue blueprint to Li Shuiao, Selena's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Please take a closer look at this blueprint. Sun Tao was puzzled but still opened the blueprint. Selena carefully examined the blueprint through his perspective and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "The Reaper statue, it's the Reaper statue." What is the Reaper statue? Sun Tao asked curiously. This is a legendary golem created by the Infernal Reaper Samuel. Besides being able to guard territories, it can also form a death array in groups of 3. If 9 groups of statues are gathered, the death array can be upgraded to an infernal array. Within the array, all undead creatures will receive attribute enhancements, and the consumed necromantic energy will recover rapidly. Other living beings entering the array's range will also be suppressed by the necromantic energy. If they are killed within the array, they will turn into undead under the array's control. The most crucial thing is that this item is movable. If you want to set up a magic array somewhere, just summon the statue directly. Sun Tao's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, this is a great thing. It's practically a combination of the necromancer's version of the 9 provinces barrier and the emperor's banner. But immediately, his heart sank. But this thing requires master-level mechanics to create. Where am I supposed to find a master-level mechanic? Mechanics, I know it, Selena said excitedly. Before I went into slumber, I had nothing better to do, so I learned alchemy and mechanics, and I mastered both to the master level. I can make this statue. However, I'll need some obsidian and bloodstone. Sun Tao was overjoyed upon hearing this. Selena, you truly are my lucky star. He quickly put away the blueprint of the obsidian statue. Now that he knew its value, he naturally couldn't hand it over to Li Shuya. After collecting the last materials dropped by the obsidian statue, Sun Tao discovered a hidden golden treasure chest behind it. Pushing it open, he found a blue skill book lying inside. Phantomization, premium grade skill book, upon use, grants the skill Phantomization, transforming the target into a void creature, immune to all physical damage. However, magic attacks deal double damage. Duration, 3 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. It's actually a premium grade skill book. Li Shui's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming aloud. After seeing the skill's effects, she was even more shocked. This is a divine skill, a god-tier skill for magic users. This skill has 2 uses. One is to use it on oneself to become immune to physical damage. If used skillfully, it can completely turn the tide of battle and snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Magic-type battle soul masters generally have magic shield skills that can effectively block ranged magical attacks. For warrior-type or assassin-type battle soul masters, this skill is their absolute nemesis. With this skill, it's practically a life-saving divine ability. The second use is to cast the skill on an enemy, causing them to take double the magic damage, then use high explosive magic to instantly kill them. Both uses are incredibly powerful. Although it's just a high-quality skill book, Li Shuio understood that in the hands of certain mages, its power is absolutely no less than that of an ordinary perfect-grade skill. As the princess of the Huaron group, she hadn't seen many skill books stronger than this one. Sun Tao, do you want this skill book? I can pay for it, Li Shuio said softly. Honestly, premium skill books on the market are about 8 million each. The effect of this skill is excellent and suits me very well. I'm willing to pay 13 million to buy it. Li Shuiao knew in her heart that this skill book was indeed impressive and incredibly powerful. However, she understood that she wasn't qualified to compete for it. The difficulty of the second level of the skeleton cave far exceeded her combat capabilities. Throughout the battle, it was Sun Tao who fought desperately, while she only occasionally cast minor skills on the side, practically a decorative vase. Therefore, she never intended to ask Sun Tao for the skill book but instead proactively offered to purchase it. Sun Tao looked at the skill book in his hand, secretly surprised at how valuable it was. After thinking for a moment, he decisively tossed the skill book to Li Shuiao. Forget about the money. It's just a skill book, nothing rare. Just take it. If there's another secret realm in the future, just remember to call me. Sun Tao said this entirely because dealing with the skill book was too troublesome. He had no use for it himself and would eventually have to sell it anyway. Rather than selling it to a stranger, he might as well give it to Li Shuiao and build a connection. After all, the Li family's Huaron group had considerable influence in Liuzhou City, and before Sun Tao had fully grown, maintaining a good relationship with them could only be beneficial. Moreover, after spending time together, Sun Tao discovered that Li Shuiao was different from other second-generation rich kids. She didn't have that arrogant and domineering attitude, nor the spoiled temperament of a privileged young lady. Instead, she was someone trustworthy. Teaming up with her for future expeditions would definitely be a great choice. After all, many secret realms require multiple people to unlock, and teaming up with someone reliable is always better than partnering with strangers. Besides, 13 million is nothing to him. He could easily earn it back by clearing a few secret realms. Li Shuiao held the skill book, a wave of emotion surging in her heart. This money grubber actually gave up 13 million and gifted me this book. Such a contrast made her almost unable to believe her eyes. She secretly decided, forget it, when Sister Wu torments him, I should help him a few more times. The two continued forward, passing through the temple ruins, and in the distance, an inverted bluish glow dome suddenly appeared on the open ground. I remember this place was completely empty before? Li Shuao shielded her eyes with her hand, gazing at the glow dome in the distance, feeling a faint unease in her heart. The aura emanating from the dome made her uncomfortable. This is probably the obsidian statue we just killed, which unlocked the seal of the boss area, Sun Tao casually said, carrying the copper cloud staff, and took the lead heading toward the light barrier. Li Shuao hurriedly jogged to catch up. Passing through the light barrier, the two had barely taken a few steps when sharp arrows suddenly whizzed past their ears. Whoosh, 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 watch out! Sun Tao shouted loudly, quickly shielding Li Shuao behind him. The stick in his hand spun like the wind, effortlessly sweeping away all the arrows around them. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 7 or 8 skeleton archers standing in the darkness. Skeleton Archer. Level, 26. Combat Power, 723. Skills, Rapid Shot, Stealth. Crack, crack, crack. Seeing Sun Tao's staff flourish blocking the arrows, one of the skeleton archers moved up and down, commanding the other archers to launch an attack. The skeletons' frames flickered with red light, their hands drawing bows as swiftly as the wind, instantly shooting over a dozen arrows at Sun Tao. Damn, you sneaky bastards! Watching the rain of arrows filling the sky, Sun Tao cursed under his breath, reached out to hold Li Shuao, and leaped to the left, easily dodging the arrows. Held in Sun Tao's arms, Li Shuao felt a surge of warmth and safety. She couldn't help but rest her head on his shoulder, gently taking in his scent. It tickles. Stop it. Sun Tao frowned and gave a low shout. With a light tap of his toes, his body moved swiftly like a leopard among the rocks, quickly closing in on the skeleton archer. Ka ka ka. Seeing Sun Tao approaching, the skeleton archers panicked, desperately raising their bows and arrows to prepare for a counterattack. But Sun Tao swept his staff horizontally, instantly killing them. Beep. You have killed 26 skeleton archers, gaining experience *32 and spiritual essence *13. Ding. You have killed 26 skeleton archers, gained experience *32, and spirit value *13. Ding. You have killed 26 skeleton archers, gained experience *32, and spirit value *13. After clearing out these skeleton archers in a few moves, Li Shuao let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a dark arrow shot swiftly from the woods, and before she could react, the arrow was already right in front of her. Ah! Li Shuao screamed, wanting to dodge, but her limbs went weak. She could only freeze in place, watching helplessly as the cold arrow flew straight toward her. Done. I'm going to die here. Woo woo woo, I'm so unwilling. Someone save me. Despair filled her heart. Just as she was about to close her eyes and await death, a large hand suddenly reached out and forcefully grabbed the swiftly incoming arrow. Crack! Sun Tao clenched the arrow with one hand, and it snapped with a crisp sound. What terrifying reflexes! Seemingly stunned by this scene, the hidden assailant in the dense forest fell silent after shooting the arrow. Will you come out on your own, or do I need to invite you out? Sun Tao coldly swung his long staff, his voice echoing through the tranquil forest. After a moment of silence, faint rustling sounds emerged. 3 slender, exquisitely featured beings slowly stepped out of the shadows, resembling legendary elves. They are dressed in emerald green leather armor, their deep blue skin covered with red spots, brows slightly furrowed, and their eyes revealing vigilance. Night Elf, under necromantic transformation. Level, 27. Combat Power, 783. Skills, Rapid Shooting, Concealment. Sun Tao sized up the 3 elves, narrowing his eyes slightly. Night Elves? He didn't act immediately because Selena reminded him in his mind that these elves were excellent blood slave material and must not be damaged. If they could be subdued, that would be best. One of the elves stepped forward, gritting their teeth and saying, "Lackeys of Auric, give up. We will never become lowly undead archers." Sun Tao frowned and turned the bronze cloud staff in his hand. Auric? Who's that? We are not its subordinates. The elf in the middle furrowed their brows tightly and said in a deep voice, "If you are not Auric's subordinates, then why are you here in this death magic array?" Sun Tao shrugged and began to explain. "We are adventurers from another world, specifically here to track down the Death Archer." As soon as Sun Tao finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. "We just shattered 3 obsidian statues and discovered this new area. Do you know where the Death Archer is?" His gaze was sharp, directly fixed on the 3 elves in front of him. "The death statues are broken?" The 3 elves exchanged glances, a hint of disbelief flashing in their eyes. The elf on the far left hurriedly lifted her wrist guard, and sure enough, the red spots on her arm had faded significantly. The three of them immediately cheered with joy, as if seeing the light of day again. It's true, Alia, the necrotic energy is dissipating, the death array has really been undone. The elf in the middle was overjoyed, closing her eyes as the silver crescent moon pattern on her forehead instantly glowed. With a gentle wave of her hand, she summoned a pale blue magical owl, which flew out of the light barrier. Shortly after, she opened her eyes in astonishment and excitedly announced, the death array outside has truly disappeared. Alia's emotions surged, and tears welled up in her eyes. She turned around and respectfully pounded her chest towards Sun Tao, her voice trembling. I apologize, brave human warrior from another realm. We have been tormented by Auric for too long, it's inevitable that our emotions are out of control. Her voice carried a trace of sorrow. Auric is the skeletal emperor who slumbers beneath the earth. He is a follower of the death god Munger, possessing immense power, and attempting to turn all of us night elves into skeletal archers, Elia explained, her eyes flashing with anger and helplessness. As for the death archer you mentioned, that is our night elf guardian, the former general, Windrunner Sylvanas. Li Shuao listened quietly, her fear gradually replaced by curiosity. She had never seen such a beautiful and communicative mystical creature. The legend of the night elves stirred up a storm in her heart. So, you're trying to stop me, huh? Sun Tao's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Sensing the deathly aura emanating from the elves, a surge of vigilance rose in his heart. Their aura was identical to that of the obsidian statues outside, not to mention they had admitted that the Death Archer was their general. The meaning couldn't be clearer, these elves were enemies. It seems the chances of subduing them are slim. When the fight starts, I need to conserve some strength to ensure Selena can still turn them into blood slaves. He pondered silently. Seeing Sun Tao's face darken and his killing intent overflow, the three elves immediately grew tense. His earlier display of catching an arrow barehanded had made them realize that this warrior's strength far exceeded theirs, and even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be his match. Now they are far from the World Tree, their ability to reproduce has vanished, and their people are dwindling with each loss. The current situation forces them to be cautious, avoiding conflict whenever possible. Just as Sun Tao was about to take action, Alia hurriedly stepped forward, her tone earnest. You misunderstood. We won't stop you, instead, we will help you deal with the Death Archer. Sun Tao was stunned, and the image of the undead Night Haska he had encountered in the Dark Night Forest flashed through his mind, sending a shock through him. Could this be the secret mechanism of the second level of the Skeleton Cave? Can soul warriors gain the help of the Dark Elves? Why? He asked directly. Arya slightly opened her mouth, finally sighed, and shook her head, saying, I can't explain it clearly right now. You'd better follow me and see for yourself. Following Arya into the depths of the dense forest, the atmosphere was tense yet exhilarating. Along the way, they encountered many skeleton archers, all pitiful souls transformed from her clansmen. However, the other two night elves gritted their teeth and mercilessly shot them down. Arya sighed and explained to Sun Tao, these skeleton archers were once our clansmen, but they couldn't withstand the transformation of necromantic energy and ended up like this. She began to tell Sun Tao the tragic story of Auric and her night elves. Hundreds of years ago, Auric was deceived by the death god Munger, sacrificing his own nation and subjects to become a skeletal emperor. At that time, the Ranger General of the Elven Empire, Sylvanas Windrunner, was visiting the Auric Empire, and tensions were high. To invade the Elven Empire of Quel'Thalas, Auric personally took action, attempting to force Sylvanas to surrender and lead him into the Eversong Forest. However, as the Ranger General of Quel'Thalas, Sylvanas vowed to resist to the death. Auric was helpless in the face of this, as no one knew the way to enter the Eversong Forest. To make the elves bow their heads, Auric established a death magic array, severing the elves' connection to the Tree of Life and continuously releasing necromantic energy to corrode them. Without the protection of the Tree of Life, apart from Sylvanas, the other elven rangers were completely unable to resist this corrosion, and even their daily lives became a struggle. To save her people, Sylvanas used her own soul as a bridge, absorbing the power of death and converting it into energy that the elven rangers could absorb. But her body fell under Auric's control, becoming a death archer wandering within the death magic array. Alia's voice was low, tinged with helplessness. As time passed, Sylvanas' soul grew increasingly weak, and more elven rangers succumbed to the corruption, transforming into skeletal archers. Now, the entire elven ranger group has dwindled to fewer than 300, struggling on the brink of extinction. If Auric finds the general's soul, he will undoubtedly gain access to Eversong Woods, and Quel'Thalas along with the elves will be completely doomed. Elia finished speaking with a heavy sigh, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Fortunately, you shattered the 3 obsidian statues in time, halting the spread of necromantic energy. Only then did we have the chance to regain our freedom. She smiled at Sun Tao, her eyes filled with hope. Li Shuia's eyes lit up, and she quickly tugged on Sun Tao's sleeve, whispering, "This must be a hidden quest. Hurry and ask her what we can do." Although this isn't mentioned in the guide, as long as we complete this task, we are bound to gain significant benefits, Li Shuia said excitedly. I suspect that so-called Eversong Forest is actually a secret realm entrance, and Quel'Thalas might be the clue. Sun Tao also felt it made sense and immediately turned to ask Elia, "So what can we do?" Elia led the two to a canyon and turned to say, "Now that the death array has been dispelled, if we can retrieve Sylvanus's body, we can open the portal to Eversong Forest." Ding, hidden secret realm quest triggered, save the elves. Mission requirement, defeat the Death Archer Sylvanus and bring back her corpse. Mission reward, Sylvanus's blade, perfect grade bow forging blueprint. Upon hearing the system prompt, Sun Tao and Li Shuio exchanged glances, their faces brimming with excitement. Li Shuio quickly stepped forward to ask, "So how do we find the Death Archer's location?" The strategy for the second level of the Skull Cavern only mentions that the Death Archer will randomly appear after defeating 3 obsidian statues, with the exact range unknown. Elia glanced at her and said softly, "Don't worry, we have a way." Before the words had even faded, she took the lead and stepped into the canyon. Sun Tao and Li Shuio followed closely behind. As the group entered the canyon, night elves clad in emerald green leather armor stood up one after another on the mountain walls on both sides, their sharp, hostile gazes like blades fixed on the two below. Sun Tao thought to himself that if Elia hadn't been leading the way, they would have already been turned into pincushions. Slowly walking into the depths of the canyon, a black mire resembling oil suddenly appeared before their eyes. In the center of the mire stood a divine bow, its body sleek and exquisitely designed, with mysterious runes carved onto its limbs, continuously absorbing the death energy from the night sky. Sharp blades adorned both sides of the bow, enabling it to be highly effective in close combat. That is where our general's soul resides, the legendary divine bow of Quel'Thalas, Sylvanus Razor. Alia's voice was filled with excitement, as if she had glimpsed the dawn of hope. "Unfortunately, the general's soul is too weak right now and cannot come out to meet you," Elia said softly, her tone tinged with urgency. She reached into her quiver, drew out an arrow, and gently stirred it in the black mire at her feet. As the arrow became coated with the black mud, it instantly emitted an eerie glow. Elia stood up and handed it to Sun Tao. "This arrow has been imbued with the general's soul essence, making it irresistibly attractive to the Death Archer. As long as you take it out outside, she will come to you on her own. However, you must be careful. Although the Death Shooter has no soul, she still retains the combat instincts of the general she once was. Don't underestimate her. If you let your guard down, you might find yourselves in big trouble," warned Elia, her voice filled with caution. Sun Tao took the arrow, activated his fiery eyes, and carefully examined it. Sure enough, he sensed an unusual trace of soul energy on the arrow. This energy was both icy and scorching, like the intersection of life and death, contradictory, yet powerful, causing Sun Tao's heart to tremble. He thought to himself, "Sylvanus's strength is astonishing. Even in such a weakened state, she is still so formidable. If she were at her peak, I can hardly imagine her power. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring her back." Sun Tao's eyes gleamed with determination as he put away the black arrow and walked out of the canyon with Li Shuia. The canyon was protected by the magic array of the night elves, which could block the Death Shooter's perception. To lure her out, they had to find the right location. "Come forth, Shadow Phantom Wolf." Sun Tao stepped out of the canyon, found an open space, and pulled out a bone flute to summon the Shadow Phantom Wolf. The magnificent figure appeared instantly, nearly staring Li Shuio into fainting. "Holy crap, you even have a mount." She widened her eyes, full of disbelief. Sun Tao swung himself onto the wolf, raised an eyebrow, and patted the wolf's head. "How about it? Cool, right?" Li Shuio pouted, secretly feeling jealous. Mounts are not comparable to industrial products like cars, they are truly rare and hard to come by. Many soul warriors go their entire lives without owning one, or even seeing one. Even as the young lady of the Huarong group, Li Shuio had only seen a few ordinary horses at her father's place, which were nothing compared to the Shadow Demon Wolf. Sun Tao rode the Demon Wolf at full speed, eventually stopping at a grassland. Surveying the surroundings, the flat terrain made him nod slightly. When dealing with long-range units like archers, flat terrain without cover is ideal. We can't let them create space to maneuver against us. In the center of the grassland, Sun Tao took a lighter out of his ring and set fire to create a large open space. Arrows were neatly planted in the center of the clearing. Sun Tao stood silently to the side, waiting. No one knew how much time had passed. Li Shuio finally couldn't hold back and was about to ask when Sun Tao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the right front, and said in a low voice, "It's here." As soon as Sun Tao finished speaking, a sudden gust of wind swept across the flat ground, shaking heaven and earth. A figure appeared faintly in the wind, approaching swiftly like a phantom. Sun Tao slightly narrowed his eyes, golden light flickering, his gaze piercing through the darkness and landing on the face of the approaching figure. She was dressed in black leather armor, her face hidden in the shadow of her hood, revealing only a pair of eyes glinting with a cold light. Noticing Sylvanas's gaze, Li Shuao suddenly shivered. The icy, bloodthirsty stare seemed like that of a god of death emerging from hell. The overwhelming killing intent, even from hundreds of meters away, still made Li Shuao's legs tremble uncontrollably. Elf, soul. Sylvanas's voice was low and hoarse, her eyes fixed intently on the black arrow at Sun Tao's feet, carrying a trace of frenzied killing intent. Death Archer Sylvanas, Hero, Level, 30, Combat Power, 2750. Skills, Wind Walk, Shooting Aura, Chain of Command, Dark Summon, Lament, Wind of Silence, Hiss. Seeing Sylvanas's terrifying combat power, Li Shuai gasped in shock. This combat power is just too ridiculous. Level 30 with nearly 3000 combat power, this is already a boss that only second-tier soul warriors can handle. And 6 skills too. We can't possibly take it on right now. Li Shuai tugged at Sun Tao's sleeve, her voice trembling. Sun Tao, how about we just give up? We can't possibly beat it with just the two of us. Sun Tao shook his head, drew out the copper cloud staff, and said to her firmly in a low voice, step back and protect yourself. Sun Tao, don't be reckless. The Battle Soul entrance exam is coming up soon. Getting injured now isn't worth it. Watch out. Before Li Shuai could finish her sentence, Sun Tao suddenly let out a low shout, grabbed her waist with his left hand, and flung her backward. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost at the same moment, a sharp arrow whizzed past the spot where they had just been standing, deeply embedding itself into the ground behind them. The arrow's tail was still trembling slightly, emitting a faint blue glow. Li Shuai was thrown by Sun Tao, rolling awkwardly on the ground several times before barely coming to a stop. Getting up and looking at the arrow not far away, she was still shaken, her face pale, and her eyes filled with terror. If it weren't for Sun Tao's timely reaction just now, she might have already lost her life under the arrow. Shaking off Li Shuai, Sun Tao pushed off with both feet, his figure suddenly soaring like a phantom as he charged towards Sylvanas. Sylvanas curled her lips into a cold smile, swiftly drawing her bowstring. An arrow shimmering with a ghostly light shot through the air, aiming straight for Sun Tao's heart. Sun Tao reacted with incredible speed, twisting his body and executing a perfect dodge. The arrow grazed the edge of his clothes, narrowly avoiding the strike by a hair's breadth. Sylvanas staggered, surrounded by black winds, her entire body almost merging with the air as she swiftly retreated. Windrunner. As the skill activated, her figure resembled a ghost, blending into the wind and drifting freely. While retreating, she drew her bow once more, this time firing 7 or 8 arrows in rapid succession. In the blink of an eye, several sharp arrows were released, forming a deadly crossfire that enveloped Sun Tao on both sides. Damn it, these sneaky bastards are really ordinary people. Sun Tao cursed under his breath, steadied his stance, and swung his stick through the air, transforming it into a dense curtain of stick shadows that deflected the incoming arrows. Bang! 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 The arrows collided with the stick shadows, producing crisp metallic clashing sounds as sparks flew everywhere. Seeing her rain of arrows blocked, Sylvanas's eyes flashed with a cold light. She raised her longbow and roared, "Awaken!" The earth trembled, and over 30 skeleton archers awakened from the darkness, struggling to crawl out from the ground. You think you're the only one with clones? Seeing Sylvanas play dirty, Sun Tao was also enraged. He directly plucked a tuft of hair and blew on it gently. 5 of Sun Tao's clones emerged from the smoke, wielding sticks as they charged toward the skeleton archers. Each clone exuded the same imposing aura as the original, throwing the skeleton archers into chaos. Arrows flew wildly, but they struggled to lock onto the real target. Seeing Sun Tao also create clones, Sylvanas was slightly taken aback, not expecting Sun Tao to possess such a skill. With a wave of her hand, a fierce wind howled to life, instantly sweeping across the battlefield. Wherever the wind passed, magical elements dispersed, and the clones formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth shattered like fleeting illusions. The Wind of Silence, a special magic of the elven race, a sweeping gale that can push enemies away and disperse magical elements in the area, rendering magic skills ineffective. Seeing Sun Tao's clones shatter one after another, Sylvanas coldly smiled. Before she could start feeling triumphant, a whistling sound of a staff wind came from behind her head. Sylvanas was shocked and tried to dodge Sun Tao's strike, but it was already too late. Gathering energy, dispersing form, a strike to break concealment. Sun Tao's figure suddenly appeared beside Sylvanas like lightning, the long staff in his hand dancing like a furious dragon, carrying an overwhelming force as it struck fiercely at her back. Ah! Sylvanas let out a heart-wrenching scream, her entire body sent flying by Sun Tao's staff, instantly turning into a black shadow that rolled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. She struggled to stand up, when suddenly she heard Sun Tao's loud shout not far away. Freeze! Binding spell! Ding! Accompanied by a crisp sound, golden runes instantly wrapped around Sylvanas, immobilizing her in place, unable to move. Immediately after, Sun Tao charged forward like a beast, unleashing a series of swift staff strikes on Sylvanas, her health bar plummeting rapidly, as if mercilessly devouring her life. Li Shuao, who was watching from the sidelines, was utterly stunned. Is this really the way to fight a boss? A boss with nearly 3,000 combat power is completely powerless in Sun Tao's hands, which means Sun Tao's actual combat power is at least over 3,000. She couldn't help but recall the boss she and Uncle Wang encountered in the simple difficulty dungeon. They had to carefully assign tasks, devise strategies, and consider various situations to defeat the opponent. Even when giving it their all, it still took 20 minutes to take down the boss. But in front of Sun Tao, it was nothing more than a one-sided crush. This isn't a simple difficulty boss, but the second level of the Skeleton Cave in Hell difficulty, comparable to a level 50 silver dungeon. Sun Tao's true strength was beyond Li Shuao's imagination. She had only one thought in her mind: Sun Tao's future was limitless, and she absolutely couldn't miss this opportunity. Before he rose to prominence, she had to cling tightly to this golden chance. Bang! A loud explosion sounded from not far away, snapping Li Shuao back to reality. She looked up and saw Sun Tao leaping high into the air, wielding an iron rod. The rod shimmered with golden light as its overwhelming force crashed down, striking Sylvanas squarely on the head. Great Sage Staff Technique, severing staff style. Boom! The immense power created a crater several meters in diameter on the ground. Dust erupted instantly, and the shockwave swept outward, almost blowing away the watching Li Shuao. As the smoke and dust cleared, Sylvanas collapsed limply in the center of the pit, with only a thin sliver of health left above her head. Sun Tao stood at the edge of the pit, holding his staff, his silhouette resembling a divine presence, leaving Li Shuao utterly stunned. The Hell difficulty dungeon boss had actually been instantly defeated by Sun Tao. A tingling current instantly surged from the top of Li Shuao's head down to her tailbone, making her tremble as if electrified. Following Sun Tao was undoubtedly the best decision she had ever made in her life. Sun Tao paid no attention to Li Shuao's astonishment. After dealing with Sylvanas, he summoned the shadow demon wolf to his side and said indifferently, "It's done. Let's go." Li Shuao suddenly came to her senses and quickly followed, her heart filled with awe and anticipation. "Is this how you usually fight bosses?" Pretty much," Sun Tao replied with a calm expression, as if this battle was just routine for him. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Li Shuao would never have believed that someone could solo the second level of the Hell difficulty Skeleton Cave. The final boss of this level was clearly designed for a team of second-tier soul warriors, yet who would have thought that a first-tier soul warrior under level 40 could handle it with ease? It was truly unprecedented. "What level are you now, exactly?" Li Shuao asked Sun Tao curiously, her eyes full of shock. Sun Tao scratched his head, looked at his attribute panel, and felt secretly pleased. Destined 1, Sun Tao. Level, 24. Combat Power, 14464. Battle Soul, Divine Grade Great Sage equal to Heaven, 10%. Skills, Great Sage Staff Technique, 5. Basic Meditation Technique, Furious Ape Strength, 5. Copperhead Iron Arms, 3. Hair Clone Technique, 2. Immobilization Technique, 2. Chi Gathering Technique, 5. Form Gathering and Chi Dispersion, 1. Equipment, Copper Cloud Staff, Bolian Medicine Pot, Crimson Tide, Fire Shield, Red Lotus Armor. Spirit Points, 2032. After clearing the first and second layers of the Skeleton Cave, Sun Tao's experience bar was just a sliver away from reaching level 25, and he had accumulated over 2,000 spirit points. He estimated that if he cleared Black Wind Mountain again tonight, he would definitely level up. Level 24, I guess, Sun Tao replied casually. Li Shuao widened her eyes, utterly unable to believe her ears. "Duo Xiao? Did you say what level you are?" "Level 24. Sun Tao looked puzzled. Did he say something wrong? The shock in Li Shuao's heart was indescribable. The awakening ceremony had only ended 5 days ago, and he was already at level 24. This was just too insane. Even with experts leading the way into high-level secret realms, one could at most level up by 5 levels a day. The higher the level, the more experience required for upgrading. Among the students who awakened in the same batch as her, the highest level was only 13, and that was a rich second-generation kid from the capital who awakened an S-level battle soul to achieve such rapid leveling. "Then what's your combat power now?" Li Shuao continued to ask, secretly wondering if Sun Tao was really cheating. Sun Tao hesitated slightly but ultimately decided to say a smaller number, about over 4,000. What the heck? How can a normal person have 4,000 combat power at level 24? Li Shuao was in turmoil. The gap was just too big. Uncle Wang, the captain of their family's bodyguard team, was level 35 and had only a little over 600, not even 700 combat power. Yet Sun Tao claimed to have over 4,000 combat power at level 24, which was simply unbelievable. It looks like you'll definitely be the national top scorer in this year's Battle Soul College entrance exam, Li Shuao remarked with emotion, while Sun Tao felt a bit embarrassed. Just doing my best. There are so many geniuses nationwide, who knows if someone might be cheating, he muttered to himself. How could Li Shuao possibly know that his combat power had already exceeded 14,000? Rushing all the way to the canyon where the night elves resided, Alia was shocked to see Sun Tao and Li Shuao bringing Sylvanus' body. So fast. Her heart trembled. Could they have defeated Sylvanus in just 20 minutes? The sky in the distance seemed to indicate that less than an hour had passed. Sylvanus was the strongest among their elf clan, and even she was no match for Sun Tao and Li Shuao. If Sun Tao and his companions harbored any ill intentions, then these elves. Thinking of this, Alia couldn't help but feel heavy-hearted and could only silently pray that Sun Tao and his companions were good people. Sylvanus' body was placed by the edge of the mire, and the atmosphere around instantly grew heavy. A silver moonlight poured down from the sky, enveloping Sylvanus' blade at the center of the mire, as if the gods of heaven and earth were watching over everything. As the moonlight descended, the entire mire began to tremble violently, the mud coating the divine bow gradually cracked open, and Sylvanus' blade shimmered with dazzling brilliance in the moonlight, like a divine weapon reborn. This is Elun's blessing. Alia's voice trembled, filled with joy and excitement. Her gaze was fixed firmly on that radiant light, and a flame of hope ignited in her heart. Sun Tao turned his head and realized that a circle of night elves had already gathered around. They knelt on the ground in unison, hands clasped, heads bowed in reverence, as if performing a sacred ritual. The moonlight fell gently like water, draping them in a layer of silver gauze, as though merging them with heaven and earth. As the moonlight descended, the necromantic energy on their bodies quietly dissipated. At this moment, a warm force surged from the divine bow. Sun Tao looked up, his eyes filled with anticipation. A faint, ethereal soul gradually emerged from the divine bow. It was Sylvanus. Sylvanus, he called out, his heartbeat quickening. She nodded and smiled at Sun Tao, then slowly floated above her body, gracefully merging with it. As her soul returned, her body gradually regained vitality. Those emerald green eyes opened once more, radiating boundless strength and courage. I'm back. Sylvanus stood up resolutely, the divine bow flying into her hand automatically, as if a deity had descended. General! The night elves raised their heads, their eyes glistening with tears of excitement. After more than 100 years, they had finally awaited the general's return, reigniting the hope in their hearts. Sisters! Sylvanus' voice was loud and powerful, shaking every soul. We once fought side by side on this land, witnessing countless lives and deaths, enduring countless hardships. The comrades we lost were not just our friends, they were our family. I know your hearts are filled with exhaustion, but remember, we are not fighting alone. Elun is with us. Her voice was like a trumpet, awakening every soul. Oryx still covets Quel'Thala's. We cannot stop, we must quickly deliver this message to the Sun Council. Sylvanus' gaze was resolute as she led her sisters toward a brighter future. Watching Sylvanus boost the morale of the elves, Sun Tao heard the familiar system notification sound in his ear. Ding! Hidden dungeon quest completed. Save the elves. Quest reward obtained. Experience *4000. Sylvanus Blade Blueprint *1. Sylvanus Blade, Perfect Grade Bow. Combat Power, 635. A divine weapon of the Night Elf race, personally designed by Ranger General Sylvanus. It possesses powerful magical attack and melee capabilities, and only the most courageous archers are worthy of wielding it. Feature, Gale Arrow, capable of shooting magical arrows without requiring physical arrows. Activating Gale Mode increases attack speed by 300% and boosts dodge by 50%. Required level, level 40. Forging materials, Wind Feather Leaf, Ancient Wood Heart, Wind Whisper Vine, Wind Swirl Stone, Wind Whisper Stone, Wood Spirit Resin. Forging requirement, Advanced Blacksmith. Looking at the blueprint in her hand, Li Shuao's eyes sparkled with little gold coin-shaped stars, and she almost started drooling. How about selling me this blueprint? I'll offer 30 million. Her eyes were filled with longing. Sun Tao's luck was truly extraordinary. Following him not only made it easy to clear secret realms but also brought various precious items. What a windfall! Some rare items might not appear even after dozens of attempts by others, let alone be available for purchase in the market. 30 million? Sun Tao looked at the blueprint in his hand, feeling delighted. This thing was of no use to him, so it was better to let Li Shuao handle it. Alright, I'll sell it to you, just make one for me when you're done. Throwing the blueprint to Li Shuao and casually scoring a perfect grade bow, Sun Tao felt this was a profitable move. Li Shuao was overjoyed. A level 40 perfect grade bow, suitable for most battle soul masters, completely eliminates the need to carry extra arrows. This will undoubtedly become a must-have for every adventure team. A mere 30 million will be earned back in no time. They all felt they had hit the jackpot. This was a win-win situation. The moment the blueprint was handed to Li Shuao, the hidden tasks experience also poured into Sun Tao's body. Invisible experience surged in, filling up the last bit of his experience bar, and a golden light instantly flashed over him. He leveled up. Seeing the glow on Sun Tao, Li Shuao exclaimed, "You leveled up again? Level 25? Sun Tao nodded, unexpectedly gaining extra experience after completing the task. Li Shuao was somewhat speechless. She was still more than half a bar of experience away from reaching level 16, and catching up to Sun Tao wouldn't be something that could be done in a short time. At this moment, Sylvanas' speech reached its climax. She took a deep breath, her tone firm and powerful. "We have risen countless times from desperate situations, using our wisdom and courage to write our own legends. Today is no exception." She raised the divine bow in her hand high, and under the moonlight, the bow radiated a dazzling brilliance. "For Elune." Listening to Sylvanas' impassioned words, all the elves present responded, raising their longbows and shouting in unison, "For Elune! For Elune!" Sylvanas turned to look at Sun Tao, her right hand striking her chest as she saluted him. "Thank you, warrior from a foreign land. Next, we will return to the Singing Forest to protect our homeland. If the opportunity arises, you are welcome to visit Quel'Thalas. We will surely offer you the sweetest elven wine." Her right hand swept across her chest, and a green light gathered in her palm. "This emerald badge is the key to the Singing Forest. I will be waiting for your arrival in Quel'Thalas." Emerald badge, premium pendant, combat power, 324. A magical pendant from the Singing Forest, engraved with a mysterious elven magic array. It enhances life recovery abilities and serves as the key to unlocking the Singing Forest. Trait, Fountain of Life, rapidly restores the user's health when not taking damage. Health recovery is interrupted upon taking damage. The ultimate endurance artifact. Seeing the attributes of this pendant, Sun Tao's eyes lit up instantly. What's the most dreaded thing during monster grinding? Isn't it just running out of endurance? While fighting through small monsters, no one can guarantee they won't get hurt or lose health. Imagine fighting for half a day, only to suddenly encounter a boss when you're already out of health. No one can bear that kind of despair. That's why most battle soul masters carry a few large health potions during their wilderness adventures, just in case. But Sun Tao is different. He has a gourd. Whenever he's low on health, he just takes a sip, and he's instantly replenished. It's practically a little treasure. However, the gourd does have a usage limit. But this pendant, as long as you're out of combat, it automatically restores health. It's simply the ultimate endurance artifact for wilderness adventures. If he sold it to some adventure groups, it could probably fetch millions, with people scrambling to buy it. More importantly, this might even be a secret realm key, capable of unlocking the entrance to the Forest of Hymns, making its value immeasurable. Li Shuao clearly realized the preciousness of this pendant, but she remained silent. After all, she had already asked Sun Tao for the blueprint of Sylvanas' blade, and asking for more would seem impolite. At most, she could request Sun Tao to take her along when he ventured into the Forest of Hymns, as she was deeply curious about the world of the Night Elves. After handing the emerald badge to Sun Tao, Sylvanas raised her longbow and began chanting ancient incantations. Green elven runes emerged on the bow's surface, and the surrounding elves watched Sylvanas' divine bow with faces full of joy. It was their hope for returning home. In just a moment, these runes would transform into a portal leading to the Forest of Hymns, allowing them to finally go home. However, as time passed, the portal did not open as everyone had anticipated. Sylvanas' incantation was nearing its end, her brows furrowed deeper, and beads of sweat densely covered her forehead. What's going on? Why can't I locate the coordinates of the Forest of Hymns? She grew increasingly anxious, desperately trying to open the portal. What on earth has happened to Quel'Thalas? Sylvanas was on the verge of despair. If we can't connect to Quel'Thalas, we're truly doomed. She exerted all her strength, yet the echo of her incantation brought no change. The runes on the bow continued to glow with emerald light, but no matter how hard she tried, the portal remained unresponsive. Why Why? Sylvanas's voice carried endless despair. She couldn't understand why she couldn't open the portal to Songwood Forest. This was clearly the simplest teleportation magic. There was no way she could fail. The surrounding night elves gathered around her. They didn't speak, merely stood silently, their eyes filled with confusion and helplessness. The portal wouldn't open, and they couldn't go back. Seeing the elves' worried expressions, Sun Tao felt a pang in his heart. Could this mission be far more complicated than he had imagined? He thought that after completing the hidden quest, he would just need to wait for them to open the portal to Songwood Forest, and he could conveniently teleport out as well. But unexpectedly, an unforeseen twist had occurred. Could this be another hidden quest? Sun Tao turned to Li Shueyo to inquire. Li Shueyo looked puzzled. I don't know either. The guide didn't mention this situation. Selena, do you know what happened? Sun Tao called out to her in his heart. Elves are actually the guardians of the World Tree. Their lives are closely connected to the World Tree, and if that connection is severed, they face a life-threatening crisis. Selena's voice echoed in Sun Tao's mind, clear and calm. The fact that they can't open the portal now could be due to two reasons. One, they've lost the magical coordinates of the Song Forest, which can be restored by finding the coordinates. The second possibility is far more serious. If something has happened to the Song Forest, they would lose their link to the World Tree, cutting off their supply of life energy, and ultimately leading to their demise. Also, 1,000 years ago, there were high elves who attempted to replace life energy with magical energy, which resulted in an even greater catastrophe, known as magic addiction. Then do you have a solution? Sun Tao asked urgently, a faint glimmer of hope rising in his heart. Yes, Selena replied, we can transform them into bloodkin or blood slaves. Once they become bloodkin, they can independently draw life energy from blood, freeing themselves from dependence on the World Tree. As for blood slaves, it's even simpler. I can directly implant my blood into their bodies, transferring life energy to them at any time and keeping them in a dormant state. Hearing this, Sun Tao was shaken. So it was just about finding a new source of life for the elves. He knew that bloodkin had greater freedom, but would these elves accept it? But these elves revere nature and cherish life. If they find out I want to turn them into vampires, they'll definitely shoot me to death with a barrage of arrows. Sun Tao was deeply conflicted. After some thought, he decided to test the waters with one elf first. Eventually, his gaze fell on Elia. He quietly approached her and asked in a low voice, Elia, what happened? Why haven't you opened the portal, and why is everyone so sad? Arya wiped her tears, turned her head, her eyes full of helplessness and despair. I'm sorry to make a fool of myself in front of you. I'll help you leave here right away. She prepared to cast a teleportation spell to send Sun Tao out of the secret realm. Wait. Sun Tao quickly grabbed her hand. What exactly happened? Maybe I can help. Arya sighed, trying to calm her emotions. As you can see, we are now unable to open the portal to the Forest of Songs and are completely trapped here. Then can't we just leave first? Sun Tao pretended to be puzzled. Arya shook her head. The teleportation magic I possess can only send foreign individuals away, with a maximum of 10 people at a time. It's impossible for all of us to escape. Moreover, her voice lowered, and a trace of worry flashed in her eyes. We've lost our connection with the Tree of Life. If we can't find a new source of life in time, all of us will perish. Before she could finish her words, Sun Tao already understood her meaning. Arya shook her head helplessly. This is something you can't help with. Let me send you all out first. A glimmer of hope ignited in Sun Tao's heart, and he quickly grabbed her hand. Wait, maybe I really have a way. On the other side, Sui and his team emerged from the skeleton cave. After an entire day of struggle, they barely managed to kill a dozen monsters, level up once, and exhaust all their supplies. The inefficiency was disheartening, a stark contrast to the experience in the secret realm. Back in the car, everyone remained silent, each heading home on their own. They all understood that today's gains fell far short of expectations. As soon as he entered his house, Sui recalled the encounters in the skeleton cave, and the anger in his heart burned even stronger. He downed several glasses of alcohol, but his mood still couldn't settle. He pulled out his phone and decisively dialed the number of his adventure group's leader, Zhang Tiancheng. Young master. Zhang Tiancheng rushed over, a flattering smile on his face, completely devoid of the dignity expected of a third-tier battle soul master. I want to kill someone. Find me a powerful expert. Money is no object. The key is reliability. Sui's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. Thinking of Li Shueyo's attitude toward him and today's ordeal, his heart burned with rage. He would never allow Sun Tao to continue living freely in this world. He recounted Sun Tao's various actions to Zhang Tiancheng in detail. Zhang Tiancheng pondered carefully and then said, the combat strength of the hell-level skeleton cave is estimated to be over 600. He can easily kill them in seconds, which means his combat power is at least above 800 points. To kill him, you'd need to deploy at least a second-tier battle battle soul master of level 70 or higher. However, logically speaking, he shouldn't have such strong abilities at his age. Zhang Tiancheng was utterly puzzled. Su Wei also fell into deep thought. Clearly, it was just a D-level battle soul, the golden silk monkey. How could it suddenly become so powerful? None of that matters. What matters is, I want him dead. Find me an expert, preferably a third-tier battle soul master. I want absolute certainty. Su Wei's voice carried determination and resolve. Zhang Tiancheng pondered for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. I thought of someone who definitely has the strength to kill Sun Tao. Meanwhile, on the second level of the skeleton cave, an intense argument was unfolding in the dense forest. I disagree. Even if I die, I refuse to become a filthy vampire. Exactly, even if I have to die, I want to die as an elf. That's right, darkness cannot defeat us, and death even less so, several night elves said indignantly. The other elves nodded in agreement, unable to accept becoming a race that feeds on blood, which would undoubtedly be a betrayal of nature any loon. Alaya's face was full of conflict. On one hand, she felt her sisters were right. As an elf, she could not betray her faith and willingly fall into darkness, becoming a blood race. On the other hand, they had already lost their connection to the Tree of Life and could not stand by and watch her sisters perish. Now there is a solution right in front of us. Could it be that we won't even try? Sisters, I know what you're thinking, but we've already lost too many lives. We can't let more lives be lost. Auric is still watching us like a hawk. The entrance to the singing forest remains unopened, and we know nothing about what has happened in Quel'Thalas. For the revival of Quel'Thalas, we must survive, no matter the means. As long as we endure, the elven race will not perish. Although Alia's voice was soft, it resonated like thunder, shaking the heart of every elf. The surrounding elves fell into deep contemplation. I agree with Alia's proposal. After a long silence, Sylvanas finally spoke. But I also understand everyone's concerns, so I have decided to select 100 volunteers for the transformation. The bloodline of the Night Elves must not be severed, and Quel'Thalas shall rise again. Sylvanas's words echoed in the air, and the elves below murmured among themselves, hesitant and uncertain. I know making such a decision is difficult, but some things always require someone to rise to the challenge. If we stay here, Auric's minions will eventually catch up to us. Becoming bloodkin and leaving at least offers a chance for new hope. Even if your appearance changes, your hearts remain the same. You are still the great Night Elves. Hearing Sylvanas's resolute tone, Elia was the first to raise her hand. I am willing. Immediately, several elves exchanged glances and raised their arms one after another. I do. I do. As time went on, more and more elves raised their hands, instantly surpassing 100. Sitting by the campfire, Li Shuiao stared intently at the slowly rotating roast duck above. Hesitating for quite a while, she finally couldn't resist asking the question lingering in her mind. Sun Tao, why did you tell them you have a solution? Are you planning to take these spirits out? Previously, many people had tried to bring magical beasts from the secret realm to the outside world, but without exception, all attempts ended in failure. Those creatures remained harmless within the secret realm, but once they entered the outside world, they would go berserk and attack everything in sight, ultimately being eliminated by the Security Bureau. Later, the Security Bureau established a rule: only certain special soul warriors with contract or beast taming abilities could ensure complete control over the magical creatures. Others were entirely incapable of taking them out of the secret realm. Now, however, Sun Tao claimed he had a way to help these spirits, which made Li Shuiao feel uneasy. Humph, men are indeed big pig trotters, unable to move when they see a beauty. The moment someone is in trouble, they immediately rush over, claiming they have a solution. She had to admit, these elves were truly breathtakingly beautiful. Each one looked like a supermodel, with exquisite features. Apart from their slightly bluish skin, everything else was flawless, perfectly fulfilling all her fantasies about elves. Sun Tao didn't answer Li Shuiao's question. He simply noticed that the roast duck was almost ready, tore off a small piece, and tasted it. This is the flavor. Come and try it. This roast duck was something he had bought from the deli section of the supermarket. After purchasing it, he placed it in his spatial ring, thinking it would be ready to eat when taken out. Unexpectedly, what he bought was cold and still needed to be reheated. So he roasted it over the campfire, unexpectedly making it taste even better. Tearing off half a duck and handing it to Li Shuiao, Sun Tao smiled faintly. Don't worry about the elf matter, I have my own way. Seeing that Sun Tao was unwilling to say more, Li Shuiao pouted, grabbed the roast duck, and took a fierce bite, as if treating it like Sun Tao himself. Unexpectedly, the freshly roasted duck was scaldingly hot, instantly burning her tongue. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Li Shuiao stuck out her tongue from the heat, fanning her small hand vigorously to cool it down. Her playful expression made Sun Tao burst into hearty laughter. Li Shuiao glared at Sun Tao angrily, her cheeks puffed up. Half an hour later, Sun Tao stood in a dimly lit cave. In front lies a crimson pool of blood. Dozens of night elves are soaking naked in the blood pool, with only their heads exposed. Ghostly white flames burn around, and anyone unaware who enters might think this is the entrance to hell. A few minutes later, the blood pool surged, and a blood figure slowly emerged, walking to Sun Tao's side. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Selena. At this moment, she looked pale and weak due to excessive use of vital blood. Sun Tao quickly handed her the gourd in his hand. "You've worked hard. How's the situation?" Selena took several gulps before gradually regaining her strength. The ritual went very smoothly. They have already absorbed the blood of the vampires and are now merging with the bloodline of the elves. In a few more minutes, she should wake up. The remaining elves can complete the transformation on their own using their abilities. As she spoke, Selena rolled her eyes at Sun Tao. "I originally just wanted you to knock out a few elves and capture them as blood slaves. I didn't expect you to bring in over 100 elves at once and insist on transforming all of them into bloodkin. If I weren't a second-generation vampire, there's no way I could embrace so many people at once. So, how do you plan to arrange this group of elves?" Sun Tao smiled brightly. "Anyway, the space in the universe scroll is big enough. Putting some elves inside is just perfect to help me manage things. I plan to have them plant herbs in the jungle and tidy up the environment along the way." "That's a good idea. The elves are also quite skilled in alchemy, so they can further develop in that area," Selena said as she handed the gourd back to Sun Tao, signaling him to take out the universe scroll so she could go back and rest. Sun Tao took out the universe scroll, and Selena instantly transformed into a streak of blood-red light, merging into the scroll. On the ethereal island, Selena had already used magic to temporarily create a small house, where she usually stayed when she had nothing to do. Ever since coming to Sun Tao's world, Selena had completely let herself go. She would clamor every day about wanting to go shopping, to buy clothes and shoes, driving Sun Tao to the brink of collapse. In the end, after much persuasion, Sun Tao finally agreed to go shopping with her after the Battle Soul entrance exam. Retracting Selena, Sun Tao turned his gaze back to the blood pool. Dozens of elves had their eyes closed, their faces delicate, with long hair as black as the night, gently swaying with the ripples of the pool water. Their pale blue skin gradually lost its former color under the immersion of the blood pool, turning an extremely ghastly white. Blood vessels became visible beneath the skin, and the blood throughout their bodies was no longer emerald green but transformed into a deep crimson. As the blood in their bodies fully transformed, they suddenly opened their eyes, with blood-colored light flickering in their pupils. Blood Elf, Alia, Level 27, Combat Power 1205, Skills, Life Drain, Blood Magic, Rapid Shot, Stealth. As the transformation was completed, dozens of blood elves slowly rose from the blood pool, the blood water sliding down their flawless, delicate bodies and dripping back into the pool, creating ripples. Their perfect figures made the inexperienced Sun Tao involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. They walked naked to Sun Tao, knelt on one knee, and shouted in unison. The Blood Elf clan pays homage to the Demon Lord. Listening to their ridiculous nicknames, Sun Tao couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Selena, what are you up to again?" Inside the Qianquan scroll, Selena was lazily lying in a small cabin, happily scrolling through her phone. On the screen, a cached web drama titled "Oh My Demon King, The Queen Has Run Away Again and Again," was playing. Achoo! Selena sneezed, rubbed her nose, grabbed a nearby cola, took a sip, and muttered, "Ugh, who's cursing me now?" After transforming Elia into a blood elf, Sun Tao placed her, along with the other elves who had not yet been transformed, into the Qianquan scroll, and instructed them to help manage the forests of Misty Island. Planting trees and herbs, they would be released once news of Song Forest arrived. When Elia and the other elves stepped onto Misty Island, the dreamlike forest instantly left them stunned. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows, while the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and flowers. Everything seemed vibrant and full of life. If not for the absence of the World Tree's aura, they might have thought they had arrived at Song Forest. It was simply breathtaking. After storing the elves, Sun Tao stepped out of the cave, where Sylvanas was waiting with the other elves. Li Shuao stood nearby, her face full of frustration. Seeing Sun Tao emerge, Sylvanas approached him with a smile and said, "Thank you for your help. The elves will forever remember your kindness." Sun Tao waved his hand modestly and said, "It's nothing, just a small effort." Li Shuao muttered from the side, "You're working for someone else, what's there to be thankful for?" Sun Tao's smile froze instantly, and he quickly changed the subject by asking, "What are you planning to do next?" Sylvanas smiled faintly, not taking Li Shuao's words to heart. "There aren't many people left. The life force within me can probably sustain everyone for about 5 years. The second level of the skeleton cavern is likely no longer safe, Oryx minions will probably find us soon. I know some dwarves. They are hiding in the Blackrock Mountain on the 5th level of the skeleton cavern. I plan to take my sisters to find them." As she spoke, Sylvanas pointed to the pendant on Sun Tao's chest. "I'll leave the matter of Songwood Forest to you. This emerald badge carries my essence. Give it to Elia, she knows how to contact me." Sun Tao nodded, indicating that he would help her inquire after going out. Once the matter was explained, Sylvanas called Li Shuio over to activate the teleportation magic left by Area. With a flash of light, Sun Tao and Li Shuio instantly disappeared from their original spot. After sending the two away, Sylvanas slowly let out a breath and turned to look at the night elves still standing there. A smile curved at the corner of her mouth. "Sisters, it's time to start the hunt." The night elves raised their longbows, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Kill all those skeletons." Swish! With a flash of light, Sun Tao and Li Shuio instantly appeared on the teleportation array at the exit of the skeleton cave. Nearby, the staff responsible for managing the teleportation array impatiently urged, "Hurry up and get off, don't block the next batch of teleporters." Before the two could react, they were pushed off the teleportation array. As they stepped down, a group of merchants collecting materials from the secret realm surrounded them, buying skeleton tibia at a high price, quoting based on quality, starting at a minimum of 30,000. "Brother, have you obtained any skeleton tibia? I'm buying at a high price. Buying soul fragments at the absolute highest price." "Brother, do you have any soul fragments?" "Buying skeleton bone powder. Buying soul stones." Li Shuia, overwhelmed and exasperated, finally lost her patience and shouted, "Shut up!" Her lion's roar immediately silenced the crowd around her, and quite a few people even cast sympathetic glances at Sun Tao. Once the crowd quieted down, Li Shuio spoke up, "We are part of the Huazhong Group's adventure team, and the items on us need to be submitted." As she spoke, she pulled out an ID from her pocket, which was her work badge from Huazhong Group. Upon realizing the two were from Huazhong Group, the surrounding merchants instantly lost interest and began mocking them sarcastically. "Ha, if you're from an adventure team, why didn't you say so earlier? What a waste of effort." "Exactly, just two people from an adventure team? They're probably just here to buy tickets and take a look around. There's definitely nothing good on them." "Hard to say, these two are quite young. Maybe they just went in there to date." "Are they crazy? Dating in a secret realm? Aren't they afraid a monster might pop out while they're kissing? Young people really know how to have fun." Hearing those absurd remarks, Li Shuia was so furious she wanted to bite them. If it weren't for Sun Tao holding her back with all his might, a conflict might have broken out on the spot. By the time they reached the parking lot, it was already dark. After grabbing a quick bite on the way, Li Shuia dropped Sun Tao off at his home. "What are your plans next?" she asked before he got out of the car. Sun Tao thought for a moment and replied, "There are still 2 days left until the Battle Soul entrance exam. I plan to head to the Scarlet Forest to train some more and see if I can level up a bit." Li Shuia looked at him with an expression as if she were staring at an idiot. "Are you stupid? 2 days before the Battle Soul entrance exam, the official Battle Soul Masters are coming to Liuzhou City to inscribe the formation for the Tsanyuan Tower. There will be spatial fluctuations then. To prevent triggering a beast tide, all adventure zones will be closed. Where do you think you're going to train?" Li Shuio's tone was urgent, her eyes glimmering with concern. Sun Tao scratched his head, feeling a bit out of sorts from the recent busyness, to the point of forgetting such an important matter. Li Shuio took out her phone, quickly sent a few messages, then put it away with a determined look in her eyes. "No problem, I've signed you up for the beginner forging class. It's tomorrow morning at 9. I've sent you the address, so don't be late." Sun Tao nodded. Since he couldn't go out adventuring, he might as well take this opportunity to work on a side profession and head to Black Wind Mountain to gather some spiritual essence. Watching Li Shuio's sports car disappear around the corner, Sun Tao shook his head and thought to himself, "This girl really has a warm heart." Then he turned and headed home. In the evening, Sun Tao did not rest at home but entered the scroll of heaven and earth. The scroll was filled with rich spiritual energy, making it an ideal place for cultivating the Furious Ape technique. By accident, he took over Selina's bed, forcing her to the side while he sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated all night. Selina, on the other hand, sat on the ground, glaring at him angrily, her heart full of discontent. The next day, Sun Tao woke up from his cultivation feeling completely refreshed. He sensed a slight increase in his internal strength, and the use of his magical power had become even smoother. As he got up, he noticed Selina was still sitting on the ground, pouting with a face full of displeasure. what are you doing? Staring at me like that early in the morning, who are you trying to scare? Selena crossed her arms and said angrily, you took my bed. Sun Tao raised an eyebrow, so what if I took your bed? Tell me, what's with this Demon King? What kind of strange ideas have you been feeding those blood elves? The moment Selena heard Demon King, she immediately felt guilty, shrank her neck, and didn't dare to bring up the bed issue anymore. She awkwardly said, I was just trying to come up with a title for you. They need something to call you, don't they? Demon King sounds so cool. It's both imposing and majestic, she said, her face full of longing. Sun Tao was exasperated and scolded sharply, what's so great about it? You go and make them change it today. Selena lowered her head timidly, but it needs a name. We can't just keep calling you Sun Tao all the time. Sun Tao thought for a moment, his gaze falling on the misty island not far away, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Let's call it the Great Sage Equal to Heaven. The Great Sage Equal to Heaven? Selena tilted her head, muttering the name, and unexpectedly felt a surge of passion in her heart. At 9 in the morning, following the address given by Li Shuiyao, Sun Tao arrived at Huarong Industrial Park. Looking at the building in front of him, Sun Tao checked his phone several times, thinking to himself, is there really a blacksmithing beginner's training class here? Just as he was feeling doubtful, a rough voice called out from not far away, hey, you over there, kid. Sun Tao turned his head and saw a towering figure over 2 meters tall, like a steel tower, waving at him. Bro, no, sis. Who are you? You must be Sun Tao, the one Nis mentioned. I am Wu Runan, a senior forging master from Huarong Group, and I will be your forging instructor for the next few days. She stared directly at Sun Tao, her gaze sharp as a blade. Sun Tao blinked and scrutinized the warrior's face several times, secretly thinking to himself, you shouldn't be called Runan, you should be called Weak Man instead. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Faced with this terrifyingly muscular physique, unease surged in Sun Tao's heart. For an introduction to forging, there's no need to trouble a master, right? Could I perhaps start with a lesson from an apprentice to learn some basic knowledge first, and then consult you later? Leading Sun Tao toward her forging room, Wu Runan's smile carried an air of confidence and authority. Each of her steps seemed to proclaim her strength and status. Sun Tao followed closely behind, encountering many blacksmiths from the Huarong group along the way. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5, their gazes unanimously falling on them, with discussions rising and falling. Is this Master Wu's new apprentice? TSK, this is already the 8th one this month. Master Wu is really ruthless. I heard this guy is a friend of the young lady. Will Master Wu go easy on him? Damn, did this guy offend the young lady? He's actually been sent to Master Wu for training. Tragic, absolutely tragic. Everyone looked at Sun Tao with a gaze of amusement, speculating how long he could endure under Wu Runan's clutches. Some said 3 days, others said a week, and the most exaggerated even claimed he'd flee within half a day. Hearing this, Sun Tao broke out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, what kind of terrifying beast is this Master Wu? He had just searched online for information about Wu Runan and discovered that she had forged numerous perfect-grade pieces of equipment and was highly renowned in Liuzhou City. Master Wu is quite good after all. A strict teacher produces outstanding students, Sun Tao consoled himself inwardly. These people also said that Master Wu was strict, causing many apprentices to leave. Clearly, the apprentices couldn't endure the hardship, and had no choice but to quit. It's really thanks to Li Shuiyao that he was able to find such a master. He must properly thank her later. Just as Sun Tao was thinking this, Wu Runan in front of him suddenly spoke, don't listen to others' nonsense. I'm usually quite kind and won't scold people for no reason. But let me make it clear up front, although forging is a basic secondary profession that anyone can do, creating a top-tier piece of equipment is absolutely no easy task. Sun Tao smiled faintly and replied firmly, I know, Master Wu. I will definitely see it through to the end. Wu Runan nodded. My last apprentice said the same thing, but ended up quitting after 3 days. Sun Tao. Material selection, forging, shaping, engraving, spirit infusion, quenching, every step must be meticulous. If any mistake is made, it will be impossible to forge perfect equipment. So, no matter who you are or what your status is, if you mess up in forging, don't blame me for scolding you. Sun Tao responded with a smile, it's fine, Master Wu, go ahead and scold me. I can handle it. Wu Runan's smile carried a hint of slyness. My apprentice before last said the same thing, but ended up running away in 2 days. Sun Tao silently thought to himself, this Master Wu is probably a formidable character. The two walked in silence for over 10 minutes and finally arrived in front of a forging room. Wu Runan pushed open the door and excitedly introduced to Sun Tao, this is my forging room. The overwhelming heat stunned Sun Tao, almost making him reach for a fireproof shield. He secretly activated the furious ape force within to resist the heat wave. Don't use soul power to resist the high temperature, it's your best partner during forging, Wu Runin said with a smile, leading Sun Tao into the forging room. At the center of the forging room stood a massive forging platform, connected to a mechanical power hammer, making it convenient for the blacksmith to hammer hard materials. To the left were dozens of large barrels filled with various types of magical creature blood, which could imbue forged equipment with corresponding magical attributes during quenching. Nearby was the materials area, piled high with various stones and iron blocks, including many magical materials. To the right was a large furnace, with a control panel not far away for real-time temperature adjustments. Finally, in one corner of the forging room was a collection of gemstones and powders, used for carving runes and infusing spirits. Wu Runin flipped the ignition switch of the furnace, and intense flames instantly roared to life, faintly tinged with a bluish glow. Lesson 1 of Forging. Every blacksmith should have their own hammer. From somewhere, Wu Runin pulled out a large hammer, effortlessly playing with it as if it were a toy. Then, she selected several large green stones from the materials area. Qingyang stone. Heavy enough, hard enough, strong enough. It even comes with fire attribute damage, making it the perfect choice for crafting forging hammers. Placing these stones on the forging table, Wu Runin smashed them into pieces with a hammer, then crushed some stone and iron blocks into powder as well. Forging is the process of fusing metals together in specific proportions, melting them into shape, and ultimately crafting them into magical equipment. Now, I'll teach you the simplest method of material selection. Wu Runin pointed at the stones in front of her, her gaze resolute as she said to Sun Tao. Material selection is about choosing forging materials based on the characteristics of the equipment you want to craft, and then fusing them together. Qingyang stone is hard but lacks ductility, so I added copper cloud steel to increase toughness, star iron to add weight, blazing flamestone to enhance fire attribute reactions, and earth serpent scales to improve stability. Finally, I added a piece of thunder dragon bone, allowing your forging hammer to release a brief electric shock upon impact, easily removing impurities from the metal surface. As she spoke, she tossed these materials into the forging furnace, watching intently as they slowly melted, her heart brimming with endless anticipation. These materials have similar melting points and can be placed together, but you must pay attention to the melting point of each material during forging, she said in a low, firm voice. The melting points of different ores vary greatly, and putting them in incorrectly could cause an explosion. As time passed, the metal in the furnace gradually became red-hot, shimmering with a brilliant luster, as if narrating the powerful force about to be born. Wu Runin held a pair of long tongs, carefully pouring the molten metal into a pre-prepared mold. The mold was shaped like a square forging hammer, and the molten metal was slowly filling it. Once the molten metal had cooled and solidified, Wu Runin picked up the forging hammer again and began meticulously hammering and carving the mold. Each strike seemed to echo like the beat of a war drum, igniting the passion within her. The most challenging part of forging is the refining hammering. Although there are power hammers to assist, a qualified blacksmith must learn to hammer with their own hands. Her voice rang out like a warrior's battle cry. Every strike tempers the impurities out of the iron block. Only when there is nothing left to refine can it be considered perfect. Dong dong dong, dong dong dong. Wu Runin held the metal block, with the iron hammer falling like raindrops, occasionally scattering a handful of iron powder. The entire metal block flipped and turned under her hammering, continuing to be forged, as if engaged in an intense battle. The most important thing in forging is to do it in one go. You must never give up halfway, she said firmly. Seeing the iron block glowing red, she continued to swing the heavy hammer. Each strike of her hammer carried a force no less than that of some mechanical forging hammers. Sun Tao couldn't help but admire her in his heart. No wonder she chose to do it herself rather than rely on machinery. An hour later, the entire iron block had shrunk to its original size. After cooling, the hammer turned a silvery white, with black and blue interwoven patterns on its surface, as if narrating the veins of the hammer. Skilled blacksmiths can forge magic arrays by hammering them into shape, but that's far too difficult for you, Wu Runin said as she walked to the workbench, skillfully applied a layer of special solution, and then took out a carving knife to inscribe magical runes on it. Once the runes were completed, she unhesitatingly tossed the hammer into the quenching pool. With a burst of flames shooting skyward, the quenching process was finished. Finally, a gleaming forging hammer was born in her hands. Thunderfire Hammer, Premium Grade Warhammer, Combat Power, 354. The forging hammer personally crafted by blacksmith Wu Runin can be used as a one-handed warhammer. It possesses fire and lightning attribute damage and can enhance the blacksmith's forging success rate. Feature, Thunderfire Forging, with a chance to add Thunderfire attributes to equipment during forging. Wu Runin lifted the hammer, inspected it thoroughly, and after confirming it was flawless, handed it to Sun Tao. Here, take it. Consider it your apprenticeship gift. The moment Sun Tao received the hammer, a system notification sounded in his mind. Beep, Wu Runen imparts forging experience to you, gaining a secondary profession skill, forging. Completed side quest 4, the Great Tao of 3000. Received quest reward, secondary profession skill scroll *1, secondary profession skill detected, armor system activated. The system prompt in his ear sounded like heavenly music, and Sun Tao was overjoyed. Finally, the armor system. On the first day of learning forging with Wu Runen, Sun Tao was pushed to the brink of exhaustion. The entire day was spent either moving materials, or on the way to move materials. Whenever his movements slowed slightly, he would be scolded harshly by Wu Runen, as if he were a useless waste. Back home, Sun Tao collapsed onto the bed, completely drained, and thought to himself, this forging initiation is basically tricking me into being free labor, isn't it? He couldn't help but suspect that Li Shuiyao might be deliberately making him suffer. Sighing, Sun Tao took out the Thunderfire hammer from his ring and examined it closely. Forging really is fascinating. Filled with anticipation for the armor system he unlocked today, he quickly got up and opened the system panel. After searching several times, he still couldn't find the entrance to the armor system. Suddenly, he remembered the game settings, and immediately opened the scroll of heaven and earth. Sure enough, he saw the words armor crafting in the Temple of Earth. Excitedly clicking to enter, the system displayed 4 pieces of equipment available for collection: 100 drama mask, 100 drama coin robe, 100 drama gloves, 100 drama leg wraps. Sun Tao took out these 4 pieces of equipment, and his eyes instantly lit up. 100 drama mask, ordinary soul artifact, slightly increases soul power of the battle soul, slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience points gained when defeating monsters. 100 performances money robe, common soul artifact, slightly increases the soul defense of the battle soul and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience gained when defeating monsters. 100 performances gauntlets, common soul artifact, slightly increases the soul defense of the battle soul and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience gained when defeating monsters. 100 performances leg pendant, common soul artifact, slightly increases the recovery speed of the battle soul's soul power and slightly increases the spiritual essence and experience gained when defeating monsters. They're all soul artifacts. Although they are common grade, for Sun Tao, this is practically a windfall from the heavens. He immediately refined them, instantly. Feeling a surge of immense soul power erupting within his body, flowing through his limbs and bones, and finally pouring into the battle soul at the back of his head. The wrathful ape battle soul within him instantly surged with momentum, as if transforming into a mighty armored ape wielding a fiery blade, draped in a red flame cloak, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He was overjoyed. This is just the complimentary 100 tricks set. If I could wear the Divine Treasure Mighty set or the Divine Treasure Great Sage set, how powerful would I become? A vision of the future flashed in his mind. By then, I might truly be invincible. Even the Great Sage would be no more than this. However, for now, the armor system only allowed the crafting of the Traveler set, Brocade Scale set, Bronze set, and Black Gold set. Traveler set, Mortal Grade Soul Artifact. Set effect, allows drinking while sprinting, slightly increasing sprint speed. While sprinting, a small amount of attack damage is added per second. This effect naturally dissipates after stopping the sprint. Gains a slight amount of staff momentum per second while sprinting. Brocade Scale set, Common Grade Soul Artifact. When health is low, slowly restores a small amount of health. If in water, the effect is enhanced. Significantly reduces stamina consumption in water. Bronze set, Common Grade Soul Artifact. When the talent exhibition of feat is triggered, following up with a light staff will execute a light staff finisher. Breaking the opponent's immobilization technique deals extra damage and reduces the cooldown of the immobilization technique. Wujin set, Common Grade Soul Artifact. After using form dissipation, the damage of Hidden Strike is increased. While in stealth, both the user and their decoy are shrouded in black wind, dealing continuous damage to nearby opponents. Although they are all common grade soul artifacts, Sun Tao is not in a hurry because he knows that once Lulu Village is unlocked, he can finding who to upgrade his armor, which can be upgraded to the highest level of divine treasure. This way, it will definitely last a long time. Keep scrolling down. Sun Tao saw a scroll at the very bottom of the equipment crafting section. Een Tiger Challenge Scroll, used to challenge Een Tiger. Upon victory, unlock the rare items section. First time victory rewards the spell, Wu Chuan. Spiritual essence, 6,000. So it's Lord Een Tiger. Sun Tao's heart skipped a beat. Although he had never fought Een Tiger, he had watched plenty of videos online, and every single one showed players being thoroughly crushed. As a rookie who couldn't even defeat Tiger Vanguard, he decided not to court disaster and wisely skipped it. After checking the equipment crafting system, Sun Tao discovered that crafting these sets mostly required materials like cotton yarn, cloud brocade, and wolf demon hide, which were more abundant than in the game. Fortunately, all these materials could be farmed in Black Cloud Mountain, and Sun Tao felt secretly relieved. However, before that, I remember I seemed to have obtained a secondary profession skill scroll. I wonder what it's for, he muttered to himself. During the day, he was busy transporting materials and hadn't had time to carefully examine the scroll's details. Extracting the scroll from the system, Sun Tao took a look, and his eyes instantly lit up. Secondary profession skill scroll. After use, it can increase the level of a secondary profession skill by 1. Applicable to all secondary professions. Able to directly increase a secondary profession skill level by 1. This is truly a great treasure. Sun Tao was ecstatic. In this world, it was undoubtedly a rare gem. You must know, every level increase in a secondary profession requires an enormous amount of resources and experience. Every 10 levels in a secondary profession is a major hurdle. Not only does one need to grind skill proficiency, but the talent and comprehension of the battle soul master must also be exceptional to advance. Based on the level of secondary profession skills, the world categorizes secondary professionals into 8 ranks: apprentice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, legendary, and divine. Legendary level secondary professionals are exceedingly rare, with fewer than 100 appearing over the past 300 years. Imagine if a secondary profession master's skill was stuck at level 49, this scroll could directly help them break through the bottleneck and advance to grandmaster. Unfortunately, using it on Sun Tao now would only raise his forging skill from level 1 to level 2, which would be a huge waste. His eyes gleamed with determination as he decided to put the scroll away and use it later when his secondary profession skills had improved. It's a pity I can't see Selena and the others' secondary profession levels, otherwise, I could use it on them and directly create a secondary profession grandmaster. Sun Tao sighed, shook his head, and refocused his thoughts, preparing to enter Black Wind Mountain to grind monsters. Open the trial panel and select Black Wind Mountain. In an instant, he felt the smoke swirling around the Earth Temple before him, the world spinning. When he regained his senses, he was already inside a pagoda tower. Under the dim light, a mural slowly emerged before his eyes. It was the Destiny mural connected to Black Wind Mountain. Fire illuminates black clouds. Sun Tao's heart tightened as he thought to himself, I wonder if the boss has been strengthened in the second playthrough? He silently recited in his heart, his palms slowly reaching into the mural. As a burst of light flickered, he once again entered the realm of Black Wind Mountain. At this moment, Sun Tao's heart ignited with boundless determination. He was ready to write his own legend in this unknown domain. Entering Black Wind Mountain in the second playthrough, Sun Tao felt completely different. He is no longer the Sun Tao he used to be. Now, he has obtained the foundation of the Great Sage, sees joy at a glance, upgraded various equipment, and mastered numerous divine powers. His strength is terrifyingly powerful. This time entering Black Wind Mountain, there is none of the previous sense of nervousness. On the contrary, I feel the mountains are clear, the waters are beautiful, and my mind is at ease. Even the little wolf demons along the roadside seem much more amiable. TSK, revisiting an old place. I wonder if Guangji and the others have respawned yet. I must show them my skills. Looking at the familiar mountain path ahead, Sun Tao couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Previously, in his rush to speedrun Black Wind Mountain, there were many places he hadn't properly explored. This time, as he returned as a king, he was determined to claim everything Black Wind Mountain had to offer. Just as Sun Tao was lost in thought, the figures of 2 wolf demons slowly approached from afar. Walk, 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 roam, roam, roam. Hearing this familiar voice, Sun Tao burst into laughter. Ha, my first kill is here. Sun Tao watched as the 2 wolf demons casually carried their weapons and walked over lazily, feeling a bit amused. Simple and foolish, you deserve to be killed. Before the wolf demons could pick up their weapons, Sun Tao voluntarily reverted his transformation, instantly taking on the appearance of the Destiny monkey dressed in a theatrical costume. Big brother, we're in for a treat. Ha ha ha, another monkey. It's been a while since I had monkey brains. Perfect for a drink. Seeing Sun Tao, the 2 wolf demons grinned wickedly, picked up their weapons, and advanced toward him. Sun Tao casually struck them on the head twice, instantly depleting their health bars and sending them away. Ding! You have killed a level 10 Wolf Scout, gaining EXP *12 and Spirit Value *8. Ding! You have killed a level 11 Wolf Warrior, gaining EXP *13 and Spirit Value *8. Listening to the system notifications echoing in his mind, a trace of peculiar emotion flashed in Sun Tao's eyes. The level has increased from 3 to 10. The difficulty has indeed gone up. If I grind a few more times, won't these little wolf demons end up being higher level than me? Sun Tao's heart sank. In other words, if his strength doesn't improve quickly, he might not even be able to handle Black Wind Mountain after a while. But what does this have to do with his second playthrough? As long as it's fun now. Sun Tao's lips curled slightly as he carried the stick and walked into Black Wind Mountain. What are you daydreaming about? Pluck a hair. Before the Black Wind Mountain Earth God could finish speaking, he saw the destined monkey pluck a hair and transform it into sandalwood, placing it on the Earth Temple. Without waiting for him to appear, he ran off into the distance. No, why are you in such a hurry? Aren't you going to listen to the background story? Sun Tao couldn't care less about him. He was solely focused on quickly finding Guangxi to offer him some comfort. You should know that the first time he entered Black Wind Mountain, Guangxi had pinned him to the ground and rubbed him several times. That sentence, I overthought it, you just happen to look like him, almost gave him PTSD. This time in the second playthrough, he must show Guangxi what it truly means for the great sage to return. On the way, kill wolves when encountering wolves, slay demons when encountering demons. Wolf demon, kill. Guardian, kill. Phantom, kill. Sun Tao jogged all the way to the small courtyard of the Buddhist hall where Guangxi was. Guangxi, your grandpa is here. Another monkey. The wolf demon wielding a fiery blade had just turned around when he saw a ferocious-looking monkey pointing at him and shouting loudly. Freeze! Buzz! A beam of celestial light burst forth, surging with powerful magic, and golden characters instantly appeared above his head. Guangxi felt an overwhelming and unmatched magical power descend upon him, instantly suppressing all his cultivation. He couldn't even move a single inch, with only a few thoughts still able to circulate. Sun Tao sneered viciously, plucking a tuft of hair and blowing on it lightly. 4 or 5 clones immediately materialized from the smoke, wielding sticks as they rushed forward and began beating Guangxi relentlessly. Sun Tao stood still, watching Guangxi's health bar plummet, silently channeling the chi gathering technique in his heart. The momentum of the staff surged, and the bronze cloud staff in his hand radiated a golden glow. Ha! Take this from old Sun. Bang! The overwhelming force of the staff directly struck Guangxi's head, unleashing over 10,000 combat power in an instant. The terrifying force instantly obliterated Guangxi's physical body on the spot. Didn't even manage to say the final words, turning into countless points of light absorbed by the crimson tide on the ground. Ding! You have slain the level 24 boss blazing firewolf demon Guangxi, gaining EXP *321 and Spirit Value *122. Awesome! With one strike, Guangxi was instantly killed, and Sun Tao shouted in exhilaration. The second playthrough is truly satisfying. The Demon King who had bullied him before, he would settle the score one by one. Picking up the Crimson Tide, he thought he could obtain a new soul weapon. Unexpectedly, as soon as his finger touched the fiery blade, it transformed into specks of spiritual essence, continuously merging into Sun Tao's body. Weapon Crimson Tide acquired, converted to spiritual essence, 3,000 points. Ah! Why did it turn into spiritual essence? Sun Tao pouted and thought to himself, I was hoping to get another Crimson Tide weapon. Selling it would bring in quite a bit of money. Soul artifacts aren't cheap, even casually selling one would fetch billions. If I could get a few more, I'd never have to worry about money for the rest of my life. But, unexpectedly, the second playthrough directly turned into spiritual essence, instantly shattering Sun Tao's plans and leaving him feeling a wave of disappointment. Forget it, having spiritual essence is fine too. It's better than having nothing at all. Sun Tao shook his head helplessly, rang the great bell, and continued exploring ahead. Beep, you have slain the level 26 Demon King Ling Shuzi, gaining EXP *352, Spiritual Essence Value *158. After slaying Ling Shuzi, Sun Tao was about to continue forward when he suddenly heard the voice of the Black Wind Mountain Earth deity behind him. Hey, little monkey, don't rush. This demon still has the golden pill bestowed by the Black Bear Spirit. That's a treasure you absolutely can't miss. Hearing this, Sun Tao hurriedly searched the courtyard and eventually discovered a golden treasure box inside the main hall. The box was surrounded by swirling white mist, exuding a mysterious aura that made it clear it was no ordinary item. Damn, how did I not notice there was a treasure chest here before? Sun Tao cursed under his breath, stepping forward to open the chest. A refreshing fragrance wafted out, instantly putting him in a state of bliss. Inside the box, golden light shimmered, and an infinite spiritual energy spread out in an instant. Jade Lotus Golden Elixir. Jade Lotus Golden Elixir, spiritual grade potion, significantly increases the user's maximum maximum health. Can be consumed up to 9 times. Consumed 0/9. It's actually an elixir that can increase maximum health. Seeing the effects of the Jade Lotus Golden Elixir, Sun Tao felt like slapping himself twice, deeply regretting, why did I rush so much during the first playthrough? I even missed out on such a divine elixir. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. He could only be more vigilant during future dungeon runs to avoid missing anything again. After consuming the elixir and feeling the surge of vitality within him, Sun Tao set off once more. He walked along the cliff, heading deep into the forest. This time, he moved extremely slowly, leisurely and carefree, occasionally picking flowers and pulling grass, as if he were on a sightseeing tour. With his current strength, killing a mere Ling Shuzi was no challenge at all. Even retrieving the Eye of Joy from the Black Bear Spirit would be as simple as eating or drinking. If he wished, these minor demons wouldn't even be able to detect his presence. But he wasn't in a hurry at all. Instead, he began to carefully explore Black Wind Mountain. Before long, he indeed discovered a clue, and a wave of excitement surged in his heart. Following the mountain path downward, Sun Tao casually killed 2 small wolf demons and suddenly noticed a dark cave. From within the cave came intermittent sighs, as if something unusual was happening. He cautiously stepped into the cave, and before him appeared a creature that was half human, half horse. This monster had a burly figure, exuding a powerful aura, and was sitting on a large rock, waving a long whip in its hand, its face full of sorrow. "Oh dear, what should I do? What should I do?" The horse monster sighed as it muttered to itself. Golden light flickered in Sun Tao's eyes as system information emerged. Ma Tianba, boss, level 86, combat power 24368, skills, chain lightning, dazzling light, thunder boost, hidden sting, 5 consecutive lightning whips, 10,000 thunder sky prison summon. Looking at the terrifying combat power of the horse demon, Sun Tao couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, there was no health bar above its head, so it seemed not to be an enemy. "You don't seem to be a monster from around here. Could it be that you've come to pay respects to the Black Wind King?" Ma Badian seemed to sense something different in Sun Tao's demeanor and asked. "Listen to me, this black bear monster is all show and no substance, unreliable. You'd better leave this place as soon as possible," Ma Badian urgently advised. Sun Tao was anxious, blaming himself for being a mute as a destiny-bound monkey, unable to ask more questions and forced to listen silently. Brother Ma clearly had a sense of justice. He shook his head, and continued, "Gold and silver treasures are all deceitful. Those little monsters were all tricked by the Black Wind Monster. He speaks of cultivating truth and virtue, but his heart is full of greed. I dare not entrust my matters here. Though I don't know why you've come, you must be cautious. My heart is burning with urgency, and I must set off immediately. Farewell." With that, Brother Ma packed his belongings and disappeared before Sun Tao's eyes. Beep, side quest 1 completed, Loyal and Righteous, unlocking the Loyal and Righteous side quest. Quest reward obtained, spell Dark Thunder. Dark Thunder, SS level passive, attacks can inflict thunder sting damage, stacking up to 5 layers. When fully stacked, it explodes, dealing magic damage and causing a paralysis effect. Damn, this is actually an SS level passive skill. Sun Tao never expected that just casually exploring a cave would grant him such a powerful skill. It seems Black Wind Mountain hides many secrets unknown to him, and it's worth a thorough exploration. With Ma Ji's departure, Sun Tao set off on the road again, heading deeper to uncover more secrets. Along the way, he slew many wolf demons and snake monsters, gaining a considerable amount of spiritual essence. Stepping into a bamboo forest, just as he ascended the steps, a clear and bright voice suddenly reached his ears. "Long trapped in the cage of the mundane, I return to nature at last." He walked forward and saw an elderly Taoist in a green robe, with white hair and beard, sitting at a table with paper, brush, and ink. The dark green gourd on his back was particularly striking. The old man turned around and looked at Sun Tao with a cheerful smile. "Did you happen to see those masterless wandering souls on your way here?" the Taoist asked, a mysterious smile on his face. "The spiritual essence lingers, floating in the air," Sun Tao replied. "Too bad, your gourd is useless, and my gourd has already chosen its master." The Taoist shook his head, seemingly unimpressed with Sun Tao's gourd. Sun Tao immediately activated his fiery eyes to scrutinize the Taoist. Yuan Shoucheng, half immortal, level, combat power, skills? Yuan Shoucheng's attribute panel left Sun Tao utterly shocked. It was entirely filled with question marks. This was the first time he had ever seen such a panel. However, the name of this person sounded quite familiar to him. Yuan Shoucheng? It's him! Sun Tao was startled. This person was a key figure in Journey to the West, the one who opened the door to the Journey to the West. He once made a bet with the Jinghe Dragon King in Chang'an City, which led the Dragon King to violate the heavenly rules and seek help from Li Shimin. However, in the end, he was caught in the web of destiny and could not escape the fate of the dragon execution platform. After the Jinghead Dragon King's death, his resentment lingered, and his vengeful spirit sought out Li Shimin, thus setting the stage for the journey to the west. Based on the timeline, this person should have died long ago. How could he be painting in the demon-infested Black Wind Mountain? Could it be that he was waiting for me? Sun Tao was filled with doubts, his gaze fixed on Yuan Shoucheng. Yuan Shoucheng seemed to suddenly think of something, reached out, and with emotion, drew the gourd from Sun Tao's waist into his hand. I have a method to transcend the souls of the deceased, restore them to their true essence, and it will surely aid you. As he spoke, he quickly began drawing runes on the gourd. The golden runes shimmered in the air, and the gourd emitted a faint white glow in response. All done. Yuan Shoucheng finished drawing, laughed heartily, and tossed the gourd back into Sun Tao's hands. Suddenly, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes as he took 2 steps closer to Sun Tao. Ha! How strange! How strange! He seemed to have discovered something, his eyes widened, and his fingers moved rapidly as if calculating. No matter how he calculated, this time he could only see a blur of chaos. Yuan Shoucheng's expression of surprise grew even stronger, and he finally couldn't help but stroke his beard and laugh heartily. Good, good. I can't believe I can't see through your destiny. Perhaps this time you can truly shatter fate. Before the words had finished, Yuan Shoucheng transformed into a ball of spiritual energy and instantly vanished into the air. Sun Tao gently weighed the gourd in his hand, feeling that it was completely different from before, as if it contained endless possibilities. Ding! The gourd has been imbued with semi-immortal enlightenment, activating the Spirit Essence system. Spirit Essence. After battles, you can collect the Spirit Essence of monsters to acquire their ultimate skills, slightly increasing the spiritual energy gained post-battle. Sun Tao's eyes widened in shock, his heart filled with astonishment. This old man really had some tricks up his sleeve. Not only could it enhance his spiritual energy, but it also allowed him to master the ultimate skills of monsters, instantly enriching his combat techniques. That's right, the essence of the phantom. Sun Tao suddenly remembered that after killing the phantom, a cluster of essence was left floating in the air, unable to be collected. It seemed he would have to wait for Yuan Shoucheng to enchant the gourd before he could retrieve the essence. He quickly used the Shrinking Earth Talisman and headed straight for the forest where the phantom had appeared. Finding the cluster of essence, he instantly stored it in the gourd. The scene before him immediately became dazzling as the phantom's ultimate skill, Zen Strike, surged into his mind. Sun Tao transformed into a big-headed doll, kowtowed loudly to the ground, instantly losing health. Even if he missed his target, he could still pay his respects, a perfect balance of form and function. What excited him even more was that after absorption, his defense had also improved, making it incredibly cost-effective. According to the system prompt, the gourd could only hold 1 essence at a time, and any additional ones had to be stored in the Earth Temple for later use. Moreover, by using spiritual energy and special materials, the essence could be upgraded, with the highest level being the special grade. I wonder if the monsters outside have essences. If they can be absorbed too, that would be amazing. Sun Tao thought to himself, put away the gourd, and continued on his way. Walking further ahead, there were no more wolf demons on the road. Instead, snake demons appeared one after another. Sun Tao naturally showed no mercy, wielding his stick and sending these creatures to reincarnation without hesitation. Even the monsters formed from the corpses of snake demons were smashed to pieces by his stick, without any suspense. In the sky, Yuan Shoucheng lay on the clouds, quietly observing Sun Tao's performance. His gaze was distant as he sighed, the course of heaven has changed, destiny remains unknown, and even I cannot see your path clearly. Perhaps this time, you truly can break the cycle. Yuan Shoucheng pondered silently, yearning to witness whether this man of destiny could truly defy fate and forcibly tear apart the cage of this world. Perhaps our true destiny lies with you. Lost in thought, he suddenly looked up, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips as he gazed toward the distant horizon. Ah! A soft sigh seemed to echo from the edge of the sky. Yet no figure appeared, only a single leaf drifted down, its fragrance subtle and lingering, its tip slender and long, as if heralding the impending upheaval. Sun Tao, who was in Black Wind Mountain, was completely unaware that due to Yuan Shoucheng, he had already attracted the attention of certain big shots. Advancing deep into Black Wind Mountain, he took down Guang Mao, dealt with the white-clothed scholar, and rang the 3 great bells within the mountain. With a wave of dizziness, Sun Tao once again returned to the old Guanyin Zen temple. Several strikes killed Elder Jin Shi, once again obtaining the fire shield from Ling Shuzi. Fire shield acquired as a magical artifact, converted into spiritual essence, 5,000 points. Sure enough, like a crimson tide, spiritual essence surged into Sun Tao's body. If the Crimson Tide and Fire Shield can yield this much spiritual essence each time, the income from farming Black Wind Mountain would be estimated at around 24 to 30,000 each time. Basically, after 4 or 5 attempts, the Qiankuan scroll should be upgraded. Looking at the skyrocketing spiritual essence value on the panel, Sun Tao pondered silently. Although the spiritual essence seems abundant now, he has quite a few skills to upgrade, and with the destiny template of the Great Sage equal to heaven needing an upgrade as well, tens of thousands of spiritual essence still won't be enough. If only there were one more trial map. Sun Tao thought to himself, if he could have one more trial map, earning tens of thousands of spiritual essence wouldn't just be a dream. He had just learned through the system that each trial map could only be entered once per day. If he could have one more trial map, it would mean an additional place to farm experience and spiritual essence. Such a pity, I still haven't seen Shinho. If only I could upgrade the gourd, that would be great. Sun Tao sighed. On the way here just now, he searched carefully several times but still didn't see Shinho's figure. He remembered that in the game, after defeating Guang Mao, he could encounter Shinho and unlock the brewing items and gourd upgrade features. Probably need to trigger some hidden side quests to unlock the 6 Ding 6 Jia mission. Sun Tao speculated as he made his way to the new Guanyin Zen temple, where he fought a battle with the humanoid form of the Black Wind King. After driving him away, he turned the entire temple upside down and finally discovered a tiny purple gold pill in the main hall, which greatly enhanced his mana limit. After swallowing it, Sun Tao felt his mana surge. He was filled with regret, wondering why he rushed through the first playthrough so quickly, missing out on such a precious pill. Climbing the mountain, after a refreshing battle, the Black Bear Demon was easily defeated, and the Great Sage's root artifact was reclaimed once again, bringing great joy to the heart. Ding! You have slain the level 32 Demon King Black Bear Demon, gaining EXP *582 and Spiritual Essence *428. Unfortunately, after obtaining the Eye-Seeing Joy, it did not unlock other effects of the Great Sage's root artifact but instead converted into Destiny Template proficiency, leaving Sun Tao somewhat frustrated. You have obtained the Great Sage's root artifact Eye-Seeing Joy, converted into Destiny Template proficiency 1%. Alright, now increasing 1% proficiency requires 30,000 points of Spiritual Essence, which is equivalent to instantly obtaining 30,000 points of spiritual essence. Watching the Chongming bird, transformed from Xihua, pounce on him and disappear, Sun Tao sighed. The light and shadows before his eyes swirled, and he returned to the pagoda on Misty Island. The murals on the walls were dim and lifeless, leaving only 3 glowing orbs floating in front of Sun Tao. Wild ginseng, premium-grade alchemy material, wild ginseng grown in the mountains, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the essence of the sun and moon. It contains extremely potent medicinal properties and can be used to refine elixirs. Linglong inner core, perfect-grade alchemy material, a golden core condensed within a monster's body, an essential material for crafting specific celestial-grade elixirs. Blazing black gold, perfect-grade forging material. When fortune fades, gold turns to iron. When fortune rises, iron shines like gold. Can be used for weapon forging, and when combined with a monster's core, can forge the Beast Staff Bear Panda or Beast Staff Twin Snakes. It actually dropped perfect-grade materials, and it's precisely the weapon forging material he needs most right now. Sun Tao was slightly surprised and reached out to put them away. Then he came to the Earth Temple, and sure enough, under the forging options, a weapon forging option appeared. After clicking on it, 2 branches appeared under the Copper Cloud Staff, Beast Staff Bear Pie and Beast Staff Twin Snakes. He could now upgrade the Copper Cloud Staff into one of them. If you want to replace it, you need to gather materials from Black Wind Mountain to craft a new Copper Cloud Staff. He glanced at the materials required to craft the Copper Cloud Staff. Refine iron or *3, cloud copper wood *10, spiritual essence 5,000. Not bad, it's not too hard to gather. A few more runs in Black Wind Mountain should be enough. So there is no issue of choosing between these 2 sticks, it's just a matter of which comes first. Sun Tao looked at the introduction of the 2 sticks. Beast Staff Twin Snakes, perfect grade weapon. Combat power, 760. The surface of the battle staff is engraved with a double-headed snake pattern, resembling 2 intertwined serpents. The points of entanglement conceal mysteries, making it seem like a staff yet not a staff, agile and unpredictable, catching opponents off guard. Feature, Twin Serpent Dance, enhances the damage of light staff combos. The higher the combo count, the more explosive the damage. When fighting in water, the damage effect is even more extraordinary. Beast Staff Bear Ursus, perfect grade weapon. Combat power, 822. An extraordinary iron staff inspired by the power of bears, shaped like an ancient tree and imbued with the wild strength of bears. Its surface is engraved with bear totems, significantly enhancing the user's critical hit rate and endowed with the magical utility of the Black Black Wind King. Feature, Wind Strike, enhances the damage of the stealth breaking strike after energy gathering and dispersal, with a soaring critical hit rate when using a charged heavy staff. From a combat perspective, the Beast Staff Bear is evidently stronger, but considering its features, the opportunities to use energy gathering and dispersal are actually quite limited. On the contrary, the usage frequency of light staff combos is much higher. Careful analysis reveals that Sun Tao's combat style leans more towards quickly deciphering the opponent's movements rather than relying on stealthy heavy strikes. After thorough consideration, Sun Tao decided to first upgrade the Twin Serpent's light staff. Once he has the materials, he plans to prepare a bear staff, eliminating the need to agonize over the choice. When the materials were placed into the Earth Temple, Sun Tao felt a sudden brightness before his eyes, and a brand new memory of crafting the beast staff Twin Serpents instantly emerged in his mind. The copper cloud staff in his hand flashed with a green light, transforming into a long iron staff with a green body and snake-shaped sculptures carved at both ends. Beep, weapon upgrade complete, forging level increased. Forging level increased to level 2. A wealth of forging knowledge flooded into Sun Tao's mind. Holding the iron rod, a confident smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Forging is simply a piece of cake. The next day, Wu Runen drove her beloved car into Huarong Industrial Park. Her mind was still lingering on Li Shuiyao's phone call from last night. This kid, I really don't know what kind of luck he has to make our little Shuiyao so interested. Looks like I need to put some pressure on him, or he won't be able to pass Shuiyao's father's test when the time comes. Wu Runen pondered silently, parked her beloved Beetle, and maneuvered her towering 2-meter-tall frame out of the car. In the cafeteria, she devoured her meal ravenously: 3 bowls of noodles, 10 large steamed buns, 8 stuffed buns, 6 meat patties, 5 eggs, 4 pots of soy milk, all settled as breakfast within half an hour. Picking her teeth, she headed toward the forging room, contemplating what to teach Sun Tao today along the way. Well, yesterday was material selection. Today, let's learn fire control. It's a pity he only has 1 month. How much he can learn will depend on his aptitude. Wu Runen felt a bit worried. Wasn't this pace too fast? She wasn't sure if Sun Tao could keep up. After all, forging is not as simple as others might imagine. Randomly hammering a pile of materials together doesn't count as forging. It is not only a transformation of the metal's form but also an ultimate test of timing, strength, and temperament. Every hammer strike embodies the blacksmith's dedication and is the precious accumulation of countless failures and attempts by predecessors. Ordinary blacksmiths, who doesn't spend 3 years as an apprentice, 3 years mastering the fire, and 3 years forging before truly becoming proficient? A month is simply too short. You can't learn much at all. Dawn, dawn, dawn. Just as Wu Runen was deep in thought, she suddenly heard the sound of metal being struck. So early, who's forging? Wu Runen followed the sound and noticed that the door to the forging room was slightly ajar, with crisp hammering noises coming from inside. Listening to the sounds coming from the forging room, Wu Runen felt a surge of unease. Yesterday, she had granted Sun Tao access to the forging room, and at this hour, he was the only one inside. Thinking of this, her heart suddenly grew anxious. Huarong Group's forging materials have a monthly usage quota, and if it's exceeded, one has to pay out of pocket to purchase more. As a master forger, her quota was substantial, but she couldn't allow an apprentice to waste materials recklessly. Recently, she had received an urgent order to craft over 50 premium Shuafeng swords within 3 days. If Sun Tao wasted the materials and the logistics team had to replenish them, she might not be able to complete the task in time. Thinking of this, Wu Runen quickened her pace, hurried to the forging room door, and forcefully pushed open the slightly ajar door. Sun Tao, what are you doing? Didn't I say? As she pushed the door open, her voice abruptly stopped. The scene before her left her utterly shocked. Inside the forging room, the furnace blazed brightly, illuminating Sun Tao's young and focused face. He held a hammer in his hand, his expression concentrated, striking a sword blank with precision. Each strike seemed to compose a moving symphony. Wu Runen was at a loss for words. The reprimand she had prepared was completely overwhelmed by the awe she felt in that moment. This brat, how dare he use my forging materials without permission? I want to see what he can forge. If he messes it up, he better be ready for me to scold him to death. Though anger burned in her heart, Wu Runen ultimately decided to give Sun Tao a chance to see what he could create. Clang, clang, clang. With each strike of the hammer, the sword blank grew sharper. After 10 minutes of continuous hammering, the entire blade had taken perfect shape. Sun Tao placed the sword blank into the furnace for heating, and once it glowed red-hot, he swiftly plunged it into the nearby quenching pool. Boom! The scorching sword blank plunged into the quenching oil, instantly igniting a burst of flames that nearly singed Sun Tao's eyebrows. As the flames died down, he slowly lifted the long sword. The sword, which was supposed to emit a cyan glow, now shimmered with silver-white ripples. The cloud-like patterns on the blade undulated, exuding a suffocating sword aura. Perfect grade? Wu Runan exclaimed in shock, startling Sun Tao, who was deeply immersed in forging. She snatched the freshly forged Frostwind longsword, the 1000-degree heat seemingly nothing in her hands. Her fingers gently stroked the cloud patterns on the blade. Though she hadn't yet checked its attributes, she was already certain in her heart that this was undoubtedly an exceptional sword. Frostwind longsword, perfect grade weapon, semi-finished. Combat power, 432. Level, 60. A longsword imbued with the power of the gale, unleashing sweeping sword energy when swung, greatly increasing attack speed and penetration. Attack power increases by 30% in gale state. Trait, sweeping sword energy, instantly slashing out 3 waves of sword energy to attack enemies, dealing massive magic damage. In gale state, the number of sword energy waves increases by 1. Whirlwind state, attack the enemy 4 times in succession to enter whirlwind state. Perfect grade. Looking at the attributes of this Frostwind longsword, Wu Runan could no longer hold back her excitement. Sun Tao had actually forged a perfect grade Frostwind longsword. Although it was still just a semi-finished product, Wu Runan knew that the sword was essentially complete. All that remained was to inscribe the magic array and infuse the spirit, tasks so simple they were almost trivial. At this moment, only one thought remained in her mind: this is absolutely a genius. She had seen Frostwind longswords before, she had forged over a dozen of them just yesterday, but not a single one could compare to Sun Tao's. Even the perfect grade Frostwind longsword she had crafted herself merely enhanced attack speed and power. But this sword, with its sweeping sword energy and whirlwind state, was simply unheard of. Sister Wu, how did I do with this sword? Sun Tao put down the forging hammer and asked eagerly. At this point, he hadn't even had the chance to check the attributes and had no idea how his creation had turned out. After reading it several times, Sun Tao felt that forging didn't seem so complicated, and he thought he could give it a try. So, he gathered the materials, full of anticipation, ready to showcase his skills. During the forging process, Sun Tao suddenly felt a flash of inspiration, as if he had entered another realm. He instinctively began crafting the Shuo Foam longsword based on the feeling of creating the beast staff twin snakes. At that moment, Wu Runan appeared behind him and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Only then did Sun Tao realize he had entered a state of enlightenment. Ding, you have entered a state of enlightenment. Forging experience plus 4000. Forging level increased to level 3. Beep, you have entered an epiphany state. Forging experience plus 4000. Beep, you have entered an epiphany state. Forging experience plus 4000. Forging level increased to level 4. Beep, you have entered an epiphany state. Forging experience plus 4000. Forging level increased to level 6. In just half an hour, Sun Tao's forging skill had astonishingly advanced to level 6 at lightning speed. He raised his eyebrows involuntarily, surprised that simply crafting a small sword could yield such results. Wu Runan snapped out of her daze and looked at Sun Tao with a complex expression. This sword was really forged by you personally? Her tone carried a hint of disbelief. Of course, Sun Tao replied confidently, secretly wondering if he had truly become a forging prodigy. With this quality, not to mention a novice like you, even I, a master blacksmith, wouldn't dare claim to produce it so easily. Wu Runan's voice trembled slightly, and she developed a new appreciation for Sun Tao's abilities. I just looked at your equipment blueprint, thought it seemed simple, so I gave it a try, Sun Tao explained, while also pondering the true quality of the sword in his mind. Wu Runan smiled. Substandard quality? Impossible. If this sword is substandard, then there isn't a single qualified Shuo Foam longsword out there. Ha! Sun Tao was taken aback. Could it be that he really was a forging genius? He took the Shuo Foam longsword from Wu Runan's hand and examined it closely, but he didn't find it particularly impressive. He thought to himself that his copper cloud staff seemed even better. Wu Runan took out a piece of equipment blueprint from her pocket and handed it to Sun Tao. You said that blueprint was simple, then take a look at this. If you can forge it, I'll teach you the true art of forging. Sun Tao's heart trembled. The opportunity before him was like a pie falling from the sky. He secretly made up his mind to never let this challenge go to waste and to strive to forge his own legendary equipment. Mountain Sealing Demon Blade, Premium Grade Greatsword. Combat Power, 549. A legendary greatsword forged by dwarves in imitation of the mountain god's weapon, imbued with the power of nature and the earth, significantly enhancing the user's strength and vitality. Trait, Mountain Force. When activated, attack power increases by 50%, and each attack has a 1% chance to trigger an earthquake effect, dealing area damage to nearby enemies and slowing them. Required level, 65. Forging materials: mountain core essence, ancient rock shards, earthquake seed core, earth vein spirit, magic crystal sand, heart of lava. Looking at the blueprint handed over by Wu Runan, Sun Tao was slightly stunned, secretly surprised in his heart. It turned out to be a level 65 premium grade greatsword. This already counts as a second-tier weapon. Although Sun Tao felt a bit nervous, he was more excited. Forging is not as simple as it is in games, where you can just slap a blueprint to gain forging knowledge. He knew that the blueprint could only serve as a guide. Whether it could truly succeed depended on the skill of the blacksmith. Wu Runan noticed Sun Tao's silence, her heart tightened, and she immediately realized she had misspoken. This guy is just a beginner, how could he possibly understand such blueprints? However, Sun Tao's silence was not due to a lack of understanding, but because he was contemplating how to forge this great sword to perfection. Disappointed, Wu Runan shook her head and was about to take back the blueprints, only to find that Sun Tao was firmly gripping them. Wu Jia, I want to give it a try. Sun Tao raised his head, his gaze firm, as if declaring his determination. Wu Runan was stunned and quickly asked, "You can understand this blueprint?" "Of course." Sun Tao nodded, a confident smile appearing on his face. Forging this equipment isn't difficult, the key is how to perfectly fuse the earthquake core and magic crystal sand. If this isn't done well, it will never reach perfection. After hearing this, Wu Runan's eyes widened instantly. This blueprint for a level 65 premium grade greatsword was something she obtained from a secret realm after exhausting all her efforts. It was originally intended to be used for advancing to a master blacksmith. However, repeated attempts always ended in failure, with only one barely successful forging of a premium grade greatsword, which hardly provided her with any forging experience. Yet Sun Tao, with just one glance, pinpointed the problem that had troubled her for 3 months. Could he really forge it? Wu Runan's heart stirred, and she instinctively handed the blueprint to Sun Tao. Since that's the case, give it a try. You can use any materials in the forging room as you wish. Sun Tao took the blueprint, smiled faintly, and began studying it carefully. In his mind, he quickly simulated the forging process. The more he looked, the more he felt that this sword bore some resemblance to the beast staff of the bear. One was a long staff, the other a great sword, but the internal forging logic was essentially the same. Perhaps, in the future, I can use magical materials to forge my armor and equipment. The effect should be similar. With his thoughts racing, Sun Tao set the blueprint aside and began searching for various materials in the forging room, placing them one by one on the forging table. According to the requirements of the blueprint, he smashed them one by one and then threw them into the furnace for calcination. As the molten iron took shape, Sun Tao carefully used tongs to extract the molten iron and poured it into the greatsword mold, placing a brownish earthquake fruit core at the hilt. Once the sword blank had cooled slightly, he overturned it onto the forging table, held an iron hammer, and began striking the greatsword blow by blow. With each strike, it seemed as though a surge of magical power flowed into the sword blank, purging its impurities. The force was perfectly balanced, neither too fierce nor lacking in strength. Wu Runan's face changed drastically upon seeing this scene. This technique, this is... She hurriedly took out her phone and started searching through her files. Sure enough, she found a video in one of her secret folders. It's actually the ancient forging technique. Wu Runan was shocked. The legendary ancient forging technique had been lost ever since the disappearance of the last forging master, Guan Hai, 50 years ago. She never expected to witness it today in Sun Tao. Impossible. Yesterday he clearly hadn't even started learning forging, he couldn't even hold the hammer properly. How could he be Master Guan Hai's disciple? However, many of Master Guan Hai's forging techniques are his own creations, and countless blacksmiths have tried to imitate them but failed. At this moment, every strike of Sun Tao's hammer seemed to ignite a flame of hope, heralding an earth-shattering transformation about to unfold. Only Master Guan Hai could teach such a genius. Could it be that he is a disciple of Master Guan Hai? In the forging world, insiders focus on the craft, while outsiders watch for entertainment. Only true blacksmiths understand the value of Sun Tao's forging technique. The hammer in Sun Tao's hand seemed like a divine weapon, leaving deep marks on the sword billet with every strike, making it denser and tougher. He seemed to merge with the hammer in his hand, every movement as graceful as a dance, full of rhythm and beauty. As time passed, the blade gradually emitted a faint icy glow, and the tip of the sword became incredibly sharp, as if proclaiming its existence to the world. After the forging was complete, Sun Tao unhesitatingly plunged the greatsword into the furnace, then grabbed a handful of magic crystal sand and sprinkled it directly inside. Boom! Raging flames instantly burst forth from the furnace, as if cheering for the birth of this sword. The temperature in the forging room suddenly soared, forcing Sun Tao to summon his magic to resist the intense heat. The blade glowed red in the flames as Sun Tao swiftly drew the greatsword out, picked up the hammer, and struck it rapidly with a series of clangs. With the final strike, Sun Tao placed it into the nearby quenching pool, Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A large amount of white smoke rose from the quenching pool, resembling a mysterious mist that stirred anticipation. When the smoke cleared, a radiant and majestic greatsword suddenly appeared before Wu Runen's eyes. She was dumbfounded, unable to believe that this had been completed in less than 20 minutes. Sun Tao looked at the giant sword in his hand, smiled as he handed it to Wu Runen, and casually said, "Not bad. Barely made the passing grade." Wu Runen took the long sword, her expression froze, and she gradually fell into silence. Mountain Seal Demon Blade, perfect grade greatsword. Combat power, 673. This greatsword is said to have been forged by dwarves in imitation of the weapon of the mountain god, imbued with the power of nature and the earth, greatly enhancing the user's strength and health. Feature, Mountain Power, when activated, increases attack power by 200%, and each attack has a 10% chance to trigger an earthquake effect, dealing area damage to surrounding enemies and slowing them down. Hiss. Looking at the terrifying attributes and abnormal special skills of the greatsword in his hand, Wu Runen instantly gasped in shock, marveling in his heart, exquisite forging. It's actually exquisite forging. Ding, you have entered a state of enlightenment, forging experience plus 500. Ding, you have entered a state of enlightenment, forging experience plus 500. Ding, you have completed a masterpiece forging, forging experience plus 1200. Forging level increased to level 7. Listening to the system prompts echoing in his mind, Sun Tao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The so-called masterpiece forging refers to forging that surpasses the blueprint's limits. He crafted magical equipment that is more advanced than the blueprint. You should know, this mountain sealing magic blade is merely a premium-grade blueprint. Even a master blacksmith would find it difficult to complete in a short time. Even if it could be completed, the quality wouldn't be high. Even if one reluctantly improves the quality, it would consume a large amount of materials, and might even require the addition of perfect-grade materials. Yet Sun Tao actually succeeded. Not only did he succeed, but he also forged a perfect greatsword using premium-grade materials. At this moment, he completed a masterpiece forging. He directly broke through the limitations of the equipment blueprint, increasing the power of the entire greatsword fourfold. This is just unbelievable. Wu Runen immediately widened her eyes, her gaze filled with shock and disbelief. It was as if you thought what was in front of you was a pile of dung, but after tasting it, you discovered it was actually a signature dish by a national banquet chef. She was so excited she could hardly contain herself. As a fellow blacksmith, Wu Runen was acutely aware that Sun Tao's talent was downright terrifying. In the entire Huarong group, no blacksmith could achieve what Sun Tao had accomplished. Not even she herself could necessarily compare. This was simply a genius among geniuses. As the chief forging master of the Huarong group, Wu Runen's strength is beyond doubt. In the entire city of Liuzhou, she is also one of the top-ranking forging masters. The equipment she forges is highly sought after by numerous battle soul masters, and she is even hailed as Huarong's #1 forging master because of this. However, today, this master blacksmith witnessed for the first time a forging genius with such extraordinary talent. Just his astonishing forging speed alone was beyond her ability to match. Such terrifying talent almost made Wu Runen question her own existence. However, Wu Runen felt a bit puzzled in her heart. Obviously, she tested it yesterday, and Sun Tao knew nothing about forging. How could he be so skilled today? She frowned, seemingly pondering something. Could it be that he really isn't Master Guan Hai's disciple? Or was his performance yesterday all an act? Why is Xia Shuiyao so focused on him? Suddenly, Wu Runen thought of a possibility and excitedly shouted, "I know." She grabbed Sun Tao's shoulders, her face full of excitement, and asked, "Did you awaken some hidden battle soul? Or do you have some hidden talent?" Sun Tao smiled faintly and gently shook off her hand. "It's okay, I just tend to enter a state of enlightenment while forging." Just now, his forging state was completely observed by Wu Runen. Even if he didn't say it, Wu Runen could still guess. Damn! Upon hearing Sun Tao's response, Wu Runen couldn't help but curse. The state of enlightenment is the realm every blacksmith dreams of achieving. In this state, a blacksmith can perceive the subtlest changes in materials, and even establish an indescribable resonance with fire and metal, thus creating works that transcend convention and approach perfection. More importantly, during the forging process, a large amount of forging experience can also be gained. Generally, forging experience can only be obtained when completing the forging of new equipment or crafting high-quality items. Each time, the amount gained is pitifully small, which is one of the reasons why master forgers are so scarce in this world. Forging experience is just too difficult to accumulate. And Sun Tao was able to enter a state of enlightenment while forging. How could this not shock Wu Runen? This means that as long as there are sufficient resources, Sun Tao could quickly catch up to her and become a forging master. Or even, a forging grandmaster. Gulp! Wu Runan swallowed hard, her eyes widening as she looked at Sun Tao, like a hunting dog that hasn't eaten for days suddenly discovering a piece of incredibly delicious meat. Talent. This is top-tier talent. Must secure it. Looking at Wu Runan's wolf-like gaze, Sun Tao felt a bit uneasy, thinking to himself, could this guy really want to eat me? Boys must take good care of themselves when they're outside. Sun Tao's displayed talent shocked Wu Runan, especially his ability to enter a state of enlightenment at any time, which was something she had never heard of before. Wu Runan seemed to have already witnessed the birth of a forging god. Thinking of this, Wu Runan immediately reacted. She must cling to this golden opportunity before Sun Tao fully rises. Sign him. We must sign him. Wait here, don't wander around, I'll be right back. Wu Runan didn't wait for Sun Tao to respond. She quickly gave a few instructions, gripped her giant sword tightly, and rushed toward the equipment center building. Such talent must be reported to the president immediately to secure Sun Tao's signing. Only in this way can Huarong Group demonstrate its sincerity and secure its position in the industry. Sun Tao watched Wu Runan's hurried figure and secretly felt that something was amiss. He had been too engrossed in forging just now and failed to restrain himself, accidentally revealing his strength. The forging was overdone. Now they will definitely notice him, and might even want to keep him to specially craft equipment for the Huarong Group. But he didn't come here to be a blacksmith. If their senior management arrives, then things will get troublesome. Thinking of this, a thought flashed through Sun Tao's mind. How about we run quickly? With a thought, he immediately gathered his belongings and swiftly slipped out of Wu Runan's forging room. A few minutes later, Wu Runan excitedly returned to the forging room with an exceptionally beautiful woman. Sun Tao, let me tell you, this lady is the president of Huarong Group. She pushed open the door of the forging room, only to see an empty room, and was momentarily stunned. Night had fallen, the moonlight was faint, and the streetlights on both sides of the road flickered with a dim yellow glow, stretching Sun Tao's shadow long. After leaving Wu Runan's forging room during the day, he quickly entered the Qiankuan scroll, cleared the Black Wind Mountain secret realm again, and crafted a brand new copper cloud staff. As soon as he came out, he realized it was already late, hurriedly summoned the Shadow Demon Wolf, and rushed home. After all, tomorrow is the Battle Soul College entrance exam, and his ID card and admission ticket are at home. Passing through a few familiar streets, Sun Tao turned into a narrow and deep alley. This place is usually deserted, and tonight it seemed even more silent. Sun Tao paid no attention and continued forward. Suddenly, a sudden cold wind swept past, and he instinctively stopped the demon wolf. His gaze swept across the corner of the street, a flash of killing intent appearing in his eyes. "Who's there?" he shouted coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. The alley was pitch black, as if swallowed by the night. Yet Sun Tao was unaffected. He had unlocked the Eye of Joy and gained the fiery eyes, granting him extraordinary night vision. In his eyes, the alley was as bright as day, with every detail clearly visible. At that moment, a figure quietly leaned against the corner of the wall, silently watching him. The person was dressed in a black trench coat, resembling a ghost in the night. Sun Tao's heart tightened, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring directly at the newcomer. Whoosh! The person casually held a cigarette between his lips, snapped his fingers lightly, and a blue flame flickered at his fingertips, lighting the cigarette. He exhaled a smoke ring, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Kid, not bad, your vigilance is impressive. But unfortunately, today is the day you die." Sun Tao's heart sounded alarm bells as he fixed his gaze on the man. Golden light flickered as he fully activated his fiery eyes of truth. In an instant, he uncovered the man's background. Name, Song Kong. Battle Soul, Thunderlight Tiger, A. Level, 84, Tier 3. Combat Power, 3474. Skills, 3000 Thunder Movement, Thundercloud Break, Thunderfire Claw, 1000 Thunder Bird. Seeing the opponent's level, Sun Tao was startled. 3rd Tier Battle Soul Master. He quickly recalled when he might have offended such a powerful figure. Could it be Zhao Tianming's accomplice? But no, if it were Zhao Tianming's accomplice, they wouldn't be conversing so casually. Who exactly wants to deal with me? Sun Tao thought to himself, his mind racing. He had been leveling up in the secret realm recently, and the only person he had offended was Su Wei, who secretly admired Li Shuya. Could it really be him who sent someone? Did Su Wei send you? Sun Tao asked coldly. Song Kong froze for a moment, secretly thinking this was bad, but then he revealed a sinister smile. So what if you guessed it? Today, you're doomed. Before the words had fully left his mouth, he charged forward like a fierce tiger, his fist hurtling toward Sun Tao. Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light, instantly seeing through the energy flow within Song Kang's body. With a single thought, the Shadow Demon Wolf vanished instantly. He shifted his steps and easily dodged Song Kang's attack. Song Kong was a 3rd-tier Battle Soul Master cultivated by the Su family, considered one of the elites in Shuzhou City. Facing Sun Tao, who was only at the first tier, he didn't take him seriously at all. However, confronted with Sun Tao's agile movements, his punches repeatedly missed, and his frustration grew. To have such strength, no wonder you dare to provoke young Master Su. But I was only using 30% of my power just now. Now, let me show you what true third-tier strength looks like. Song Kong growled, his hands transforming into tiger claws, wrapped in lightning, exuding an overwhelming aura. He launched a sudden attack, his speed surging as his hands moved like the wind, striking directly at Sun Tao. If he managed to grab him, Sun Tao would undoubtedly be electrocuted into a trembling state, completely powerless to resist, like fish on a chopping board. However, although Sun Tao only possessed first-tier strength, he carried the divine-level Qi Tian De Sheng Destiny template. Coupled with his fiery eyes, Song Kang's movements appeared as slow as a crawling turtle in his eyes, unable to even touch the hem of his clothes. Sun Tao didn't even bother to draw his staff, relying solely on his agility to continuously dodge. In terms of combat power, even 3 Song Kangs wouldn't be a match for Sun Tao. He wasn't in a hurry to win with a single move. Instead, he observed in secret, planning to steal a few techniques from Song Kang's attacks. After all, while he possessed the great sage's staff techniques, without a staff in hand, he could only rely on basic punches to fight. Now that Song Kang had come to him voluntarily, it was the perfect opportunity to learn some fist techniques. Sun Tao's fiery eyes not only allowed him to break illusions, see in the dark, perceive through objects, and slow down movements, but also to replicate others' martial arts techniques. Every move Song Kang made was as clear as a flashing beacon in Sun Tao's eyes. Song Kang's hands clawed like talons as he displayed advanced grappling techniques. With his wind-like footwork, his attacks came like a torrential storm, fierce and overwhelming. If anyone else were watching, they would surely marvel at his prowess. However, on the other side, Sun Tao remained as calm as water, carefully observing every move of Song Kang and firmly memorizing his attack routes. On the surface, he seemed to be at a disadvantage, but in reality, he was handling the situation with ease. Up until now, Song Kang hadn't even touched a single finger of his. With each attack, Sun Tao effortlessly dodged. As the battle continued, Song Kang grew increasingly alarmed, thinking to himself, where on earth did this kid come from? So difficult to deal with after more than 30 moves. I haven't even touched the hem of his clothes. Could he really be the disciple of some old monster? While his thoughts were racing, Song Kang suddenly stopped in his tracks, coldly staring at Sun Tao. A flicker of lightning flashed in his eyes as he attempted to probe Sun Tao's attributes. However, Sun Tao was surrounded by a layer of mysterious mist, making it impossible for Song Kang to discern his specific attributes. This situation made Song Kang even more fearful, further convincing him that Sun Tao must be the disciple of some old monster. After all, it was simply unbelievable that a third-tier battle soul master like himself couldn't see through the attributes of a first-tier battle soul master. What's wrong? Not fighting anymore? I haven't even exerted myself yet, and you've already stopped? Seeing Song Kang halt, Sun Tao instead smiled and urged him on. He clearly didn't want the grappling contest to end just yet. Hearing Sun Tao's mockery, Song Kang's face instantly darkened. However, thinking of the old monster who might be backing Sun Tao, he suppressed his anger and slightly cupped his hands, murmuring in a low voice, "Red peaks, thunderclouds rise, Suhai, waves surge." Sun Tao frowned, completely baffled by what he was saying. "What nonsense is this? Are we fighting or not?" he asked disdainfully. Seeing that Sun Tao didn't understand his words, Song Kang's anger burned within him. Since he wasn't a disciple of those old monsters, he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. His moves shifted, lightning surrounded his entire body, and a phantom of a white tiger made of thunder appeared behind him. Its eyes sparkled like stars, exuding a chilling pressure. 3,000 thunder strikes. Song Kang roared, lightning flashing violently around him. His hands formed claws as he charged at Sun Tao with a thunderous roar. A golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes as he swiftly sidestepped to dodge. While Song Kang's attack momentum had yet to dissipate, Sun Tao raised a palm and struck fiercely against Song Kang's chest. Before Song Kang could be sent flying, Sun Tao instantly transformed his palm into a claw, mimicking his grappling technique, firmly gripping his wrist and pressing down forcefully. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Song Kang let out a miserable scream. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his wrist joint, he suddenly raised his knee and elbow, his body erupting with flashing lightning in an attempt to paralyze Sun Tao and break free from his grip. However, Sun Tao's body was infused with the power of the Furious Ape technique, effortlessly isolating the effects of the lightning. He kicked Song Kang's knee, then grabbed his elbow joint and applied pressure once again. Ah! Song Kang screamed in agony once more before being struck by Sun Tao's palm, sent flying and slamming hard against the wall, where he remained stuck for a long time without falling. Put! Song Kong slid down the wall, blood gushing out wildly, even mixed with black chunks of flesh. Gravely injured, his eyes were filled with fear as he stared in shock at Sun Tao. He, a third-tier battle soul master, had actually been defeated by a first-tier trash. This was simply unbelievable. Song Kong struggled to stand up, but the weight of his severe injuries overwhelmed him. In the end, he collapsed powerlessly to the ground, his heart filled with unwillingness and despair. Is this all you can do? Sun Tao coldly looked at Song Kong, who was lying on the ground, his tone filled with mockery. Don't kill me. My master is Lei Yun Sword Qiming, a fifth-tier battle soul master. If you kill me, he definitely won't let you go. Song Kong clutched his chest, his face full of terror as he spoke. A fifth-tier battle soul master. Lei Yun Sword Qiming. Sun Tao's heart trembled as he recalled the beast tied in Yunhai City 3 years ago. Qiming, with just one sword, single-handedly fought against 8 level 200 beast kings, holding out until the dragon squad arrived for rescue, a legendary feat. He was hailed as South China's #1 sword saint. Unexpectedly, Song Kong turned out to be his disciple. Sun Tao frowned slightly and asked in confusion, how could the Sword Saint Chi's disciple end up being Su Wei's lapdog? Song Kong forced a bitter smile, his voice trembling. I have a friend named Zhang Tiansheng, the security manager of the Su family. He invited me to deal with you. Brother, you haven't suffered any real loss. The mastermind behind this is Su Wei. Why don't you let me off the hook? I promise I won't trouble you again in the future. Despite his words, Song Kong had already made up his mind to exaggerate the story when he returned to his master and seek revenge with the help of his senior brothers and sisters. In his heart, he hated Sun Tao to the core, wishing he could tear him to pieces immediately. But to save his life, he could only put on a fawning smile and plead with Sun Tao to spare him, especially considering Qiming's influence in the matter. Sun Tao lowered his head in thought, his gaze scrutinizing Song Kong. You ambushed me, lacked the strength, and were defeated by me. If I were to let you go just like that, wouldn't it make me seem too lenient? How about this? How much do you think your life is worth? I might consider not killing you. Upon hearing this, Song Kong was overjoyed. He struggled to move his body and revealed the spatial ring on his hand. With a slight flick, a wooden box appeared on the ground. This is the Millennium Dragon Flame Herb. After consumption, it can enhance the fire attribute damage of a battle soul, grant immunity to fire attacks, and even has a chance to awaken dragon flame skills. Its market value is 58 million. I'll trade this for my life. Sun Tao picked up the wooden box and opened it. Sure enough, it was the Millennium Dragon Flame Herb. This item is the main ingredient for Soul-type dragon blood potions, capable of helping battle souls awaken part of their dragon bloodline. Even non-dragon-type battle souls can benefit greatly from it. It seems this guy has quite a few good things in his possession. Squeezing him a bit more might uncover even more treasures. Sun Tao put away the wooden box, his eyes flickering as a devilish smile curled at the corner of his lips. So you think your life is only worth 58 million? Song Kang's face immediately darkened. Reluctantly, he fished out another stone from his belongings and tossed it over. This is fire thunder essence iron, a perfect grade forging material. I went through a lot of trouble to get it. It can enhance the fire and thunder attribute damage of equipment. Its market value is 230 million. This is already the best thing I have on me. Song Kang's face was full of bitterness, as if saying, if this still isn't enough, just kill me, leaving Sun Tao speechless. The disciple of the #1 sword saint in South China only has these things? He was clearly unwilling to believe it. However, since the matter had reached this point, Sun Tao didn't press further, as he understood the principle of moderation. Who knows if Song Kong has some life-saving item given by Qiming? If he gets desperate, it wouldn't be worth it. Thus, Sun Tao picked up the fire thunder essence iron from the ground and gestured slightly, indicating that Song Kong could leave. Song Kong was overjoyed, clasped his hands in thanks to Sun Tao, and promised that once he returned, he would focus on recovering and never set foot in Shuzhou again. However, after turning around, his face instantly darkened. Supporting himself against the wall, he staggered step by step toward the outside, angrily, roaring in his heart, "Damn Sun Tao, I will remember today's grudge. I will kill you. I will repay today's hatred 1,000-fold, 100-fold. Thud! But before he could reach the mouth of the alley, a slender arm suddenly thrust out from the darkness behind him, piercing through his chest in an instant. Song Kong looked down, seeing a pale hand clutching a blood-red, still beating heart. Wrapping the wound with the remnants of his soul power, he turned around in disbelief. Behind him stood a smiling beauty in red, her crimson gaze and sharp fangs unmistakably revealing her identity: vampire. Song Kong spat out blood, pointing at Sun Tao with resentment. "You broke your word." Sun Tao toyed with the fire thunder iron in his hand, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. "I only said I wouldn't kill you myself, never said I wouldn't let someone else do it. As a third-tier battle soul master, you actually dare to attack me, a first-tier battle soul master? Truly courting death. Do you think I'll let you go?" Sun Tao said coldly, his tone full of disdain. Song Kang's mouth overflowed with blood as he knelt on the ground, struggling desperately to get up. However, the weakness of his body caused him to collapse again, though his eyes still burned with flames of unwillingness and despair. "You, don't get complacent. Offending. Young Master Su, you will surely die. I'll be waiting for you on the road to the underworld." Humph. Feudal rage. Sun Tao dismissed him with indifference, shaking his head and signaling for Selena to retrieve his spatial ring. Selena's lips curled into a wicked smile as she unhesitatingly swallowed Song Kang's heart in one gulp, licking the blood from her fingertips with a look of utter satisfaction. As expected, the heart's blood of a high-level battle soul master is the most delicious. The blood of those monsters doesn't even compare. With a slight curl of her finger, the spatial ring on Song Kang's wrist flew into her hand. At the same time, his corpse dissolved into a wisp of smoke, which was absorbed into Sun Tao's universe scroll, becoming a delicacy for the dark elves. Handing the bracelet to Sun Tao, Selena suggested excitedly, "Sun Tao, how about we throw a grand feast as a male-female banded duo? You handle the killing, I'll take care of disposing of the bodies, no one will ever find out." Sun Tao took the spatial bracelet, flicked her on the head casually, and smirked teasingly. "What are you thinking? Do you think the security bureau is just for show? If we really did that, we'd both be caught within a month." He shook his head, flatly rejecting Selena's proposal. Selena pouted, covering her forehead, and muttered indignantly, "Fine, if you don't want to, you don't have to, but why flick my head?" She stomped her foot on the spot and transformed into a streak of bloodlight, flying into the scroll of universe at Sun Tao's waist. Sun Tao shrugged helplessly and began carefully examining Song Kang's spatial wristband. Although the space in this wristband was not as large as Zhao Tianming's, only over 50 cubic meters, it contained scattered magical materials and equipment. While these were not valuable items and would only sell for 2 or 3 million, Sun Tao's mind became clear, as he said, "The Millennium Dragon Flame Grass and Fire Thunder Essence Iron are indeed the best things he had." At that moment, Sun Tao's eyebrows twitched. He reached out and flicked his hand, pulling out a purple jade stone from the spatial wristband. "It's actually a soul skill inheritance stone." A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes as his soul power instantly infused into the inheritance stone. The skill recorded before him made him gasp in astonishment, silently marveling at the rarity of this opportunity. For soul warriors to acquire soul skills, there are only 3 methods. The first method is soul advancement. Every 40 levels, soul masters undergo a soul progression, during which there is a chance to awaken new soul skills. The second method is skill books, such as the virtualization skill book sold to Li Shuai last time. However, generally, after obtaining a skill, soul masters need to comprehend it on their own. If they fail to understand it, they still cannot learn it. The third method is the soul skill inheritance stone in Sun Tao's possession. Other soul masters infuse their soul skills into it, and once the conditions are met, it can be used to automatically acquire the soul skills within. However, the power of inherited soul skills will be 1 level lower than that of the original owner. Moreover, each soul skill inheritance stone requires the original owner to expend a significant amount of soul power. Unless the relationship is exceptionally close, a battle soul master would never share their own soul skills. Everyone's soul skills are a secret. If others were to learn them, they would be at a disadvantage in battle and easily targeted. The soul skill inheritance stone in Sun Tao's hand now turns out to be a rare S-grade soul skill inheritance stone. Wind Thunder Shadow, S-grade soul skill, consumes a large amount of soul power, condensing pure wind and thunder wings behind the user, increasing flight speed by 300%, enhancing wind and thunder attribute damage by 70%, and granting the wind thunder break state. Thunderstorm Break increases physical evasion by 30%, deals lightning damage to enemies when attacking. When the lightning accumulates to a certain level, it will automatically detonate, causing massive magic damage and briefly stunning the enemy. Usage requirement: combat power must reach 10,000 points. Seeing the soul skill inheritance stone in his hand, Sun Tao's heart sank. Thunderstorm Shadow, Ming's signature skill. I didn't expect Song Kong to have one. It seems their relationship isn't as simple as he claimed. I'll have to be more cautious when dealing with Ming in the future, Sun Tao thought to himself. No wonder this guy didn't use this inheritance stone, turns out his combat power wasn't sufficient. Perfect, now it's mine. Sun Tao gleefully pressed the inheritance stone against his forehead. In an instant, the soul skill inheritance stone transformed into a stream of light and surged into Sun Tao's body, appearing on the brow of the Battle Soul Golden Ape. Strands of golden text flew out from the jade stone, gradually outlining azure blue wings of wind and thunder. Sun Tao felt a vast stream of information pouring into his consciousness like a tidal wave. Accompanied by a roaring sound, it was as if thousands of bolts of lightning intertwined in his mind, and a fierce wind howled, stirring up endless dust. He shut his eyes tightly, enduring the sudden overwhelming impact of information. At this moment, a system notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected special soul skill Wind Thunder Shadow, can be used to activate the Destiny template, Lagency. Would you like to consume 50,000 Spirit Essence points to unlock the Lagency Destiny template? Sun Tao abruptly opened his eyes, lightning flickering in his pupils, his heart filled with ecstatic joy. Unexpectedly, I can unlock the Destiny template. He was overwhelmed with excitement. He had already experienced the power of the Destiny template. Even an incomplete, unlocked Monkey King template had elevated his strength to this level. If he added Thunder God Lagency, Sun Tao could hardly imagine how powerful he would become. Moreover, after unlocking the Thunder God Lagency Destiny template, using Wind and Thunder Break in front of Qi Ming would not expose him. Unfortunately, I'm still a bit short on spiritual essence. If I had known, I wouldn't have upgraded Furious Ape Force yesterday. Then I could have unlocked a new Destiny template today. Sun Tao felt deeply regretful and could only take out the Soul Skill Inheritance Stone. The text that had originally flowed into the Golden Ape's body returned along the same path, back into the Soul Skill Inheritance Stone. This is the benefit of the Soul Skill Inheritance Stone. If not fully comprehended, the Soul Skill will not disappear. Put away the Soul Skill Inheritance Stone, Sun Tao picked up Song Kang's spatial wristband. After pondering for a moment, he removed the spatial ring, took out a few important items from it, and placed them into the wristband, then stored the spatial ring into the Qianquan scroll. The night was as dark as ink, the moonlight like water. Two figures glided through the night sky, riding the wind silently, like ghosts in stealth. Using the shadows as cover, the two landed on the rooftop of a tall building, their gazes fixed on the northern resettlement area of Liuzhou City not far away. Blood Soul's eyes were as cold as frost, staring at the alley where Sun Tao had recently left. Mad Wolf's aura disappeared here. The trace still lingers, he must have left not long ago. Moon Shadow wore a mysterious smile on her face, her beauty appearing as cold as ice and snow in the night. This is a resettlement community, there aren't many soul warriors inside, so it won't take too much time to find them. However, these days it's the Soul Warrior entrance exam, and the Security Bureau and Dragon Group are keeping a close watch. It's not convenient for us to act right now. Blood Soul nodded, a trace of blood-red light flickering in his eyes, his voice low and hoarse. No rush, we'll act after the Soul Warrior entrance exam is over. Besides, we need time to prepare. Being able to pay with their lives for Mad Wolf is truly an honor for these inferior people. The next day, Sun Tao returned to school with his ID card and admission ticket, ready to take the National Battle Soul entrance exam. This exam was far more important than the college entrance exam he had taken in his previous life on Blue Star. The Battle Soul entrance exam not only determined whether they could advance to higher-level Battle Soul colleges for further studies but also decided whether they could truly become Battle Soul Masters. Only those who passed the Battle Soul entrance exam could rightfully call themselves Battle Soul Masters. In this world, although everyone can awaken a Battle Soul, due to reasons such as low-quality Battle Souls, timidity, or lack of combat skills, many people choose to give up becoming Battle Soul Masters and are content to live as ordinary people. Those from better-off families may choose a secondary skill and become professionals in that field, while those with poorer conditions often directly enter society, struggling to make a living. The Battle Soul College entrance exam is the turning point of their fate. Only by entering a higher Battle Soul Academy can one qualify to venture into advanced adventure zones. In this world, areas outside the cities are called adventure zones. Many adventure zones are controlled by the state due to the high level of monsters or the precious resources they contain, with only a few low-level adventure zones like the Scarlet Forest open to the public. To enter those advanced adventure zones, one must first enroll in a higher-level Battle Soul Academy. More importantly, many Battle Soul techniques and Battle Soul skills can only be obtained within the Battle Soul Academy. This is Sun Tao and his companions' only chance to defy fate and change their destiny. Stepping into the classroom, Sun Tao saw his classmates excitedly discussing. Wow, Brother Zhang, you've leveled up to 10. That's amazing. Looks like you've been adventuring a lot in the wild these past few days. Don't even mention it. I've spent almost all my time in the Scarlet Forest these days, grinding trey ants to the point I'm about to puke. Awesome, Brother Zhang. Help me out during the exam. I'm a mage, I definitely won't hold you back. No problem, I already have a fixed team. Sun Tao glanced around the classroom and noticed that about 1/3 of the students were absent. Among these people, some had chosen to give up on the Battle Soul entrance exam, while others had lost their lives during the leveling process in the past few days. This is the Soul Warrior, always brushing shoulders with death. Sun Tao walked into the classroom, naturally attracting the attention of some people. Sun Tao, you still dare to take the Soul Warrior entrance exam? The one who spoke was Chao Wei, the class monitor of Sun Tao's class. This sentence was like a thunderclap. Chao Wei, once the genius of number 1 high school, had been in the limelight at school. However, ever since Sun Tao entered Liuzhou number 1 high school in his first year, Chao Wei's brilliance had been completely overshadowed. Sun Tao outperformed him in both academic and martial arts classes, leaving Chao Wei like a trapped beast, unable to surpass this towering mountain no matter how hard he struggled. 3 years passed, and Chao Wei's heart had long been filled with resentment and despair. It wasn't until the day of the Soul Awakening that he felt relieved. Sun Tao awakened a D-level battle soul, the Golden Silk Monkey. Chao Wei even heard that the guaranteed admission spot originally meant for Sun Tao had been taken by Wu Yong, which made him ecstatic. He thought to himself, how could Sun Tao possibly dare to take the Battle Soul College entrance exam? He was destined to spend his life selling sweet potatoes at home. Well, isn't this our genius Sun Tao? What's the matter? A D-level battle soul wants to take the college entrance exam too? Chao Wei sneered. Brother Chao, he's a genius in the theory of magical beasts. Maybe he can defeat those beasts with just his words, his companions jeered. Forget it, even with solid theory, it's useless if your level isn't high. At best, you'll get into a second-rate academy, and you might not even dare to enter the adventure zones, another person mocked. What, isn't a second-rate academy still a Battle Soul Academy? Someone retorted. That's hilarious. Instead of going to a second-rate academy, why not just go to a vocational school, learn a secondary profession, and get a job right after graduation? Wouldn't that be great? A burst of laughter erupted. Why not learn to be a magic chef? At least you won't go hungry in the future. Their laughter echoed continuously. Chao Wei's words pierced Sun Tao's heart like needles, but he paid them no mind. He understood that these people were merely displaying their jealousy and incompetence. In his previous life, he had witnessed countless such dark sides and had long since become fearless. Facing these taunts, Sun Tao remained calm and confident, silently vowing to strike back at them with his achievements, to make them understand that a true genius is always a genius, while you ants remain worthless in my presence. Seeing Sun Tao remain silent, Chao Wei felt displeased and was about to step forward to shove him, but he was stunned by Sun Tao's sharp, sword-like gaze. A chill ran through him, and his movement froze mid-air. The homeroom teacher is here, a classmate suddenly shouted. The news spread like the wind. Sun Tao slowly withdrew his gaze, and only then did Chao Wei realize he had been intimidated by Sun Tao. Feeling annoyed, but not daring to say more, he could only curl his lips and mutter under his breath, TCH, just a D-level battle soul, acting like some big shot. Homeroom teacher Su Min walked into the classroom and saw that only 2/3 of the students were present. He sighed silently in his heart, but soon, he passionately said to everyone, Classmates, I'm very glad you've chosen to participate in the Battle Soul College entrance exam. I believe there's no need for me to elaborate on the importance of this exam. In short, I hope everyone gives it their all and achieves their desired results. Now, please line up in an orderly manner, bring your ID cards and admission tickets, and let's head to the playground together. Officials from the Exam Administration Bureau will verify your identities there, and then we'll use the teleportation array to head to the Tsang Tower. As he spoke, he took out the attendance register and began checking who was present today. When he called out Sun Tao's name, Su Min couldn't help but look up. Sun Tao, are you also taking the Battle Soul College entrance exam? Sun Tao stood up and replied calmly, Teacher, I believe I'm also eligible to apply, right? Su Min frowned slightly. What you said is not wrong, but you're Battle Soul. Teacher, just tell me if I can take the college entrance exam or not, Sun Tao interrupted directly, his eyes flashing with determination. Su Min opened her mouth but ultimately sighed helplessly. Then remember, you only have one life. Always prioritize staying alive. If you're gone, everything else is meaningless. Thank you, Teacher Su, Sun Tao responded calmly, but inwardly he pondered the significance of this event as he sat down. After counting the people in the classroom, Su Min led the students toward the playground, the excitement in the air spreading all around. An hour later, Sun Tao stood in the line, looking at the principal on stage, who was brimming with passion. He couldn't help but stifle a yawn. Although the principal had said he would keep it brief, he seemed to have fully entered speech mode, talking endlessly. Students, I won't say anything unnecessary. I hope that in this college entrance exam, you can perform well, showcase your style, and achieve the excellent results you aspire to. Finally, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome our outstanding graduate, Suyu, to the stage to share. Hearing Suyu's name, the previously drowsy students instantly perked up. Whoa, seriously? Even the Crimson Lotus goddess Suyu is here? I just remembered, Suyu really is our senior. She was the top scorer in the college entrance exam a few years ago. She's here. She's here. Goddess Su is here. As everyone was filled with excitement, Suyu, dressed in a fiery red trench coat, walked to the stage like a blooming red rose and began her speech. Classmates, oh no, it's Suyu. Sun Tao's heart suddenly tightened, secretly thinking that this was bad. Seeing Suyu step onto the stage, he instinctively lowered his head, feeling a wave of nervousness. If Suyu recognized him, she would definitely recall the incident where he was held hostage by Zhao Tianming that day. And now, with Zhao Tianming still being extensively hunted, his sudden appearance here would undoubtedly cause unnecessary trouble. At that point, the spatial ring in his possession would likely be discovered and impossible to keep safe. Meanwhile, Suyu on the stage was speaking while scanning the students below with her gaze, feeling a sense of nostalgia for youth. 5 years ago, she had been just like them, harboring beautiful dreams for the future, completely unaware of how arduous the path to becoming a soul warrior would be. Still, she had never felt regret. After all, this world always needs people to face those daunting challenges. As her gaze swept over the children's faces one by one, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar face. She paused slightly, then recalled what Zhang Tianchen had said about the divination, and a meaningful smile emerged in her heart. So it's you. After Suyu finished speaking, the principal arranged for the teachers to lead everyone in an orderly manner to the teleportation array. A tense atmosphere filled the air as everyone anticipated the upcoming assessment. The staff from the College Entrance Examination Administration quickly stepped forward and used specialized equipment to check everyone's ID cards and admission tickets. This step was crucial, as soul warriors stood on the front lines against magical beasts, and any act of impersonation could lead to irreparable consequences. Identity verification complete, everyone stepped into a brand new teleportation array, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. The teleportation array shimmered with dazzling light, as if summoning the courage of each individual. Just like the Battle Soul College entrance exam that began 3 years ago, the goal was directly aimed at the Sun Yuan Tower. Accompanied by a slight tearing sensation, Sun Tao and the others were instantly transported to a vast space. This place resembled a small secret realm, with countless circular platforms suspended in the darkness. High school examinees from all over the country stood on them, each with a nervous expression. The massive vortex overhead resembled a black hole, spinning and emanating a heart-pounding pressure, as if declaring that the upcoming battles would be unimaginably brutal. Sun Yuan Tower, the divine artifact in the hands of Huaxia's 6th-tier battle soul master Yuan Meng, Sun Tao thought to himself. That Sun Yuan Tower carried the dreams and hopes of countless examinees. Its size was unknown, but it was said to contain projections of various magical beasts, waiting to be challenged. Candidates can earn corresponding points as their final scores by defeating the beast projections here. The vortex above everyone's heads is the entrance to the Sun Yuan Tower, and everything will be revealed when the college entrance exam time arrives. Before that, all candidates can choose to take the assessment individually or as a team. For Sun Tao, there isn't much difference between teaming up and going solo. He quietly chose to wait, standing still and preparing himself. Half an hour later, the teleportation beams within the space gradually diminished, and candidates from all over the country had arrived, their emotions a mix of tension and anticipation. Children. Suddenly, a massive figure appeared in midair. The white half-armor gleamed in the light, resembling a descending deity. I am Yuan Meng. His voice was as thunderous as a storm, leaving everyone wide-eyed and utterly shocked. Holy crap! The primordial god. As the top war god of Huaxia, Yuan Meng's appearance ignited a frenzy throughout the venue, instantly sparking the fighting spirit of every examinee. Yuan Meng smiled faintly. With a simple gesture, countless rays of light emerged, shooting onto everyone's wrists. These are assessment wristbands. They record your kill points. If you encounter danger, activate the wristband promptly, and it will teleport you out. The final results of this Battle Soul assessment will be based on your wristbands. Take note, this year's college entrance exam has undergone slight changes compared to previous years. The 20th floor of the Sun Yuan Tower has been transformed into an open secret realm. Everyone can enter, and it contains numerous magical beasts. Killing them will earn you guaranteed points as well as bonus points. Defeating other candidates allows you to obtain their extra points from their assessment wristbands. Meanwhile, the assessment on the 20th floor will be broadcast nationwide. We hope all candidates give their best effort to achieve ideal results. Yuan Meng's words instantly stirred up the crowd. Damn, doesn't this mean we can steal other people's points? The candidates discussed fervently, and the tense atmosphere grew even heavier. Speed running is the key. Whoever reaches the 20th floor first will gain the upper hand, one candidate calmly analyzed, their eyes gleaming with determination. Doesn't this mean the rich people will have it easy? They can use money to quickly rack up points. Another candidate appeared uneasy. National live broadcast, they wouldn't cheat so blatantly, would they? Someone expressed doubt. Who knows? Genshin Impact never said you couldn't buy points with money. The words carried a hint of helplessness. The emergence of the new college entrance exam regulations brought an unexpected shock to everyone. Even Sun Tao's expression changed slightly. The Battle Soul exam was originally meant to select outstanding talents and encourage diversified development, but now it had become so ruthless, seemingly no longer a simple selection, but rather a test for the military. Sun Tao's heart tightened, and a sense of foreboding surged within him. Before he could figure it out, Yuan Meng continued speaking, deepening the suspense once again. Dear students, although the magical beasts in the Sun Yuan Tower are projections, their strength still retains 50% of their original power. I hope everyone will be cautious when dealing with them and prioritize your own safety above all. If you encounter danger, be sure to activate the assessment wristband promptly to protect yourself. Grades are only temporary. Even if you don't perform well this year, you can still take the college entrance exam again next year. But life only happens once. I hope everyone returns safely and triumphantly. Now, I declare the 78th National Battle Soul College Entrance Exam officially begins. As soon as the words were spoken, Yuan Meng waved his hand, and the candidates instantly transformed into streams of light, swiftly entering the vortex. A tense atmosphere permeated the playground, and even the air seemed to tremble. Outside, in high schools across various cities, light screens flickered instantly, revealing rankings composed of densely packed names, divided into a national leaderboard in city leaderboards. The scores were calculated based on the combat power of the beasts encountered by the candidates and the time taken to clear the levels. The entire process was managed by the Tower Spirit of Sun Yuan Tower, ensuring absolute prevention of any human interference. The scoring for team assessments was even more impartial, determined by each individual's contribution value. No one could cheat, only strength and wisdom could decide success or failure. On the playground of Liuzhou No. 1 High School, the principal was busy directing teachers to bring tables and chairs, eagerly observing this year's college entrance examination. Suyu, what do you think of this year's batch of juniors? The old principal smiled and invited her to sit beside him, his tone filled with anticipation. Suyu pinched the red hair at her temples, crossed her long legs, and said casually, the quality this year feels average. Getting into the Battle Soul Academy shouldn't be a problem, but entering those prestigious academies might be quite challenging. Based on previous year's standards, to get into the Kyoto Academy, you need to reach at least level 15 to have a good chance, and level 17 to ensure absolute certainty. But I just took a look, and the levels of the junior students are generally between 12 and 15. If they want to make a breakthrough, it might still not be enough. The old principal waved his hand with a smile, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Oh, how could I dare to hope for so much? I'll be satisfied as long as they return safely. However, I think there are still a few people with promising prospects. For example, Sue from Class 1, who has awakened an A-grade battle soul, the Thundercloud Spear. His level has already reached level 13, and it's possible for him to rank among the top 5 in the province. And then there's Li Shuao, the daughter of Li Yukai. She also has an A-grade battle soul, though hers leans more towards support. She might be at a disadvantage during the assessment, but if she teams up with others, her results shouldn't be too bad. At this moment, Suyu's gaze was deeply drawn to a name on the light screen. It seemed unrelated to the other geniuses, yet it piqued the curiosity of the old principal. Suyu, who do you think has the most potential? The old principal asked, and the surrounding teachers also turned their attention, eagerly awaiting her answer. Suyu smiled faintly, pointed to a name on the light screen, and said firmly, I think this person has the potential to be the top scorer. Sun Tao? Upon seeing this name, apart from Sun Tao's homeroom teacher and the old principal, the other teachers were all puzzled. This name was unfamiliar to them, they had never heard of him. Who is this guy? Could he be a relative of Suyu? However, seeing the name followed by the school designation of Liuzhou No. 1 High School, he must be someone from their school. Consequently, everyone turned their gaze toward the old principal. The old principal sighed, I know this kid Sun Tao. In previous theoretical and martial arts exams, his scores were always among the top. However, during the awakening ceremony, he awakened the lowest level D-grade battle soul, the Golden Silk Monkey. Apart from its flashy special effects, I really can't think of anything noteworthy about him. As soon as someone mentioned that Sun Tao was the dazzling Golden Silk Monkey with special effects, the other teachers immediately understood. Although Sun Tao's name wasn't well known, his battle soul, the special effects Golden Silk Monkey, was a topic of fascination for many. That dazzling awakening phenomenon, could it really belong to a D-level battle soul Golden Silk Monkey? Who would believe that? Unexpectedly, he was also taking the college entrance exam. But still, it's just a Golden Silk Monkey, why was Suyu paying so much attention to him? For a moment, everyone was filled with confusion. Seeing the crowd fall silent, Suyu laughed heartily and turned his gaze to the sky. Let's just watch for now. As he spoke, the list on the light screen suddenly underwent a dramatic change. A name began to rocket upward at an astonishing speed, quickly breaking into the top 100 in the province, then advancing rapidly. It entered the national rankings and finally shot straight into the top 10 of the national list. The points and levels behind the name were changing at lightning speed, almost updating every few seconds. In just 3 short minutes, he had already climbed to the 10th level, completing half of the goal of reaching the 20th level. Seeing Sun Tao's results, all the teachers present gasped in shock. What the heck? Did I see that right? 10 levels in 3 minutes, that's basically instant kills for every monster. Is this still a D-level Golden Silk Monkey? Even an S-level battle soul wouldn't be this impressive. Is he cheating? This is the National College Entrance Exam, try cheating here if you dare. As everyone was discussing, a teacher suddenly asked, has anyone checked his level? The room instantly fell silent. Everyone exchanged glances, and then turned their eyes toward Sun Tao's homeroom teacher. Sumin looked as if he was about to cry. He had spent the entire morning busy preparing for the exam and hadn't had time to check Sun Tao's level. In his opinion, with such a short amount of time and Sun Tao only having a D-level battle soul, it was unlikely anyone would want to team up with him. Reaching level 6 would already be impressive. It seems he underestimated Sun Tao's abilities. Judging by his points, his level is likely not low, at least above level 15. From the awakening ceremony to now, it's only been 10 days. To rise from level 0 to level 15, even an ordinary genius couldn't achieve that unless many experts were willing to help him level up day and night, or even directly weaken the boss for him to deliver the final blow. However, recently, there hasn't been any news in Liuzhou City about anyone spending such a large sum to hire experts for leveling up. Moreover, judging by his attire, he doesn't seem like a wealthy person. Then there's only one explanation. The old principal pondered in his heart, considering a possibility. His battle soul has hidden attributes. It definitely isn't as simple as a D-grade battle soul, the golden snub-nosed monkey. As the thought arose, the old principal's face immediately lit up with excitement. Could it be that our number 1 high school is about to produce another genius? Only in this way could Sun Tao have trained to level 15 or above in such a short time and stood out in the highly competitive National College Entrance Examination, quickly climbing the national rankings. Otherwise, why would Suyu value him so highly? Thinking of this possibility, the old principal's voice trembled as he asked Suyu, are you saying that child's battle soul has hidden attributes? Suyu smiled faintly and did not answer. We'll see his performance shortly, won't we? Inside the Sun Yuan Tower, Sun Tao naturally had no idea that the teachers outside were closely monitoring him. After transforming into a stream of light and entering the tower, he arrived at a large altar. Not far away stood a wolf-headed monster, holding a staff, clearly a magic-type beast. Its strength, however, was unknown. To protect the examinees, each level's assessment provides 30 seconds of invincibility to prevent them from being instantly killed by the monsters upon entry. Looking at the wolf-headed mage in front of him, Sun Tao's eyes flashed with golden light, instantly revealing its information. A level 5 wolf-headed mage, with less than 100 combat power. Sun Tao shook his head, and the moment the light screen above disappeared, he kicked off with both legs and charged toward the wolf-headed mage. The iron rod in his hand fell on the monster's head the next second, instantly smashing its brains out. It disappeared from the space without even letting out a scream. Beep! first level assessment completed in 0.1 seconds, earning 30 points. Preparing to enter the second level assessment. The assessment wristband flashed, and Sun Tao's score instantly increased by 30 points. A flash of light appeared, and 3 minotaurs, wielding large iron hammers, materialized before him, their aura far more intimidating than the wolf-headed mage from earlier. Sun Tao remained completely unfazed, not even bothering to use any skills. The moment the light curtain vanished, he shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring. With 3 consecutive strikes of his iron rod, the 3 minotaurs were instantly killed, offering no resistance. Another 30 points added to his tally. The subsequent assessment levels proceeded like a conveyor belt: the 3rd level, the 4th level, the 5th level. Each level was cleared in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for the invincibility cooldown, Sun Tao wouldn't even need 3 minutes to reach the 10th level. At the center of Sun Yuan Tower, Yuan Meng sat beneath numerous light screens, staring intently at the national rankings with a look of surprise on his face. Interesting. He swiped his hand, and hundreds of light screens instantly appeared before him. His gaze swept over the scenes of the monsters he had carefully selected being instantly defeated, and he raised an eyebrow. So strong? Their combat power is impressive. Could they be repeaters? He thought for a moment, then extended his hand to release a beam of light, which shot into the light screens. Let me see where your limits lie. The next second, Sun Tao's vision blurred, and a new monster appeared before him. It was clad in armor, over 3 meters tall, wielding a massive sword as large as a door, and charged at Sun Tao with a furious roar. Sun Tao's eyes flashed with light, and his brows furrowed. Level 50, 2000 combat power? Why did the difficulty suddenly increase so much? Just now, the 10th floor only required him to fight 10 level 30 monsters with 800 combat power each, but now the 11th floor directly throws a level 50 monster at him. The difficulty has escalated way too quickly. Could it be a boss room? Sun Tao scratched his head but didn't care much. After all, whether it's level 50 or level 30, it's all the same to him, just a single strike. Fewer monsters are even better, it saves him the trouble of chasing them down. As the light screen disappeared, Sun Tao's figure flashed and instantly charged at the monster. With a swing of his stick, the demon monster was killed on the spot, without any suspense. Instant kill. Ding! 11th floor assessment completed in 0.1 seconds, earning 300 points. About to enter the 12th level of the assessment. Too easy. Sun Tao put away his staff, watching the corpse beneath his feet slowly disappear. He shook his head, secretly feeling proud. It seemed he would be the first to break through to the 20th level. In the trial space of the Sun Yuan Tower, Wang Qiyuan wielded 2 chain blades over 10 meters long. As they spun and danced, dozens of wolf heads were severed, and blood splattered onto his face. It didn't frighten him in the slightest, instead, it made him even more exhilarated. His eyes gleamed with fervent excitement, as if eagerly anticipating a stronger challenge. Too weak. Give me some tougher opponents. Beep completed the 8th level assessment in 1.8 seconds, earned 100 points, preparing to enter the 9th level assessment. In another trial space, a 2-meter-tall burly man dragged a double-edged axe and charged straight at a group of stone golems. Zhou Ming's entire body radiated white light, and the large axe in his hand erupted with a dazzling golden glow, as if he had transformed into a war god. Dominating slash. Under the terrifying gleam of the axe, more than a dozen stone figures shattered into pieces, scattering across the ground, sending chills down one's spine. Ding! The 10th level assessment completed in 1.3 seconds, earning 300 points. Preparing to enter the 11th level assessment. Leaning on his large axe, the burly man brushed his hair aside, his face full of pride as he looked at his rising score, revealing a faint smile. This time, the top spot is mine, Zhou Ming. In another assessment space, a white-haired young man holding a magic book coldly gazed at the earth dragon not far away, his eyes filled with fearless confidence. With a grasp of the void, the 4 to 5 meter long earth dragon was instantly pulled into the air by an invisible force. As his 5 fingers spread open, the earth dragon in mid-air was instantly torn apart, dissipating like a nightmare in an instant. Beep completed the 10th level assessment in 0.6 seconds, earned 1000 points. Preparing to enter the 11th level assessment. Listening to the system prompt in his ear, Yujia furrowed his brows, his heart tightening slightly. The speed is still too slow. Just as the various prodigies were secretly competing, Su Wei's team encountered significant trouble. Their 5-person squad had just finished battling the kobolds on the 3rd level and hadn't even had time to catch their breath when a group of sandmen appeared in the distance, instantly heightening the tension. Quick! Monsters are coming! Defensive formation! Su Wei shouted, his voice filled with unwavering determination. The chubby teammate barely had time to catch his breath, gritting his teeth as he climbed up from the ground and raised his shield in front of the group. Behind him, the priest, pale-faced, reluctantly raised his staff to bless everyone under Su Wei's urging, despite the unease in his heart. As for Su Wei, he stood resolutely in the center, continuously giving commands, a hint of coldness flashing across his face. Quick, Wang Haoqing, use rain of arrows to test their physical resistance. Li Xiaoyun, prepare frost impact to slow them down. Brother Wei, it's no use, I'm out of mana. Li Xiaoyun said with a distressed face, anxious and flustered. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. Su Wei was burning with anger, but seeing the sand creatures already charging forward, he had no time to curse. He quickly pulled a blue potion bottle from his pouch and tossed it to Li Xiaoyun. I'll hold them off, you guys restore your mana quickly. With that, he grabbed his spear and charged forward like a sharp blade, piercing straight into the group of sand creatures. While Su Wei was locked in a fierce battle with the sand creatures, over 30 phantom cat demons rushed toward Li Xiaoyou and the other 3 girls. Danger loomed, and the battle was about to erupt. One of the girls held a shield, let out a loud shout, stepped forward, and protected the 2 people behind her. The red-haired girl raised her staff high and began chanting a spell. Flames gathered above her head and shot toward the cat demons in front of her. Go, she roared. Dozens of cat demons were instantly struck by the flames, screaming as they were sent flying, creating a shocking scene. However, a few managed to slip through the warriors' defense line and charge toward Li Xiaoyou and her companion. The crisis was imminent. Damn it, Luo Wei muttered to herself, turning around. She saw Li Xiaoyou clutching the emblem on her chest. With a flash of red light, a crimson lotus knight, cloaked in flames, appeared and pierced through the attacking cat demon with a single spear thrust. Then, Li Xiaoyou shouted loudly, raised her staff, and a flash of green light appeared in the air. 3 or 4 green light blades streaked across the sky, instantly slaying the cat demons that had been knocked down by the flames, showcasing unparalleled strength. Ding completed the 6th level assessment in 10 minutes and 25 seconds, earning 300 points. Preparing to enter the 7th level assessment. The red-haired Lu Yan patted her ample chest in relief, reflecting inwardly, thankfully, Xiaoxue has the knight's badge, otherwise this would have ended in disaster. Luo Wei wiped her sweat. The higher the assessment levels, the smarter these monsters become. Now they even bypass me to attack you directly. Half an hour just to clear the 6th level. It's probably going to get harder and harder from here. Lu Yan sighed. The Battle Soul exam only lasts 2 days. Reaching the 20th level will take at least half a day, and by then, the monsters will probably all be taken by others. Li Xiaoyou gave a bitter smile. I didn't expect this year's Battle Soul exam to be so difficult. These monsters are ridiculously strong. Let's do our best. For some reason, Sun Tao's figure suddenly flashed in her mind, and she silently strengthened her resolve. No matter how tough it got, she would never back down. I wonder how he's doing now. How many levels has he cleared? With his strength, he should be close to the 20th level, right? As the 3 were discussing, a cold system notification suddenly sounded in their ears. Beep, candidate Sun Tao has entered the 20th level of the assessment space. Current score, 78,400 points. Beep, candidate Sun Tao has entered the 20th level of the assessment space. Current score, 78,400 points. Beep, candidate Sun Tao has entered the 20th level of the assessment space. Current score, 78,400 points. The sudden system announcement left the 3 of them momentarily stunned. Not only them, but even the candidates undergoing the assessment were also stunned. The college entrance exam has just started. How has someone already reached the 20th floor? Could he be cheating? Some people were even so shocked that they were almost sent away by a claw from the monster opposite them. The audience watching from outside was even more astonished as they witnessed Sun Tao's name climb from the bottom of the national leaderboard all the way to the top. The points and assessment levels after the name never stopped changing, constantly fluctuating. If you exclude the waiting time, each level is basically resolved in 1 second. Whoa, seriously? This guy cleared levels 1 to 19 in seconds. Just how strong is his combat power? As far as I know, the combat power of the monsters in Sun Yuan Tower increases exponentially. To clear all levels quickly with instant kills, you'd need at least 8,000 combat power. 8,000 points? I'm almost level 60 and still don't have 8,000 combat power, and you're telling me a high school student has 8,000 combat power? Whoa, who exactly is this Sun Tao? Could he be a god-level battle soul? Quick, look, Sun Tao's livestream is up. Suddenly, the light screen in the sky changed, and the leaderboard gradually shrank. Another screen filled with countless images appeared in the sky. Among them was the figure of Sun Tao. The other images were temporarily blacked out because no other candidates had entered the 20th level yet. They would only activate once someone entered. Looking at the scene on the screen, many veteran soul warriors frowned. Whoa, it's actually Icefire Island. At that moment, everyone's hearts tightened. Icefire Island, the legendary testing ground, is filled with countless dangers and challenges. But in Sun Tao's eyes, this was merely the beginning of another battle. He smiled faintly, his weapon gleaming with a chilling light, as if readying itself for the impending fight. Come on, let me see your strength. At this moment, he was no longer the unremarkable high school student, but a legendary battle soul master on the verge of rising. The atmosphere of the entire examination venue was instantly ignited by his aura. Everyone held their breath, eagerly anticipating this incredible battle. Icefire Island, a golden secret realm that emerged in the East Sea a few years ago, has become the dream destination for all battle soul masters. The entry level for this secret realm ranges from level 20 to level 100, and it is inhabited by 4 types of magical creatures: minotaurs, earth dragons, dragonkin, and flying dragons. At its center, Dragon Cliff is guarded by a fearsome dragon boss. At first, the appearance of Icefire Island attracted countless battle soul masters to explore, which ended up provoking the wrath of the demon dragon. A beast. Tide erupted in chaos, and it was only suppressed when the authorities intervened. Unexpectedly, this secret realm was sealed within Yuan Meng's Sun Yuan Tower. Damn, it's actually Icefire Island. This year's college entrance exam is way too hard. It's killing me, the students nearby exclaimed one after another. Icefire Island is an ice island during the day and a fire island at night. At the transition between day and night, the attributes of the monsters change instantly. If you're not prepared, you're in big trouble. Another examinee said nervously. I heard the monsters inside are tough and durable. You can't beat them without forming a team. Someone whispered. TSK, it really is Genshin Impact. Such boldness, everyone marveled. Sun Tao felt a moment of daze amidst the chaotic voices. When he came to his senses, he found himself in a snowy forest. The surroundings were draped in silver, with tiny snowflakes drifting down from the sky. The snow beneath his feet crunched softly, and the distant snow-capped mountains sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. This is the 20th level? An open secret realm? Sun Tao gazed ahead, his heart trembling. The so-called open secret realm meant that everyone shared the same secret realm, space, where monsters and resources could be contested. There were no fixed tasks, and one could leave at any time. The amount of gain depended entirely on one's abilities. It's here. He suddenly felt a disturbance, his gaze locking onto the depths of the dense forest. Rustle, rustle. The sound of branches rubbing against each other grew closer, the frequency becoming increasingly intense. A flash of golden light appeared in Sun Tao's eyes. Through the darkness, he saw several minotaurs wielding large axes charging toward him. Minotaurs? Sun Tao blinked slightly, instantly discerning their strength. Snowfield Bull Monster. Level 56. Combat Power 4300. Skills: Heavy Strike, Charge, Berserk. Level 40, 5000 Combat Power. Sun Tao was shocked. Such a monster is actually used for the college entrance exam? Isn't that way too strong? Before he could think further, the bull monsters had already crossed the dense forest. Upon seeing Sun Tao, their eyes instantly turned blood red, and they roared in unison, charging toward him. Their terrifying appearance would likely scare an ordinary person senseless at first sight. Those lucky enough might use the assessment wristband to escape the secret realm, while the unlucky ones could be torn apart by these bull monsters in an instant. Of course, risk and reward always go hand in hand. If one could kill these bull monsters, the points gained would be incredibly abundant. Seeing the bull monsters charging at him, Sun Tao made a move, and the beast staff with twin snakes was already in his hands. Die for me! Gripping the staff with both hands, he thrust it forward fiercely. The fastest bull monster had no time to react before it saw an iron rod suddenly magnified in its pupils. Poof! A stick pierced straight through the head of the bull monster, with bright red blood and white brain matter splattering everywhere. First one. Sun Tao licked his lips, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Beep, killed level 56 Snowfield Bull Monster, earned base points 50, extra points 120. Seeing their companion killed, the bull monsters instantly flew into a rage, raising their axes and howling as they charged at Sun Tao. Sun Tao dodged repeatedly, easily evading several giant axe attacks. Die for me! He activated the chi gathering technique, building up 3 layers of staff momentum, and swept fiercely at the group of bull monsters in front of him. Squelch, blood spurted wildly, and severed limbs flew everywhere. With one strike, 3 bull monsters were instantly killed, and some were merely grazed by the wind from the staff, yet they were sent flying as if struck by a heavy blow. At that moment, several bull monsters seized the opportunity to attack from his side, their giant axes glowing red as they howled toward Sun Tao's waist. "Retreat an inch!" Sun Tao shouted, gripping the long staff, swiftly twisting his body, and retreating several meters in an instant. "Advance a foot!" He followed with a low shout, preparing to counterattack. With a thrust of the long staff in his hand, the iron rod suddenly extended, directly piercing and bursting the bull monster's skull. Thud! The giant axe of the bull monster, whose head was pierced, fell to the ground, and its corpse collapsed limply. As the earliest skill obtained by Sun Tao, the Great Sage Staff technique was finally upgraded to level 10. Not only did it significantly increase his damage, but it also unlocked the retreat inch and advance foot characteristics of the thrust staff technique. When executing the slicing hand technique, he could maintain distance from the enemy and use charged thrust staff attacks against them. Adding Sun Tao's terrifying damage, one strike directly killed these bull monsters, which was completely within his expectations. From the moment the bull monsters charged to Sun Tao launching his counterattack, it only took a few seconds. 3 or 4 bull monsters were killed, and 7 or 8 were seriously injured. Weak, too weak. Sun Tao shook his head, holding the iron rod, and charged at the few bull monsters on the ground like lightning. For other examinees, these bull monsters had tough skin, thick flesh, and high attack power, making them truly difficult to handle without teammates. But for Sun Tao, whose combat power exceeded 10,000, dealing with them was merely a matter of a few strikes. Put! A bull monster had just stood up, but before it could react, Sun Tao's iron rod struck its head fiercely. The massive bull's head instantly exploded, and gushing blood spurted like a fountain, turned the surrounding snowfield red. Next, Sun Tao's figure flickered and effortlessly dealt with another bull monster. In less than 5 seconds, the remaining bull monsters were all executed. All fell under Sun Tao's iron rod. Ding! Killed a level 56 snowfield bull monster, earned base points 50, extra points 120. Ding! Killed a level 56 snowfield bull monster, earned base points 50, extra points 120. Ding! Killed a level 56 snowfield bull monster, earned base points 50, extra points 120. Watching Sun Tao effortlessly deal with these bull monsters like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, everyone watching his livestream outside the venue was stunned. The Battle Seoul College Entrance Exam, as the most important national event in China every year, is not only followed by school principals and teachers but also by many corporations and companies. They select some outstanding talents from it to recruit into their own adventure teams, replenishing fresh blood. Therefore, every year, many TV stations broadcast the real-time situation of the Battle Seoul College Entrance Exam. As the first candidate to reach the 20th level, Sun Tao naturally attracted everyone's intense attention. They were also very curious. Who exactly can stand out among millions of candidates nationwide and be the first to step onto the 20th floor? This guy is Sun Tao? I have to say, he's quite handsome. That figure and appearance are indeed top-notch. Wow, Sun Tao is so handsome. I declare him my new husband. Many people were not from Suzhou and were seeing Sun Tao for the first time. Everyone was deeply captivated by his resolute and handsome face, as well as his tall and imposing physique. Ever since practicing the Furious Ape technique, Sun Tao's body had become even more perfect. His height had skyrocketed from 1.72 meters to 1.87 meters, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His perfectly sculpted 8-pack abs were faintly visible under his clothes, instantly catching the eyes of many female spectators. The bull monster is here. Whoa, no wonder it's a gold-level secret realm right off the bat. It's a level 56 bull monster. Can these high school students really handle it? Even through the screen, I'm a little scared. This is just too terrifying. Heh, you're overthinking it. This is just the gatekeeper of Icefire Island. The truly terrifying part is yet to come. Impressive. If it were me, I would probably quit the assessment the moment these bull monsters appeared. The appearance of the bull monsters finally brought the topic back to the assessment. Everyone looked at the bull monsters on the screen and couldn't help but feel worried for Sun Tao. A total of 12 snowfield bull monsters. Sun Tao is in trouble this time. They're charging over. As the bull monsters rushed forward, Sun Tao revealed his weapon, causing everyone to exclaim again. Whoa, Sun Tao is actually using a stick. What's the use of a stick? although it has range, the damage is too low. It's better to switch to a broadsword or a battle axe. Well, you can't say that. Stick techniques are relatively simple and straightforward, easy to master. Maybe his battle spirit has a bonus for stick techniques. The livestream audience was busy mocking in the chat, but the next scene left them stunned, even causing the chat to go silent for a few seconds. Sun Tao pulled out an iron rod and thrust it forward like lightning. The rod instantly extended and pierced straight through the bull monster's skull. After instantly killing the bull monster, Sun Tao stood with his stick, exuding an oppressive aura like a war god. The livestream audience fell into silence. It wasn't until Sun Tao initiated another attack that the heated discussion erupted once more. Whoa! One hit, one bull monster, this is insane. Can a stick really be used like this? I feel like I've been playing with a fake stick. Wow! This stick can actually extend and retract? Where can I buy one? I want it too. Wow! Sun Tao is so cool. Seeing Sun Tao's ferocious style of taking down a bull monster with one strike, everyone couldn't help but feel their blood boil and their hearts race. Holy crap, such high damage. What's his combat power? Is this guy really a high school student? Even after 3 years of repeating, I wouldn't be as fierce as him. Those bull monsters get seriously injured just by brushing against him. How strong is his power? Watching Sun Tao wielding an iron rod, charging like the wind through the herd of bull monsters, continuously advancing and slaying. One strike, one bull, making everyone exclaim in excitement. Holy crap! So bloody, so violent, so awesome. What kind of staff technique is this? So cool. This is the skill real men should practice. This is so thrilling. I'm going to buy an iron staff and start practicing staff techniques tomorrow. Bro, I've already placed the order. Fight! Awesome! The scene of Sun Tao slaying the bull monster was bloody and violent, showcasing an impactful aesthetic of brutality that left everyone exhilarated. Faces flushed with excitement, they flooded the screen with comments, almost covering the entire view. The crisp, decisive, and extremely fierce combat techniques thrilled everyone to no end. In all these years of the Battle Soul entrance exam, it was rare to witness such an exhilarating fight. In previous years, most candidates focused on playing it safe, only choosing monsters weaker than themselves. Their strategies were similar, cautious but utterly unremarkable. Now, with someone like Sun Tao, it naturally stirred immense excitement among the crowd. Some even started recording the screen, capturing Sun Tao's battle scenes. With a bit of editing and some dynamic music, uploading it online would undoubtedly rack up countless views. Sun Tao's staff technique is incredible. What kind of battle soul does he have? Could it be the legendary S-Class Battle Soul? As soon as this question was raised, someone who knew the details immediately revealed the information online. What S-Class Battle Soul? It's the most trashy D-Class Battle Soul, the Golden Monkey. And he's not even a repeat student, he's a current year graduate. Seeing this comment, everyone was in disbelief. Impossible. Does a D-level Battle Soul have such high damage? Are you freaking kidding me? Taking down a snowfield bull monster with over 4,000 combat power like it's nothing, and you're telling me this is a D-level Battle Soul? And a fresh graduate this year? At least make your story somewhat logical. Sun Tao has at least 6,000 combat power. If it's less, I'll eat crap standing on my head. Damn it, why are you here scamming for food and drinks again? Looking at the heated discussions in the online comments, many Battle Soul Masters began to speak up. Actually, his combat power isn't that exaggerated. The reason he could instantly kill the bull monster is that he always manages to strike its weak points precisely. Take a look at his moves, they all directly target critical areas like the bull monster's eyes and throat. The angles of his strikes, his control over distance, and other details, any mistake would cost him the chance to kill. However, this also indirectly proves that Sun Tao possesses an incredibly strong combat sense. He's practically a monster himself. Watching the professional's analysis, many viewers nodded repeatedly. That's right, if it were me, even with an S-level Battle Soul, facing the charge of these bull monsters, I probably wouldn't have had time to react before being killed. Sun Tao's timing for dodging is incredibly precise, almost always narrowly avoiding the bull monster's axes without a single unnecessary movement. Sun Tao is just too strong. Although Sun Tao's performance was stunning, in the eyes of some university professors, he still has shortcomings. In the grand auditorium of Kyoto Academy, many professors were seated, watching this year's Battle Soul entrance exam. Among them, Thunder Army, the Dean of Azure Dragon Academy, kept his eyes fixed on Sun Tao but stubbornly remarked, this kid may have decent combat awareness, but wasting so much stamina on this wave of bull monsters is truly unwise. As the Dean of Azure Dragon Academy, he had mentored countless talented students and naturally understood that these prodigies often shared a common flaw in their early stages, failing to conserve energy during battles. When they make a move, they go all out. If it's a battle in the arena, that's fine, but in the secret realm, they will face wave after wave of seemingly endless mindless monsters. If they don't know how to conserve their strength, no matter how powerful they are, they will eventually face their downfall. The headmaster of Xuanwu Academy, Gu Changhe, joked, "Then let me have him. I think he's quite good." The Thunder Army immediately shouted angrily at him, "Don't even think about it. Last time you snatched one of my students, and now you want to do it again?" Just as Gu Changhe was about to continue teasing the Thunder Army, someone suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, "What is he trying to do?" The two quickly turned to look. They saw Sun Tao holding a stick, climbing over a small hill, his gaze locked on the herd of snowfield bull monsters not far away. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, as if he was brewing some astonishing plan. "Holy crap, that's a herd of bulls, right? At a glance, there are at least 100 snowfield bull monsters. Such a number of cattle herds, unless it's a fully equipped second-tier battle soul master regiment, there's no way to fight them. We'd better leave quickly, or we won't be able to escape if the bull monsters notice us." Whoa, what's he trying to do? Everyone saw Sun Tao in the scene put away the iron rod and rush rapidly toward the herd of bull monsters. Is he crazy? Charging straight at the herd of bulls like that? Even if he can instantly kill the snowfield bull monsters, there are so many of them, he can't handle them all. It's over, it's over. We finally got a war god candidate, and now he's going to die. It's over. He must have been blinded by the points from the bull monsters and is only thinking about farming them. Where are the staff? Hurry up and save him. He's a genius, we can't let him die here. Sun Tao is way too arrogant. Many spectators were startled by Sun Tao's actions. They acknowledged that Sun Tao was very strong, but it was impossible for him to take on so many snowfield bull monsters head-on. Moreover, he is challenging alone, without even a teammate by his side to provide support. If he makes a mistake, there is only one outcome, death. They definitely don't want to watch helplessly as Sun Tao, this combat genius, dies here. Many people even called the exam administrators, hoping they would step in to save Sun Tao. The reply was that Sun Tao had the assessment wristband in his hand, and everything was his own choice. Unless it was truly a last resort, they would not interfere with the candidate's actions. It's fine, Sun Tao has such strong combat awareness. He must have his own trump card for doing this. The helpless audience could only watch Sun Tao on the screen, anticipating his next move. After all, they were curious too. Sun Tao didn't seem like the type to act recklessly. What exactly gave him the courage to venture alone into the herd of bulls? In the frame, Sun Tao quickly rushed to the front of the herd of bulls. Many nearby bull monsters suddenly raised their heads. Countless pairs of scarlet eyes stared intently at Sun Tao, densely packed and chilling. Seeing the bull monsters activated, Sun Tao laughed loudly and gave them the middle finger. "Come on, you bastards, roar!" The snowfield bull monsters, originally wandering in place, suddenly raised their heads and roared angrily. Wielding giant axes, they charged at Sun Tao, and in the blink of an eye, over a dozen bull monsters rushed forward. More bull monsters were continuously activated from behind, roaring in place before charging at Sun Tao with overwhelming momentum. In an instant, it seemed as though a fierce wind swept across the snowy plains, as hundreds of bull monsters surged forward like a torrential flood. Their hoofbeats thundered, and the ground trembled continuously under their trampling. Mighty and imposing, hundreds of bull monsters charged across the snowy plains with the momentum of a million-strong army. Seeing this scene, Sun Tao burst into laughter, turned around, and ran toward the dense forest behind him. The snowfield bull monsters followed closely behind, like a torrential flood. Trees snapped under their impact, branches and leaves scattered, and the earth quaked. Sun Tao sprinted ahead, using the terrain to his advantage, dodging left and right, constantly widening the distance between himself and the bull monsters. He passed through a dense forest and entered a canyon, with the bull monsters charging in after him. The canyon was extremely long and narrow, which wouldn't be much of an issue for a human like Sun Tao. However, for creatures like the snowfield bull monsters, standing 3 to 4 meters tall, just 4 or 5 of them lined up could completely block the passage. More than 100 bull monsters rushed in at once, naturally filling the canyon completely. Seeing the distance was about right, Sun Tao stopped in his tracks, turned around, and coldly looked at the herd of bulls behind him. The audience watching the live stream instantly became tense. What is he going to do? Why did he stop? What are you standing there for? Run quickly! He lured hundreds of bull monsters over. Does he really think he can win? Everyone was talking animatedly, but the next second, Sun Tao's actions left them utterly stunned. Sun Tao stood in place, the blazing sunlight shining down on him, as if it had draped him in a fiery red cloak. A golden giant ape figure materialized behind him, dressed in a theatrical costume and wielding a double-headed fire blade, exuding extraordinary might. Soul weapon. It's actually a full set of soul weapons. Whoa, no wonder the damage is so high. Turns out he's a pay-to-win warrior. That fire blade in his hand is just too cool. Damn, I really want to know what he's going to do. Seeing Sun Tao's battle soul wearing the 100 art set, everyone instantly felt envious. Soul artifacts are something that ordinary people not only don't possess but haven't even seen before. And Sun Tao actually has 5 of them on him. Simply too extravagant. If they knew that Sun Tao could craft his own armor and even upgrade it in the future, would they be so jealous they'd want to eat their screens? When Sun Tao summoned the giant ape battle spirit, the bull monsters charging at the front were instantly overwhelmed by its terrifying aura. Before the bull monsters in the front row could stop, the herd behind surged forward like a tide, trampling them to pieces. Watching the oncoming herd, a golden light flashed in Sun Tao's eyes as he thought to himself, "It's about time." He raised his right hand high and roared toward the sky, Guangji armor. Fusion. With his summon, the giant ape martial spirit behind him began to spin, and the fire blade traced a dazzling arc in the air. In an instant, a surge of scorching flames erupted from beneath Sun Tao's feet, as if summoned by an invisible force, quickly engulfing the area around him in a sea of fire. Amidst the sea of fire, Sun Tao's figure quietly transformed. In the blink of an eye, he became a wolf-headed monk clad in a monk's robe and wielding a fire blade, exuding an unstoppable aura. What the heck? Is this the true form of a battle soul? Is he a tier 4 battle soul master? The surrounding spectators exclaimed in shock. No, his battle soul is a monkey. This is clearly a monk with the appearance of a werewolf, someone gasped in astonishment. A soul artifact. It's a soul artifact skill, another person shouted excitedly. Damn, that's awesome. Amid the chorus of exclamations, Sun Tao raised his fire blade, gathered his strength slightly, and transformed into a streak of fire, charging fiercely toward the herd of bulls with a thunderous roar, chasing the moon. In the narrow canyon, the bull monsters crowded together, staring at the charging Sun Tao. They wanted to attack but were hindered by each other, unable even to turn around. At that moment, Sun Tao's fiery blade slashed down like lightning, cutting a bull monster in half, with blood splattering everywhere. Once he charged into the herd, Sun Tao did not hesitate, unleashing his full power. He swung his fiery blade, spinning in the field and igniting the fur of the bull monsters. The snowfield bull monsters pressed against each other, and as soon as one caught fire, the others were quickly ignited as well. The blazing flames spread like wildfire, engulfing the entire herd in a sea of fire. As creatures living on the snowy plains, the fur of the snowfield bull monsters was their weapon against the harsh winter. Unexpectedly, it became their fatal weakness. Against Sun Tao, the bull monsters wailed in the inferno, trying to escape, but the narrow canyon restricted their movements, further fueling the spread of the flames. After executing chasing the moon 3 times in a row, Sun Tao's eyes lit up. He looked up and realized he had broken through the formation of the bull herd. Turning back to the burning herd, he smirked to himself, thick fur, weak to fire. No matter where you go, the principle remains the same. Early on, when Sun Tao first saw these bull monsters, he had already thought of a way to deal with them. With so much fur, igniting it with firewood surely cause massive damage. At that moment, a massive snowfield bull monster suddenly broke through the wall of fire and lunged fiercely at Sun Tao. Sun Tao remained completely calm, quickly adjusted his stance, and swung the fiery blade in his hand, drawing a dazzling arc that directly struck the bull monster's head. Accompanied by a loud bang, the massive body of the snowfield bull monster was instantly split in 2 by the sharp fiery blade. Ding! Killed a level 56 snowfield bull monster, earned base points, 50, additional points, 120. Ding! Killed a level 56 snowfield bull monster, earned base points, 50, additional points, 120. Beep! Killed a level 56 snowfield bull monster, earned base points, 50, additional points, 120. Sun Tao stood before the sea of flames, watching the snowfield bull monsters gradually fall, as the system notifications in his mind kept ringing, stirring his emotions. He slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, his face full of pride. What a pity, killing monsters here doesn't yield experience or spiritual essence points, otherwise, this wave would have been a huge profit. The scorching flames roasted the snowfield bull herd, and the cruel scene left the audience, who witnessed it all, utterly dumbfounded, as if turned to clay statues. What had they just seen? A high school student, not only possessing a soul weapon capable of transformation but also using it to single-handedly take down hundreds of snowfield bull monsters. The entire process didn't even exceed 10 minutes. This is just too powerful. using the fur from the snowfield bull monsters to start a fire. I have to say, this guy is a genius. Terrifying. Over 100 bull monsters. He killed them all. Won't his points just skyrocket? Amazing, amazing. He's definitely secured the top spot in the country now. One exclamation after another flashed across the screen, while the Thunder Army far away in Kyoto shot to their feet in unison. Quick, get the car ready, we're heading to Liuzhou City. Such a genius absolutely cannot be snatched away by those people in central China. Saying this, without waiting for everyone to react, he hurriedly ran out of the classroom. Meanwhile, this scene was simultaneously unfolding in various renowned universities across the country. The presidents of different academies personally took action, determined to recruit Sun Tao, this promising talent, into their own schools. At this moment, in the center of Sun Yuan Tower, Yuan Meng, seated on the throne, looked at the image of Sun Tao with a slight hint of surprise. An interesting little fellow. The battle soul behind him even carries a trace of divinity. It seems that the island of ice and fire can no longer hold him back. Yuan Meng narrowed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest. In that case, let me test you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Thinking of this, Yuan Meng flipped his wrist, and a golden light sphere appeared in his palm. With a gentle toss, the light sphere instantly flew into the Sun Yuan Tower, rapidly descending toward the center of Ice Fire Island. As the light sphere fell, all the examinees inside the Sun Yuan Tower heard a system announcement. Ding! The 300th examinee has entered the public trial space. The treasure hunt event is now activated. Within the trial space, there exists an assessment light sphere. Examinees who obtain the light sphere can sacrifice it at the sacrificial altar to gain a large amount of points. So far, the Battle Soul College entrance exam has been underway for over 3 hours. Among the hundreds of thousands of examinees nationwide, nearly half have voluntarily withdrawn from the competition due to injuries or lack of strength. Only about 50,000 examinees are still continuing the assessment, and only a small portion of them have completed the first 20 levels and entered Ice Fire Island, the public trial space. The rest are still struggling with the challenges of the first 20 levels. Those who can now enter Ice Fire Island are the geniuses of their respective provinces, the true prodigies. At this moment, they all instinctively look toward the golden light falling from the sky. Their gazes pierced through layers of clouds, firmly locking onto the glowing sphere, with eyes burning with intense desire. Sun Tao naturally also noticed the glowing sphere in the sky. At first glance, the battle soul within him unexpectedly resonated, trembling incessantly. What is this thing? It can actually trigger the Great Sage Root Artifact. The Great Sage Root Artifact was a divine item he had obtained from the Black Myth world, and the fact that this glowing sphere could cause it to resonate proved it was no ordinary object. It might even unlock other attributes of the artifact. Sun Tao's heart trembled, and he immediately decided he must obtain this glowing sphere. His body shifted, transforming back into human form. With a step forward, his figure shot out like an arrow, rushing toward the center of Ice Fire Island. However, before he could run far, a sudden earthquake shook the ground violently. Sun Tao opened his fiery eyes to look downward, only to see an earth dragon rapidly charging toward him from underground. Bang! A massive dragon head suddenly burst out from the ground. If Sun Tao hadn't reacted quickly and leapt into the air in time, he might have been struck directly by the dragon's horns. Sun Tao looked up and saw that the earth dragon's entire body was covered in hard scales, resembling armor forged from steel. Its eyes glimmered with an icy cold light, exuding a chilling aura. Frozen Earth Dragon. Level, 59. Combat Power, 4876. Skills, Burrowing, Ice Breath, Dragon Roar. Oomph, just a mere earth dragon dares to block me. Sun Tao snorted coldly, his figure advancing instead of retreating, directly charging toward the earth dragon. Roar! The frozen earth dragon let out a roar, opening its mouth to bite at Sun Tao. Sun Tao flipped his body, dodging the dragon's attack, while the beast staff twin snakes appeared in his hands. The iron staff shimmered with golden light as he struck the dragon's head fiercely. Bang! A loud crash echoed as Sun Tao's fist collided with the scales of the earth dragon, sparking a shower of flames. The earth dragon let out a deafening roar, the immense force leaving it dizzy and causing it to collapse limply to the ground. Seeing the earth dragon fall, Sun Tao stepped forward decisively, his chi-gathering technique surging like a rainbow. In an instant, he gathered the momentum of his staff and struck down fiercely. The staff's momentum was like a blade, instantly severing the earth dragon's neck. Blood sprayed like a fountain, staining the surrounding ground in an instant. Ding! Killed level 59 frozen earth dragon, earned base points, 60, bonus points, 140. From the appearance of the Earth Dragon to its slaying by Sun Tao, it took only a few seconds. The entire process was as smooth as water, without any delay. The audience watched in stunned silence, exclaiming in amazement, "Whoa, that was way too smooth, even faster than when I fight slimes. Is this really a level 59 frozen Earth Dragon? Earth Dragon, if I say I just came out to get some fresh air, would you believe me?" Sun Tao's battle scene left the audience completely stunned. Compared to other prodigies still struggling to fend off the attacks of the snowfield bull monsters, everyone couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. The gap is like a chasm. Looks like this year's national champion is going to be him. It's hard to say, after all, this is an open secret realm. There's still a day and a half left. If others team up to eliminate him first, there might be some twists. True, after all, he's all alone. The audience's barrage of comments was lively and heated, while Sun Tao, having just dealt with the Earth Dragon, was preparing to move forward. Suddenly, a piercing sound like lightning struck. His heart tightened, and he quickly dodged to the side. A flying dagger shot out from the shadows, narrowly grazing his cheek and leaving a streak of cold light. "Who is it? Come out now!" Sun Tao shouted loudly, his fiery eyes scanning the surroundings with extreme vigilance. "Consider yourself lucky. You actually managed to dodge it." A chilling voice came from the shadows, and as the words fell, a young man dressed in black battle attire with a cold expression slowly stepped forward. In his hand, he held a dagger glinting with cold light, clearly the weapon he had just used for the sneak attack. Sun Tao's gaze was sharp as a blade, fixed intently on the young man before him. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The young man curled his lips into a cold smile. "My name is Han Xing, and my battle soul is the S-Class Frost Flying Blade. Kid, today's your unlucky day. Hand over your points and scram." His tone was icy, full of menace. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 young men dressed in the same battle uniforms emerged from the shadows. Their imposing presence made it clear they were Han Xing's teammates, and they surrounded him. Name, Han Xing. Battle soul, Frost Flying Blade, S. Level 24, Tier 1. Combat Power, 836. Skills, 1000 Starblade, Frost Slash. Trash. Sun Tao's gaze swept over Han Xing's teammates, and he secretly sneered in his heart. Their combat power was even inferior to his own. The 6 of them combined weren't as strong as him alone, completely unworthy of concern. "It's over." Sun Tao actually ran into Han Xing. "This is the little tyrant of the Magic City, the 3rd young master of the Han family. He's arrogant and domineering." Han Xing not only possesses the S-Class Battle Soul Frostblade, but his family is also extremely wealthy. They even hired several classmates with A-Class Battle Souls to form a team. Sun Tao is in real danger this time. Damn, this guy is so shameless, just outright robbing? That's just how the assessment rules are. After all, Battle Soul Masters will have to face not only magical beasts but also the more complex challenges posed by humans in the future. The audience murmured among themselves, expressing their dissatisfaction with Han Xing's actions. However, merely discussing it in the barrage had no effect. Facing Han Xing's threat, Sun Tao lightly swung the stick in his hand, his gaze showing no trace of fear. If you want my points, let's see if you have the ability to take them." Sun Tao snorted coldly, his figure flickering as he lunged toward Han Xing. Seeing this, Han Xing's sneer deepened, thinking Sun Tao was a naive fool to dare challenge him. He had to teach him a lesson before he would behave. "You all stay back and watch, I'll deal with him," Han Xing said coldly, waving his hand as dozens of icy blades shot toward Sun Tao. 1000 Star Blade. Han Xing's frost-flying blades can conjure countless throwing knives out of thin air, controlled by his thoughts, with a maximum of 1000 blades. Although his current strength is limited, allowing him to create only a dozen or so, it is still enough to make enemies despair. These frost-flying blades not only move at incredible speed and possess strong penetration power, but even a second-tier magical beast like the Black Mud Wild Boar cannot withstand their assault. Upon impact, they also inflict multiple negative effects such as slowing, frostbite, and poisoning. However, Sun Tao seemed to have anticipated this move. His body tilted slightly in mid-air, effortlessly dodging the flying blade attack. He then spun the iron rod in his hand, creating a flurry of staff movements around him, deflecting each incoming frost-flying blade. "Nice move, kid, take this." Han Xing's gaze turned cold upon seeing this. He stretched out his 5 fingers and made a grabbing motion. The frost-flying blades behind Sun Tao immediately reversed their direction and attacked Sun Tao's back. It was as if Sun Tao had eyes on the back of his head. With a quick sway of his body, he used the chi-gathering and form dissolving technique, leaving a decoy in his original spot. His real body, holding a staff, charged swiftly toward Han Xing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of flying blades pierced through the illusion left by Sun Tao. A sinister smile instantly appeared on Han Xing's face as he began imagining how to torment Sun Tao. But before the smile could fade from his face, an iron staff suddenly shot out from the void, striking him directly in the chest and sending him flying in an instant. What? When did you get here? At the moment of being struck and sent flying, Han Xing was greatly alarmed. He desperately tried to move his body to dodge, but his body couldn't keep up with his mind. All he could do was conjure flying blades to protect his chest. Bang! Han Xing was sent flying backward, crashing miserably into the nearby mountain wall. Sun Tao, watching Han Xing being knocked away, sneered coldly and stood still after retracting his staff. Considering that the college entrance exam scene was being broadcast nationwide, he had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. He merely aimed at Han Xing's chest, intending to seriously injure him first. Damn it! Looking for death. Han Xing's teammates nearby were instantly terrified when they saw this. Han Xing was their benefactor, and if something happened to their benefactor, losing money would be a minor issue, but facing repercussions afterward would be disastrous. As a result, these people immediately grabbed their weapons and charged forward desperately. Flames, frost, poisonous mist, lightning, various soul techniques struck Sun Tao, but he merely furrowed his brows, his body transforming into a solid iron block, standing motionless like a sculpture. Bronze head, iron arms, all laws are impervious. Although Han Xing's teammates were all grade A battle souls, considered minor prodigies in the eyes of ordinary people, they were no match for Sun Tao. In fact, they were even inferior to the little wolf demons in Black Wind Mountain. Sun Tao didn't even bother dodging their soul techniques, he let them land on him, yet they barely managed to reduce his health. However, considering that the battle might be broadcast live, Sun Tao decided to hold back a little. He didn't want others to see the sheer strength of his physical body, especially since many battle souls possessed invincibility-type survival skills. His copper head and iron arms, while extremely defensive, temporarily immobilized him, which wasn't too outrageous. Even if others found out, it wouldn't matter. So, he simply used his copper head and iron arms to withstand this wave of attacks. 5 or 6 soul techniques landed on Sun Tao in succession, yet they failed to stir even the slightest ripple, not even breaking his skin. Seeing their techniques were ineffective, the group exchanged glances and quickly charged forward, attempting to seize Sun Tao. However, at that moment, Sun Tao's body shook, his copper head and iron arms were released, and the stick in his hand swung fiercely. The few people who rushed forward were instantly struck and sent flying, falling to the ground and spitting blood, each one wailing in pain. Han Xing, who had just gotten up, was filled with terror at the sight. He hadn't expected Sun Tao's strength to be so overwhelming that even their combined efforts were no match. It was worth noting that the members of their squad were all level 23 or higher battle soul masters, equipped with top-tier gear, with an average combat power exceeding 700. Even when facing a tier 2 battle soul master, they could still put up a fight. But in front of Sun Tao, they were utterly powerless, wiped out in mere moments. Xiao Han, remember, someone like you can only be considered a genius, but there's still a gap when facing a peerless genius. Han Xing couldn't help but recall his grandfather's words. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and an idea popped into his mind. Wait, we can join forces. Seeing Sun Tao walking toward him with a club in hand, Han Xing quickly shouted. However, Sun Tao merely gave him a cold glance, completely indifferent. The stick in his hand swung again as he walked toward Han Xing. Seeing this, Han Xing shrank back in terror, shouting repeatedly, "Wait, my dad is Han Xianlong from Magic City. He once entered Icefire Island, and I know the strategy for this island. We can totally team up to deal with the other candidates. I won't ask for any points, as long as you can spare my life." His words were hurried and desperate. Sun Tao walked up to Han Xing, raising the stick, ready to strike. Feeling the terrifying force of the stick's wind, Han Xing was so scared that he wet his pants, screaming in terror. He squatted down directly, clutching his head and screaming. "Aha! Don't come any closer. I have the map of this island." Sun Tao's stick halted in midair as he coldly stared at Han Xing, a hint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. "Hand over the map."